It probably just caught you at the end of that sentence. Yeah, we're running a bit late.
Yep.
But I've been podcasting all day.
Yeah.
But we are welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk, the podcast where we talk about Star Wars canon in order, except when we don't.
Yep. As is usual, I've been drugged to a different time and place.
I'm your host, Caleb.
Hi, I'm Seth. I
The other
talk
host.
Star Wars with this man.
Yeah, the other host.
Yep.
Who sometimes forgets to announce himself.
Why would I do that?
Because new people.
That is true.
Sorry, I needed a snack between
Yeah,
shows.
he hasn't eaten anything
Since
yet
lunch.
today, so
Since lunch.
since lunch.
Yeah. Which was 3 hours ago, almost 4. That's how much I've been working today.
Yep.
But there's a few things that happened this week.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Gabriel Luna first.
All right.
Do you know who that is?
No.
Do you know about the Last of Us TV show?
Yes.
Have you watched the first episode yet?
Kind of.
He plays the brother.
Oh, Tommy.
He plays Tommy.
Okay.
Yeah, you might also know him as Ghost Rider in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Didn't
If
watch
you watched
that.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay. But yeah, he's Tommy. So he recently was in an interview because obviously The Last of Us just came out, and so obviously people were interviewing him and being, asking him questions.
I have
And
a question for you, but it can wait until we've discussed Gabriel Luna.
so at some point, they asked him, "Hey, what project do you want to really be a part of?" And he mentioned, "Oh, I would like to be part of the High Republic. If they ever decided to adapt any of that stuff, and I actually know what character I would like to be." And then that was it. Like, that was all he was gonna say. But then we're like, wait a minute, you can't just say that and not reveal who you want to play. Like, you can't just end the sentence there. You can't just say, I want to play somebody from the High Republic. No, you got to say who. I already know who because I obviously I was on Twitter when all this was going down. Who would you think that Gabriel Luna tried to play? And I'll give you a hint. It is one of the Jedi characters.
Thanks. That narrows it down a little bit.
If it helps, he's in all 3 books of the adult novels.
Is it Comac
No.
or Reef?
Nope.
Neither?
Reed's not in all 3 adult novels.
He's not?
No, he's not in any of the
Well, then
adult
the other options are Stellan and Elzar. Is it going for Stellan or Elzar?
For Elzar.
Oh, boy.
He wants to play Elzar.
I sure can't wait to see.
Now, first of all, I can absolutely see Gabriel Luna in that part.
I can't wait to see Michael Luna cut a woman in
Gabriel Luna?
Gabriel Luna. Who the fuck is Michael Luna?
Secondly, Charles Soule
Oh.
threw in his voice on this. And of course, Charles Soule being the writer of Light of the Jedi and one of the heads of the High Republic Initiative. And he said absolutely Gabriel Luna fits playing the character, and he would love to see that as well.
Okay.
So we got official, from the voice of the creators of that character going, yeah.
Yeah, if that happens, yeah.
Now, of course, we're not getting a High Republic show that's based on that stuff.
We're not.
But not at least as of what we know of
Not at
coming.
the moment.
Yeah, at the moment.
God, if it would be great if it was, though.
Gabriel Luna fits so well, though. I would eat that up.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was our fun little, something fun happened in an interview and then expanded to Twitter.
Oh, you just going?
No, I didn't mean to start it. I hit full screen on it so that way when I show it to the audience, but that didn't work the way I was hoping.
Just a weird audio cue.
Yeah. Well, in case y'all don't know, some football happened. Right?
Fuck.
Yeah, some football happened, and you know what happens with football? They get trailers for things, right? Well, during one of the big games this past weekend, we got a Mando Season 3 trailer. I was going somewhere with it. It was going somewhere, and it fit where we were going. Let me change the size of it so that way y'all can see our pretty faces still while we're talking about it. He hasn't watched it yet.
No, I have not.
So we're gonna watch it together.
Because I try to avoid trailers until the day of the show.
I'm sorry.
Sometimes I'll see them beforehand because I'm like, fuck that.
Yeah.
But usually I wait until the show.
Unless it's for this show.
Yep. In which case I watch it beforehand.
So we're gonna watch the Mando season 3 trailer together.
Mm-hmm.
Our people are scattered like stars in the galaxy. What are we? What do we stand for? Being a Mandalorian is not just learning about how to fight. You also have to know how to navigate the galaxy. That way, you'll never be lost. Be forgiven for my transgressions.
R4.
This is the way. Something dangerous happening out there. By the time it becomes big enough for you to act, it'll be too late.
March 1st.
Mm.
All right. So, has it got you pumped? Are you? I know you haven't watched the first 2 seasons,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll be throwing you into the deep end with this with
Yep.
season 3.
He still has to go take his bath.
Yeah, because Book of Boba Fett left us with that.
Yep.
Book of Boba Fett left us with Mando needs to take a bath. He's taking his helmet off, so obviously now he's got to take a bath. Because if you take your helmet off, imagine all that sweat.
So many people are gonna hate that I've reduced was supposed to be like a religious ritual to the equivalent of taking a bath.
Except, not really, because like even the other Mandalorians are like, nah, your Mandos are crazy. They're part of a cult.
It's like, I'm still gonna stay with him.
I think one, we're getting R4 back, which is from. So R4, specifically that R4 unit, is the one that sacrificed itself so that R2 could be taken by Luke. The one that blows its circuit when Uncle Owen's buying the droids. Because you know A New Hope.
Yep.
So you know how Owen's like, oh, we'll buy that R4 unit, and then it blows the circuit.
Yep.
In canon, it has been revealed that it did it on purpose because it knew about the importance of R2's mission, because R2 told him, and he sacrificed himself so that R2 could complete his mission.
Don't worry, bro. I got you. Kaboo!
Now, I was in a VC not too long ago. I'm not going to name names, but somebody said that R4 should have stayed dead.
And?
But they were saying, like, and that also, like, they did. You don't understand.
No, I don't.
I forgot. You're a droid hater. I forgot.
I don't hate droids.
No,
okay?
I understand. I understand.
No, I'm not upset that he's back.
He's anti-droids, y'all. I forgot.
You motherfucker. I thought, listen, I'm working on it, okay?
See, he admits he's a droid
I don't
racist.
hate droids.
What's that? What would that be called? A droid racist? What? A droidist?
Well, I could call the droid something else, but the Clone Wars are long gone. and that wouldn't
Would
be
that
socially
would you be doing it with the hard R?
No.
Oh, so it would just be clankas.
Yeah. However, if I see a battle droid, it might be a bad day. Nah. There. War's over, it's done.
I forget what game. I think I was watching Brooke play The Last of Us,
Mm-hmm.
and Clanker Talk came up,
Oh yeah?
and I made the same hard R joke, and she was like, "You can't be joking like that in my chat on Twitch."
Like, I don't hate droids. I just... My reasoning against them is that you have to really want to kill a droid. Like, to actively go out of your way. Because as long as their memory core is intact, they're still functionally alive. And I'm not someone... I don't believe in the, practice of erasing their...
Memory banks and all
Yeah.
that. Which is, there was a whole Clone Wars episode about like, oh, why didn't you wipe R2's memory?
I'm like, I'm not someone...
I mean,
who's
in a
like-
way, I get why they were upset because R2 carries strategic military
Yes.
plans, and I understand wiping that. But Anakin's like, but that's part of what makes him R2.
Yeah. I am usually against fucking with people's memories,
Mm-hmm.
and droids can form memories, so I am somewhat against that.
Yeah, because we've had the conversation. You differentiate once the droids have enough memories and gain a personality based on those memories. That's when you consider, okay, you can't fuck with them.
Yeah.
I think in general we shouldn't, because obviously if they have the ability to do that, then obviously from the get-go they are humanistic, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Sentient, that's the word I'm
We'll go
looking
with
for. Because if you have the ability to gain that type of intelligence, then obviously you must be sentient from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I think from the get-go you shouldn't be allowed to do what people do to droids.
Yeah.
But you're more of like, up until they get that personality. At least the last time we talked. Last time we talked, anyways. That could have changed.
I'm also not someone who believes in the restraining bolts.
How are you gonna keep your droid from running away though? If you're a strict droid
I
owner,
don't fucking care. If it likes it here, it'll come back.
it's like a dog.
Yeah.
Forget leashes and collars. Just let your dog run off, and if they
So
come back,
you've
then
reduced a droid to a dog?
no,
You're calling me out?
I'm calling you out.
Oh yeah, Mr. fucking no leash for your droid.
No, but I'm using what argument the people on your side would use. Don't try to twist this against
Oh,
me.
you sure?
Obi-Wan, you're turning the audience against me.
Oh, are you sure?
You're turning
I have
against
said
me.
nothing.
Now you see what I'm doing.
Oh god.
I'm waiting for you to continue that conversation.
God.
Have I done that myself?
Droids are... I don't hate them, but
Oh,
I'm like, they're a normal thing in Star Wars. I'm like, don't be a dick to them. Too much. Like, I'm not someone who's like,
Where do
oh,
you draw the line with too much, mister?
I think it's at the point I'm like, where they're like, we don't fucking allow droids in here. And I'm like, why not? It's not like some of them eat. They're not going to do anything.
Well, that's the problem. They don't eat. They're not patrons.
I'm like, that's not really... I think it's one of those things where it's like, it's not really going to bother me if I go into a
I never understood in cantinas. I could understand if, like, a casino
Yeah.
said no droids. That's like you bringing whatever. I don't know. People can bring in. I don't know what they could bring in a casino to cheat, and that would be relevant to that. But
Yeah.
it would be that.
I don't know why they're like... To me, that's the weird part.
It's just anti-droid sentiment,
I'm like,
which the Clone Wars fed into.
yeah, the Clone Wars did not help that at all.
In fact, it probably took it a few decades back.
Yeah.
Because they were like, oh, these battle droids? Fuck that.
Yep. I'm like, they didn't really choose this, but
In fact,
your public image was certainly not helped by it.
the battle droids that we see later in other shows after the war has ended, they don't want anything to do with this war.
Like, we're done. They're like, nope, we're done. We did this 20 years ago, and it did not work out well for us.
So, but the reason droids is the R4 is also particularly important to that scene in Mando trailer is it shows growth for Din Djarin himself because he hates droids at the start of season 1. He has trauma.
Probably on account of them killing his family and friends.
He has some trauma with it, considering that he was a child during the Clone Wars.
The Clone Wars? Yeah. I would imagine that might leave a poor taste in one's mouth.
Yeah. And then the other thing that people have brought up is Order 66 appearing again and another live action thing because we see that scene with the Jedi at the door.
We can't quit dancing around it.
Look, Dave Filoni, I get it. You love the prequel era. I like the prequel era, although I'm kind of done with Clone Wars. I want pre-episode 1 or in between 1 and 2. I don't need this Clone Wars era. I'm done.
There's only so many times you can watch the Jedi get gunned down before it loses its emotional impact.
Exactly, and that's really what a lot of the conversation has come down to, is that I don't feel sad anymore with Order 66.
I feel indifferent.
I'm kind of actually more angry at the fact that they keep showing it.
So...
Now, the only reason that it could be important is if they don't focus on the death, the sadness of it, but they focus on Grogu being rescued.
Yes.
But you were going to say, though, I'm sorry.
You spoke about, we talked about a little bit about The Last of Us earlier. I have something to say.
Is this going to be a hot take?
No. It's just a little bit spoilery if you haven't played The Last of Us.
Are we
past
keeping
the
it
first
Are we keeping
10
it
minutes?
Okay, so we're keeping it to stuff that's in the first episode.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, as a guy who...
Spoiler warning for The Last of Us, both the show and the movie.
Yes.
I mean, video game. I definitely recommend the show. And I definitely recommend the video game.
Yep.
But definitely recommend the show if you're not a gamer. Watch the first episode. So that's my recommendation there. And my spoiler warning. So if you haven't watched it and you want to check it out, do so. It's on HBO.
About every year, I go through The Last of Us at least once.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, seeing the scene where Sarah is killed in the show, I'm like, ow, this still hurts, but it doesn't hurt as much anymore.
So in that regard, you did it to yourself, though.
Yeah, I did that to myself. I'm like...
Whereas everybody else was like, oh my god, this is still really sad. And then, for you,
I'm
was
like,
just like, oh, I've done this enough that...
Yeah, it still hurts. Because it's like, she didn't do anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh no, this is really unfortunate. However, I'm like, Joel, later on, I'm like, this explains a lot.
Explains his relationship to Ellie.
Yeah.
And explains in the show, anyways, why he beats down that guard.
Yeah. Not fucking happy about things.
He was like, oh, another guard that's acting just like that soldier that told me that if I just did what he said, we'd be fine.
Yep. I do remember first time going through that, I'm like, first time going through the game, I'm like, he's not gonna do it. He wouldn't. Surely human decency will win out over...
In a zombie show? Human decency?
Yeah, I know. Forgive me, I was like 12 at the time.
I mean, even by then, The Walking Dead had been out a few years.
Yeah, but I didn't like The fucking Walking Dead.
Human decency in a zombie.
Now, you know that part of your brain that's like, I should get him right now, but I'm not going to. My brain did that, and I was like, I'm gonna put my faith in humanity in this moment, and it was instantly shattered. And it's like, all right, lesson learned. No more chances for anyone ever.
Which is good because the government in The Last of Us is terrible.
Yeah, and so are the Fireflies. They're not any better.
Yeah.
We've discussed this. They both suck.
Yeah, they're two sides of the same coin. One is just more one is more authoritarianism,
Yeah.
and one is I don't know.
One
the
is a
word.
failure, and so's the other one.
Yeah, they're both bad.
Like, I can't,
One is just more authoritarian,
I'm like,
and
I can't trust you. Because you keep fucking things up. But that's not what we're here to talk
I
about.
mean that was our Last of Us talk in our Star Wars
Yeah.
podcast.
Back to Star Wars.
But yeah, your thoughts on the Order 66 thing?
I understand if people are going to be upset with it again. But at the same time, I'm like, we all know this happened.
'Cause
They're
at this-
going to show it eventually.
I mean, but we've seen it.
Yeah. I think last time it was just a case of really unfortunate timing.
Well, last time was unfortunate timing. But when I say that, I mean like people are just tired because it's just like
We know.
we've seen it in Clone Wars, we've seen it in Episode 3, obviously, because that's where it first shows up. But like I said, we see it in Clone Wars episode in season 7. We see it in Bad Batch.
hmm
We see it in
We see it in Kenobi.
Kenobi, which was the big one. That's the one you
Yeah.
were referencing. We've seen it in Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah.
That's 4 different products alone that are canon sources.
Yep.
All movies or TV shows, and 3 of those are within the same like 2 to 3 year like airing.
Yep.
And then of course the Book of Boba Fett one came out at a terrible time because it was just after a school
Mhm.
shooting.
Yeah. Here's my question. Which do you think I dislike more, droids or Jedi?
I know which one.
I did mean to ask this, and this is Star Wars related.
Yeah.
Do you think the Republic came to rely a bit too much on the Jedi?
Yes. While I like the Jedi, they obviously became a crutch to the Republic, and at the same time, the Jedi relied on the Republic to kind of dole out
Yep.
duties
Okay.
when the Jedi didn't need to. The Jedi could have easily been going out to the Outer Rim doing what they've been doing for generations up until they,
Yep.
like they could have been helping out other systems, whether or not they were part of the Republic.
All right. I just wanted to ask that and get that out of the way.
No.
Because I've been thinking about it a little bit
I mean,
recently.
We've talked about this. I think we agree that one of the failings of the Republic and the Jedi is the lack of separation between church and state.
Yep.
So to speak. I mean, it's the best kind of
This is
way
the best comparison
Yeah.
we've got.
the Republic was becoming corrupt, therefore the Jedi were becoming corrupt.
Yep.
And while I don't necessarily blame people like Yoda and them,
Yeah.
they did become. There was hubris in it.
Yeah.
And that's something that even George says that the hubris is the failing of the Jedi during the prequel era.
There's no way the Sith could be back.
And it's all fucking Ki-Adi-Mundi.
What the fuck do you mean, man? This happened. For a guy who I think is gonna live for another 200 years, maybe you should read a fucking history book with that big brain of yours.
2 brains.
Oh, great. You didn't see this one coming. Fucking
No, he's too busy being the only Jedi who can have sex. Well, get married. A lot of Jedi can have sex. It's just you can't have a relation.
Yeah.
It's that friends with benefits situation.
All right.
Can we remake it? You know how there was that time one year where there were 2 friends with benefits movies that came out around the same time, and one of them was like Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis, and the other was I don't know who was in the other one. Can we have like a Star Wars version of that? But it just stars Ki-Adi-Mundi and all of his 12 wives. Now, the reason for Ki-Adi-Mundi getting married is
Isn't it because
it's
like,
because his race is
they're
like,
about to die out?
yeah, they're an endangered species. Mainly because there are more women than men, and so like the men have to. What a weird way to be like, yes, polygamy in Star Wars.
On account
Which
of
I'm not against polygamy, like in
No.
general, as long as it's healthy. That's the key factor here.
Yep.
Internet, healthy polygamy. But the
it's how they go about it. It's a bit weird.
yeah, it's like we have to justify our polygamy in Star Wars.
Well, I think it's more we have to justify it for a Jedi.
But yeah,
Because at that point in time, you know.
at that point, we didn't even know that Jedi could have sex. Even though
Sorry, I
George has always said, yeah, they could do that. They just can't have attachments.
God. All right. Got a bit off track.
Speaking of Jedi that lack attachments,
What?
I say that very ironically, considering all the attachments he has. He just doesn't let him control him. Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah, that's what we're here to talk about today.
We're here to talk about an Obi-Wan Kenobi comic.
A Jedi's Purpose.
Yeah, which
Where-
is the subtitle they came up with after all the issues came out.
Yep.
Like, the comic was just called Obi-Wan,
Yep.
which was confusing because when this comic was coming out, so was the TV show.
Oh, great. Obi-Wan and Kenobi.
so
We
it's
will
like,
separate the two for two different shows.
but they were both called Obi-Wan, and it's just like, oh, which
No,
Obi-Wan?
I thought the show was called Kenobi.
No, it's called Obi-Wan.
Oh, boy, that's not going to be fucking confusing.
I think it's called Obi-Wan Kenobi. I think it's just like
Oh,
but still, that's very confusing.
yeah.
Because it's like, oh, what are we talking about? Obi-Wan. The show? We already talked
The
about
show
that.
or the comic?
It's like, we already talked about the show. No. We're talking about the comic.
This is another fucking McLeod situation.
McLeod. Which McLeod? Which vintage? The 1400s or the 1500s?
The blonde one?
Okay, so the 1400s.
Okay, yeah.
Actually, I think it's 13 and 14, sorry.
Hmm.
Because I think Duncan says he's 1400s.
Yeah, I guess.
Anyway, so I guess it's 13 and 14 because they're 100
Yep.
years apart. Anyways, so you want the 1300s vintage. That's some good wine. No. Although
Alright.
some people would disagree with me when it comes to the McLeods. Some people would say the 1400s vintage is the best vintage. Mainly because I like Adrian Paul.
Mm.
Which I can see. I think our other host for that show that we haven't developed yet has said that they like the 1400s vintage.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're here to talk Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Spoiler warnings for the Obi-Wan comic.
It's sad.
Yeah. So, do we want to give a little bit of a for the people that might want to check it
Yeah.
out? Would you
Spoiler
recommend?
alert.
Yeah. Would you recommend it?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, we're going to be covering all of it. So, that's your one warning today.
So the premise is very similar to the last comic we reviewed, the Halcyon Legacy,
Mhm.
where it's like main story going on and then a bunch of like
Short
short
stories.
stories about related to the main event.
Mhm.
In this case, it's Obi-Wan is on Tatooine.
Yep.
Waiting out a sandstorm.
Yep.
Meanwhile, reflecting on his life and writing it in his journal,
Yep.
which is something that was introduced in the 2015 Star Wars comic.
All right.
They entered. I'm going to provide a little, because
Well,
a little bit of apocrypha, I guess.
Yep.
Fun facts. The Journal of Obi-Wan Kenobi was originally introduced in the 2015 comic for Star Wars, the mainline comic. During that run, which is canon, it takes place between episodes 4 and 5.
okay.
And in it, Luke finds the journal and he starts reading passages from it, and he reads like 3 different passages. One is the first 2 are like points of Obi-Wan's life on Tatooine,
Yep.
which one of them connects to Luke directly because it's like Obi-Wan and Uncle Owen thing. And then the third one is not about Obi-Wan. It's actually about Yoda
Mm.
because it's a story that Yoda told Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan wrote it in his journal.
Obi-Wan for the first 2 entries. Owen still doesn't fucking like that I'm here, but he's gonna have to deal with it.
Especially since those journal entries take place after the Obi-Wan Kenobi TV show.
Yeah.
So, which in that show they feel like it looks like they found like ground where they're
Yeah.
like, okay, I don't like that you're here, but I'm not gonna like actively hate you.
Yeah, it's like I'm not as mad at you because you killed my
And maybe you can see Luke once or twice.
Yeah.
Not cousin, brother, it's half brother.
half brother,
Well, stepbrother, stepbrother,
stepbrother.
stepbrother.
I'm still mad at you for that, but I'm not as mad as I was.
Which Anakin and Owen's relationship is weird because they never really know each other.
Yeah. Saw him busted up in a wheelchair once.
Well, that's
Or is that a different one?
that's Klieg.
Okay.
That's Owen's dad. The one who frees Shmi.
Yep.
Owen is
Owen's the younger one.
is the Edgerton, Joel Edgerton.
Okay.
But yeah, so sandstorm's going on.
Yeah,
Well,
Obi-Wan's
or
like,
it's approaching, and Obi-Wan's like, all
I
right.
better go and fucking make preparations, I guess.
So he ties up his Eopie, and he goes to make sure that his water is set. That way he can have water. And then he goes into the basement of his house to go write in his journal.
Yep.
And the first issue is his childhood.
Yeah, him as a youngling on Coruscant.
And my best guess is this has to take place. So this has to take place before Padawan,
Yeah.
because this is before he's chosen by Qui-Gon.
Mm-hmm.
This is when he's still a youngling, and he runs into one of his friends, and because he sneaks out of the temple, because he finds out that his friend snuck out,
Yeah, and he's like, hey, what's going on?
and they're all about to get ready for the gathering, not the Highlander kind. In the Star Wars kind, where they're getting ready to get their crystals for their lightsabers, because as a youngling, they go to the gathering, which is the younglings all go to Ilum and get their lightsaber crystals. Although I guess it's also like Highlander because they can die in the process.
I'm trying super hard not to laugh at
At the idea of younglings fighting to the death, Highlander style.
It shouldn't be so funny. It's so dumb.
But
Because I
yeah,
know that's not what it is. I mean, it is very important, though. Like, as a
yeah.
Jedi Padawan.
But anyway, so Obi-Wan's friend Garen is like, nah, I'm not fit to be a Jedi. And
Also, my dad, I keep getting visions of, like, my dad being tortured.
so I'm going to go look into that, and I'm leaving the Jedi Order. Bye.
What? Wait. No, don't do that.
And she literally jumps off the temple.
I swear to God. People in Coruscant just like to jump off of buildings.
Speaking of, Obi-Wan also does it to follow her without shoes, whereas at least she was fully dressed.
Like,
Obi-Wan's
she
like in
was
his
ready to
jammies.
leave. Obi-Wan in his fucking PJs.
He's in his jammies going, you know what? I'll follow.
Yep.
Once again, going back to my earlier joke,
Mm.
he has attachments.
Oh yeah, he does.
Thing is, though, he can let them go. That's what makes him a better Jedi. But yeah, so he manages to track her down into like the worst parts of
Why did you go to Crime Alley?
so yeah, he finds these criminals who surround him and are like, "Hey, what you got on you?" Nothing.
It's like, I have nothing.
Well, we'll still kind
We're
of
gonna beat you,
yeah,
I guess.
because you're still like a Jedi who thinks that you can take us on. Because Obi-Wan gets into like fighting position.
Yeah. He tries a mind trick first, and he does pretty well until one of the friends shakes him out of it and is like, no,
That's a mind trick, you dummy.
we know what this is. We live on
Coruscant.
Coruscant.
Speaking of going back to Mando season 3, lot post episode 6 Coruscant.
Oh boy.
Did you notice that in the
Yeah,
trailer?
I did. I didn't think about it.
Because we haven't seen post episode, like visually, we haven't seen post episode 6 Coruscant.
We know it exists.
And we've read it because it's in Aftermath novels. I've read it anyways. He hasn't gone to Aftermath novels yet. But it exists, and it's a thing. I'm curious
as to how.
how that would reflect with Imperials there still, because in Aftermath, oh boy, after the second Death Star gets destroyed,
They are mad.
there's some riots.
Oh yeah, the death of a major political leader caused a riot on a world where they're liked.
Yeah, some statues got knocked over, some people died.
Hmm.
It was a thing.
A bit of a mess.
But yeah, so anyways, he runs into the
Yep.
leader of these like this group of
Yeah.
ne'er-do-wells.
And he holds his own for a bit.
Well, he's not fighting them because she shows
Well-
up and is like, "Hey, your friend gave me this necklace here that's useful as
Yep.
payment, and I'm gonna use it to, you know."
Oh, yeah. And she's like, all right, yeah, I'll take y'all off Coruscant. Gladly.
Yeah, because basically Garen is asking to be smuggled off.
Yeah.
And Obi-Wan's like, "Well, I guess if you're gonna be smuggled off, I'll go with you." Turns out they're not being smuggled off.
No.
They're
like-
they're just being kidnapped and taken to like. Well, they are being smuggled off, but not to where she wanted to
Yeah.
go.
It's like, all right, plans changed.
You're now gonna be child labor.
Yep. Before, it was just, this necklace was just payment enough to smuggle you off because I thought you were just some random street rat.
But after witnessing your buddy
But
fight
now-
Mike men,
Now I know that you're two force-sensitive children.
you know how much somebody pays for that? So
Yeah.
obviously that does not go well for
No.
them. They manage to break free and escape. They don't really fight. They just run
They
away.
just run away because they have guns
Um,
and we are children. We might have the force, but it's a bit much.
and once again, Obi-Wan's like, "Hey, so back to the temple?" And Garen's like, "No,
Nah.
I appreciate you helping, but..."
I'm gonna go look for my dad.
And Obi-Wan's like, "Okay, well, I guess we're on different paths then."
Bye.
Like, he's sad, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, and so he approaches back to the Jedi Temple where Yoda is waiting because
Yoda just,
Yoda knows all.
yep.
And
He was
Yoda's like, "Okay, she left, huh?" And he's like, "Yeah, I tried to get her, but she didn't want to stay." And he's like, "Yeah, that's fine. It happens.
it happens sometimes.
But also, because you snuck out, here you go, cleaning duties."
He's like, think about how you're gonna have to handle yourself now.
Because you can't use her as a crutch.
Yep.
Because in a way, Obi-Wan was using her as like,
Yeah.
He was projecting because he was like, "Aren't you afraid to leave and all that?" And it's like, no, she's not. She's ready to leave. You're the one that's afraid.
Yeah.
You're the one with the fear. And that's kind of the lesson Yoda's passing is like, "Hey, you're the one that's scared." But he's not saying that. He's just like, "I'll let you figure out that lesson on your own."
You're scared because you're alone now. And you're worried that without your friend, you're not going to be able to do stuff.
Well, even deeper than that, you're worried that without the Jedi, you wouldn't be who you are.
Okay, that's not how I read that. Because I
I
tend
think
to
that
take
is.
things-
I think that is something though. That's a deeper lesson for Obi-Wan. Like as we've looked over Obi-Wan's life, that's a very much. I think Obi-Wan, especially in the present, like I think he's overcome that fear, but it is a fear that he's had,
Yep.
which is like, who am I if I'm not a Jedi? And I think, while this comic doesn't outright say that's the lesson, I do think overall throughout the entire series, once we get through all 5 issues, and on top of that, the TV show and anything else involving Obi-Wan, that's kind of become a lesson for people that happen to know Obi-Wan as a character. That's more of a bonus lesson, I think, if
Yeah.
anything. That's not a, in this comic strictly. That's a, I'm reading into this because I know Obi-Wan, I guess. I guess that's more of a my specific reading because of that. That's obviously not a reading everybody will pick.
Yeah.
Second issue, more of, oh boy,
God, I sure hope this sandstorm
Yeah, this-
goes well for me.
it's getting stronger.
However,
And he's thinking back also on his time against Darth Maul from Rebels,
he's like,
which
man.
that is not how that happened. Their lightsabers never touched.
no, they do. Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. I thought he did the dun, dun, and then he just did like Samurai Cut, if I remember correctly. I guess.
So is Maul swings once with that side that
Mhm.
he blocks. He swings again with the other one.
It's been a while.
Then he goes for the same trick on Qui-Gon, and Obi-Wan just cuts it in
That's
half.
right. That's right. It's been a minute since I watched that episode of
Yeah.
I-
And
Twin Sons. Is a good episode though.
Mhm. Obi-Wan's thinking like, man, every Sith Lord I've fought has really just been very, very sad.
Yeah, because he's just like, man, because he's like Darth Maul. I feel bad for because like Maul wasn't deep down a terrible person. He just he went down the wrong path.
Yeah, it's like
He's
his
like,
choices brought him here,
yeah,
and I understand
still his-
how they got here.
and it's still his choices that he had to make, which does make him bad in that extent. But at the end of it, when he was dying, I realized like I could see the sadness and the fear in him
Hmm.
as he died. Once again, that type of he uses dread and horror rather than fear, but once again, fear being a common theme in these comics. Speaking of fear, the short story.
Returning to the past.
We go back to the past, this time a few years ahead. I think so. At this point, we're closer to episode 1.
Yep.
We are past even Master and Apprentice, I would argue, because Obi-Wan looks about the same age as he is in episode 1, whereas Master and Apprentice, he's a little bit closer to 16.
Yeah.
Whereas
Obi-Wan-
by episode 1, he's like 17, 18.
Yep. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon are having a conversation, and Obi-Wan's like, this is some bullshit. This planet shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, because it's I forget what it's specifically doing. It's just the way that it's interacting with spaceships and
Yeah. And how light isn't working
yeah, light's not working. Like to the fact
the way it should be.
yeah, to the fact that they have to put on some night vision macro binoculars to kind of see where they're going as they land on this rainy
Yep.
planet, and
Qui-Gon's like, hey, don't fucking worry about how the light is working right now. It's not important. It's not why we're here.
one of those moments of keep your mind on the task at hand. You know,
Yeah.
the keep your mind on the present. That's it.
Yep.
But I should be mindful of the future, not at the cost of the moment.
Yep.
So
Obi-Wan is trying to figure out throughout this entire comic, he's like, why is it so goddamn dark in here?
in fact, their lightsabers are even dimmer.
Yeah.
They do find some blood once they
Yeah.
enter this like facility.
This is a lot of blood.
Because they're here because they got a distress call.
Yeah.
There was a distress call that went out, and they're like, okay, one, it's weird that this planet even had a distress call because like for the most part we didn't know that like there was much going on here.
Yeah. They're like, this is normal.
Um,
It's kind of backwater. Nothing really happens here.
it's just a minor outpost.
Yeah.
Turns out that minor outpost is all gone.
Yep.
They find the guy who was cut up.
Find a guy who's bleeding out.
Yeah, and so he's just like, "Hey, I'm dying.
Yep.
Help me." Also, crazy gone mad. Something happened here.
This one of the workers just fucking lost it.
So Qui-Gon's looking for power, while he sends Obi-Wan to go look for some Qui-Gon's trying to turn it on, and he's like, "I can't get it on. Can you go find the auxiliary powers?"
Yeah.
And so,
Everyone's like, all right, I'll go.
but before they can, there's a noise.
Roar.
Yeah, and somebody else crying for help. So they
All right. Sabers out. Let's go.
Yep. So they go down these stairs further into the basement where they follow the voice that's calling for help, only to find some sort of monster.
Yep.
Drenched in blood.
We sure don't know what that looks like.
Yeah, I mean, you say werewolf,
You call a spade a spade.
I say just monster. But yeah, so they get into this fight
Yep.
with it.
It is fucking them up.
Yeah, it kicks Obi-Wan's ass.
He's like, okay,
So
night vision's not working.
So he does the Jedi thing of taking off the night vision goggles, closing his eyes, and just following the Force, which then allows him to kick the creature's butt.
Yep.
And just as just as he does, one of the other workers at the mines is like, explains that he's
the-
a thief from one of the other mines nearby.
yeah, the man they found all cut up, and it's like, hey, he's not supposed to be here. He tried to rob us,
Yeah.
and they cut off the power because they had to do some dumb bullshit.
Yeah, because once they get deeper into the mines, they find out that they have like these essentially blood diamonds.
Yeah,
I mean, where they're like, yeah, this is what we're fighting over. And Qui-Gon's like, God damn it.
why is everywhere in this fucking place corrupt?
Yeah. And,
Could I just go to one planet without some bullshit?
and so they find like the one of the foremans.
Yeah.
And he explains what's going on. He's like, our power's been cut off. We had some thieves come in. They murdered 6 of my guys. And now they're hiding out. And they're all like wolf-like creatures.
There's a fundamental misunderstanding.
Oh yeah, Obi-Wan calls it that, and then
There's a wolf-like creature fucking people up.
oh yeah, but they're not. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, one of them
Yeah.
There's a wolf. Sorry.
And he goes, wait a minute. You mean that's one of my workers?
Oh yeah, that's one of his guys. That's
And
right.
he's like,
A
they-
devil, which is not a werewolf, that is actually an alien species
yeah.
in Star
I'm like,
Wars.
let's face facts. This is a werewolf story in Star Wars.
Leave the devils alone.
They're not bad.
That sounds
like this
that
one
sounds
isn't
spacist.
his. Okay, pal.
You're saying that all devils are werewolves?
No, this is
Are you saying we should be afraid of the devils?
no. This is the
Just because they
real-world
look like-
comparison I am making.
Just because they look like wolves, we should be afraid of them.
No, I think you should be concerned for their health, considering they're affected by literally dim light.
Yeah, they absorb visible light. Yeah.
Yeah, they can also turn invisible.
Leave the devils alone.
And
That sounds.
unfortunately, these thieves snuck into the wrong facility with the wrong time and the wrong people.
Because there's some radiation.
Yep, and it's really what's causing the problem
Yeah.
of them being fucked up.
And so
They do
Rosak,
deserve it, though.
so Rosak shows up, the devil, and kills the foreman,
That's not.
or the guy that was telling.
Hmm.
He's like a
The
boss
foreman
man.
is the Gand.
Yeah, he cuts him. Look, right there.
Oh,
Yeah, he does.
Never mind.
He
I
does
was
kill the foreman. I'm looking right at it.
Never mind. I thought he was killing the guy that's right next to it.
No, he killed yeah. Oh no, he didn't kill him. Obi-Wan manages to pull him
Yeah.
apart at the last second,
Like-
but he's about to.
He gets very close.
He grabbed him by the throat, man.
Yeah.
But Obi-Wan managed to save the foreman at the last second.
And they're like,
And-
okay.
And so now they're like, all right, time to figure out how to deal with this. And they like Qui-Gon is playing riddles with Obi-Wan because he's trying to train him.
He's trying to give him a lesson in the middle of this scenario.
And so they manage to figure out that they can use the accelerite, the fuel rods, which are like the crystals and
Yep.
all that they've been mining, and they can use that to their advantage to kind of like essentially
you want me
overpower the facility.
You want me to put this into like your nuclear power? And they all collectively went, yes.
So they basically are like, we're gonna overpower the facility, basically overclock it,
Yep.
and put so much light and power that it just undoes what's going on.
Yeah.
And it works.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan has to stand in the middle of it, and he loses his eyesight for
For a
few
while.
weeks, but he'll be fine.
Yep.
And
And the devil comes out and apologizes. He's like, I'm sorry that I went on a rampage.
sorry, I almost killed you.
Yeah. And this is my issue with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I assume Adefals are a common enough species. And this isn't really his fault. I don't blame him for this. But I'm like, and clearly the crew didn't know going in. And he apologizes for it. I'm like, this is one of those times where it's like, it's not your fault, man. You really don't need to apologize for this.
Which they do basically tell him that.
Yeah.
He's like, but I still killed people.
It's
And they're like,
Yeah. They did do it to themselves, though.
For the most part, the only people you killed were the thieves.
Yeah. I mean, you fucked me up, but you didn't kill me.
Yeah. And so, what were you gonna say though, or were you gonna add to that, or was that it?
No, that was it.
Oh, okay.
That was like my one issue with it is it's like this one really is not your fault, man.
Yeah. And so that's the end of issue
Yep.
2, and we hit issue 3 with the storm upon us.
Yep.
It's here.
The storm has descended.
And at this point, Obi-Wan is thinking back now on the Clone Wars because he's starting to wonder if he should intervene again.
Should I get involved in this one?
Because at this point, we're hitting close to,
Yeah.
like, we're getting to a point where the Rebel Alliance is a thing.
Yeah.
And, like, obviously war is not upon us yet because it's not really upon us until Rogue
Yeah.
One.
It's on the horizon at the moment.
Like
Like
everybody
you can
knows it's
see
coming.
Everyone knows it's gonna happen.
But the question is when.
When? Yeah.
It's who's going to be the first to do the big shot.
What will be the thing that kicks this off in full swing?
And honestly, you could probably say it starts in Rebels, actually, with, like, when the Rebel Alliance is officially formed, and they're like, all right, we're one big unit now. But I think you could also wait until, say, Rogue One, because that's the first big conflict between
Yeah.
the full Rebel Alliance and the Empire.
Like the first open scale.
Yeah, with the Battle of Scarif.
Yep.
But once again, Obi-Wan's thinking on this, and he's like, is the
should
Jedi's purpose to be involved? Because the last time we were involved, it did not go
Did
well.
not go well.
In fact, we were used. We were puppets.
Yeah. And he's thinking, let me think about the worst time of the worst battle I ever had.
Yeah, so, like...
Before there were incidents on, like, other planets where other battles where it was really bad, Grievous showed up and fucked up our guys.
So there was actually one battle in particular, though, that will always affect him,
Yeah.
and it's the Battle of Abrion.
Abrion Bridge.
Yeah, Abrion Bridge. Which, this feels like the most, like, World War II, like,
Yeah.
war story ever, where it's like, war is not glorified whatsoever
No.
in this particular short. So he's in a meeting with our boy Admiral
Yularen.
Yularen, yeah, Admiral Yularen.
And he's going and he's like, they're discussing tactically. They're like, no matter what we do, it's gonna be fucking bad.
It's gonna be a
for us.
bloodbath. Yeah,
They're like, we can't
go straight down it.
because that's not gonna go well,
We can't really go around it.
and we can't hit it from above either. And there's no going under it either.
And so they're partnered up with some, like, basically some separatists on Abrion that work with the that are working with the Republic. So separatists within the culture of Abrion,
Yep.
because they're like, I don't like the government and that they're going with the CIS.
Mhm.
And so he's like, his name is Commander McKadrix, and he's like, hey, Obi-Wan, you, me, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna figure out a way to get that
Yep.
bridge. And basically, it does come down to, okay, we are gonna have to just go
We're
down
just
it.
going to have to go through it because we don't have any other options.
So, full on, like,
It
once
is-
again, World War II, like, it is dark, storm, and it's very much beaches of Normandy. They're on, like, instead of on boats, though, they're in their landing crafts.
To put it
flying.
mildly, almost everything that could go wrong does go wrong.
Yeah, pretty much all the landing crafts except 2 get shot out of the sky, and even then, like, they still get shot out after after our main characters get off of them.
Yeah.
And so, like, and this is one of the early battles with Obi-Wan and Cody
Yeah.
too, so they're still forming their bond, and, like, this whole situation goes down,
Yeah.
and
Also, there's
Iwo
this-
Jima style, they have, like, a flag that they're like carrying throughout, and they help the flag waver make it through.
also there's this young fucking punk.
Oh yeah, the general's a lieutenant
who
or commander. It's Lieutenant
Yeah.
Oron.
who keeps pushing forward, but is taking considerable losses, even more so than Obi-Wan and the clones, because he's trying to rush it.
Mm-hmm.
And he is making progress, but not.
Yeah.
It's still bad.
Unfortunately, things don't go well for Oron because while he and the commander were making like lightheartedness of it and kind of going, "Hey, who's gonna get there first?"
Yep.
Lieutenant does not make it.
No.
He
does not.
dead. He gets blown up. And in fact, this goes so poorly that they do end up having to. I think they give up the bridge.
They succeed in their objective, which is to get important plans, because if they don't get them, then the Republic ships will stop working because
Mhm.
they built a really big gun that disables ships with those plans.
Yeah, so they managed to just barely get that.
They get that and they're like, wait, where's our friends
what-
who are supposed to be on the other side of the bridge?
Which actually, by then, they had already surrendered the bridge. They were already like, we got to pull back. The only reason that they didn't was so that way they could finish that objective.
Yep.
Like, people were already starting to pull back. It was just Obi-Wan, Cody, and the flag bearer that
Yeah.
stayed while Commander Kedrix was getting his men pulled back along with the other clones.
Yep.
And then the flag bearer dies.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan fights an IG-88 droid, that IG droid that shows up.
God damn it.
But thankfully, before it can kill Obi-Wan, who is like, he might have actually died to this droid
Yep.
because of how bad this battle went. Kedrix thankfully showed up and is like, hey, I'm here to help.
Yep.
And so, yeah, so then they pull away, and Obi-Wan, of course, is like, God damn, war is hell. Like, this is his
Just
war is hell
having a-
moment.
Like, fuck this.
Like, the light still won, but damn.
I hate this so much.
So, with the storm getting even more
Yeah.
heavy, which we're in issue 4 now,
Mm-hmm.
we get in a way, a part 2
Yes.
to that story.
A continuation.
The Clone Wars is still going on. We get some more like reflection on like the relationship between Obi-Wan and Anakin at this point.
Yeah.
Even some mention of, oh, we've gone through a lot. We've even like they show Ventress
Yeah.
to
They're
show
like,
off
we
like
fought Ventress
he doesn't
a
say it,
couple
but
of
like
times.
he doesn't say it, but he's like, yeah, we've gone through a lot. We're brothers now. Like we were more father and son, but now we're brothers at this point. And Yularen is tired of Anakin shenanigans by this point.
fucker
And-
never goes and follows orders.
Sorry, McKeedrix. I kept saying Keydrix. I kept shorting it. But Yularen is like, hey, so about your buddy McKeedrix from
We
at this point a couple years ago, because like that first battle was like the beginning of the war.
really early in the war.
Now we're like near the end of the war, so it's like 2 years ago essentially.
Yeah. It's
Um,
like, hey, your former comrade is wiling out.
He's in fact basically leading a cult at this
Yeah.
point.
He's gone full cult leader.
He says rogue, but like they talk about it, and he's like, "We heard something about the Death Wind," and Anakin's like, "Oh, you mean that spice trade corridor?" Because of course Anakin would know that. And he's like, "No,
No, I mean the gang.
the execution squad specifically."
The
like,
what?
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's these people that will just ambush separatist, high-ranking people and
Yeah.
just gun them down, whether or
Yeah,
not
they-
they're like,
They do that to Republic people too.
yeah.
They're like, yeah, there's
Like
this-
originally it was just separatists, but then it became like, oh, now he's just aiming for any
any
high-ranking.
high-ranking official from either side.
Yeah, like it's gotten bad where like he'll just gun them down because he claims he doesn't want the war to continue, but he's doing this as like his act of proving that.
Yeah.
And it's just like it's become a problem. And Obi-Wan's like, why is he killing indiscriminately?
That doesn't make sense. That's not who I saw that day.
And Yularen's just like, I think the war just broke him because, like I said, this is basically McKeedrix's way of acting out about the war. Because by this point in the war,
People are done.
civilians specific, it's very
Like a lot of people are done.
while Return of the Jedi is the film where George tries to analog the U.S. and the Vietnam War.
Mhm.
I feel like the Clone Wars show is even closer representation of that, of just like the exhaustion of
Yeah.
people when it came to how like the war was going, like, and like military perspective versus everyday person perspective, where like the military was like, yeah, hell yeah, we got to be there and do this for freedom, and everyday man was just like, do we though?
It's a case of like understanding it from one angle and then seeing it from another.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, why are we here?
And so, yeah. Oh man, that one panel
Where-
of McKeedrick's just covered in blood. That just gets the point across.
Yeah.
Of, like-
I'm like, that's a crazy person.
So like, apparently Abrion Bridge was the breaking. Like,
Yeah.
he didn't. Like, he did a couple more battles after that, but Abrion Bridge did some damage to him.
Yeah.
And so, because Obi-Wan is the closest to him that the Republic has their hands on, they're just
They're
like, hey,
we're sending you.
yeah, we're sending you.
I
and we're-
need you to go kill him.
and we're gonna send Anakin with you.
Yep.
And Obi-Wan's like, okay, I guess I'll kill him. And Anakin, strangely enough,
He's like, whoa,
Of-
whoa there.
of all the characters, he is strangely enough the one that's like, wait a minute.
Is this is Anakin and Obi-Wan's like me drawing a line at cutting someone down in an ICU.
Yeah, it's very strange that of all the people, Anakin's like, wait a minute,
Whoa,
hold
whoa,
on,
whoa, whoa.
because usually he's
Just
gung ho.
like, just fucking get him.
Yeah,
But it's like, no,
Anakin's
that's
like,
not the Jedi way.
and also he was your friend,
He-
like or comrade. He
Yeah.
was, like he was your brother in arms. Like, we should at least try talking to him
Yep.
first.
Also, this bit right here, I'm like,
Oh, where the clones are just hanging out, like the armor.
oh yeah, hanging out's one way to describe it.
I was gonna say hanging out on the like. It's very much, without showing it, it's very much like that scene in Pirates of the Caribbean
Mm.
where they like when Jack Sparrow's at the beginning when he's
The fucking gallows.
with the gallows and he just takes off his hat. It's that. It's essentially that with clones.
Fortunately, there's no one in there.
Yeah.
However, it's not a very.
Anakin is still like,
I
those
don't like this.
they're probably still dead. Because Anakin's like, I wonder what happened to the men that were in that armor.
I do like this page right here.
Oh yeah. So with Obi-Wan thinking back on
Yeah.
other people he's had to
It's like,
kill. Because at the time he believed he killed him.
Yep.
Because this is, I think, probably before. Because they don't reference him coming back, so it has to be before he realizes Maul came back. And
like he's thinking, man.
into the mic, please.
He's thinking, man, I sure did kill a lot of people since this war started.
And even before then, I killed
Yeah.
that Sith Lord Maul. I cleaved him in two after he killed my master.
Master Qui-Gon died before my eyes, and then I cleaved Maul in two, and then the war began.
Which is like, which is even sadder because Obi-Wan's like, man, I wished Anakin didn't have to go through this.
Yeah, he's like, I really wish I didn't have to put Anakin through this.
And so,
They continue on.
yeah, so they find more dead clones. One of them just face down in the river that they've been traveling down.
And they're like, fuck.
And Anakin is like determined to bring him in alive. He's like, we're gonna get him. We're gonna bring him in with binders, alive.
Mm-hmm.
And Obi-Wan's just like, I hope you're right.
Obi-Wan's like, yeah, let's hope so.
But yeah. And so they read this sign that's like they find this temple essentially that
Yeah.
that McKeedrix has made his like fort.
Yep.
And outside they put a sign and it says, "Into the night I go, sent there by the winds of death and all who feed its currents."
And I'm like, great.
And then they get jumped by these boys in the river.
Let's be for real. If they had wanted to, they could have taken them out right then and there.
Yeah, so once again, Obi-Wan is trying to lean into what Anakin wants, which is, okay, we're gonna talk about this. We'll be reasonable. In fact, they even give their lightsabers over. They're like, here you go. We're here to talk.
And they're like, oh, all right, yeah, we'll let you talk to the boss.
I mean, very sinisterly, but yes, because the follow does not look kind.
He doesn't. No, they don't.
He looks like follow.
He looks fucking like a lunatic.
Yeah. And so like
And Obi-Wan's thinking, God damn, this place is like dripping with
with
evil
dark,
juice.
yeah, like I feel the dark side on this place.
it's not
very-
gonna be easy at all.
Apparently, this was like, according to the what Obi-Wan's thinking about, this was apparently one of the big fighting positions in the Jedi Sith War.
There's like
It was a Sith stronghold.
there's dark side all over this place. I don't think I can talk him out of this one, but I'm gonna try.
Yeah, because he says specifically in his inner monologue, the outpost was built from the ruins of an ancient temple dating back a millennium. A few wrecked runic markings told me this place had once belonged to the Sith. This would have been a dark side stronghold during the Jedi Sith War. So, yeah, no, McKeedrix picked a terrible place
Yeah.
to make his stronghold, mainly because whether you are a Force user or not,
It can still affect you.
yes. Especially the dark side, because
Yeah.
it's a drug. It's very much like you are in its presence, and you are going to end up taking the drug whether you want to or not. And we've come upon McKeedrix, who is like full blown like Conan the Barbarianing.
Mhm.
Like he's got like barely any armor with like some pieces like here and there.
Yep.
He's got like a little strap, and then like a bandolier strap, and then like a sword, like straight up just a sword.
Yep.
It's a really cool shot, actually.
It is. However, it's one of those like narrative cues of this is not a good thing.
No, like this is telling us that Obi-Wan is probably like right that this is not going to go the
Yeah.
way that we probably wanted to.
And then they have a bit of a dialogue about whether he's
Light and dark side,
light and dark, and he's like, does life really matter, have any meaning? We're just going to have to kill and
everything
die.
ends with death.
Yeah. And he at one point fully stops and explains, oh yeah, by the way, this sword is made out of clone trooper bones. And I'm like,
And then like
we're not taking this one back. This is my thought at the time. I'm like, we're not taking this one back
And
alive.
I think it becomes even clearer to Anakin that they're not once like Obi-Wan asks, "Hey, what were the names of the clones that you took the bones from?" And McKeedrix does the very dark side thing, at least in the Clone Wars, because we've noticed that dark side or people that are more along the dark side alignment, whether they're Force users or not, tend to not see the clones as people.
He's like,
And he says, like, nah, they don't have names, just numbers and letters.
it's very,
Off an assembly line.
he's like, we didn't give them those numbers.
Yeah, he's like, they have names.
They have, like, he's like, the Republic gave them those numbers, and Obi-Wan's like, yeah, but individually they have names.
Yeah, and he was like, there was Arrow, which was the flag bearer who died.
Yep.
And then there was Cody, who served with us. And once again, Obi-Wan's like, give us the name of the clone that died to do that. And McKeedric's like, no, I ain't playing these riddles game, and names don't have meaning anymore. Because, like, even he's kind of shedded away his name.
Yeah,
Like-
names don't have meaning. There's no purpose in a name.
And
Who cares?
so, like,
Die.
yeah, like, Obi-Wan attempts, and finally, like, McKeedrix is just like, nope, I'm killing you. And
Obi-Wan, I think, is like, I'm
I'm not gonna,
not even gonna try.
because he knows that Anakin's gonna just, I think he knows, I think that's part of why he doesn't, but I think it's also to prove his point, because I am curious if Anakin didn't intervene, if McKeedrix would have stopped himself. And I
don't
think that,
he
I don't
would
know
have.
if that's what Obi-Wan was counting on, though.
I think that's what he's like, well, it's either gonna work or it isn't, in which case I will be dead.
Yeah, and if it doesn't work and I die, then hopefully I sacrifice myself to get that message still. Because even if he dies, he's counting on McKeedrix to come to the light once that happens.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
But Anakin is not about taking that chance.
Anakin is like, nope, stab in the gut. He even grabs the sword out of his hand. And of course, he apologizes immediately. And Obi-Wan's like, no,
No,
you're fine.
you're fine. This had to be done.
And even
I don't. Neither of them like it, but they're like, this is one of those things that has to be done sometimes.
and it turns out, McKeedrix wanted to die. Because once Anakin stabs him, he's like, "I'm sorry, I tricked you into doing that. It was the only way I could go back." And then he dies.
Like, it's all over now.
And Obi-Wan's just like, "Yep, he's home now." And unfortunately, that didn't affect Anakin well.
No.
All right, so we finally hit the last story, which
Yeah.
is now just in the present.
The morning after.
Yeah, it's the morning after the sandstorm, and so it turns out this Imperial official sends out one of his men to get, well, I think it's to get the rations for the, or whatever. What was it specifically? I'm looking through.
I think you're right. And that's rations.
Oh yeah, some rations went missing because during the storm somebody stole some rations, and
Yeah.
they think it's the Tuscans stole them.
Yeah, and my initial thought upon seeing this is like, okay, you're jumping to so many conclusions here.
Well, Imperials and racism.
Yeah. I'm like, you couldn't do some basic deductive reasoning.
But anyways, he sends out the this commander and some of his stormtroopers, and is like, "Hey, go to the nearest Tuscan village because we know where they are, and
Yeah.
just kill them
Kill
all."
'em all. And
And he like,
the commander is like, wait a minute, hold on. That's not a good idea.
and he once
like-
again proving the point that the bad guys don't use names. He, instead of saying the commander's number, calls him JM909, and it's like, "You got a problem with my order?"
It's like, no, it's just if we do this,
It might get worse.
it might get worse, and some other clans may join in and attack us. I'm like, this is one of those times where I think a little bit of practicality in the Imperial Command would save you a lot of paperwork.
Unfortunately, I know I'm about to get a little political
No,
here.
go on.
Much like our military industrialization
Yeah.
system, they don't like when our soldiers have free thoughts and which we're one of the few militaries that act that way, where it's like we actually did, like if somebody disobeys a command but still gets the goal accomplished, we still punish them.
No, that's not what we fucking told you to do, is it?
Like, it's weird that we're one of the few countries that do that, but
Mm.
but yeah, basically under essentially threat of court martial.
It's like, fine, I'll go handle it.
Like, and beyond that, honestly, beyond court martial, because he threatens hard labor. He's like, "I'll sell you into hard labor if you don't do this."
If you do not do your job, not only will I court-martial you, I will sell you into slavery.
Essentially, like, he doesn't say that. He just says, "or hard labor," and in Imperial terms,
Yeah.
we can,
Here's my question, right?
yeah.
So this happens on Tatooine. I assume it's because the Empire has a station here.
Yes, because the way... Are you about to ask how, like, the Hutts and the Imperials kind
Yeah.
of coexist?
Like, I know that they do work together sometimes.
Yeah, because we've seen the relationship between the Empire and the Hutts. Unfortunately, it didn't end well for the Hutts later on.
No,
But, like, during this time, they're coexisting
I'm like,
efficiently.
why would you do this? This seems like something that would get Mr. Crime Boss involved.
I don't think he minds if a few Tuscan dies.
Oh yeah.
Because Jabba also is
Jabba
annoyed
does
by,
not
with the
care
Tuscans. Like, they don't care about... Nobody cares about the Tuscans until,
Yeah.
like, Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah.
When it comes to, like, everyday... Well, that's not true. Mandalorian, Din Djarin cares, but outside of that...
Yeah, it's pretty rare.
Uh,
Because most of the times they're seen as an obstacle to like daily life on Tatooine. I'm like,
no, you're stealing their water.
come on, man. They were minding their own business.
You came to their planet. I mean, I'm joking with how I'm saying it, but that's
Yeah,
essentially the
that is
facts.
what
That's how the Tuscans view
that's
it.
how the Tuscans view it.
They're like, we lived here first. This is our water that our gods gave us. And now you motherfuckers are coming in stealing our water. And then when we try to take our water back, you guys shoot us.
It's like we're just fucking moisture farming. We're not hoovering up your whatever.
But that is how that works, though. Like, the moisture farming is taking up the water of the planet.
Yeah, but not
Because
from
we
the
already talked
same-
about this a few weeks ago. There's not a lot of water to go around.
Not from this. Whatever. Who cares?
What, only 7%?
No, it's less than 7%.
That's right.
We said 1%.
We said it was 7. Like, at first, I remember 7 being a number that was brought up. I think you said, I thought initially it was about maybe 7%. No, it's less than that.
It's 1%. There is no fucking surface water here.
Yeah.
And they get, and it's like, I'm like, this is a dumb plan at every level.
Yeah. But anyway, so
They're like, "All right,
stormtroopers
we're
go
gonna-"
out to go boom, so to blast some
and
Tuskens. And-
Jim has some reservations about
Are
this.
we just calling him Jim for now?
Well, that's what he's going to be named later.
yeah.
But also, that is kind of what his Imperial code
Well,
numbers.
it's JM.
Yeah, Jim.
I could say it's Jam if we're gonna make up letters in the middle of the
Just Jim.
Jam.
Jim Jim.
Jim.
Jim Jim Jim.
Jim.
Jim 9.
909.
And so they go and they're like, well,
Okay, so they go where they think they find some, and they start blasting. They kill the mastiffs, which are basically like killing their dogs.
show up and kill a dog.
It's basically like killing.
why?
Yeah, it's basically like killing their dogs because, like, we see in Mandalorian, you haven't seen, but for people who have seen Mandalorian season 1 and 2, they're basically dogs.
No, we see one in Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah, that's
as
right.
well.
Yeah, they're basically just dogs.
I'm like, fuck, man.
They're scaly dogs.
I'm like, the dog too?
And like, well, they don't stop there because don't they shoot the banthas too? Or no,
No, not in this one.
But they shoot what they think are the villagers, only to turn out no, the Tuskens are smarter than that.
Yeah, they're like, haha.
Surprise attack! They've managed to get them. They bowled them in.
Yep.
Because they got them into like this valley where they thought that the Tuskens had villaged up, which it was where their village was.
Yes.
But they had already evacuated
Yep,
essentially.
They had set up a little scarecrow.
And so, yeah. So the troopers shot at the scarecrow, only to then get surrounded and shot at by the
Yep.
Tuskens, who were outside the bowl. And Jimboree gets knocked out.
He got lucky as hell.
Yeah, that's all he gets. He gets knocked out. That's actually very, that once again showing that the Tuskens have some.
They would have killed him.
They have some
but
compassion.
they left him because they thought he was dead.
Yeah. No.
No, let's not paint colors. This is what happened.
No, I'm
They
giving.
fully try to kill him.
Yeah, no, because they crack his helmet. Like there's that crack right there.
Yeah.
Back of the. Although his helmet looks fine in that panel, but like
Yeah, but that's not the back of his helmet.
actually that's a different trooper because he doesn't have
Oh.
the Commander Pauldron.
Oh yeah, that is a different guy. They were going for the kill.
Nah,
But that's not.
If they were going for the kill, you double tap. You make sure that's dead.
Oh yeah. You know who else should? No, I'm not gonna make that joke, because that is uncalled for.
You know who else should have double tapped?
Mm.
That soldier in The Last of Us.
I don't think that's an option for him.
He should have gone faster.
Go faster.
Bro was like, I shot your kid, but now I'm going to leave you standing there.
You're missing a very important part of
No,
that
I
scene.
know. I know.
But
Tommy comes in to save the day.
Yeah. Obi-Wan is looking and he's like, yep. That's a thing that happened here on Tatooine because no one cares about anyone else.
Yeah. And so, like, the Tuskens...
That's how it is here.
And, like, the Tuskens showing their showing that they're not just, like
they're not
mindless beings. They take the guns and rifles and are like,
Yeah.
oh, cool. We have upgraded weapons.
Yeah.
Empire, once again, being idiots.
Yep.
They basically just gave the Tuskens better weapons. Not that the Tuskens will rely on them too heavily, though. Like, they
Yeah.
still will be like, well, if we don't have to use these, we'll use
We'll
our
use
own stuff.
ones.
But yeah, so Obi-Wan
don't-
picks, like, on, like, the surface because he's looking for battery packs. Because
Yeah.
he's looking for power and rations and stuff like that. And he figures, okay, dead stormtroopers, they'll have some ration packs, they'll have some battery packs. Tuskens took most of the rations already. Actually, I think they took all of them. Yeah, because it says
Yeah.
they're empty. So Tuskens took the rations because
Yep.
once again, we killed these enemies. Let's take their food.
Yep.
Because they're not gonna
They're
need
hungry.
it. Yep. Tuskens aren't gonna need it. So, I mean, sorry, troopers aren't gonna need it. Troopers aren't gonna need it. They're dead.
Yep.
So Tuskens are like our food.
Yep.
But Obi-Wan's like, okay, well, Tuskens at least don't care about technology that much, so they're gonna leave the batteries.
Yep.
So as long as I get there before the jaw was due,
Yep.
I can't be upcharged like an Obi-Wan Kenobi. And so, yeah, no, the stormtroopers wanted the rifles the whole time. Turned out that they stole they faked stealing the rations from the Imperials to get that Imperial commander riled up.
Yep.
And cause what happened to happen because they wanted guns. They needed new weapons. Or, yeah. So.
And Obi-Wan's like, all right. Oh, shit, you're alive.
Yeah. Oh, let me help you.
All right.
So he puts him on his Eopie, and they go out into the desert and back to his house where he then takes care of him.
Mhm.
And then Stormtrooper's like, wait a minute, you're a Jedi. What the fuck?
And Obi-Wan does not give a damn.
He's like, I don't care if you know me. My name's Ben. How you doing? What's your name? And he's like, JM909. Oh, Jim?
Yep.
He's like,
And-
and he's like, I'm your friend now. And Jim's like, no, we're not. We're not friends. Fuck you, old man. Like, aiming his lightsaber at Obi-Wan.
And Obi-Wan's like, you can take it if you want it.
Yeah, Obi-Wan's just having tea.
Like, I'm not gonna fucking be using that.
And so, yeah. So instead, Jim drops the
He's like,
lightsaber and runs.
This is weird. I'm leaving.
I need to take a quick break.
Okay.
But we'll be right back to wrap this.
Yep. We're almost at the end.
Tonight, finally feeling free and it feels alright. Oh, time to do the things I like. Gonna see a princess, everything's alright. Oh, no job but I answer to. Ain't a fixture in the palace zoo. No, and since the carbon night's off me, I'm living life now that I'm free. Yeah, told me get myself together. Now I got myself together. Now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy, the common night is gone. I'm moving on. I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Shades of pepper around my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. Solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side. I'm jumping in my Falcon. Whoopie at my side. I'm solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. Solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. Solo. Now I'm feeling how I should join the alliance, it feels so good. Oh, stop feeling misunderstood. Back in the game, who knew I would? Oh, so fly time I spread my wings. Loving myself makes me wanna sing. No, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Told me get my act together. Now I got my act together. Yeah, now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy, the common night is gone. I'm moving on. I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Shades of pepper around my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. Solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side. I'm jumping in my Falcon.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry about that. Had to take that break. We left off though. Jim ran off with.
Yep.
He left the lightsaber though. Which why, bro? You took it. Take it.
Might be on account of a concussion.
Yeah. But yeah, so he steals Obi-Wan's EOP though,
Yep.
and Grand Theft EOP.
Yep.
GTE. GTE Mos Eisley.
Obi-Wan's not worried because there's Akani. Oh, no. AOP. Akani is its name. Obi-Wan's not worried. He's like, Akani will come back home.
Yeah. And so, Jim reports to his officer, who instead of like being like, "Hey, let's
Having
get to your
any
medical
sympathy
like,
at all.
he basically like stripped. I think he stripped some of his rank because
You're being demoted.
yeah.
What?
He's like, you failed, and this is your failure, not mine. And you're no longer commander. And clean out your clean your armor. You look like a beggar. And like,
Obi-Wan's like, I never saw Jim again.
yeah, but Jim is just like, what the fuck, bro?
The fuck, man?
But yeah, we never learned what happened to Jim. But that's the end because after that, like, basically Obi-Wan is basically coming to the realization that things are about to come
Kick
to
off again.
they're about to kick off, and because basically this almost happens
Like
not-
right before the start of episode 4.
like it's pretty close, and so specifically I'll read the final page
Yeah.
of Obi-Wan's thoughts. I feel that my time here may be drawing to an end. For these long and desolate years, I have often felt alone, but truthfully, I never have been. And because the Force is my guide, I never will be, for none of us is alone, even in our darkest hour. The end.
Mm.
So at the end, he, still sees the light, which is something he's struggling with throughout that journal,
Yeah.
like throughout this comic series. And of course, we see like panels from stuff that we know from A New Hope. So
Yeah.
we see like Luke looking at the twin suns, and we see when Vader steps on Obi-Wan's cape after it cuts him down and stuff like that. But that's the comic. So it's a bit of a downer, but it has that
It's bittersweet.
beacon of it has that beacon of hope at the end. 8 out of 10.
Yeah. No. 9.
9.
9.
Ooh. I almost went there, but then I was like, do I want to go to 9? Nah. But you okay.
Careful.
I could bump it to 8.5. I could see 8.5.
Careful, writers. High praise from me does not come easily.
And that, speaking of, let me
But
check who did that, because they do. Whoever
Yeah.
wrote this does
they
deserve
did a
to
very
be
good one.
shouted out to, because they worked really well. Like the writing is really good.
So
in
did the
this.
artists.
Yeah, the art is good as well. Which a lot of the Flash. So I think for the most part it's the same artist, but like for each little short specific comic, you can tell that the art's different. Like
Yeah.
the Kid Obi-Wan one has this more stylized cartoon style, and then you get to the Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon one, which has more of a horror
Yeah.
coloring into it, and the Obi-Wan one, the Clone Wars one the first one goes into more bright colors again, even though it's like telling this really dark story.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me a lot of the older Clone Wars comics that aren't canon anymore. And then the second Clone Wars comic is a little bit more realism blended. And then the final comic is kind of just the continuation of what the rest of the main comic has been, which is kind of this blend of realism, so like with cartoony style. It was written by, where is it? Christopher Cantwell.
You did a good job. I liked it.
And then we got all the artists here too, but
You all did a very
Yeah.
good job.
yeah, I think it was really well done. I definitely, I don't think we need any more Obi-Wan for a minute
Yeah,
now,
we
because
should be
we've
good.
got most of Obi-Wan's story. I think the only Obi-Wan stuff I want to see is like younger, like pre-episode 1 Obi-Wan. That's the
Mm.
only stuff I really care for at this point for Obi-Wan's story. No, not that.
I think that's everything.
Oh, that makes sense. Christopher Cantwell's a filmmaker as well, so that explains
Ah.
why the writing is the way it is. They've also worked on some other comics. They worked on Iron Man. They worked on a Doctor Doom. They've worked on Namor. Currently working on Hellcat, and working on a Star Trek comic. So they've done that. They've been around.
All right.
But yeah, so that's it for really the
That's-
review of this episode.
Yeah.
I recommend it. Just know going in, it is bitter. Like we said, it's bittersweet. It's definitely one of those you have to be like in the mood and
Yeah.
prepared for. I mean, I think the first two are fun because while the first issue is Obi-Wan learning a lesson of fear and letting go, it's still done in a fun way where you don't get into your feelings too much yet. Second issue, you're still not quite getting into your feelings because that one still a little bit about fear and, you know, letting the being willing to let go and just listen to the Force. But once again, not quite going into any like extreme trauma. 3 through 5. Issues 3 through 5 is where the trauma's at. That's where the emotional damage is, so to speak. So next week, we should have a guest. I tried to reach out. I haven't heard back yet, but I'm double checking. But they did schedule like a while back. So we should have It's Victoria, y'all, joining us to talk Dr. Aphra Volume 5, The Spark Eternal.
Oh boy.
And then in 2 weeks, they will be joining us again to discuss Darth Vader Volume 5, The Shadow's Shadow. But in between those, we will also talk the Battle of Jeddah, so we'll have a High Republic in between.
Okay. Shadows.
The Shadow's Shadow. But no, next week is
Sounds like a Pokemon.
But next week is Dr. Aphra. Are you
Alright.
excited to go back to Aphra?
I'm not opposed to it.
Are you excited to go back to the mainline Star Wars comics, I should say, I guess then? Rather than High Republic era. When I say mainline, I mean like Dr. Aphra, Vader, Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
We're not getting a big storyline, which is why we're separating the series at the
I
moment.
see.
Because right now we're getting like the story in between the major arc that's going on, which is currently the major arc is, of course, they're doing the big finale of the trilogy of Crimson Dawn stories.
Yeah, the Crimson Syndicate.
Crimson Dawn. But they had an in-between story first before they got to the next part. So we're getting that in-between
Yeah.
story first, which means I can separate those into
I don't-
their own separate reviews because they're not interconnected. So yeah, the last issue of the last review for this month will be Dr. Aphra.
All right.
And then I guess I'll reveal February's list
Okay.
next week.
All right.
And I think that's everything.
Yeah, it should be, right?
Yep.
With that.
Anything you want to talk about before I do my run through everything?
I don't think so. Is there something you want to talk about?
Discord.
Discord.
It's public.
It's public?
It's-
Okay.
It's public. It's public now.
All right.
So
Fine with me.
that's gonna go into the spiel I give at the end of every episode.
Might as well.
So thank you all for watching. If you are watching on YouTube, it is youtube.com/Escape Reality Films for those who are not. You can like this video and subscribe to the channel. We have a bunch of things down below in the little description, and I'm about to get into those as well. But secondly, I also want to bring up the Twitch because we have Twitch
yeah.
as well. We co-stream at the same time. I fixed the issue of whatever was going on, but it's working. It's fine. because for a few weeks we were having that thing where Twitch couldn't see us but could hear us.
Oh yeah.
I figured it out. So Twitch, you're fine now. And you can find us on twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films because everything's been rebranded to Escape Reality Films. You can also follow us on Patreon if you really like our content. We have a Patreon. And on this Patreon, I'm going to have to change some descriptions now because originally it gave you access to the Discord. No longer does it give you exclusive access to the Discord, but it does give you access to exclusive channels in the Discord. And we're going to try to be more active.
Yeah.
We need to bring
Passing thought.
we need to bring the Discord back to life. It's been
We have to fucking.
it needs to be resuscitated. Yeah, it probably needs more than resuscitation. Yeah, it probably needs straight on, like, clear. Because I do want to do some events, but we need people.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm making it public, so that way we can have more interaction with our community. And two, it will reward people that are already there and that are already our patrons because I'm going to give them access to certain channels that are only for them. Which is what the Patreon will give you. And you can find the Patreon at patreon.com/Escape Reality Films, which is one of the things in the little description box on the YouTube version. The other thing that's not in the description box on the YouTube version, but as I've alluded to now, is the Discord link. So the Discord link I will add to the description of this video. I did not think to do it before going live.
Whoops.
Mainly because I made the Discord public today.
Oh, today.
Well, because I was already thinking about it.
Yeah.
I wanted to leave it as a surprise for as close as possible. So this morning I was like, I'll make it live now. And then when we do the show, I'll announce it.
All right.
And so you can find the link, though, in two places easily. It is on the homepage of our YouTube channel, along with our Patreon link. It is also on the Twitch homepage for us, on our homepage. So twitch.tv Escape Reality Films.
Yeah.
It's on the homepage there, along once again with the Patreon link. So all the links are there. They are easily found. And if you join us on Discord, we will happily welcome you. I want to do movie nights. I want to do game nights. I want to do things. We're gonna make things happen. Which means I'll probably have to start saying no to doing things beyond the company. But yeah, the Patreon, though, going back to Patreon, also gives you access to the comic book I'm working on, where you can get some work in progress art, which we've been getting some lately. I gotta figure out if we're gonna have some tomorrow or not. I haven't talked to Colton yet. But we also give you access to our YouTube videos a week before they're uploaded to YouTube. So anything that's exclusively YouTube original for us content, so stuff that isn't co-streamed on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, like this, or like any of my Twitch stream nights, that's exclusively for YouTube. That is also on Patreon a week before it's on YouTube. So more reason to check out the Patreon. And of course there's other prizes and gifts and stuff. The more you show your support, the more you get, including my books, Super Worlds and Time Ninja, and the short story collection, The Coat Wars Volume 1. And I guess I can talk about that. I'm talking about my books. I have been working on my Super World sequel. I've been in the mood to write it lately. So I've been getting some notes down. I'm in this process of where I'm doing both outlining, where it's a combo outlining and like actually writing. Because that's just the way I write. I'll do like a partial outline, and then I'll do a more in-depth outline, and then a more until it's like an actual until it's actually the story. And that's where I'm kind of at, is the part where I'm like in depth. And I just finished a major character death.
Oh boy.
Without giving away who and what happens. So I finished a major character death 2 days ago. Today I'm going to be working on the chapter after, a chapter that takes place concurrently with it, but is also going to be after, because I'm writing it in a way, once again, I'm outlining / detailing at the same time. So I'm writing it in a way where it's both like I'm writing it out of order, only to eventually reshuffle
Put it
everything
all
into
back
order.
together.
Yeah, I'm just like, okay, what's the main plot line here? Plot line A. Okay, plot line B. Plot line C. Okay, now how do we collab them?
All right.
And so yeah, so keep an eye. I guess keep an eye here
Yeah.
for the sequel, Super Worlds: Rise of the Evil King. I planned the name for a while
Yeah.
now. I've already got
Okay.
the art, but yeah. Other things we got to shout out,
Shout out
To
to
Mobcast Network.
Network,
which the
which
thing
has
I was
been
here.
working you today, huh?
That was the thing I was here for today. Yeah. And so we filmed our episode. So last week we did not do the episode. We did it this week where we talked about the Quick and the Dead. That's what we did
Yes.
today. So that should be out this week.
Mhm.
I think from now on we're going to be every 2 weeks, just so that way everybody's lives and schedules can work with
Become
us.
a little bit easier.
So this week, Quick and the Dead review episode should come out, or discussion episode, I
Yep.
should say. And so we'll be discussing Quick and the Dead, which will be fun. We changed the format a little bit, where we kept a lot of the same stuff, but we added new things.
Mhm.
And then the episode after that, in 2 weeks from now, will be a cult meeting where we'll just be talking about whatever. And you can find Mobcast Network stuff on youtube.com/Mobcast Network, but you can also find them on any podcasting app that is available. If it has a podcast, it has Mobcast.
Yep.
Um,
There's also, should we talk about Engage Gaming in there?
yeah, I was about to get to them.
Oh, yeah.
So we also want to thank Gamers and Geeks and Engage Gaming. Gamers and Geeks is the one who provides the space to Mobcast Network, who then in turn provide it to us. Gamers and Geeks is our local gaming shop that is right here on Moffat, Moffat and my brain just House
What does it
Ferry,
start with? Oh,
House Ferry and
thank
Moffat.
God you did that, because I was going to fuck that up.
Yeah, it's House Ferry and Moffat. Because House Ferry becomes Cody going that way, but it's still House Ferry if you continue that way. But yeah, so off House Ferry and Moffat, and it's our local gaming shop. They have everything you could look for in terms of gaming. Along with them, inside the same building, is Engage Gaming, which is more video game stuff. That is a video game rental sort of thing where you can. It's basically like a rental arcade sort of deal. The way they do it, where you pay hourly and virtual arcade. I guess that's really I think that's the term for that type of thing. Business. I don't know. You basically can gain access to Xbox, PlayStations, PCs, and even a VR machine for an hourly rate. If you pay like a membership fee, a monthly membership fee, you get a decreased hourly fee for using the machines. And they also provide the video games because like there's a whole when you go to their thing to pay them, there's a whole box of video games. That's like they have a whole case. And so I think that's everything. Well, also shout out our patrons and our Twitch
Yeah.
subscriber. Shout out to our patron, Jennifer Brantley. Thank you once again for continuing your patronage to the channel. And to our buddy Matt, thank you for continuing with his 3rd month now
Yeah.
of Twitch subscription. All that eventually helps. Twitch less so because we can't access it until we've made $50, but.
All right.
So we haven't done that yet, but we can access the Patreon funds because
Yeah.
Patreon doesn't care if I grab it.
So, nah. Never
But
mind.
I'm probably not going to right now. But because I don't need to buy anything for the show at the moment.
Okay.
Should have bought Obi-Wan comic in person, but
Oh,
like
well.
a physical copy. Oh well. Maybe I'll try to see if I can get Afra for next week.
Maybe.
It's harder to find trades lately.
Really.
Like, because normally, this will be the last thing I talk about before
Yeah.
we go. I am physically finding trades used to not be that bad for me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to put some clarification into this, we have like one comic book shop in the area, and it's open at weird hours, so I never go there. So when I do get my comics, I go I know I'm about to get booed by so many comic book fans. I go to Books A Million.
Okay.
I go to a traditional bookstore for my comic books. I know. And it used to not be bad.
Mm-hmm.
But our Books A Million has like reshuffled the way that they carry books and comics, and it's harder to find Star Wars comic books. I can find any other comic book just fine, like Marvel comic books, specifically trades. They don't carry single issues. They used to. They used to carry single issues, which I kind of miss those days.
Mm.
Because then I could easily get single issues as well. I don't care about single issues as much nowadays, though. Physically, I get single issues digitally these days. But I like having the trades physical. Now I'm stuck to Amazon, and I don't want to go through Amazon and waiting who knows how long till I get it. So
Sorry about yawning. I didn't.
no,
I don't
no,
mean
I
to-
understand. Book talk is boring now.
No, it's not that. It's just that I haven't been sleeping well recently.
Oh, I noticed because you had a chance to be here earlier,
Yeah.
and I texted you first. Okay, this is the last thing.
Yeah. Okay.
I-
Go on and explain to them.
I texted you before I came here to do Mobcast stuff. I texted you as soon as I figured out that was the plan, that we were gonna be here at noon, and I waited till I knew last night, but I waited till this morning because I was like, I'll text him this morning in the morning. So I texted you this morning when I woke up around 9, because for some reason, even though I was up late, I woke up 9 just and fine.
Yep.
Normally does not happen. But I texted you then, and I was like, hey, so Mobcast wants to film here at noon, so I'm going to be here at noon, and then we'll do our show after instead of on time. Do you want me to pick you up before or after? You didn't answer. So I figured, okay, he's probably still asleep, and I figured you'd answer closer to time. I get ready, and it's about 11:30, almost noon. I send a question mark rather than asking the whole thing again, because that's what I do when nobody answers. Rather than re-asking the question, I will just send a question mark to see, okay, did they read it? Because I don't want to send you the same message twice. If you didn't answer me, then I'm not sending it again. You didn't answer.
No.
So I get done getting ready, and I'm driving. I am on my way here. I decide, okay, I'm going to call him. Because more than likely, he probably is still asleep. Maybe he needs me to call him. Because that's happened before, where I'll text you and you're still like you've overslept.
Yeah.
And that's happened. And I'm like, okay, I'll just call him. Because he usually picks up his phone when I call him. And I decide, just in case he says yes, that I need to pick him up, I'm going to go his route rather than straight to G&G. Which adds to the drive time by about like 5 minutes, if that. And so I'm already chosen the path without hearing back from you. That I'm like, in case he says yes, that way I don't have to turn around. I'm just gonna go straight that way. I call, no answer. And so I'm like, well, I'm gonna just go there. I'm gonna continue down this direction. If I don't hear back from him, then I'll just pass his house and I'll go to G&G. You call before I get to that point.
Yeah.
You call like a couple minutes after I called. So thankfully not long after I committed myself. And so like you call and I'm like, hey, so did you see my message? Do you wanna I assume you hadn't even seen it. That's why I was like, did you want to stay or did you want me to pick you up? And you're like, you can pick me up later. And I'm like, okay. And that's the story of how today went. From my perspective.
So my original reason for getting up, I was like, all right, I'm going to have to go. And because I'm like, it's going to be around 12 o'clock. He's probably going to get here.
Yep.
So I need to be up at like 11.
Yeah, it was already because I had to be here at noon. So I was already calling you by like 11:30.
Yeah. And I got up because I thought my alarm had went off. Because it makes the same sound as my phone ringing.
As most phones, unless you change the settings, that's how they're going to be.
I went over and I saw the 2 messages that you had called. And I open it up, I type in the thing, and I'm like, all right. Nah, man, you just go on ahead. And I took my alarm off, moved it forward an hour, and went back to sleep.
Yep. And that's how.
And that's why we're late.
Yeah, that's why
But
we're
also,
late.
I was like, he's gonna be up there for.
I mean,
like,
we were gonna be late anyways, but this is why we're extra late.
I'm like, he's gonna be up there for like 2 hours. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah. And because of the new stuff, we were still finishing by the time you texted me ready
Yeah.
to go, and I was like,
I was like, it's almost 3:00. Where is he?
yeah.
I was like, 2. I figure it'll be done at 2:10, 2:20.
No, they like to Mobcast. We like our hour and a half, maybe over, and in this case, we went a little over
Yeah.
because we had some new segments.
But ultimately, that's what happened today and how this happened.
And this only happened because of fucking bringing it full circle because of fucking football.
Oh yeah.
Because Scotty's a big Bills fan, and tomorrow's football day, and he didn't want to be stressed
Oh.
because we would have been filming while the game was going.
Oh boy. All right.
So
I understand.
football gave us Mando, but also took away our time.
Oh well. Blessing and a curse all the same.
All right, that's
Well,
literally
that's
everything for
everything.
real. So once again, thank you all for watching. We'll see you guys
Yeah.
next week with Dr. Afra Volume 5. I have spoken.
Later, nerd.
You're a nerd! Hey everybody, welcome
Hello there.
back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host Caleb.
Hello, I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
Well, how are you doing today?
Tired.
Tired? Yeah. You mentioned that you had a bit of a late night.
Yeah, and I went to bed early, but it didn't help.
Yeah. So this week we are talking about Dr. Afro.
Yes.
We were supposed to have a guest,
Mhm.
and so I should, I guess, address that.
Yeah.
Family emergency came up. It happens.
Mhm.
Hopefully they will be back next week, though, to talk about the subject next week, as they had also wanted to talk about that. But this week it's just gonna be you and me.
Yep.
I know you're disappointed. It's just me.
God, man. Oh. Oh, well.
Oh well. There is some Star Wars news
Mm.
that we should jump into first,
Yes.
though. First off, a new description for Cataclysm came out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so the next adult novel in the High Republic,
Mhm.
the one that has our boy. I say our boy, but like it's the Star Wars fandom is split on this character Axel. He's on the cover.
Yeah.
So here's the new description that we got. After 5 years of conflict, the planets of Irem and Arano are on the cusp of real peace. But when news breaks of a disaster at the treaty signing on Jeddah, violence reignites on the beleaguered worlds. Together, the royal heirs of both planets, Fantu Zin and Ziri Albaran, working alongside the Jedi, have uncovered evidence that the conflict is being orchestrated by outside forces, and all signs point to the mysterious path of the Open Hand, whom the Jedi also suspect of causing the disaster on Jeddah. With time and answers in short supply, the Jedi must divide their forces between helping quell the renewed violence on Irem and Arano and investigating the path. Among them is Gela Natai, who turns to the one person she believes can unravel the mystery, but the last person she wants to trust, Axel Greylark. The Chancellor's son, imprisoned for his crimes, has always sought to unburden himself of the weight of his family name. Will he reconcile with the Jedi and aid in their quest for justice and peace, or embrace the path's promise of true freedom? As all roads lead to Dalna, Gela and her allies prepare to take on a foe unlike any they've ever faced, and it will take all of their trust in the Force and in one another to survive.
Mm.
So, what do you think? Does that excite you
That's,
for Cataclysm?
I want to see where this goes.
You right? Like,
You can't hear much enthusiasm from me, but that's
once again, it's because you're tired. But like, I know that
Yeah.
you like because you've liked the High Republic a lot
Mhm.
so far. So like, just hearing what's coming up, it's like,
yeah, I am excited to see how that plays out.
yeah, like the big thing for me that I'm interested in is seeing it from the description. Axel is very much like a Hannibal type character, where Gela's like, I don't want to talk to this man, but he has insider information. So I need to get the information from him. And also, Axel potentially wants to be redeemed, but does he? We don't know.
Well,
The ending of the
I'm not worried about
Yeah.
Axel redeeming himself. I don't think that's something that the character is concerned with.
no,
It's like, please just leave me the fuck alone.
yeah,
That's all I want.
which I think is his way of being redeemed without actively doing something. Like he's just
No,
like
he doesn't want to hang out with his mom.
no,
He doesn't like being involved in her political shit. So he went to the path of the open hand, realized maybe this is bullshit, and he wants to be left alone by them too.
Yep.
But the people keep not leaving him alone.
I mean,
That's all that he wants.
I think in this case though he's needed.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a case of he like we can do this without him. No. We need him. Also, Donna, my prediction is getting close because I've been predicting this for since which book was it that I made this prediction for Donna?
I do remember that Dalna has a history of not liking Jedi
Yeah.
because there's a specific
There was
term
a
for
there was a
the
war
event.
there was a little war that happened on Donna.
Hmm.
And so I think I predicted during the book when we read that. I think it was the third junior novel that came up. I want to remember the name
Yeah.
of it. I want to remember the
Is
name
it-
of it.
Why do I keep thinking it's a test of courage?
No, that's the
That's
first
not
book.
it. It's not Into the Dark either.
No, that's man, it's giving me the second book, but I know Race to Crash Point Tower. That's not it.
It's not Out of the Shadows.
No, that's the young adult novel. Mission to Disaster.
There we go.
That's right, because yeah. So Mission to Disaster, I made that prediction where I was like, because when we found out how the time period, because we knew the time period difference, we knew there was going to be the 200-year gap, and then on top of that, we knew, thanks to Mission to Disaster, that something happened on Donna 200 years ago,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh, that's going to play an important part in Phase 2, and we've never, like, Donna's been mentioned throughout Phase 2, but we have not seen it.
Yeah.
And so now
It's a case of we've seen what happens to this place. We know.
yeah. And we know like stuff, we know the vague details of what happened, of why they don't trust the Republic or Jedi, right? But we never actively saw
Like why?
why. And I predicted that we would. And here we are.
Mhm.
I think we're getting closer to my prediction being correct. I'm betting if I had money to bet,
Mhm.
if I was a betting man, Cataclysm is going to be the goal of my prediction here. We're going to see it, the fruition of my vision. Yeah. So that's my prediction for Cataclysm. I think we're going to see what happens on Donna that like created this fraction.
Yeah.
Um
I gotta say, I do like the crew for the adult novel for this.
Oh yeah, cuz I mean Fonzu and Ziri and Gila, they're just likable characters. Putting aside Axel, which I think has redeemable qualities, but he's still not a great character.
It's
like
a, we're going to see what happens here.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see how book 2 plays out his character, because book 1, he's for the most part he's got very positive things, but he's also very much like not a good guy.
Yeah, no.
So
it's like we can see this guy be better because we know that they do have.
they have the qualities that could
Yeah.
improve them, but they just don't. They choose not to.
Mm.
And so that's the problem. Is he just chooses
Yeah.
not to? So yeah, book 2. I'm excited. Cataclysm. It will be the last book of Phase 2 for the for the adult books. Next up is speaking of 2, keeping the themes of 2s going. Andor season 2. According to actor Alex Ferns, Linus Mosk will not be back for season 2. At
Mm.
as of when he tweeted.
All right.
That's the actor who plays Mosk. So it's direct information. This is not like
Okay.
somebody said that he's not. No. This is the actor saying my character's not coming back as of this moment, anyways. Because now, of course, we don't. That could change because, well, not really, because the scripts are done. The scripts have been done. Like they wrote season 1 and 2 together.
Mm.
So I guess no, he's done, which is upsetting because I think Mosk still had some character potential somewhere in the show, but obviously with a bunch of the time jumps that we're going to be getting in season 2, I think that's the main concern is that there's just going to be so much that they have to quickly give us in season 2.
I am trying to remember who Mosk is and
He's
why
the big guy. He's the friend of Cyril Karn. The other corpo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The big corpo that was really nice to him. It was like, you did a good job with your speech, buddy. Even though he did not. He did not.
Yeah. From a narrative reason, there is no reason to bring that character back.
No, I think there's ways that he could be useful, and I think there's stuff for that
Yeah.
character that we could see more of. But
to the central plot, he is not important.
yeah. And also, at least, I mean, assuming, because obviously we don't know, because we're not in the writer's room,
Yeah.
but like, more than likely he is not. And therefore, that's why they feel comfortable getting rid of him. And also, like I said, we're getting a lot of time jumps because we still have five whole years to get to Rogue One. And season 2 is going to get us to Rogue One. Because they were originally going to do 5 seasons, but then they were only able to do 2. So
All right.
yeah. So no Mosk.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And then we got you and I were talking about this.
Mm.
Skeleton Crew has reportedly wrapped. This is according to a member of the stunt team who shared some posts on I believe, let me double check where he posted. I want to say Instagram, but I'm double checking. Yeah, on her Instagram, sorry. Deadline reported it. Reported on the story. So, she said, Joanna Potter on her Instagram story allegedly stating that she can't wait for the world to see what's in store. Supposedly we're getting that show near, I believe it's supposed to be near the end of the year. I think it's the winter show that we're getting this year. And then, because we're getting Ahsoka before that.
Okay.
Because I think it's Mando, Ahsoka. Well, no, that can't be right. So it's got to be Mando. Because we got Bad Batch going right now, and then we're going to get Mando. And then we're going to get Ahsoka and Skeleton Crew are the other shows that are supposed to be this year. Now I'm throwing off on the schedule, though. Hold on. Double checking. But your thoughts on Skeleton Crew? Yeah, go
Is
ahead.
Skeleton Crew the name?
It's the name of the show.
Okay, and its premise.
We don't know much about it actually. It's very
Great. So I have a name and nothing else.
All we know is that it's part of the whole Mando the whole Favreau and Filoni stuff that's going on. So it's during that era, as far as we know. That's the most that we know is that it takes place during the Mandalorian era of Star Wars. So that post Return of the Jedi, still early years post Return.
Yeah.
And that it's a coming of age story.
Okay.
And it's got Jude Law.
All right.
That's all we really know. But yeah, so supposedly production's done, which is interesting because I think Ahsoka's supposed to come first. But I don't think Ahsoka's... Well, no, I think Ahsoka is done, actually. Because we might have already talked about... No! Ahsoka... Well, no, it has to be because it began filming in May of last year.
Ooh.
There's no way it's still going. They're in post-production.
Probably.
Yeah. That's the problem. We don't have, even months or, give us, early 20, All I know in specifics to that is that we are getting Ahsoka and Skeleton Crew this year, and then Acolyte we don't know when it's coming out, but more than likely next year
Mhm.
because they've already they're filming it right now. So, um, and that's it really for Star Wars side of Disney Plus. Disney
Yeah.
Plus, there's other stuff on the schedule where we know a little bit more details. Like we know Secret Invasion's supposed to be pretty soon because that's early this year, so we're probably looking at maybe March at the latest for that. And then you got the Echo show later this year and Ironheart. And
All right.
anyways, but yeah, so Skeleton Crew done filming supposedly, according to
Mm.
at least according to one of the stunt performers.
All right. Oh, really?
This is a little bit more of the kind of just feeding into wanting to do projects, but nothing that's in stone. Ewan McGregor has actually come, in a recent interview, reflected on Obi-Wan Kenobi and has actually talked about being willing to come back for more seasons.
Mm.
Not a show that necessarily needs one,
Yeah.
but I don't think the fans would be angry at if we got another season.
Yeah.
Because it's just more Ewan McGregor and stuff like that, and people like Ewan McGregor. I mean, here's some direct quotes from that interview. I was so happy to do it again and so happy to work with Hayden again, and I hope we get the chance to do it again. In the old days, I would joke about there must be a good story to tell between episode 3 and 4, but it's true, I always felt that there was. I feel like Deborah Chow found it and absolutely nailed it. Just found the story that we wanted to see between the last one that we did and first that was done in 77.
Mhm.
And I think it just adds to our knowledge of the characters, and it's satisfying for the fans. And he's right. I think most fans enjoyed Obi-Wan Kenobi. I think there are a few people who didn't.
Yeah.
But it's I think for the most part, enjoyable show, and you can have your complaints here or there about whatever. But I think at the end of the day, it was a fun show. And I wouldn't be mad to see more Ewan, although I still want I want a Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan show. Probably will have to be animated at this point, because while Obi-Wan you can make look younger, because Ewan has some baby face, especially if you shave, if he trims the beard and mustache. He still has a bit of baby face. Liam Neeson's a little bit harder to get that younger Qui-Gon look, I think, from back when he did it. Even getting him to
Yeah.
episode 1, I don't think he could look like that again. But he's open to voice acting because he did in Tales.
Mhm.
So there's that. Speaking of people returning, though, Daisy Ridley also in an interview talked about how she would be open to returning to Star Wars and that she's excited about the idea of what Disney Plus has been providing of a way to tell stories for Star Wars. And so somebody asked her because she initially the reason it got there was somebody asked her opinion about Amanda Stenberg being the lead in The Acolyte, and
Yeah.
of course she showed her support to a fellow female actress and that type of stuff, and being open to be yeah, of course I support that, more leads.
All right.
And then she was somebody asked if she's keeping keeping an eye out for more roles.
Mhm.
And she was like, I'm open to a phone call. I'm looking for employment. Which is the most
Yeah.
fair response an actor. I think that is the most honest response an actor can give. That they are always open for a gig, because that's just an actor. You
Yep.
are always open to more roles. I don't think of any actor that would go, no, I don't want to be in a huge franchise again. No, yes, maybe publicly they'll say that, but the reality is no. You as an
Yeah.
actor want these type of roles.
It's their job.
It's your job, especially if you're not getting much else. And unfortunately, while
Yeah.
Daisy is a great actor, she has not been getting a lot of other chances to show it. But this was because of actually a film that she's coming out with soon that this interview was happening. It was because of Sometimes I Think About Dying, which was at Sundance. So she's
Okay.
getting some film work, but yeah. I personally liked her in this. What was that I saw her in most recently? Death on the Nile,
Mm,
the sequel to Murder on the Orient Express.
okay.
Yeah, she was in that, I think, if I remember correctly. She was either in that no. Was she in Murder? No. Yeah, she was in Murder. That's right. She was in Murder on the Orient Express. Sorry, because that was when Star Wars hype was big for her, because Murder on the Orient Express came out while the sequels were still going,
I see.
because it was 2017. So yeah. So yeah, she hasn't. I mean, but that's true of a lot of big actors. Big actors in like franchise roles tend to not get a lot for a while after they're done with the franchise. I mean, just look at how long it took Daniel Radcliffe to really build a career after Harry Potter.
Oh yeah.
Like, it took him forever to kind of get out of the Harry Potter bubble.
So here's a
Oh, you've got a story about
I have
this?
a funny story. So for the longest time, I did not know where the like the origin of the meme where he's like in his PJs and has guns in his hands.
Oh, yeah.
I found out
We
because
found the movie.
I found the movie and it's fucking dumb.
Oh
and
my
it's
goodness.
awesome.
That movie is so... Guns Akimbo?
Yeah.
Guns Akimbo
It
is so good.
fucking- It's so dumb and so funny.
But that's like kind of like that's the point.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be like it's not a smart like there's some themes there, but it's not
Yeah.
supposed to be the smart
No,
man's
it's
movie.
not. What happened? We fucking bolted guns to your bones. You'll never take them off.
I love it.
Ugh.
Speaking of though on the Disney Plus stuff,
Yeah.
she said I haven't watched all of them, but it's just because of timing and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean the work everyone's doing is amazing. I worked with Pedro Pascal, and I was like, this is really cool. He's the Mandalorian. I still find it all very interesting or exciting.
Yeah.
So yeah, because
Excuse me?
she has worked with Pedro. I forget in what.
I don't know.
I know I'm supposed to know this
Don't
stuff.
ask me about movies.
Oh, I think I saw it for a split second. The Bubble,
Ah.
which came out last year.
Well,
But yeah, so that's the kind of stuff that is going on
hopefully,
there.
hopefully she finds more work.
I mean, it sounds like she's getting more and
Yeah.
more. I hope she gets more Star Wars work because I want Rey back.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that.
I want
I want
the story that Lego Star Wars specials have been hinting at of like Rey teaching Finn. That's I want Finn Jedi, and I want Rey rebuilding whatever she's gonna build.
I just want something after episode 9.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we got our Lego Star Wars specials. They're after episode 9.
They're good.
I know they're not.
That's
canon.
not what I meant.
You want canon material.
Yeah. I'm
You
like-
want stuff that's strictly like, okay, this
No,
is what's happening.
Yeah, I don't mind stuff like the holiday specials from Lego because Lego knows what they're doing.
Yeah. And honestly, they're giving us what we want as fans.
Yeah.
That like in the weirdest way, they're like, here you go. Here's the story of Poe with the horror one. You get Poe's story, and then you get Rey's story with the holiday special, and then we finally get Finn's story with Summer Vacation, which is what a lot of people want because Finn got out of all the trio, Finn got screwed the most
Yeah.
when it came to storytelling. That's just the facts. Well, I like the films Finn got screwed. But yeah. So on to our main topic though.
Yeah.
That's for Star Wars news. On our main topic, we are talking about Star Wars Dr. Aphra Volume 5, The Spark Eternal.
Yep.
So, spoiler warning, as usual.
We're gonna be covering this thing.
Um,
I should get closer to the mic when I talk.
so, do you remember where we left off before?
I remember.
At least in the Dr. Aphra part. We don't have to discuss, like, the entire, entirety of what happened last time we were in this era of Star Wars comics.
I remember that she went and touched a thing, that she shouldn't have, and that they're working for the tags.
Specifically Domina.
Mm-hmm. Because she likes rich things.
Specifically because Afra also killed Ronan,
Oh yeah.
her nephew, which last time did we talk about your how you feel about the Ronan
Yeah,
and
we did.
Domino? Yeah.
It's been a while, but I remember that part and
Yeah.
how I was like, this is a weird situation and I don't like it.
Yeah, some Game of Thrones
Yeah.
stuff going on. Actually more accurate House of the Dragon would be more accurate.
Yeah, that would be a more
Except you
time appropriate thing.
Well, it's also more accurate except you just switch the relationship
Yeah.
because instead of uncle and niece it's
Mm-hmm.
aunt and nephew.
Yeah.
So more accurate.
And I'm like, I don't like this.
But yeah, so Domino, of course, wants weapons and stuff like that because work for the Empire, and you know.
Go bring me that evil old shit.
When you've got
The Empire likes evil old shit.
I mean, also like we're doing military contracts essentially, so give us some military things.
Mm-hmm.
But she was in a race with Kofan Ferris.
Yep. Who I guess
Who is
really
working-
likes serial killer movies.
That and specifically like Seven.
Yeah.
Like very Seven vibes. But they are working for
Crimson
Dawn.
Yeah.
And so
On behalf of the archivist who is a member of
Yeah.
Crimson Dawn.
let me see if I can fix my computer. The fan is like clicking here. I
Yeah.
don't know if the mic can pick it up.
Well,
But- Oh, it's not.
yeah.
Okay, because we went dead silent just
Mhm.
to see. No, it's not. Okay.
Then there is Just Lucky and Areole.
Who are also working for Crimson Dawn now.
Yeah.
They were
but
not
they weren't
before.
at the time.
Because they were having to deal with money that Lucky owes. Well,
Yeah.
specifically Lucky's brother owes.
Yep.
A casino. But our saviors at Crimson Dawn, Kira was like, I'll pay that off. Don't worry about that. You come work for me. I'll take good care of you.
And they kind of ran away, I think.
Yeah, they ran away.
Because they were like, this is too good to be true. Goodbye.
And just in case the person that they were working for decides to kill them anyways, they were like, nah, we ain't risking that. We're just going to run in the middle of the night.
Yep.
I think they left Lucky's brother behind, though, which,
Damn.
if I remember correctly, I think I do remember that correctly, though. Like, they didn't, like, actively go like, oh, we could have saved. No, they just left town.
They're
So
like, "Fuck
it wasn't
we
like,
gotta leave now.
like, it wasn't a matter of, oh, we sacrificed Lucky's brother. No, it's more of just, they just left without telling Lucky's brother and trying to
Yeah.
grab him.
So,
But yeah, back to Afra specifically. Afra now has an evil spirit inside, like that's also
Yeah.
like connected to technology inside her.
and it's like,
'Cause
I don't like this at all.
Because they were dealing with Ascendant, the cult group, the Ascendant, who are basically so bad that even the Sith said, "Fuck this."
Fuck it. We're killing these guys.
But the way that cult was working is they were trying to do funny what a lot of my players have tried to. Well, actually, no player has tried that actually in my games. But it's let's have so much technology that we can pretend we have the Force.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Here's a bit of advice. Maybe don't make it look so fucking evil looking.
to be fair, they are a splinter group of the Sith.
That's true. That shit
as we
still
learn as we go through this comic.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Afra's now completely under control of this.
Yep.
The Spark Eternal, also known as just the Spark.
Yep.
And basically is like, I have all these memories from Afra. Fuck you all. And they all, like, everybody tries to get their licks in. and only for Spark to be like, "Hey, remember this is Afra's body, so you break it, you buy it."
Sana is like, that's fine. She tries.
Yeah,
She tries.
and so like she actually does a shot and
Yeah.
or two, and like that's when Spark's like, "Hey, you really want to kill me that badly?" And like Sana kind of does give up for a second. Meanwhile, Ko's like, "I could take you on,"
Cause like, I'm cool with that.
and like Sana tries to use the whip to stop
Yeah.
the Spark, only for the Spark to remind them, "Hey, that's my technology.
I built that.
Well, I didn't build it, but like I can control it
Yeah,
because
I know how to use that.
I'm
It's mine.
connected to it all. Because that's all Ascendant technology,
Yep.
and I'm related to the Ascendant technology.
I
Theref-
am the pinnacle of ascended technology.
Yeah. So, good
Okay.
job, dum dums.
Nice try. It's like, should we run? Yes. We're gonna run now.
Yeah. Like nothing works. Like the the whip of sorrows, the calling gloves, even the
Even the thought dowser.
the thought dowser. It's all just honestly though. Out of all the Ascendant technology, I think the coolest piece to build for like for somebody that's doing like a Afro or
Mhm.
one of these characters like cosplay, the thought dowser would be a cool thing to build.
Mm.
It also feels like it'd be the easiest to build, and like
Yeah.
that was running through my head though, because I also think of cool cosplays that I will never do
Mm.
because I don't got the money.
hmm
I appreciate the people who do though. It's
Yeah.
it's a good, and I've seen some good Afro cosplays. But yeah, so the thought dowser is being used against Ko because the gloves,
Yeah.
and Sana figures, okay, well the best solution is just headbutt to Ko with the butt of the gun, and then shoots the thought dowser out of Spark's hand. They all do manage to get away except for that teacher. That teacher is dead.
Yeah. Big dead.
Big dead. And they all escape only for Bush and crew to show up. Which we all remember Bush, and Bush and their crew is currently working for the good Dominatag.
hmm
Uh,
They're like, all right, come on, you're coming with us.
Meanwhile, Lucky and Areole are Lucky has a price on his head now from Windelphus. Because they ran.
Yeah.
Which we get a previously scene that we missed, which is like them agreeing to join Crimson Dawn and leave Windelphus because Win is gonna screw them over, even if they do somehow manage to
Yeah.
do the job that Win wants them to, which is kill their mentor. And Kira's like, trust me, I know how that works because I worked for Dryden Voss. He was a piece of shit. He would have killed me at any point. For those of y'all who have seen Solo, yes, he would. Dryden Voss was not exactly the best, no. And of course, there were worse people over Dryden Maul, which Kira also hints to. But Kira's like, join me and we'll be cool, and I can help you.
And they're like,
and so they're still contemplating it, but they realize that Kira's right.
Yeah.
Like, Kira is also just as a potentially dangerous person to work for as Windelphus. But Windelphus, they've worked with Win long enough to know that Win will kill them no matter what. Kira, there's at least still a 50-50 chance that Kira might not kill them. And so go with the more the more likely chance of living. There we go. Because more than 0% is still better than 0% when it comes to living.
A smaller chance is better than no chance at all.
Yeah. Look, I'm doing my best here, okay?
Yeah, I know. I'm not really carrying today, am I?
But yeah, so
Meanwhile,
Boosh and them bring Sana and Ko to Domino.
Ko.
Well, it's no idea. Yeah, Ko just got like dragged into this because Sana happened to be carrying them.
Yo, Ko, despite the fact that you're like a murderer, man, you just have the worst luck.
Yeah, like just happened to get dragged into this.
Yeah.
So basically, Domino's like, "Hey, I need some evidence of loyalty because I heard that Aphra ran off with that Ascendant technology, and I wanted that Ascendant technology. So
And they're like, it's more like the Ascendant technology
She ran off with her.
Aphra.
and so Domino's like, okay, well, you need to figure out a way to separate it,
It's like,
and
I don't
then
care.
get it to me."
They're like, well, what if that hurts her? And Domino's like, I don't give a damn. Give me
Proving-
that tech.
Yeah, proving a point as she pulls out a secret camera that somebody is obviously
Yeah.
more than likely Ronan, we find out, yes, it's Ronan, because he's
Hey, nephew, I know you're there. I know you heard what I just said.
yeah. You kind of suck at hiding the little cameras around. You suck
Yeah.
at spying, and so yeah,
It's like, anyway.
crushes camera. Back to business.
Anyway, point is, go get me that thing.
One way or the other. And Sana's like, okay, on one condition, I need a crew, a good
Yep.
crew, and I don't want your guys.
Don't want, and they're like, hey, wait a bit. And she's like, no offense.
You're not
You're
experts.
not gonna help me.
You're not experts in this situation. I need people who know Aphra. So they go. Sana and Ko go find her dad.
Mm-hmm.
So I forget the name of the characters, but they were in the original run of Aphra comics.
Yeah.
And so basically, they say her family, her loved ones, her exes.
Mm-hmm.
That's who we need.
Yep.
And they get one very important ex of them all,
Mm-hmm.
Magna.
Who doesn't seem like she has much interest in doing this.
Yeah, because Magna's story is very. I can't wait for you to read the older Aphra comics because Magna's story is interesting. Magna was an Imperial officer
Mm-hmm.
who fell in love with Aphra
Mm-hmm.
and defected to the rebels afterwards. And is an officer in the rebellion. And honestly, Magna's awesome. I love Magna.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so we get a little bit of inside Aphra's head
Yeah.
as Aphra is reliving moments throughout her life because the spark is kind of like, hey, I gotta keep you busy, or else you'll
Yep.
try to take over your body again.
She's like, give it back.
And so we get some messed up moments in Aphra's life, including when she was in the Akresker jail, where she had her mind like dug into.
Yeah.
It was not not great.
It
no.
doesn't look pleasant.
No, it's that creature from Rogue One,
Mm.
the one that reads your mind, and
Yeah.
but we also get a moment with Lucky and Aphra, and it's from what we can tell, this is the moment where Aphra and Lucky kind of their first mission together.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like this is why they kind of have this on again, off again thing of betraying each other.
Yeah.
But and then in the moment, Aphra realizes that in order to get control of her body, she needs to go to memories that are more connected to the spark.
Yeah.
So she manages to get her memories into the Vermilion with the Thought Dowser, as well as trying to basically take control of the body that way.
Mm.
But it's not exactly working yet. Meanwhile, the Spark is trying to deal with Crimson Dawn,
Mm-hmm.
and actually, we learned the history of the Ascendancy throughout this run.
Yeah, we do.
So we learned that the Ascendancy was not all bad. They
Yeah.
just were not great either.
Yeah, this is one of those cases where I'm like, so technology combined with religion to me is also one of those things where I'm like, so my choice is a bunch of evil religious dickheads or the Ascendant.
What? As a Fallout fan, you don't like religion and technology groups?
Yeah, it's a big shocker there.
You don't like the Brotherhood?
No.
The joke for Fallout, people who don't understand Fallout, is the Brotherhood is a religious group who bases a lot of their stuff around technology and
Like-
keeping it away from people that aren't worthy.
Yeah. It's like, I get it to an extent, but it's also like, why are you like this?
Like we could have, in the case of Fallout, we could have brought back civilization at this point if you had just given
Yeah.
people technology that you have found and is working, but instead you keep it to yourself and let it just kind of
Yeah.
rust away and just not
It's
work
like,
anymore.
Why? Why did you do this?
Instead, you've militarized and
Yeah. They're a bit isolationist at the best of times.
and at the worst of times, they're just going to get in your business and say that they need to destroy you.
Horrendously murdery.
Yeah. Speaking
And
of,
that's why this is giving me like, I don't like either of these choices, so I guess Afra, you're the best one by default.
well, also Afra is great because Afra is similar to you, where Afra's like, man, these choices suck. I guess I choose me.
Yep.
Because it's basically so we see the history of the because by grabbing the thought dowser, Afra accidentally sends herself further back
Mhm.
towards memories of the spark and not of her own memories anymore. Because the spark is also connected to its creator.
Yep.
Meryl, who we get from what we understand is also the founder of the Ascendant.
Yeah.
Basically, Meryl leads this group of people who are done with the Sith and try to rise up against them by creating technology that can do so. Things do not go well.
Yeah.
So we are led into the underground area where the spark was that we saw last time we were doing Afra comics. And it turns out that that's where this last big battle happened between the Sith and the Ascendant. And it was also when the spark was born.
Yep.
Because basically it was a last-ditch effort to defeat the Sith.
Mm-hmm.
It did not go well. It went well-ish.
It kind of worked.
You know, if also everybody else dying around Meryl also was part of the plan,
Yeah.
and not just the Sith. And of course, Afra's not a... So Afra's a bad person, but Afra is not an evil person.
Yeah.
So Afra is, of course, empathetic to Meryl's situation. Because I think this panel shows that Afra is empathetic.
Mhm.
The way the art's done, I see empathy in Afra's face. Oh, wait, no, that's the spark. My bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, red dialogue meaning spark. The spark is empathetic,
Of course it
kinda.
would be.
Kinda. I don't think it's truly empathetic. I think it's more of like, oh, these are the people who gave me life, so of course I have to.
Yeah.
I think Afra, though, is sort of empathetic. We don't really see too much of it, though, because Afra's like...
Afra's busy with her own problems right
Afra's
now.
trying to get control of her body again.
Yeah.
And so... But I do think Afra, as somebody who definitely could have made these same mistakes as Meryl, because Afra's definitely the type to make these same exact decisions. If you think Afra wouldn't also push forward the idea of technology in this way, I'll just remind you all of the time that Afra thought that she was talking to a Force ghost and it was actually a fungus.
What?
It was a fungus mixed with technology.
Okay.
It was when she was on the prison ship.
Ah. Okay.
Yeah. So she's willing to push the boundary because, especially with force-based technology like that. We've seen that she's willing to make those pushes,
Yeah.
and the spark kind of even reminds her of the fact that she sacrificed everything to get to where she is now.
It's like, man, you got a long history of exchanging people for progress, don't you?
Yeah. Including your evil droids, who I am now going to try to use to my advantage.
By the way, thanks for
Tell me about them.
what?
Well, like, tell me where they were,
Yeah.
but tell me about them, cause, like, in a way of, like, reading memories.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Well, yeah, because your droids tells me that she just so telling me about them in that regard. Like, she
Yeah.
didn't actively tell them, but, like, that's when I say telling me about them, like, in the Spark way, where Spark's just reading your mind. And Afra's like, well, shit.
That didn't go.
But
to
also, no, that was the plan though, because as soon as Spark leaves, Afra's like, perfect, all to plan,
nailed it.
nailed it, because basically the plan is that BT and 000 will also not like the Spark, and hopefully will be able to be the technology that she needs to get out, because she needs something to feed into her tattoo implants.
Mm.
And that's the goal, is to use the tattoo implants to kind of feed out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on the Vermilion, Spark decides to have a meeting with the archivist
Yep.
and basically reveals, I'm not Afra, I'm the Spark. And we're going to work together now. That's all we really get.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Team Save Afra, I guess we'll call it, includes Data Yao, Eustacia Oka, Corin Afra,
Mm-hmm.
and Kofan Ferris, as well as Magna and Sana.
I do love the I like how you brought all of these people together who admit they are things X, Y, and Z.
Like, they're all thieves. They're all like also like
Yeah.
archaeologists, because Corin is an archaeologist. That's why Afra,
Mm-hmm.
Chelly Afra, also went into archaeology.
Yeah, and Magna's like, all right.
And then
let's
like
get-
a soldier, essentially. And so, of course, Magna's the one that's immediately trying to be like, okay, I gotta, if I'm gonna be a part of this, I've got to like take some charge. Also, we learned that Magna and Sana are together now, essentially.
Mm.
At least the way that like Sana plays into Magna with the "do it for me," and everybody does the ooh.
I don't think it's. Is that the exact line?
And if you can't do it for her, do it for me.
Okay.
So yes, that is and the way that Magna's face, that's how dare you use these emotions against me. And then everybody else's reaction is definitely oh, they're a thing.
Yeah. Either they were or are.
Yeah.
It's like
More recent than Magna and Afra, anyways, because Sana has also been heavily helping the rebellion as well. It's how she got introduced, was she was Han's ex, who joins the rebellion,
What is it?
similar to Han, to get paid, essentially, but then eventually, like, Heart of Gold nature.
Yeah.
And then we learned that she was also an ex of Afra, and that's why she starts helping Afra.
Fuck it, fine, I'll help you. God damn.
It's also how Han also kind of knows who Afra is, like he's heard of her.
Mm.
But yeah. So Magna agrees to help.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Data Yao puts a tracking device on the ship.
Mm.
Oh no, she finds
She
it.
finds
Sorry.
one and is like,
She
"I
finds it, but
wonder
it also doesn't say who.
Yeah, it's like, I wonder who you belong to.
Turns out it's Lucky.
Yep.
And his crew. Because he has a crew now. Well, he had a crew, but like it's
Yeah,
been a minute
new
since we've
one.
seen them. Like we've seen them in earlier in the Afro run, but we haven't seen them in a minute.
Yeah, and they're like, all right.
We saw them during the Ronin ring heist, which you haven't read yet.
No, I have not.
But you've gotten a lot of references to it.
Yeah, I'm like,
You're like, I know about this ring heist, but I don't know the exacts. I know that Ronin died but came back, and
yeah.
but it turns out Lucky is working for Ronin.
Yep.
Who has allied himself with Crimson Dawn
Mm-hmm.
as well, because Crimson Dawn's promised that they'll essentially make him the top tag.
Yeah.
Which is how Crimson Dawn does a lot of their dealings. It's like, oh, you're a second in command. We can fix that.
Mm.
That tends to be how a lot of their deals go.
I wonder where that comes from.
I mean, it's how their deal with the Hutts went. That didn't go well for him, though. He died and then caused all the other Hutts to have to be killed as well.
Yeah. Whoops. So,
But
as
yeah,
I've come to understand
Yeah,
things,
go ahead.
Apparently, Lucky has a bit of a disappearing crew problem
Yeah.
in that someone dies or a lot of people die on the missions that he does.
It can happen. I mean, obviously these are people though that work for Ronin that do work for Lucky a lot, but
Yeah.
there are, for the most part, yeah. Things just don't always. His name is ironic,
Yeah.
but
They're like, where would Afro fucking hide out?
well, more of where the spark would go.
Yeah.
And they figure out, okay, well, more than likely, I forget who it is that knows about the droids being here, but one of them kind of knows that the droids are here.
Mm-hmm.
And so they go to Burke, where they see a lot of dead bodies immediately.
It's like, damn.
And it turns out that they were Crimson Dawn.
Yep.
Actually, no, that's how they track. Ironically, they follow Crimson Dawn, who is also following them. It's very circular. Like, Crimson Dawn is tracking the droid specifically, and then the Team Afra is following them, and then Lucky, who is also working for Crimson Dawn, but also working for Ronin, tracks them.
Yeah. This shifting of alliances.
It's not even that. It's just a team tracking a team tracking a team.
Tracking another team disguised as another team. Nah.
But yeah, so they eventually find their way through to where they get shot at by the Crimson Dawn team, and they manage to fight their way to this hut, where turns out that's where BT and 000 have been hiding and basically on vacation. Like, they've just been hiding out this way. And it turns out that the Spark was tracking Lucky.
Yeah. And so they're like, fuck.
Yeah, so Lucky and the Spark have to deal with each other.
Yep.
Meanwhile, in the mind of Afra, reliving the memory box heist, now joined by the very, very much annoying
Meryl.
Meryl, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so it's like, I'll talk to you and da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, and like Meryl is like bugging and just being annoying and being like, why do we got to try to get your body back? Like, let's just, you know what? We just hang out here for the rest of eternity.
It's like, 'cause it's my body, jackass. That's why.
Also, like, Meryl is flying with
Yeah.
throughout the whole thing and kind of very ghost-like, floating through things. And so Meryl's like, hey, how about I teach you some stuff?
Yeah.
And Afra's like, fuck it, I might as well learn because I've got nothing else to do.
What else am I gonna do right now?
So once we go to the first time when one of the early times when Meryl's life has been sentenced to death,
Yep.
and like after she formed the Ascendants, Meanwhile, in the material plane, I guess we'll go with Baruke, 000 and them are just like, attacking Team Afro because they say why not.
Mhm.
And Data saves Ko from being shot at, and
Mhm.
that panel,
What?
Ko's blushing.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It's just cute.
Mm.
Like I love it. It's very cute. Um, and then they finally explain, hey, no, we're here because Afra, and they're like, oh, like and specifically once they
Yeah.
see Sana, they're like, oh, it's you. Okay, what's up? And then they start like being friendly in the
Ish.
000 BT way,
Yeah.
where it's essentially they just won't kill them.
Yep.
Also, they use the word meatbag. They bring HK's meatbag terminology in. That KOTOR HK-47.
All right.
Look, they're meatbags. We're meatbags.
Yeah. And they're droids.
They're droids. Is meatbag
Yes.
offensive?
Yes, genius.
Is it?
That is the droid racial
it?
slur for everyone else.
Is it though? I mean, I don't feel bad about the term knowing that Malik is the original meatbag.
That is true.
Malik was the original meatbag.
However, Malik, he fucking did a lot of things.
That's why he deserved it.
Yeah.
He's the original meatbag. So I don't feel. You know what? We are
Think-
reappropriating meatbag.
Fucking
That's how that works, right? No, don't.
don't
We're not going there.
don't do that. Just leave it be.
See, you of all people though can't be upset with droids calling us meatbags.
Fine. You want to be treated like people, you can die like the rest.
Okay, but back in the
Yeah,
mind
it's
space of
the-
Afro.
I think it's these two specifically that piss me off.
000 and BT.
Yeah, because this is my first interaction with them. I'm like, great. So we showed up, and rather than ask us any questions, you.
Well, they're
fucking-
assassin droids. They were built to kill.
Yeah, that doesn't.
They have no other purpose.
That doesn't look. Oh, whatever.
And then on top of that, the personality that they've gained over the thousands of years that they've existed. Because at least 000's existed. He's
been alive that long.
well, his memory core
Okay.
has been.
So yeah.
He hasn't been in this specific body for that long.
So he's just been switching around.
Well, he was in a museum for a while until
Okay.
Afra took him and then put him in
There's
a
a
body.
lot of things I don't.
There's stuff you don't know.
Yeah.
Darth Vader 2015 and the Afra comic kind of explain a lot of that stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, nah. He like his personality is very much I enjoy killing.
I see.
So I mean, that still makes him his own personality in person.
It does.
Because it's very much. I mean, it's not a good personality or person.
No.
It's very much. He's the droid version of a serial killer.
Yeah. I think that's my issue with it, where I'm like, I don't like this.
We're working with a serial killer here.
Yeah, I'm like everyone. It's like we have this guy.
Like they're not
that's-
happy about working with him either.
Yeah, I think that's my issue with it. I'm like, I don't like because it's very clear that they enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
They're not like this is my job. They're like, I get to kill people. Hell yes.
But yeah, back in the memory though, we see Meryl kicking butt
Yeah.
against the Sith and taking names.
Right up until
Yeah, until the
They
master Sith says nah.
yeah.
Which do we learn the name of that Sith? We do not. No, we don't.
Yeah.
But yeah, and we learn that they are the Dark Seekers, and apparently they're a group of Sith that hunt down like anybody that's a threat to
Yeah.
Sith life.
They're
Uh,
a search and destroy.
And Meryl has taken one of their lightsabers, and the Master Dark Seeker's like, just do it with your bare hands. If you're a real Sith, you should be able to do this.
Yeah.
But no, it doesn't go well for them. They get whipped,
Mm.
literally
Mm-hmm.
and metaphorically.
Mm.
But we learned that the way that the spark really works is that it has to be in sync with the person that's using it.
Yeah.
And so that's the reason why why Afra is not quite in control of her body at the moment, is because
Yeah.
the spark and her are not compatible. Afra is a non-compatible OS for this software in computer speak. Or no, yeah, non-compatible OS for the
Yeah.
software, yeah. Because the spark is essentially an AI.
Yeah. That's
Like,
what it does.
It's really it's essentially like, if you're a Halo fan, the spark is Cortana.
Mm.
Except nobody has the space for the AI. The AI just jumps into you.
like
Like in Halo, you have that slot for AI. Here, you don't. You just
Meryl actually does point out, she's like, well, I knew it was a possibility in
It-
regards to like the spark becoming a lot more
self-aware.
Self-aware. It's like I knew it was a possibility, but I didn't think it'd actually happen.
But yeah, so this event has to take place after the spark's creation, after the earlier scene, because the Dark Seekers are hunting for the spark specifically, and they want it.
Yes.
And so Afra, being Afra, says, "Fuck this." Clicks the gun towards Meryl's head and is like, "Give him the spark."
Do it. I will not be dying in someone else's memories.
Yeah. And so Meryl's like, "Fuck. I guess now I have to unleash the spark." So Meryl unleashes the spark, which fucks up the spark's plan for a second in the material plane, because they are on the Vermilion trying to unlock this secret weapon, this sword
Mm-hmm.
that the Archivist has.
Yep.
Which is the reason why the Archivist wanted the spark, because it's connected to this weapon.
Yes.
Which we are now learning a lot of the reasons of why we're learning a lot of the stuff that we didn't know about the Archivist and their plan. That this is all filling in the gaps of what's the Archivist up to? Because when we read Crimson Reign, we were like, what's
Why are you here?
what's the goal?
Why did you sign on?
Crimson Reign, right? Yeah, Crimson Reign.
Yeah, it's like, we know that you're here, we know that you're important, but we did not know the why of
Like
it.
we know that you're hunting something important and that it's probably some secret weapon of some sort. We just don't know what it is and how it works.
What it is, how it works,
What it does.
and why they want it.
Yeah. Well, we know the why. It's to
Yeah.
defeat the Sith. Because Kira's made that pretty clear that
Yeah,
the goal is kill the Sith. That's at least the goal that Kira has publicly stated. We don't know if the ulterior motive of that, other than power, because the Sith are in the way of that.
Yeah.
But I mean, outside of any extra ulterior motive, we don't like.
Yeah.
Because obviously Kira could just be saying on the front, "Just kill the Sith. That's the goal." Obviously, there's an ulterior motive for that. What is that motive? But yeah, so thankfully, that's what Afra wanted, was to distract the spark in that way.
Yep.
And so now Afra just shoots the Sith and helps Meryl. Unfortunately, Meryl is pissed still.
How dare you?
And it's like, Afra's like, "Okay, you're good now. They're dead. You can unsync." And Meryl's like, I guess. And kind of gets exhausted from the effort.
Yep.
And is also mad at Afra, like, "What the fuck?
How dare you?
How dare you aim a gun at me just to get me to do that?" It's like, hey, it worked, didn't it? And then they're back at the Ascendant Sanctum again, where we now learn about the sword.
Yes.
Because it turns out that this was all leading up to this. Everything, the spark, Meryl, all of this was leading up to a secret weapon, a Sith killer, all hidden within this like sword in the stone level, like, except
Yeah.
like Sith sorcery bullshit.
Yeah.
Because like it literally like
I'm like,
you're like literally
is one
pulling
of
out
those-
from nothing.
this is one of those times where I'm reading, I'm like, this is clearly some magic evil bullshit. But
yeah. And of course, Spark is like, all right, I got a new weapon. Time to test it out on our poor friends Lucky and Areole.
what if we said fuck this, we're leaving?
Which
And they're
is-
like, yeah, bye.
yeah, so like they try to run away. Meanwhile, Archivist manages to distract Spark for them long enough to escape by revealing that they know where they need to go next.
Yeah.
Because it turns out Ko has been helping track where
Yep.
they are. Turns out Ko is the little spy.
I'm like, this isn't surprising to me.
But also, like, it's a triple betrayal because Ko is also, like, telling Team Afro, okay, they're on their way.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, so we double, triple, we're getting all the crosses here.
Yep.
Quadruple cross at this point. But yeah, so they start to plan and get ready. Also, they learn that what 000 and BT have been up to this entire time, which is nothing.
Yep.
Literally, they're like, we are bored. Retirement sucks.
Yep. Please take us with you.
Let us kill things again. And so they decide that they need to go ahead and deal with the Crimson Dawn if they're going to get Afra back. So they make their way to the Vermilion, where the Spark is waiting.
He's like, hey there.
Meanwhile, back in the mine again, in the mine prison,
Mm-hmm.
Meryl has revealed the sword.
Yep. And she's like, here, would you like an example of what it does? They go, sure.
And so Afra's like, well, I still got this lightsaber. And Meryl's like, yeah, but this can hold up against that swing. Nope.
It doesn't, but
But look at your lightsaber. It is now dissolved. Like the actual blade
the blade of it does not work like
it
it's
dissolves
supposed to.
and kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
apparently,
Meryl's like,
go ahead.
it does work, but I might need to reinforce the sword a bit because it's no good if I can only stop one of them.
Yeah. So it turns out we're bringing back Cortosis alloy from Legends,
Yeah.
which is I think it actually has already been brought back. I can't remember.
I think so.
But Cortosis, for those of you who don't know, is a piece of material it's a metal that is very rare, and what it does is exactly what we see in this comic. It makes lightsabers fizz out.
It doesn't last very long, mind
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, it's not like a forever fizzle, but it's long enough that if you're dealing with a lot of lightsabers and you have a reinforced Cortosis alloy blade, you can take out a few lightsabers and take out some Force users.
Yep. You have a limited time to do it, but that's a lot better than most people will get.
Yeah. So, we get the last little like
She's like, this was the happiest place in my life.
yeah, because we see the ascendant
that
the
is.
ascendant layer being
Yeah.
rebuilt, and so like at this point, Afra's like, okay, we'll probably never talk to each other again. I need the most important answer from you. How do I turn off the spark?
How do I turn it off?
And
She goes,
wait,
why would you do that?
the spark was not built to be turned off. There is no off button. It just turns on. That's it.
What do you mean? There's no off button.
Yeah, so I'm going to quote.
Yeah.
So this is just the prototype, but it's not supposed to be able to seize control and act autonomously. At least I thought it'd be much more statistically unlikely. I designed the spark to simulate Sith abilities by uniting our bodies with the rest of our technology. It's not the Force, but I thought it would be an effective aid. And then Afra's like, okay, well, if I can't turn it off, how do I at least get it out of my body? How do I unite with it? And that's when Meryl's like, nah, I can't undo my life's work. I'm not going to tell you that. And even if I wanted to, I can't. And Afra's like, wait, what? And she's like, yeah, there's no off switch.
Fuck.
No off switch. It just stays on. Clap on. Clap off.
No clap.
Shit. So now we get our showdown with Ko and Spark, where Ko's like, okay, Archivist called me here. Where are they? And Spark's like, oh no, this is all for us to meet.
This is a setup.
This was for us to meet. And then Ko, being a bit jealous,
She's like, okay.
why did Afra get to be the one who holds you, not me? I'm the one who like.
Fucking did all the work.
And Spark's like, oh, it could have literally been anybody. Afra just happened to get to me first.
Yeah. Although it being her was also incredibly
It was convenient.
lucky,
Yeah, it was convenient thanks to the tattoos.
thanks
and,
to the tattoos and archaeological knowledge as well.
yeah. So like it worked out. And
Yeah.
but like Spark's like, it could have been anybody. Like if I wasn't too picky.
Yeah.
Uh
How do you feel about betraying your team? By the way.
Also, but also like in a way, Spark starts teasing Ko and is like, "I could switch bodies though if you really want me that badly. Are you willing to betray people for it?"
Yeah. And I know we can only see half of Ko's face, but they have a really odd facial expression.
With the wide eye, like
Somewhere between outrage and jealousy. Somewhere along that spectrum.
yeah. Meanwhile, everybody's running into each other because Lucky and Ariel run into Team Afra, who are like trying to find they're trying to find where
Yeah.
Ko and Afra are because they didn't like get told immediately
Yeah.
where this situation was going down. Even though Ko, I'm not gonna reveal it yet.
Yep.
But yeah, so Lucky is like, oh, they're that way, but I wouldn't go that way.
I'm not fucking going there.
It's time to leave.
And they're
Sana-
like, what do you mean? They're like, yeah, weird evil red glowy shit.
yeah.
Yeah, big fucking scary looking sword.
And Sana's like, okay, that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, that sounds right. Meanwhile,
BT and 000 have taken out all the guards.
Yeah.
All the murder.
I'm like, impressive work.
Yeah.
Like, it's...
But of course, Sana has to remind them, hey, don't get carried away.
Yeah, rein it in a little.
Like, it's okay that you're killing these people, but like, remember, don't get trigger happy.
Yep.
You're still with us. And then we learn that, okay, yeah, no, Ko was setting up the whole time. Because Ko had a earbud piece in her ear still, a listening device that the rest of Team Afra was listening to know what was going on.
Yeah.
And so Spark finds it and is like, hey, I know you're listening. Come and find me, essentially. Watch me fuck up your ex's body.
Yep.
And so, yeah, Ko and them fight. Meanwhile, Team Afra breaks in to help with the fight. This time, though, so Spark tries to take advantage of the whip, believing that Ko has it on hand.
Yeah.
Nope.
Like, nah.
It's a deactivated lightsaber with nothing in it.
It's just...
It's useless.
it doesn't do anything.
And then Sana, however, does have the whip, and since they caught Spark off guard, they
Gotcha.
were able to get them because
Yeah.
the main reason that Spark was able to stop a lot of the Ascendant technology was because they weren't caught off guard regarding it.
Yep.
Like a lot of it was like, oh, I see this coming, I can prevent
I can
it
turn it off.
because I have the ability to turn it off. But if I don't see it coming, it's gonna
Yep.
it'll affect me like anybody else.
And I'm like,
And that's where we end
Yeah.
with the
so
Spark
I think
caught.
this actually... I think part of my issue with Afra when I've been reading things is I have never seen like the Afra story by itself. It's always been wrapped up in much larger plot threads, so I don't get to see like the, I'm going to say, minutia
Uh-huh.
of it. And I think that because all I've seen have been the big ones, she does get a bit overshadowed.
Yeah.
But
It's
I
a-
actually really like this.
yeah, because it's a little fun, it's your
Yeah.
fun adventure like type story. It's not. There's some deep stuff, but it's not too deep.
Yeah. I will give this. I will give it a solid 8.5.
Okay. Yeah, for this particular adventure, I mean, we end on a cliffhanger, but that's because Hidden Empire is going to be the big finale with a lot of stuff. Because they were leading into Hidden Empire with this, with how Crimson Dawn wants to use the technology.
Yeah. I'm like, is Kira's plan?
There's a lot of stuff at work because it's not just what we see here in Afro.
No, you're right. I'm thinking, is your plan to just storm wherever fucking Palpatine is with a bunch of Ascendant technology and try to take him out that way? Because that's not a bad plan, but I'm not sure it's gonna work.
I mean, obviously,
It
we see that
doesn't, but-
he's alive in episode 6.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd give this about an 8.5. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was a fun little adventure. It does exactly what it needs to. It just kind of is there, and you get in, get out. None
I
of this.
feel like it would have been helpful if I had known like a lot of other factors going in, but for what it is,
I mean,
I think it does its job.
I think also I think in this case you know most of the factors that you need to because it really plays more into your memory of Crimson Reign. Like this, it really does play more of like, what do you remember from Crimson Reign? Okay, we're continuing from there, and that's really about that. That's really the focus. Like there's stuff like obviously the return of certain characters. That's stuff that you don't connect to as well. Like you're like, who the fuck is Magna? Who the fuck is this bitch? Like here, like all the characters, like not
Who are
Magna.
you?
Yeah, who what is your purpose? And so like that stuff though, that's like even longer running
Yeah.
than just like this run of Afro Comics. Like we're talking about the 2015 run of Afro Comics,
Yeah.
or 2016 rather, as well as the Darth Vader 2015 run. Like that's stuff that we're going that far back, and with
Yeah,
the return
that's
of some
a
of
bit
these
much.
characters, and that yeah, I think it does a decent job of introducing these characters if you haven't read them. Like, would that be a fair assumption?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't speak from that.
It's a who's who of Afros.
Yeah, like I can't speak of that of going like for sure. Absolutely, this is a great because I know these characters, but can you? Yeah. From your end, you already said yeah. Like you don't know these characters, but they do a decent job of going. Here's this person and why they're important, and they kind of just, and then they go on. They move on with the story. So this was the last episode of January.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's already the end of January.
All the time.
So
They go bye-bye.
here's our list for February.
Mm-hmm.
We will be doing next week Darth Vader, Volume 5, The Shadow. Hopefully,
Shadow.
yeah, The Shadow. Hopefully with our guest, it's Victoria, y'all, who couldn't make it this week, but hopefully they will be able to next week. All depending on circumstances. If not, we'll still talk about it. Then after that, we will be talking The High Republic, The Battle of Jeddah,
Mm-hmm.
which we have been. I've finished. I read it before or listened to it before it came out. I'm excited for you to experience it.
All right.
And then Tales from the Rancor Pit, which was like supposed to be a replacement of the Tales from Vader's Castle Halloween special sort of thing. Dark Horse did it instead of IDW.
Mm-hmm.
Because the license changed hands.
Yeah.
It came out in November though, and then like a physical copy didn't come out until recently, and so now we're finally going to talk about it. And then Bounty Hunters Volume 5, The Raid on the Vermilion. So we get Bounty Hunters coming back as well. And that is the plan for February at the moment,
All right.
unless things change. But
Okay.
unless like some major thing comes out like out of nowhere. But that shouldn't happen, hopefully. All right. So,
That's everything. Right?
yeah, that's everything. Thank you all for watching. I want to thank Mobcast Network for providing this space. They are another podcasting group who do Star Wars stuff like us, but they also do Cult Movie Cantina, where they talk about classic movies. We recently did an episode on The Quick and the Dead. You can go watch that now or listen to it. It's on any podcasting app, but it's also on YouTube at youtube.com/Mobcast Network. I am a co-host there, as well as a producer role where I kind of help run things, run stuff behind the camera for the most part, but I'm on camera as well. And then I also want to shout out Gamers and Geeks and I just blanked.
Engage Gaming.
Yeah, Engage Gaming, who own the actual building in this area.
Yes.
Gamers and Geeks is our local gaming shop,
Mhm.
and then Engage Gaming does like video game stuff where you can do a video game rental thing, where you pay an hourly rate based on how long you play
Yep.
on their Xboxes and PlayStations and PCs and VR that they own. But you just play them, say, if you don't have those and you want to play the newest games. That's a way to do it. You can also pay a membership fee for every month, and that'll reduce how much the hourly rate is. And then Gamers and Geeks is, but they're both located here in Mobile, Alabama.
Yep.
You can find them on Moffett and
Oh.
Schillinger. No, House Ferry. Moffett and House Ferry. Don't know why I said Schillinger. My brain is.
You're tired too, huh?
Yeah, I didn't even like. I got good rest.
It's
I
a
woke
one
up
of the-
and I had my coffee.
It's one of those days where it's like I'm just gonna. Everything's kind of slow.
Yeah, I don't
Like
know.
it's not bad, and you slept right, but things are like.
My brain is just not working today.
Uh,
But yeah, and so you can find them on Moffett and House Ferry out here in Mobile, Alabama. Sometimes we're here. Depends on the day.
Sometimes
mean-
we're not.
But sometimes we're here just hanging out. Sometimes we're here for this. So you might see us depending on the day. And then anybody else that I'm missing? Besides, I'm gonna go into the spiels of that. But anybody else? I think that's it.
Did you mention the wristband arcade?
Oh yeah, for Gamers and Geeks. I haven't been doing that as much lately, but for Gamers and Geeks, there is an arcade in the back where you can play some classic games. It's free play arcade systems, but you just got to pay $10 for the day, and you get a little wristband that basically says that you paid. That way you can
Yep.
play the games without any quarters or coins or anything
I think that's everything for.
outside of the network stuff.
Yep.
Now into the network stuff. Thank you all for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel if you're watching on YouTube. That's youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. And if you're watching on Twitch, that's twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. Be sure to follow or subscribe. If you really like our content, we also have a Patreon, which is patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. If you're watching on YouTube, it is in the link down below. It's also on the homepage for the YouTube channel. And if you're watching on Twitch, it is it is linked on the homepage as well. And you can. We want to shout out our patron, Jennifer Brantley, who has been a supporter for so many months at this
Yes.
point. Like, you're amazing. Thank you for all that support. If you do join our Patreon, you get benefits such as being able to watch at tier 2. You can watch our content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube. At tier 1, you are able to actually see some work in progress for a comic book I'm working on with a buddy. So we got some work in progress art. Although tier 2, once each page is complete, that's how you'll get to see the full page. And then that's it for the Patreon exclusives. Although there are some exclusives that I'm working on for Discord through Patreon, because we've also opened the Discord. We opened it
Yes.
last week. As of last week, it's been open.
Things have changed.
Yeah, things have changed. Discord is now open, and you can find the link to that also if you're watching on YouTube right down below. It's right under the Patreon link.
Yep.
And then and it's also on the homepage for YouTube and Twitch for our channels. And then if you join that, you can come hang out with us, come chit chat. There are certain channels that you guys will not be able to access because that's the stuff the Patreon members get.
Yep.
And we plan to do movie nights and game nights. We just haven't worked out the details yet.
Yeah, too bad.
But that's everything, I think. I think that's
Yeah.
like I said, next week we are talking Darth Vader Volume 5, The Shadow, hopefully with its Victoria, y'all.
Hopefully.
Yeah, which sending good vibes to you, Victoria. Hope everything's working out fine. That's it. I've spoken.
All right. Be safe. Have a good day. See you next week.
There we go. I saved it.
After a brief moment.
Welcome back to the Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host, Caleb.
Hello, I'm Seth. I talk stars with this man.
Yeah. Had a little hiccup there, but we fixed it. Today there's a lot to talk about apparently.
Apparently so.
Cause a lot of things have happened since the last week.
Yeah.
Like normally not a lot to talk about. Normally we just jump right into things, but no, this week we got
There's a bit.
We got to talk about how Ubisoft hired Battlefront 2's creative director, Bern Dimer,
Okay.
to be their part of their open world Star Wars game team, because Ubisoft is working on that open world Star Wars game.
All right.
Yep. This is coming from Video Game Chronicles that Ubisoft Massive has enlisted the help of creative director Bern Dimer, whose credits include Crysis, Horizon Zero Dawn, Battlefield 5, and Dead Island 2. So,
Shit. Okay.
so pretty good list.
Yeah.
Here's the exact quote that Dimer issued following about his involvement in the company's upcoming project. I am honored to join Ubisoft and gain the opportunity to collaborate with talented global teams to shape the future of social experience in Ubisoft's games. They're known to be catalysts for dynamic and diverse communities enabled by innovative features and powerful brands that allow players to come together. I'm excited to partner with the group's teams around the world to bring social experience in our games to new heights.
Okay.
So far, the title is untitled for Star Wars. But the next release that's planned currently from Ubisoft Massive is their Avatar Frontiers of Pandora game, which is set to arrive later this year.
All right.
After having to be delayed from last year. Obviously, they were probably originally trying to get it to match the release date of Avatar 2, but...
That's good.
So, thoughts? Good? Bad? Middle?
Somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, like...
Because from a lot of those games I've heard, some of those games are really good and other ones are...
Middling, like...
Yeah.
Like, generally, Dead Island is not one that's talked about highly, but it's not, like, crapped on either.
Dead Island 2 is, as I understand it, a bit of an improvement over the first one.
Yeah.
Which ended up not being that great.
Yeah. I think mostly it was the marketing that ruined Dead Island 1, because everybody was expecting this heavy story game. But that's not really what there was story, but it wasn't like as heavy as the trailers made it out to be. Like you saw that trailer of the dad and the wife and the daughter and the dad trying to save his family and that slow-mo, and you think, oh, this is a really heavy, gut-wrenching story. No. It's almost a loot and shooter the way it plays. It's not quite a loot and shoot, but it gets there. It's almost there. Up next, though, we're going to keep with the video game news. Star Wars Jedi Survivor has been delayed by 6 weeks to April 28th.
Yep.
So it was originally supposed to come out March 17th.
Okay.
So, EA Star Wars put out a little thing on Twitter, and they said, here's the exact letter.
Okay.
For the last 3 years, the Jedi team here at Respawn has poured its collective heart and soul into Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and we are proud to say the next chapter in the Tale of Cal Kestis is content complete. We are now focused entirely on the final stage, bug fixes to enhance performance, stability, polish, and most importantly, the player experience. Jedi Survivor is a direct response to the feedback from our community, delivering expansive destinations to explore, evolve combat and traversal, and of course, the continuation of Cal and BD's story. Making this game has truly made us a better team, and we have pushed ourselves at every level to make this the Star Wars sequel our fans expect from Respawn and Lucasfilm Games. In order for the team to hit the Respawn quality bar, provide the team the time they need, and achieve the level of polish our fans deserve, we have added 6 crucial weeks to our release schedule. Star Wars Jedi Survivor will now launch globally on April 28th. Thanks to EA and Respawn for giving us the time to deliver the best experience for our players, and to all of you for your understanding. May the Force be with you, Stig and the Star Wars Jedi team. I think it's a reasonable request.
Yeah, I'm like,
We're still
you've
getting
waited
it,
3 years. You can wait 6 more weeks.
especially because it's not like they're moving it an entire year.
Yeah,
Like it's coming out this year. Like they said, it is content complete. It is just
the finer details.
yeah, the smaller details and the bugs and stuff like that. Stuff that I think as fans we should appreciate that they're taking the time to remove, because that is a common issue that people have with the modern day gaming industry, is that we get day one patches to remove those rather than them taking the time to remove them beforehand. And so I think this is something we can. I feel like we can appreciate this. And while I wish it was coming out on the initial release date, I'm fine. I'll live.
Yeah.
And I think, that gives us more time to read the book before the game comes out, because there is that book, of course. Speaking of Jedi Survivor, though, one of the things that we have learned about the gameplay, speaking of gameplay, is that according to Games Radar, there will be fast travel and rideable creatures.
Neat.
Something that we kind of saw in the trailer. Like, we saw a little bit hints of that, but we didn't know it was like, oh, that's like gameplay mechanics throughout the game. So, like, that him holding on to that pterodactyl-looking thing, that's fast travel, probably, if I were to take a guess. More than likely, that was a... And, I mean, I don't think the Jedi franchise needed fast travel, because I think the experience is that kind of Souls-like Metroidvania, going through places and having to walk the entire place and cut down enemies so you can gain XP. It's not XP, but it's whatever you get to get skill points.
Yeah.
It's
They're
essentially
not calling it that, but that's what it is.
yeah, because they don't say what you're collecting. They just say you get enough of this and then you get skill points.
Yep.
But it's essentially XP. And so, according to Stig, here's a quote: "We will feature both fast travel and rideable creatures to help players quickly get from point A to B and back to A. The fast travel is point to point, and the rideable creatures offer a way to quickly negotiate between points and explore what is in between. So you'll be able to go point to point, but then you can also find creatures to ride in between to kind of still explore the area without having to just walk everywhere." Which, while I say Jedi as a franchise doesn't need that, that tells me something about how big Survivor is going to be compared to Fallen Order. Like, that tells me that these worlds are going to be bigger. That would be my guess as to why they would include this feature. Because why else include this feature when, if you played Fallen Order, you don't really need it. Like, they're pretty big maps, but you don't need a fast travel or a rideable creature. But that tells me that more than likely Survivor is bigger.
Yeah, it would have to be.
Like, otherwise, why include these features? And also, it's a sequel, and of course, sequels, you always want to go bigger. But of course, that could be narratively bigger or mechanically bigger. It doesn't have to be world bigger, because bigger world does not necessarily equal good thing in open world games, because bigger worlds sometimes are empty. I mean, look at some of the biggest worlds in video games. Daggerfall has one of the biggest worlds, and it's the emptiest of worlds because it's all randomly generated.
Oh, boy.
Like, if old school Elder Scrolls here, like, they randomly generated the maps almost entirely. And
oh, boy.
I mean, there's also other games that have, modern games that have big worlds, too, that people complain, oh, it's so big, but there's nothing there. Like, you're just riding your vehicle or animal to whatever location with nothing in between. I mean, from what I understand, that's a big complaint with, say, Fallout 4, is that they're, like, it's a big world, but...
There's nothing in it.
Yeah. Keeping on track with Jedi, though, but now going into book releases, Jedi Battle Scars got its first excerpt released.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. And as we sometimes tend to do around here, I'm going to go ahead and read that excerpt.
Okay.
It's not according to Star Wars Newsnet, not an action-heavy section, but it's nice to check back in with Cal and Mantis crew regardless, which I agree. Today was going to be a good day for the Jedi. Jedi Knight Cal Kestis was going to make sure of that. Sure, it was possible that he was one of maybe only 2 Jedi left, but those Jedi, they were going to have a good day. Hey, buddy, things looking clear? Cal asked, his voice reverberating in his ears inside his helmet. From his back, Cal heard 2 little taps from his droid, BD-1's way of communicating with him while on a stealth mission. Cal could hear BD-1's trills via comms, but sound was risky while sneaking, and the droid often preferred to communicate by a more rapid and tactile method, knowing the rest of the crew couldn't understand him anyway. Thanks, BD. Have I told you lately you're the best? A pause. Then, tap. Cal laughed. Well, this is me telling you. I won't slack off on it again. Tap, tap. A damn good day. Which wasn't usually the case. When a guy was crouched on a small, fast-moving space rock hurtling around a large asteroid in the middle of deep space, but Cal's life wasn't usual, and he preferred it that way. Kitted out in a full spacesuit, Cal took stock of his surroundings, breathing in recycled air slowly and steadily so as not to waste it. The orbital debris field circling the asteroid was dense. Cal had to make his way, leaping shard by rocky shard, each one a step closer to the main asteroid at its center, a massive excavated rock, home to a Haxian brood base Cal and his crew were currently attempting to infiltrate. Ironic, considering the last time Cal had been around a brood base, he'd been trying to break out of it. That time, on Ordo Eris, he'd been captured. This time, the better move was to get someone on the rock first in order to disable the security systems so that nothing would pick up the Stinger Mantis Cal ship entering from orbit. And the best way to do that was for someone to hop from tiny rock to tiny rock all the way down to the surface of the big rock. From one moving asteroid to the next, flying through space without a tether. No problem. And that's not the only one. Okay, we've got a few. Did you live? Marin's voice crackled to life over Cal's comms. Her accent and often wry way of speaking made the question come off glib, like she didn't really care about the answer one way or the other. Did you hear something, BD? Cal asked his droid rhetorically, knowing Marin well enough to know that the sound of his voice over comms would be enough of an answer to satisfy Marin's sarcastic, but still genuine, query. Sounded almost like someone who was worried about us, he asked in a sing-songy voice. Must have been your imagination, Marin responded contemptively. There was a beat of silence as though she were deep in thought. Yes, next time we're hard up on credits, we'll just drop you in a cantina. You'll survive. Hey, a voice interrupted, Grease. If anybody's going to be making trips for their looks around here, it's me. You bipeds don't appreciate what a catch I am to those with real taste out there. A flurry of taps was the response from Cal's back. He made sure to momentarily turn off his comms before he let out his laughter. If we're done, crew, Seer's more serious, Cal's favorite way of thinking of his mentor and Jedi Master. Yes, that was a pun. It's spelled Seer's name. It says serious. Voice commanded attention, even over the comms. Cal, how long until you make landfall and can grant us access? Back to business, then. Always. Cal had no idea if the Force felt the same to everyone. He'd read and heard all sorts of descriptions since he was a kid. From his first teacher, Yara T'Pol, from his most recent master, Seer, from the other younglings he trained with before. But for Cal, it was always the same. It was like a deep pool, blackest in its deepest fathoms, swallowing him whole as he dived down into it and emerging into a void where color and sound became muted, distant. It was an expansion of his consciousness, a brief, direct connection to the source of all things, like stretching his arms forward into meditation, settling into and moving through the void that connected every living being, his ripples spreading out concentrically, like interlocking circles affecting the world around him. This had been harder, once. He'd had to suppress his abilities for so long that the void had felt stagnant, empty. But now, years later, with great practice and focus and peace with the present, now Cal reached out to the Force, and the Force reached back. With speed and balance, most beings shouldn't normally have access to Cal managed to land arms first, tucking and rolling flawlessly. A move that would, under other circumstances, have snapped his neck. He jumped back to his feet before he could consider it much further. Landfall, Cal reported quietly over his comms. He tucked himself into the shadows at the corner of the closest building. There you go.
All right.
And so, from that excerpt, I am excited. It sounds like a real, it really does sound like a straight up, it fits perfectly with what we know of these characters. And it's interesting seeing that we're going to be dealing with the Brood heavily since we dealt with them in the first game. And that is a question that has always been lingering, is what's going to happen with the Brood and the Mantis crew. Because, they ended things poorly with the Brood, considering. That's the bounty hunter group in the arena. So
Hope you still have your wall trick.
it sounds like all the tricks are at the disposal. Like, it sounds like Hal's, because it sounds like when he's talking about the Force, it sounds like him accepting that he's now fully open to the Force again, which was a struggle in the first game. So March 7th, you excited? We're gonna.
It doesn't seem like it, but I am.
Yeah, it's your normal. It's very Seth of you. Speaking of books, though, because we're gonna keep on the book track, High Republic, Path of Vengeance, and Quest for Planet X got new synopses.
Damn. That's a name for a book, fucking Path of Vengeance.
Well, I mean, we've known that title for a while. It's the young adult sequel. So,
okay.
Because remember, we did Path of Deceit. Now we're on Path of Vengeance.
Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing at that.
And then Quest for Planet X is the junior novel because, Quest for the Hidden City, Quest for Planet X. Supposedly supposed to have most of the same characters. So here's So Tessa Gratton's the one writing Quest for Planet X. And then here's the synopses. A trio of adventurer seekers set off to find the legendary Planet X and save the galaxy as they know it. Despite rumors of conflict between the Jedi and the Path of the Open Hand, two of the Republic's most powerful prospecting families announce a contest to chart new hyperlanes. Under the guise of joining the competition, Das Lefbrook and Sky Graf recruit Jedi Padawan Rupert Natani, only to reveal their real plan: find the mysterious and legendary Planet X. The trio's quest takes an unexpected turn when they meet members of the Path of the Open Hand, forcing the heroes to put their goals aside to help the Jedi and the galaxy before it's too late. The Grafs, huh?
Oh boy.
Sounds like, though, in this case, they're playing good guy.
Yeah.
Because the Grafs are very much a you never know which side they're on situation. Like, in terms of release order for content, the Grafs were good guys. And then the High Republic introduced them as an antagonistic force.
Yeah.
But also not always. So it's just like...
All right. How's this one gonna go?
And then, of course, for the most part, it is as it said in the book, it's mostly a continuation of the quest for the Hidden City, because we're getting Rupert back, we're getting Das Lefbrook back, which which makes sense because Das became a part of the Republic Pathfinders teams. Yep. From the cover, now that explains who Fancy Boy looking boy is, with Mr. White streak in his hair on the cover for Quest for Planet X. Because I knew it was Rupert, and then I had no idea who the other two characters were. I didn't, because I don't think we'd seen a picture of Das yet.
Don't think so.
But we'd seen what Rupert looked like. So my best guess is curly hair boy is Das, and then the guy who looks like royalty is our Graf.
Yeah, probably.
He looks kind of like if Death the Kid slicked back his hair.
Oh, yeah.
And didn't care about having perfect...
Fuck this symmetry nonsense.
What's a kid doing with white hair? Why are you looking like a skunk boy? Anyways. Let's see. And then, of course, so that's in April. And then in May, we're getting Path of Vengeance, which will have Marta Rowe and Yana back, as they also venture to Planet X for a different reason. But everything's coming down to Planet X, because that's where our evil creatures are from.
Ah, great.
The Nameless, yeah. Because remember, Das is trying to relocate Planet X because of what happened to him in Quest for the Hidden City and his dad. because they got screwed over by Sunshine.
Yep.
But here's the little synopsis for Path of Vengeance. This enthralling follow-up to Path of Vengeance finds cousins Marta and Yana Rowe bound by blood but driven apart by faith. Marta and Yana belong to the Path of the Open Hand, a group led by a charismatic woman called the Mother, which believes the Force must not be used by anyone. While Marta joins a perilous expedition to Planet X in search of more mysterious creatures to use against the Jedi, Yana finds herself forming an unexpected alliance with the father of her dead lover in an attempt to wrest the Path from the Mother's control. These two young women will face a crossroads, forced to choose not only their own fates, but that of the galaxy itself. And I believe Path of Vengeance is the last book we're getting. Yes, so I'm reading the Star Wars News Net article. Interesting, the listing on Edelweiss excludes the tagline stating that Path of Vengeance is the thrilling conclusion to Path 2, as seen in other listings at the time of writing. Taking that line literally was never going to pay off, as even if Path of Vengeance concluded the Path of the Open Hand storyline, there were surely going to be comics released beyond that, because we're still getting High Republic Adventures and High Republic series. And I think the manga comes out after as well. I think we're getting our, what was it called? High Republic... What's the name?
Edge of Balance?
Yeah, Edge of Balance. I think we're getting our Edge of Balance manga after the book, after Path of Vengeance comes out, if I remember correctly. I can double check that. But, I mean, either way, I think it works. Both of these books, I mean, we liked both of their previous books, so why would we not be excited about what's happening next? I think as we were getting closer and closer to getting the mystery of Planet X and the Nameless, I think we're getting more and more excited. And I think Marta's going to appear in Quest for Planet X. Like, maybe not as a major character. I think that her appearance will be, like, in the background. Whereas we'll get, like, other Path of the Open Hand members to be the antagonistic force for that book. Yep. And then we'll get Marta's side of what was going on in her book. And I think that's where where things are gonna end up. Hold on, I'm having trouble here getting what I want. While I'm double checking the release dates. Visions Volume 2, speaking of things that are getting released. Their release date got announced, along with the title of the episodes and which studios are going to be involved, because remember, this volume, they're not just using Japanese anime studios.
Yes.
This time, they're spreading out around the entire world and finding different animation studios globally. So Visions Volume 2 is set to release on Star Wars Day this year, so May 4th. So that's going to be our little Star Wars Day present from Lucasfilm. And then we've got, here's the episodes along with which studios are attached. We've got the episode Sith by El Giri from Spain. We've got Screecher's Reach from Cartoon Saloon in Ireland. We've got In the Stars from Punk Robot from Chile. We got I Am Your Mother from Aardman from the United Kingdom. We got Journey to the Dark Head, Studio Mirror in South Korea. The Spy Dancer, Studio La Cachette from France. The Bandits of Golak, 88 Pictures from India. And we got The Pit from Dart Shatahiyo from Japan, and Lucasfilm Limited working together on that one. Okay. And Ao's Song from Triggerfish from South Africa. So we got quite a lineup. I don't know most of these studios, if I'm going to be completely honest. I'm just being honest. Yeah. Like, I probably know their work because they do talk about which writers and directors are involved, and they talk about a little bit of what they've done. Like Rodrigo Blas from El Giri, he's worked on some Blue Sky films such as Ice Age, as well as some Pixar films such as Finding Nemo all the way to WALL-E.
Okay.
So I probably know some of their work.
Yeah.
I just don't know these names off the top of my head. The only one that I immediately recognize, and I'm really excited to see what they do, is Aardman. You may know Aardman for Wallace and Gromit and their claymation films like that.
I see.
Yes. So I'm excited.
We've never gone over this like publicly.
Oh, are you a staunch claymation fan, or do you dislike claymation?
I dislike it most of the time,
Mhm.
but I understand why people can like it.
Yeah, I mean, I like a lot of their works. I mean, I like Wallace and Gromit. I like the movie Curse of the Were Rabbit. I think it's hilarious. I think they're doing a new movie too. I heard, which it's about time. Aardman's hasn't done a Wallace and Gromit thing in a while. They also are known for Chicken Run, Shaun the Sheep. One that wasn't really claymation, but like was claymation styled for animation was Flushed Away. That's one of their films, but they had to agree to do like 3D animation mixed with a little bit of their claymation, and so it's mostly 3D animated, but it looks like a claymation film. I think Flushed Away is actually pretty good. But I'm excited to see what they do with it. I Am Your Mother, as the title of their episode, tells me that very Aardman in style, that it's gonna probably have a little bit of humor in it. It's very Aardman to have some good British humor. So that's what I'm expecting out of it. Any of these names popped out to you, or
No.
okay? So really, we're both in the same position of we're just excited that we're getting more visions, because I think that's the part that's like fun to me, is what type of story will these studios
Seeing how
do?
these things work out.
Yeah, because even if I don't know these studios, which 90% of the time I don't, unless I'm told, oh, you know this show that they make, I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like in Visions Volume 1, that was a lot of what happened, was somebody would be like, oh, you know this that they've done, and I'm like, oh, I do. Okay, that makes sense of why this animation style is this way and why I like it. But for the most part, I'm just here for the ride to see what we get out of it, because the good thing about Visions not being canon is that they can do whatever.
Yep.
And so much freedom and so much enjoyment out of that. So yeah, our Star Wars. Ooh, wrong pipe.
Are you okay?
I got too excited.
I'm so excited I'll kill myself.
No, I need to live. I need to make it to Star Wars Day.
Don't do it. There's so much left.
I need to at least make it to Star Wars Day.
Yep.
Actually, I need to make it past that, because I need to. Nope, Star Wars Day, because I've already played Jedi Survivor, so we're good.
That's everything for the news.
Yeah, that's
right?
everything for the news.
Oh boy.
Like I said, there was a lot this week.
Oh yeah.
But all of it is really exciting. All of it is new stuff coming out, which is the best thing we could hope for as Star Wars fans, is more stuff coming out.
Yep.
Excuse me. Speaking of stuff, though, it's time we got into the Vader comic,
Yes.
and we talked about the Shadow.
Shadow.
Shadow. The shadow that shadowed the shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow's no longer a word.
Yep. Much shadow there is today.
Yeah. So this is covering issues 23 through 27,
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's right.
Yeah.
So spoiler warnings for the Darth Vader 2020 run for issues 23 through 27.
Yep.
Good. I'm just gonna say right now, if you are a comic book fan and you are not reading the Vader comics, and just any of the Star Wars, like if you are not reading the Star Wars comics, you are missing out on some really good comics. So last time we left off with Vader,
Yeah.
Sabe had revealed that she knew who Vader was, and
I know your government name, Anakin Skywalker.
And
Like,
basically,
no, you fucking don't.
and at this point had also revealed that she has been. I think she reveals that she's been kind of working with Crimson Dawn, because the whole plot of him attacking Crimson Dawn in the because last time we played it was Sabe was like, "Hey, we're gonna trick Crimson Dawn into thinking that everything's clear,
Yep.
but then you're gonna come in and kick their ass," and that happened. Like that was what happened last time we left off, and then at the end of that, Sabe was like, "All right, I have no reason to be scared of you because I know who the fuck you are, Anakin Skywalker."
Yep.
Because Vader was like, "You should be afraid of me," and she's like, "Nah."
Nah.
So this time, Sabe, of course, is now like revealing even more of like, hey, no, I know it's who you are. You can't play this. Oh, I'm dead bullshit with me. And so Vader's having flashbacks throughout his life and rethinking, the death of Padme, his mother,
Yeah.
basically all the women in his life,
It's like, damn.
because Anakin has mommy issues.
Apparently, he's got a lot of issues.
Mommy issues being a big deal, though.
Yeah. As you,
Don't stop on my account. I mean,
I was about to make a really fucked up joke. I'm not going to anymore.
oh. Were you going to say he has like an Oedipus complex or something?
No, it's worse.
Oh.
What,
Worse than an Oedipus complex?
you miss your mom, so you start taking other people off the census.
Oh my god. But yeah, so Sabe reveals that, she's been working with a group that's basically trying to get revenge for
Yeah.
Padme's death, and that Crimson Dawn promised to be able to help. But that's not been working out for Sabe.
Yeah.
And so the goal, and she reveals that there's this colony that has been that is under control of Crimson Dawn,
Yeah.
and that
The,
they have a bunch of refugees who need their help.
Yep. And Vader's like, fine.
Yeah. She does not reveal yet that he knows somebody who's there, because I think she knows that he knows. Like, I think she knows that Kitster's friends with Anakin, but
Yeah.
she doesn't reveal the Kitster of it all yet.
Yep.
But now he's saying, but then Vader threatens her, as Vader does. Vader's like, all right, you're with me, but just know you chose this, and if things go down, it's on you.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Valance and Ochi are left behind with the rest of the bounty hunters.
And Ochi's like, wait up. Wait, no, don't go.
And of course, Valance uses this as a chance to dig in and be like, see, Ochi, you're nothing to him.
And Valance is...
Because Valance likes to dig in on that.
Yeah.
And Ochi's like, all right, well, fuck you guys. I'm heading out. I'm going to go get some drinks, essentially.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to do my job and get some drinks. You guys can lay about whatever, but fuck you guys.
Valance is, fuck this, we're going home.
Yeah, Valance says, we're going home, and Ochi's like, fuck you, I'm going back to work.
Yeah.
Valance is very much Cartman. Screw you guys, I'm going home. Which is very fair for Valance. Valance has been fucked.
Valance has had it rough. Like, in terms of people that have gone through a metric fuck ton.
And of course, this isn't Valance's story. We're going to get to Valance's story eventually, because we'll talk bounty hunters when we get to bounty hunters. But he appears in this comic, so we can talk a little bit about our boy Valance.
Fucking put your heart in a jar, Vader over there.
I think you and we like Valance as a character.
Yeah.
We're very much soft on him. He deserves it.
Like, damn.
He's gone through it.
Every time something even minimally good happens to Valance, like, the world just decides, and now it's going to all crash for you again.
Yeah, he runs back into his ex, who almost is willing to get back with him, except she's married.
Yep.
He then leaves the kid he's supposed to watch with her, who now resents him for doing that. To the point that she's joined up with Crimson Dawn. Valance then also is dealing with Vader's bullshit of blackmailing. Well, it's not even blackmail. It's just straight up, not even extortion. It's, I'm going to kill you if you don't do what I say.
Yeah.
Like, it's not blackmail or extortion. It's just straight up, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
In fact, I already took your heart out. You're just a robot at this point.
Yep.
Which is
the most fucked up things that Vader has done that scares me.
Yeah. And you haven't even gotten to the worst of it, I don't think, for the bounty hunter stuff.
No.
Because, without revealing too much, so the deal is that Valance, Vader knows where the rebels are now, thanks to Valance, because they went through his memory banks and were like, since he's essentially a droid, they were just like, let's look through his memories.
Yep.
And they found where the rebels were hiding that include where his girlfriend and Cadelia are.
Yep.
I don't want to say, but some bad things happen.
Didn't that place get
Okay, no,
wiped
so we did
out.
okay, so we are on up to date. I forgot. Yeah, no. So yeah, that place is destroyed, and of course, Valence doesn't know that.
Yeah,
because if
Decimus
Vader
know that.
reveals that, Valence will turn on them.
Yeah.
So it's already downhill for Valence. He just doesn't know it. My guy.
God damn.
Let Valence retire. Like, let Valence be with his boyfriend Han.
Just let me fucking go already.
Because let's be honest, Valence and Han are boyfriends.
Mm.
Especially with how hard Valence was trying to get Han free during War of the Bounty Hunters. He was like, my boyfriend saved me back when we were both TIE fighter pilots. And now he's a bounty and I'm a bounty hunter, so I guess I need to save him and that will make us even.
Mm. Yeah. And then we can go our separate ways and never fucking talk about this again.
Except not really, because he's my boyfriend. No.
Oh, God.
But yeah, so, anyways. Sabe and Vader go to the planet where Kitster is the leader of this resistance group, essentially, that's working against the governor
Yeah.
of the planet, because the Imperial governor is the one that's acting
Yes.
for Crimson Dawn.
And they're a bit corrupt.
That's to say the least.
Yeah, that's a very
It's an understatement.
It's underselling it.
Yeah, it's
That's almost a sandbagging of the situation.
But essentially, they explain the situation of like
Yeah.
that the governor's been jamming all outgoing signals, and that they don't have any interstellar ships
Yep.
that they can use. Like, it's that bad.
It's that bad. Also, she kidnapped like 33 people
Yeah,
to use for
testing.
testing and convict labor, I think.
Yeah, it's for labor and testing because they're working on a secret weapon.
Yes.
Meanwhile, back with the resistance members of this group, Kitster reveals that he's worked on like the most souped up pod ever.
Yeah.
It's
like-
a speeder bike meets a pod, and I love it.
He's like, it won't make like. It's not a
Like, it's not gonna win them.
Interplant,
Like,
yeah.
it's not gonna win any races,
but it's here.
it's a vehicle that we have,
Yep.
and it was put together with what scraps they could. And Kitster admits that he built it out of nostalgia from his old homeworld, with Vader standing there, going, like, you can imagine just what's going on in Vader's head in this moment.
Fucking.
And then, not only is Kitster somebody that he knows, but one of the other members
one
of this
the other
group,
children.
Wald, the Rhodian.
There we go.
You were trying to remember his name.
Yes.
Wald, the Rhodian, which in the deleted scenes of Episode 1 is the one that calls Anakin a cheater. I don't know if you've seen that deleted scene where he says that Anakin cheated in the pod race. There's a deleted scene in Episode 1 that honestly starts to show the anger of Anakin. That
Yeah.
honestly should have been kept in. Although they changed it from Wald to being Greedo that said it in that deleted scene. Like, they made
Okay.
Greedo the one that says, "Oh, you're a cheater," but like throughout the rest of the Episode 1, it's Wald that's the Rhodian that hangs out with
Yeah.
them. So I don't know.
It's weird.
But it's supposed to be like foreshadowing of Greedo also dying later, because it's like, oh, you keep starting trouble, you're gonna get yourself,
You're gonna be shot.
yeah. Telling this to child Greedo.
What?
In Episode 1, yeah, in that deleted scene, it's a child Greedo.
No, that's not what I was thinking. It's like, do you imagine child Greedo? Like, some man walks up
No,
to
it's
him.
like, I think it's his mom that says something.
It's like, then again, you do live on Tatooine, which is essentially run by.
I'm
Which
finding
is
the
run
deleted
by
scene
the
now.
Hutt cartel, and it's like, hey man, stop saying that the races are fixed, otherwise bad things will happen to you.
Okay, here we go. I found it. Yeah, so it's supposed to be Greedo, but like, it's weird because throughout the rest of the film, Greedo has not been in this film. It's been like it's been Wald that's been like the part of the main core group because it's Wald, Kitster. I forget the girl's name, but there's a girl. Amy? I think it's Amy. I want to say Amy.
Okay.
But like Aimee.
Yes.
Or
The
something.
Star Wars spelling.
The Star Wars spelling, yeah. Well, it's got to be a Star Wars spelling, otherwise what's the point, right?
Yeah.
Here's the deleted scene. Let me pull it up for our friends watching at home. Let me make sure the sound's on. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Oh, there's Wald. Okay, he was just watching. Yeah, fighting won't change his mind. Oh, Wald says it. Oh my god. Even better.
It's like
Wald's like, you're a little piece of shit. You know that, Greedo?
that is, you know,
Like,
now
that's
that-
a scene that, like, still, like, while, yes, it's mostly, like, just trying to capitalize on Greedo being in that scene, it fits the narrative of, like, the whole Anakin, like, has like,
Yeah.
because in episode 1, you don't see a lot of Vader.
no, you don't.
Like, episode 2 is where you start
Episode
to see
2 is
the
where
hints
it
of Vader.
starts.
Like, episode 1, it's just this innocent kid.
Yeah, it's like,
Which I think also says a different message that George is trying to say, which is that evil can come from even the most innocent places and eventually grow. But I think also seeing the hints of evil in episode 1 would help make it
yeah.
a more through line. So I could see an argument for either way of that scene deleted or existing. But Wald was in it. Hey, I wasn't completely wrong. Wald is in it. He's just the one that calls Greedo out on his
He's
bullshit.
like, why did you talk shit to him right here and now?
Yeah, Wald's like, don't fuck around and you won't find out. Essentially, that's essentially what Wald said. But yeah, so Wald and Kitster put it together. I had to go on that tangent because we're dealing with episode 1 characters, and I know for a fact, I know somebody that's excited that Kitster has been in the comics because I know Kitster fans. Kitster stands, as you will. And so Vader is just like, look, you guys are useless. I'll do all the work. Stay back.
Stay here. Don't do anything.
So he asked Sabe's droid, which was his droid, but is like Sabe reprogrammed.
Yeah.
And is like, hey, so what's going on with this forest?
This isn't supposed to look like this.
Like, I can just sense with the force that something is off.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, season's been hard, but we've been going through a drought,
Yeah.
essentially.
We're lacking in water.
Yeah. But he's saying, one of the old, like, it's not Kitster, it's one of the other elders, I think. Well, maybe it is Kitster. It's just, he's just drawn weird in that frame if it is Kitster, because it doesn't include the beard. It just shows the sides. Yeah, that's not Kitster. That's another old guy.
Yeah.
So one of the other members of the group is just like, well, yeah, it's been a drought, but we should be seeing some clouds soon, which means it should be raining soon.
Yep.
But unfortunately, no. That's when instead they get attacked by a bunch of the creatures from the forest because something is driving them out.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Vader and Sabe clean up because Vader and Sabe are good at that.
It's like, great.
Like, I just love how much of a badass Sabe is. Can we talk
Yeah,
about how much of a
I'm like-
badass she is?
Finally. Another person who's actually competent.
Yeah, like, Vader's been having to work with Ochi for months
A
now.
while.
Ochi is kind of competent
Yeah.
when he's not tripping over his own feet. But Sabe is 100% like competent. Like she doesn't get in her own way. Ochi gets in his own way a lot of the time. But yeah, so the droid examines the creatures and realizes that they've been dehydrated, and so like whatever is going on with this drought has been
just fucking everything up.
Yeah, everything natural is getting fucked. This whole planet is drying up.
Yeah, and it's like that's not something that should be happening on this planet.
And so that has been Vader like trying to decide whether or not he's going to help.
Yeah.
And Sabe's like, so have you seen enough to realize if you should help or not? And Vader's like, But before he can say anything, the governor flies in on their ship just in time. And basically their plan is like, okay, we're going to take her out and deal with her. And if we take her out, then problem solved. Yep. Vader's like, you don't have the ability to do that yet.
Yep.
He's like, I'm going to tell you guys, stay back and let me deal with this because you guys just can't.
You guys are not good at this.
You guys aren't ready. You don't have the numbers. You don't have this experience. You're just not ready.
Yep.
And so
all of the factors that you would need, you don't have.
And so Vader tells them to stand back and that he's going to investigate.
Yep. Also, Sabe, go and get more armor than, like, none at all.
Yeah. And so
she's like, fine, I guess.
So while she's getting, she gets some equipment from the Imperial shuttle, grabbing some, like, Imperial armor and helmet and all that stuff.
Yeah. She doesn't like it.
Which also is backup that Vader's providing on the shuttle as well, because he brings some stormtroopers out.
Yep.
And also she's been promoted to commander by Vader.
Yep.
Like,
who's got to argue with that?
Yeah, and so she now has armor befitting of her station, according to one of the stormtroopers. And so instead of going head to head directly with the governor yet, Vader decides to have a talk with them first. So they try to open a channel to the Executor, his ship first, so that way they can like kind of work out a plan.
Yep. Not really.
Well, because he's trying to reach the Executor.
Yeah.
Which is his ship.
I was about to say, it doesn't really work.
Yeah, because the governor's flagship is still blocking communications. But they find a way to kind of... They do find on the R... I don't know what astromech unit this is, but an astromech droid.
Yep.
They find, like, the flagship traffic comms controls and all that, and what they need to do. And they find out where it's at, and they're like, okay, if we hit here, then we can get communications to back up.
Yes.
So that way we can reach out to the Executor, so that way we can deal with the governor through the Executor.
Yes.
Because basically the plan is shoot down the governor using the Executor.
Yes. That is the plan.
Problem is they got to talk to the Executor.
Yep. It's like, all right.
Meanwhile, at the Capitol, the governor is not... Things aren't going well for the governor either.
It's like, well, what's the plan?
Because they've been working on a conversion for whatever their top secret project is.
Yep.
Which is at 373% improvement. But they can't finish the extraction yet.
Oh, God.
And it seems that also on top of that, they're being attacked by the resistance members of this world at the same time.
It's like, is it gonna finish fucking downloading before we have to leave or not?
And it seems unlikely because when they look at the cameras, they see that it's Vader on their way.
They're like, oh, fuck.
So Governor's like, all right.
As is the usual response when Vader shows up.
So Governor says, okay, here's the solution. I'm going to leave, but y'all got to export this a little faster, and I'm gonna get some Crimson Dawn members to come deal with them. And also, they have some B1 battle droids that are operating for them as well, which I'm pretty sure is illegal under the Empire.
Well, Crimson Dawn is a criminal syndicate.
No,
I don't think they.
But I'm pretty sure, I believe that B1 battle droids being active is which is governor for the Empire. That's why I'm thinking about it.
Well,
but yeah,
considering they made a death machine, I don't think that's their primary concern.
The Empire doesn't mind making death machines. They do it all the time. They made 3.
Yeah, but not like this.
You're right. They want ones that destroy entire planets.
Yeah. This one seems a lot more personal.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to the reveal of this weapon
I know.
But yeah, so the Resistance people are breaking into the facility where Vader is cutting down battle droids easily.
Yeah, he's like, I've been doing this
for a very long time.
Since I was like 14.
No. He would have been 19.
He would have been 19, but
yeah, I was trying to do the math real quick. I was like,
point is, I don't think the battle droids are a threat to him.
No,
at all.
No. Because at this point, he is doing the math here.
Be like in his 40s.
Yeah, he's 40. He's like 41.
Yeah, because he'd have to be
41, 42, depending on what part of in between. No. He'd be 43, almost 44. Because we're after Empire, which is 3 years. Yeah. So he'd be like 43, almost 44 at this point.
Yeah. I spent like 9 to 10 years of my life cutting down battle droids.
Yeah. And so, they make it to where they find this, like, the technical facility where, the weapon is being worked on, it turns out.
Yes.
And there's some B2 battle droids now, which provide a little bit more of an issue for, like, the rest of the members of the Resistance. But Ochi's here to deal with it at the last second. Which, unfortunately, got in the way of Vader more than it helped.
Yeah.
Because the governor got away because Ochi blocked where Vader had to go. Which Vader is immediately like, "You idiot!" Force choking him.
Fucking.
Once again, Ochi stumbling into his own way.
No.
I mean, I think it was kind of part of the plan for Ochi because once again, Ochi is a triple agent at this point. Like I'm losing track of all the betrayals here.
Ochi's Ochi, not OG.
He's OG. He's the OG.
Ochi's only allegiance.
I mean, to be fair, Ochi is an OG.
Is to himself. That is the sentence I was trying to say. And
you are correct. Unfortunately, he gets in his own way.
Yes. Like right now.
Like, he's out for himself, but he's also his own worst enemy.
Yes. No one will ever fuck up Ochi's job worse than he will.
A truer statement has not been said.
If you want Ochi of Bastoon to fuck something up, leave him to his own devices for 10 minutes.
Yeah, he'll do it. He'll figure out a way to mess himself up.
Yep.
But yeah, and like he's like, "You let the governor escape," and Ochi's like, "I came to save you," and Vader's like, "Really? You thought I needed your help, bitch?"
It's like, I've not been under threat this entire time.
These are droids. I know how to deal with droids. I fought them longer than you've been alive.
You don't know this, but about 80% of my body is droid.
I think Ochi does know that, actually, because he used that against him, remember?
Oh, yeah.
With the droid crush. Oh, wait, no, you haven't read that storyline.
No, I haven't.
But, I mean, that's how they met, was they, Palpatine hired Ochi to kill Vader on Mustafar. because basically Vader needed to prove himself worthy of being Palpatine's apprentice again, which happened.
Great.
It happens a lot for Vader.
Yeah.
Like Palpatine gets like, you need to prove yourself again for like the 5th time because you keep failing. So I need you to keep improving and proving that you're worthy of being my apprentice, even though I have no other heirs to this position.
Yep.
So prove yourself to me. This time he dropped him out on Mustafar, just like he was at the end of Episode 3. No arms, just the one arm, no legs. And so Vader had to like rebuild himself while Ochi and the Droid Crush were hunting him down. Which is also how he met the Eye of Webbish Bog.
Okay.
Eye of Webbish Bog. That's when he met him the first time from Revelation. But yeah, so somebody's like, all right, well, now what's the plan? Well, now it gets more complicated.
It's like, all right. Well, at the very least, I can start contacting.
Yeah, now we can contact the executor, and we now know what the governor was up to because we've freed all the people that were working on it.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out she's been building some technology that will drain power from living things. Like, for example, I don't know, an entire planet.
Yep.
That is
fucked up.
like the Death Stars
Like,
are evil.
yes, very evil. But they don't suck the life out of things
I will say,
to shoot another ray.
although Starkiller does that.
Starkiller does do that.
Starkiller has to take the power of an entire sun,
Yeah.
which, when you do that, kills the entire solar system.
Yes.
Like that solar system is fucked because you've destroyed its ecosystem.
It's never coming back. They will.
So Starkiller Base is arguably worse. Like as
Yes.
we're talking about the evil of weapons and canon,
Yeah.
I'd say Death Star 1 and Death Star 2 are about equal level of evil.
Yeah.
Starkiller Base is more evil than that because it requires the power of an entire sun, which once again not only fucks up the planets that, well, actually it fucks up 2 solar systems.
Yeah.
Because not only are they using a sun to charge it, they're then using the charge that they got to kill an entire solar system. Because unlike the Death Star, which can only do one planet at a time, they can take out an entire solar system in one go. So you're essentially potentially destroying 2 solar systems, depending on if you're using the sun of the system you're already going to destroy.
Think they got the idea from this?
I mean, they were so potentially, because so I would put this on a lower level than Starkiller Base. Like it just destroys a planet, but it's like in an evil that's over the Death Stars because you're taking the resources of it. But also, at least they're using the resources, whereas Death Star 1 and 2, they just destroy all these resources never to be used again.
Yep.
Evil is evil.
No, that's
but,
not
like,
what I was saying.
Yeah.
I was asking you if.
Yeah,
this
no, I'm
device
gonna get
was-
there. Yeah. So potentially because
that's just the same thing as what this device does, taken to its
Except-
logical extreme.
yeah. Like eventually it would make sense of what are you using this power for?
Yeah.
Why would you like what are you charging essentially? So that would theoretically become the I assume in this case it's the droid army that's being charged, like because they're draining all these resources so she can just have a bunch of B1s and B2s. Because throughout this run, that is what she's using as this army against them, along with the Crimson Dawn forces. In terms of did Starkiller Base get its idea from this project? Yes and no. Because we also have to remember that during Jedi Fallen Order, they're already building Starkiller Base.
Building it. Yeah.
Which means they already have to have the idea of how it would work.
But they just
They
don't have the
resources to do it.
to do it then.
I mean, they're obviously already carving it out, which means they think that it's possible. They just don't have it built yet.
Then that would make this the equivalent of not a prototype, a proof of concept.
Yeah, this is a proof of concept along with probably they already know that this will work, so they were just like, hey, test it out here, and then once we get
Yeah.
Ilum converted to Starkiller Base, we can add it to the to Starkiller Base, because we're still digging out Starkiller Base. It's still being built.
Yep.
Like, because we're turning an entire planet into a military base.
We're turning this. I will turn this planet into a gun.
Essentially.
That has been their plan 4 times in a row.
Well, at least with Death Star 1 and 2, it's more of I will turn these... They're at least building from scratch these places. I would say Starkiller Base is probably the most evil of their weapons because of everything involved with making it as well as what it does. Like, they had to destroy an entire planet to build it.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, what it does.
Kind of needed to destroy a sun so you can blow up another solar system.
Yeah. Which potentially the sun comes from the same solar system, because at least it does at least it is, they are using the same solar system in the final battle in Force Awakens, because they're using the sun from Dakar's, where Dakar's system is. Because remember, they're gonna blow up Dakar very similar to how in A New Hope the plan was to blow up Yavin 4, which of course Yavin was that's when they blew up the first SR and said nope. So same thing happened, except when Starkiller Base blew up, there was enough energy left to create a new sun, which is why Dakar's not fucked. But,
so
yeah,
returning to the present.
Yeah, so Vader is, of course, immediately getting flashbacks to the Death Star.
Ah, man.
The Empire and their secret weapons.
That's right. That time I murdered my daughter's family in front of her.
To be fair, he doesn't know she's his daughter yet, even now.
But he's like, that's kind of fucked up. Oh, well.
And in fact, I've done more than that before.
Now that I think about it, I killed a lot of people's family.
Like, that time I killed all those Tuskens, or the time I killed those Jedi Padawans, or younglings, or the time I killed all those Separatists that were ready to surrender and call for peace.
Yeah. Damn. Okay.
And that time that I might have been behind the death of my wife.
Yeah.
Except, of course, at this point he knows he's not. He knows that she just died after childbirth. He doesn't know, like, why she died. Like, the medical record would be she died of sadness. Because remember, that's the medical diagnosis in Revenge of the Sith.
Fucking died of heartbreak.
What is she? Like a pet? Like, I've heard of pets doing that, but not people. What the fuck?
Like, that's what the droid tells him. What it actually writes down is birth complications.
Yeah, like, that could have been the answer.
Yeah.
Like, that is so much. That makes more sense. Say there were birth complications. And you know what? It would make even more sense if it is technically Anakin's fault, because, I don't know, choking a pregnant woman probably doesn't seem like a good idea.
Gee, I wonder how they fucking died.
Yeah, choking a pregnant woman who is, like, on the verge of having the babies, like, because, like, after the fight between Obi-Wan and Anakin, Obi-Wan's like, oh shit, she's about to have these babies, we gotta go.
Yeah.
Like...
Oh, God.
But yeah, so Vader decides it's time for a speeder ride, taking Ochi Speeder. And unfortunately, though, the timing is not great, because there's a bomb.
That's a...
Or was that part of his visions?
That's part of his visions.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's right. Because it's all red.
So, like, they're still good at it. Kaboom.
Yeah, no, there's no good in him. No, I'm kidding. But it's not great right now.
No.
But yeah.
Like, time to go.
Meanwhile, Crimson Dawn has delivered the army that they promised for the governor.
Yep.
And Vader, meanwhile, is on their tail trying to catch the governor, because he's like, well, fuck, I gotta use the speeder. That's why he got the OG speeder. He's like, I gotta catch them. B1's trying to shoot him, not working.
Yep.
The governor is like trying to help these droids too by like giving an ammo mag to the droid in the most badass way I've ever seen. Like a gun like like in Star Wars get reloaded. Like I've never seen a gun in Star Wars get reloaded this way, where it's like midair, like reattaching to the gun. Like it's something out of like GTA.
Yeah.
That droid's ready to do a drive-by,
Trying so hard.
but it doesn't work. And as the governor is about to fly away in their ship, Vader pulls a Force Unleashed,
Yeah.
dropping the ship down.
It's like, how is he doing that? And everyone is like, what do you mean, how?
It's Vader.
It's Vader. It's the scariest fucking guy the Empire has.
Next to the Emperor.
Next to the Emperor. What do you mean, how's he doing this? He does shit like this all the time.
To be fair.
Hmm.
To be fair. Vader is still probably like mostly a myth within like
Yeah.
the Empire of like how powerful he is. Like people know that Vader exists at this point.
Yeah.
I'd say pre A New Hope, Vader's existence is a little bit more obscure, but
Yeah.
after A New Hope, his existence is clear. It's a matter of how scary is Vader, and I think it's very much a myths have
Like,
overblown how scary he is,
yeah.
and then like some people like the governor are like, oh, that's just his reputation. He can't be
Yeah.
that scary, and then it turns out he is at least almost on par with the stories, but
Yeah.
like just under.
They're just barely overblown.
Yeah. And so I think that's where we're at. And so, like, that's why the governor's like, what the fuck is going on? And it's like, have you not heard these stories? And the governor's like, yeah, I've heard these stories, but I thought they were.
I thought they were just a rumor.
I didn't think he
I
was.
didn't think anyone would actually do this.
Or could actually do this. I mean,
Yeah.
because also the governor looks young.
Yeah.
And so I assume she has not lived long enough to even know,
Yeah.
like, to know that the Force was really a thing. Because that's the other thing we have to take into account is under the Empire, the Force doesn't really
Like,
exist.
they cover that shit up as much as they can.
Yeah, like, it's why, like, even the Knights of Ren who are using the dark side are considered an illegal faction.
Yeah.
And why the Empire's like, no.
Don't do it.
And why the Knights of Ren have tried to stay low-key about
Yeah.
it. Like, Ren is like, oh, we can be active. We just can't be, like, doing stupid shit.
Yeah, we cannot do stuff that will put us on the Empire's radar.
And unfortunately, working for Crimson Dawn did
Has
that.
put us on the radar.
And so now Ren's like, fuck, we gotta back up.
Yeah, we
And
got
that's-
the thing, we did the job, now we need to get the fuck out of the way.
And it's also why I think Palpatine won't target them is because he knows, like, oh, they're backing off.
Yeah.
They're not a threat to us.
Like,
They know they're not a threat to us.
He's like, they're not gonna pursue anything too wild.
And, like,
Whereas, like, Kira is definitely pursuing these things.
yeah, and while Kira...
And so is the Ascendant.
And Kira is only a danger in that she's unpredictable.
Yeah.
Not because she doesn't have Force whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like, she's not a Force user. But she does have the training from a Force user in combat.
Yes.
And
She has the training, the people, and the money
yes, and that makes
to be a threat.
yes, and so that's why Palpatine is like, okay, you are a threat because I don't know what you can do, and I don't know what you're up to.
Yep.
I just know that whatever it is, it's going against me, and it's dangerous.
Yes. Whereas the Ascendant represents a different threat from a technological side.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ochi and Sabe are having like a power dynamic struggle going on of like who's in charge.
Yeah.
But obviously, Sabe makes it very clear she's in charge because she's a commander now, and she has all the backing of these stormtroopers.
It's like, I got promoted by Lord Vader himself, and these guys were here to see it.
And Ochi is like, fuck, I'm just an assassin.
It's like, I am one guy.
Like, I'm just an assassin, a Sith assassin. While I am technically high on the hierarchy, I'm not officially high.
Yeah.
Like, it's not an official level. It's a very unofficial level that, like, is low. Once again, it's that whole thing of people don't know this role exists.
Yeah.
So they're not going to know if they should obey it or not.
Yeah.
And Vader doesn't help either because Vader always is like kicking Ochi like into like a lower position. He's always like, Ochi, remember, you're lower than everybody else. So Vader publicly doing that makes it even harder for Ochi. Because Ochi is really just, realistically, he's a level under Vader.
Yes.
Like, he's just like right under Vader. Because the Inquisitors don't really exist anymore. Inquisitors are gone. So, like, he's where the Inquisitors were on level, on the hierarchy. Which would technically be over a Stormtrooper. And possibly over a Commander. Possibly. Because...
But no one's there now.
But now there's nobody to confirm it, and the one guy who could be helping, like, prove that is the one that, he's doing the opposite, in fact. Because Vader's just like, nah.
Ochi's like, I could kill you guys in like 6 seconds, but I don't really have a reason to.
It doesn't help my
case, so why would I do that?
Meanwhile,
so I guess I'll just hang out here.
Yeah, but since Vader was able to force unleash that ship down, he gets into the ship and goes with the governor to her own Star Destroyer to go deal with any other traitors.
Yep.
And yeah, they quickly open the communication lines for him.
The fucking funniest thing about this whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Is Vader telling people, just put your guns on the ground and stand off to the side if you want to live.
Yep, and everybody's just like,
yep, fuck it, we're not dealing with this.
And it's even better because, like, I think this is a case of only the governor knew that she was working for Crimson Dawn.
Yeah.
Because, like, the rest of them are like, you'll see, it was just a misunderstanding. We're building a weapon for the Empire. Like, this is for the Empire.
Yeah.
And he's probably not wrong. But it's...
knowing what happens later.
Yeah, knowing what happens later. Because these are building blocks to something that we can learn later.
Yeah.
Now, we learned that there are actually 2 weapons that were being built, though.
Yes.
Because we learned not only were they working on the energy draining device, we learned that, 1, it was to support the droid army. But 2, the energy is going to a weapon that's a weather control machine.
Yes.
Which also leads into, yes, this is probably for the Empire because there are things that happen later in the Star Wars timeline that would confirm that this is part of the Empire's projects. Because have you played the Battlefront 2 campaign?
I remember that there is a big fuck you at the end of one of them.
But there's that weather. There's like a weather thing. And because when Vader died, he had all these contingencies, and one of them was
I will create the worst weather this planet has ever seen.
Well, it's also called Operation Cinder.
Yep, there we go.
Operation Cinder, which was basically a bunch of weather devices on a bunch of different planets that were different types of devices, but for the most part, it was like big storm, heavy like rain, like flooding and like winds and everything. And the plan is that these planets
shit that could go bad.
Basically, these planets would be destroyed by these natural disasters. This kind of hints at that. This has to be like a pre-example of what Operation Cinder was going to be.
Yeah.
And so, because knowing Palpatine, whether or not he knew that he had Crimson Dawn forces in his like within the Empire after Crimson Dawn revealed themselves. But there had to be, like, he had to know what most of these Imperial operatives were up to beforehand as well. Yeah. Like, even before he found out they were... So, like, there's no way this was not being built for him as well.
Yeah.
I didn't... Go ahead.
So a part of me, since we're getting kind of close to the end here, a part of me did not consider that as a factor. I was like...
you weren't thinking Operation Cinder at the time?
No, I wasn't. I was like... The part that confused me was like, why... So... What the machine does, it drains the life energy out of things.
And then creates big storms. Big boom booms.
But as I understood it, I was like, where did you get the energy? I assumed that the energy from the machine was being used for the big fuck off gun on the armor she's got later.
I think it's for a lot of things. Like,
Yeah.
I think because we, from what we can understand, a lot of this planet's resources have been drained
Yes.
by this point. Because they're dealing with droughts, so there's no rain or anything that's getting brought to them. And then on top of that, like, all of the trees are dried up.
Yeah.
Like, they show how dried up these trees are. Like, they are brown. So, like, I think a lot of it is going to different projects. I think, like I said, I think they never confirmed that it's going to the droids, but there's no way that they have to have a lot of energy for the amount of droid army that she's got. And then on top of that, like you said, the armor that she has later on where they revealed the...
Yeah.
But yeah, so Sabe and Ochi, along with Kitster, are trying to stop the big weapon.
Yeah.
But they get caught up in a tornado, which Vader manages to, and Ochi managed to escape because Vader crashes the ship, the landing shuttle.
Yep.
And Ochi manages to escape, but Sabe and Kitster are still in it. So Vader's like, fuck, I gotta save them and also stop this machine. So he decides to ride the big pod speeder.
Yep.
Which, of course, more flashbacks to his time with Padme, along with his time as a kid with pod racing. And, of course, Walt's like, can you even drive this thing? And he's like, I know how to drive this thing. And he proves it. And, of course, we get the "It's working" from episode 1. Which I like that it's working. I think it's a really good moment in episode 1. And I think it works for this moment as well.
Yeah.
And so Vader goes off to go save the people that he cares about, but he'll never admit he cares about. I think he cares about Sabe less. I do think he cares about Kitster because it's a childhood friend. I think he cares about Sabe in as far as that she reminds him of Padme.
Yeah.
The one of the few good things in his life. And so he's having all these flashbacks of like leaving his mom and the first time he went to the Jedi Council and the time he killed the Tuskens
again.
And the time he, being reminded of his mother's death. And then the time, some stuff from episode 2 of Padme falling off the ship and all that. And all of these memories are flooding him as he's having to save these two people. And he manages to get into the sandstorm, the one thing that, like, we know he fucking has to hate.
Fucking sandstorms, this bullshit.
Because, like, it's interesting because a sandstorm is part of the reason of why he was able to make a connection with Padme. Because we have to remember that if it wasn't for a sandstorm, Qui-Gon probably wouldn't have known that he needed Anakin at all. Because that sandstorm is why Qui-Gon, Padme, and Jar Jar go to Anakin's house. And then they talk about pod racing, which is what then gives them the idea to use the pod race to earn the money they need for the part. So a sandstorm is in a way the catalyst for all of the stuff that led Anakin to where he is now. Ironically, if you think about it. But yeah, so of course they're just like, hey, we gotta pump up the levels of this weapon. Meanwhile, Vader is calling on Admiral Piet and is like, hey, shoot at me. Shoot at me. Shoot where I am.
What?
Do it now, or else. And he starts choking Piet.
Fucking.
And Piet's like, okay, yep,
You shoot the thing I tell you to shoot.
And so they shoot down, which Vader manages to kind of avoid, like, getting hit because he's under, like, this wreckage, which melts the wreckage enough for him to save, which it stops the weapon long enough for him and Sabe and Kitster to get out.
Yes.
Sabe is unconscious, but they still get out. And that is when, back on Coruscant, Palpatine's like, okay, everything's coming together. And I think you've proven yourself almost. You have one more test. Like,
just like-
but he's like saying it to himself. He's not like on a call with Vader. But this is where I think one of the best moments is about to happen.
Fucking just
You know what I'm talking about.
Palpatine. No, not that one. Palpatine's like, thought you could save your mom. You thought you could save your wife, and now you think you can save Sabe too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And basically, this is all like testing.
Yeah.
For, like to Palpatine, this is just a big test to Vader. Vader doesn't recognize that yet.
Meanwhile,
Ochi is watching to make sure everything's under control, and he sees that okay, yeah, they managed to get out of the dust,
yeah.
and Kitster and Wald greet each other. I don't know what's up with Kitster and Wald. Is this just?
I think you read into things too much sometimes.
Yeah, I think they're just friends, but like
But they have been together, as I understand it, for a very long time.
yeah. I think they're just really good friends
Yeah.
that like are yeah. It does like it almost reads weird, but like it does like at the same time it could go either way.
Yeah. My rule with these things is unless it's explicitly stated, don't read too much into it.
Yeah. I'll have to ask you about Last of Us after this
Okay.
because I'll have to ask your opinion on Bill video game wise
Okay.
because it's not explicitly said in that, but there is evidence.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like,
so
hard
is
evidence.
that the exception then? I guess because there
Like,
is evidence.
There is hard evidence for Bill being that way.
Okay. But yeah, so
That's like my rule for things.
yeah,
Unless you are presented with like evidence.
yeah.
Assume that there is.
I think it's just fun to think about though too, like
Yeah.
especially since like Kitster and Walt are background characters. So what would it hurt if they were?
Yeah, it's not gonna change anything.
It'd be interesting too because I don't think we've ever seen a human and a Rhodian together.
No, we haven't, as far as I'm aware.
So that'd be interesting. I'm for it. You know what?
Yeah.
What would the relation? What would the?
Can I say something?
Would it be
else?
Whitster? Would
I've
it be
also been. So for this entire comic, right?
Yeah.
I did not think Kitster's name, Kister.
Oh, you were saying
I thought
Kitster?
it was Kitzer.
It's Kitster.
I've been fucking up this guy's name the entire
Would it be?
time.
Would their relationship name? Would there like? Would it be Watzer?
I guess.
Waldzer? Witzer?
We'll go with that. I
Witzer.
guess. Witzer.
Witzer. That's the So if you're a fan of Kitzer and Wald together, it's the Witzer.
I guess. I.
Because you do the combined name
Yeah.
thing. Because I don't think maybe called could work.
Guess.
I wouldn't call it killed. That'd be that one wouldn't quite work.
Oh,
It's the killed.
the killed. At the end, like at the end of this comic, Vader's just like, "Oh, that's right, that no attachments thing."
Well, no, it's fine to have attachments in the dark side, though. That's the whole point.
Oh.
But yeah, so now the new plan now has to be to destroy the actual weapon, which unfortunately, for Vader,
Yeah.
it's got shielding.
Yeah. And like up top, they're like, "We fucking shot this thing twice. It's not working, but we're gonna up the charge for the next one."
So, of course, Vader's like, all right, well, let me go in and deal with it because there's always a weakness. So he takes the astromech droid with him to basically go underneath it.
Yeah.
Like, they literally just walk underneath it. And the governor's like, what the fuck does he think he's doing?
It's like,
He knows this thing is armored, right?
you know, and they're like, "Yeah." Their essential plan. They're like, he's either going to die from his being dehydrated, or he'll die because,
Well, yeah, because there's, like, no water in where they're at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
or he'll die because we're just gonna run him over.
Yeah, so they plan to basically just run him over and crush him, essentially. But that's kind of going into Vader's plan because he decides,
Like,
no, I'm gonna put my lightsaber inside the droid, and then it's going to shoot my lightsaber straight up
Yep.
because it can stop blaster fire, but it can't stop a direct melee attack.
It's not
Well, like
blaster fire. Well, yeah.
yeah, it's laser proof, like at least from a ship, like
Yes.
cannon, like cannons. Like it can stop cannons, but it can't stop something as simple as a lightsaber.
It's more to do with where the shield is.
Yeah,
than
and
what it
where the
is.
shielding is, and also like just like the type. Yeah. So while they're staring at Vader, the droid is going under and going.
Yep. And he's like, good. Now is the time.
So yeah. So
So here's the thing.
he
that-
pulls a. We're inside the monster. Now we can punch our way out.
Yeah. This is one of the things that I have added to the list of scary shit I've seen Vader do.
Okay.
All right, so you're one of these guys, right? You think you've got Vader in the bag, and then the fucking floor gets cut in half from between you.
But yeah, he basically pulls
He
that.
just yanks it back to
Yeah,
him.
that's what I'm saying. He pulls that trope of I'm inside the monster. Now I can cut my way out. That's essentially what he
I know.
pulls. Because he puts the lightsaber through, and then he's like, all right, now the lightsaber can just cut its way out.
Yep.
Oh.
And the people
It's just, instead of getting eaten by the monster, he's still forced his way in.
the people inside are like, once again, the governor is like, how the fuck is he doing this?
Once again, it's because he's Vader.
It's like, great.
So this manages to destroy the weapon, and Sabe with her stormtroopers lead the charge, and the governor's like, fuck, I guess it's time for me to pull out the
Okay.
secret weapon,
Time for Plan C.
which is,
Because Plan A and Plan B didn't work.
so it's this super heavy mech armor
Yep.
with a heavy, like, machine gun attached to the arm, and it reminds me, so as a video game Star Wars
Yeah.
player, it reminds me of Gallic Fryar's armor from Jedi Outcast, which is I know that's such a dig into, like, lore.
That is a fucking pull.
But it reminds me, hold on. Gallic Fryar armor. Tell me these aren't, like, based off each other in some way. I wish I could get a bigger image. Hold on. Come on, Google, don't fail me. I know you can get a better image than that. That's not a bad image of it, but it's not the best image. I'll go with that. Like, it's got like the
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can see that.
it's got like shielding attached to it though as well.
Yeah.
Let me show the audience.
Yeah, here you go.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Why is it not working? It doesn't want to work. Okay.
Well.
But yeah, so like there's this armor that's in a video game that's like from the early
Yeah.
2000s that's like that's the it's not quite the same, like it doesn't have a gun. It has more of like a lightning gun and it has actual shielding, whereas this is kind of shielded in like a
Yeah.
like within the armor itself.
But
But like there's an actual bubble shield
Yeah.
on this one. And so like you can see where there might have been some inspiration depending on if
Yeah.
these comic writers and artists had known about it, which could go either way.
yeah.
But it reminds me of that. And I'm just
Okay.
like, "Oh, this is like some like Dark Trooper Gallic Fire armor shit." And so like she puts on this armor which has like all that power, like you said, it's
Yeah.
charged up from a lot of the power. Like they literally charge it up, like they had it plugged in.
Yeah. And they're like, this is probably like a bad idea, right? Because the armor itself is not really.
It's not self-sustaining.
It's
like,
not self-sustaining, and it's also not designed to handle this yet.
yeah, because it's still a prototype.
Yeah.
And like, because it's such a prototype that she has to be plugged in to use it. Like, it's not we're plugging it in to charge it and then you're good to go. No. She has to be plugged in because otherwise they could have been charging it this whole time but no, they only plugged it in once she needed to use it.
Yep.
Which tells you that it has to be plugged in at this moment. And so she fires this like direct beam at Vader of just energy that like directly shooting that energy that they collected into a shot, and Vader's like, nope, and redirects it back a little bit. But it doesn't really do. It knocks the gun out.
Yeah.
But then,
which is what she needed to help win the fight.
yeah,
It's
and so
not
she.
working.
So once again, she tries to escape. So she does unplug from it because
Yeah.
the plug was more for the power for the gun than for the armor itself. Because I think the rest of the armor is self.
The gun is not ready for the armor, and the armor can't handle the output of the gun yet.
Yeah, it's like trying to. It's like with a computer. You have the motherboard, and you have to have a certain type of motherboard to go with your RAM and stuff.
Yeah.
And you can't just use.
You can't just stick any random one in it. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, like you can't just go, oh, I'm going to put this kind of CPU into it. No. Because if that CPU doesn't work with that motherboard, you're overclocking it to where it won't work.
Yep.
And then you destroyed your motherboard. And in this case, the armor would be the motherboard and the gun would be the CPU.
Yep.
And so you need.
Vader's like talking so much shit right now.
Yeah, he's just like, man, you just keep running the fuck away.
Every time. Are you gonna run away again?
But yeah, so
and then she's like, I have one last trick up my sleeve.
blow up
I'll fucking blow us all to hell.
and he actually does get trapped under some
Yep.
debris, which Sabe, of course, comes in to save him.
And she's like, you know,
I could
I
leave you to
should
die.
leave you here to die.
I should, yeah. Because as far as I know, you're the reason Padme's dead.
Yep.
But
But
I still need you.
this is a case of like how I read the scene as like, definitely I should leave you here to die, but because my friend thought you could be redeemed, I will let you live.
I think it's also like she knows that Vader is necessary to her plans.
Yeah.
Like, it's a combination. Like, because as far as she knows, he's the reason that her friend is dead.
Yep.
Because, my, it's interesting that she went off to find Anakin, only to then, come back dying with her babies having to come, with the
Yeah.
babies having to be delivered, and then dead the next day.
Yep.
Very, very interesting how that timing works out. And then, of course, the droids are having their little fun conversation, like with them being like, "Oh, you're back. There you are," and all that. And basically, the astromech is like, "Yeah, everything was." Basically, tells the droid that it was a success.
Yep.
And it turns out we were not that far off on everything regarding the governor, because it turns out the governor was working directly for the Emperor this entire time. And in fact, was getting direct
orders.
Like the Emperor was contacting her directly. And then, of course, that's also when Sabe and Anakin walk up, or Vader walk up, and Sabe's like, "Oh, now I know why I saved you, because now we have to deal with the Emperor."
Yep.
And that is the end of the Shadow. Such a good moment. Oh,
yeah.
And now, next time we get to Vader, we're going to get to see the Emperor and Sabe head-to-head.
Yep.
But that's going to be a minute. So, thoughts?
I actually enjoyed it. It was weird. It was kind of weird seeing Vader portrayed in kind of... I'm going to go with the word heroic in this instance.
Yeah.
Like, because
he
there
is...
are moments throughout, like, kind of War of the Bounty Hunters and now where it's like, assuming you don't know a lot in past actions, if you're like a random person on your planet and Vader is shown up to go and deal with a problem, it's weird. It's like, oh, this guy keeps helping us, kind of. However, there are a lot of dead people when he shows up.
I think the interesting factor is we as an audience know that he is
the general
a villain.
populace doesn't.
And I think on top of that, the problem is Crimson Dawn is such a weird case of things.
Yeah.
Where, like, you could make the argument one way or the other that Crimson Dawn is good or evil, because we don't really know their goals.
Yeah.
Other than killing the Emperor and getting rid of the Sith, which seems noble of intent.
Yeah,
But we know that part of the reason is at least for Kira to take control of the galaxy herself through the criminal organization, Crimson Dawn. But she's also helping the rebels, so it's
Yeah.
like she's a good guy, but is she? And she's working with groups like the Knights of Ren, who we know at later on are not a good group.
yeah,
So there's a lot of gray. And so it becomes this thing of, is Vader in the right to be dealing with these Crimson Dawn people, or are the Crimson Dawn still the heroes because they're trying to get rid of the Sith? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Because, like, the Crimson Dawn, if the people that are within the Empire that are working for Crimson Dawn are doing some shady-ass shit.
Yeah.
I think that makes it good writing, though, is that we don't, like, so far we don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I think by the end of the run, we'll know, like, we'll be able to make an opinion of, like, that, of whether or not Crimson Dawn was in the right to do what they're doing. But I think as of where we stand right now,
I'm gonna wait to see how this plays out.
yeah. I definitely give this, like, a 9. Because
Yeah.
like, the Vader comics are always, like,
Yeah.
I'm never disappointed in the Vader comics. Yeah, so that's it for this week.
Yeah, that's it for it.
Next week, we will be back in the High Republic era, because it is time for the Battle of Jeddah.
Oh no.
It's time for everything to converge for our High Republic stuff for a bit.
Yep. Oh boy.
So then, you ready for it? Are you ready to go through all of that and deal with the consequences of everything?
No, but I'll go through it anyway.
All right. Well, we'll see how you feel next week.
I'm trying to remember which one of the writers broke my heart.
From which book?
Falling Star.
Oh, that would be Claudia Gray.
Thank you, Mrs. Gray.
So this is George Mann
Okay.
doing, which, I mean, we've liked George Mann's work on here. We've speak the praises of George Mann around here.
They're all really good.
Yeah. Everybody on that High Republic writing team. All right. Well, we'll see you guys next week. Thank you all for watching, and we would like to thank Mobcast Network, Gamers and Geeks, Engage Gaming.
Yep.
And I think that's all three of those.
Yep.
And so they all part of the teams that provide this space. Cult Movie Cantina is the one that rents it out from Gamers and Geeks, which is our local gaming shop where you can find card games and all that stuff. They got an arcade in the back, which you could probably hear throughout the podcast.
Yeah, you could probably hear a
Because
few of
there were
those.
some, because it's actually pretty active right now.
Yeah.
Usually it's like 50-50 on if it's active. Usually it's only really active during a convention,
Yeah.
but I think that's next month that we're getting a convention again.
Oh boy.
I think it's Dragon Ball Con or something that they're doing.
Ah.
I think they're having some Dragon Ball actors or whatever.
Okay.
But they have an arcade in the back that's like free play machines. You pay $10 up front, get a wristband, and you can play whatever arcade games they've got in the back for the day. Engage Gaming does like video game rental service where you they actually have the consoles in house, so you just play here at the shop, and you pay a hourly fee based on how much you play. You can also pay a membership fee to have that hourly rate reduced. They provide the video games. They provide the consoles. They have PlayStation, Xbox, PC, and VR. And then Cult Movie Cantina, or Mobcast Network,
Yep.
rather. They got Cult Movie Cantina, which this week we're looking at the movie Legend of Billie Jean. And that's what we're talking about. We also do Tuesdays with Scotty, which is just Scotty talking about whatever he feels like, and we've got some cool topics coming up. And then My Star Wars Life, where they do essentially here talk about Star Wars, but they talk about more of the TV shows and movies, whereas we talk about books and comics and everything in between. Also, shout out to our Patreon member, Jennifer Brantley. Thank you once again for being a member. And if you want to show us support on Patreon, it's patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. We also are, if you are watching on YouTube, that's youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. Be sure to like or subscribe to the channel.
Yep.
And leave a comment down below if you're watching on this video. If you are watching on Twitch, that's twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. Be sure to follow or subscribe. Shout out to our subscriber, Matt.
Yay.
Thank you for keep subscribing. We love the support. Matt's a really good buddy. He usually shows up for when I'm playing Jedi Fallen Order, which I finished, Grandmaster difficulty, like I mentioned last week. Depending on the schedule, because I'm trying to figure out scheduling for filming our other podcast.
Yeah.
We haven't heard anything from our other co-host, but he's been busy. I think he's been busy.
Yeah.
Because he just got done being in a play, and now he's like probably work schedules probably
Yeah.
been keeping him busy.
Mine's been pretty busy recently too. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, your work schedule's been busy. Drew's has been like everybody's been busy.
Yeah.
Like it's
been like everyone is working all the time, but we're all adults now. So.
yeah. So what do you expect? I mean, so yeah. I'll try calling him personally and figuring out what's
Yeah.
going up. But yeah, depending on that though, I'm gonna start playing The Force Unleashed next as part of my journey to Jedi Survivor, because now I got more time to play more video games to get ready for Survivor. And then that's everything, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
We also have our Discord open, which is
Yep, it's-
linked down below if you're watching the video on YouTube, so it's in the links. It's also linked on the homepage for the YouTube channel, and it's also linked on the Twitch homepage. So it's everywhere. You can find the link. It's out there. And if you join the Patreon, you can join extra levels within the Discord, which will get you access to certain channels.
All right.
So, all that good stuff. I think that's, yeah. And then, of course, we got my comic book that's a work in progress. We haven't posted in a couple weeks because I haven't had any new art to show for work in progress, but we're working on my comic, that's for sure. I like the art that's been going, that we have done. Colton does good work.
Oh yeah.
So, a lot of stuff going on. Yeah. All right, so we'll see you guys next week with the High Republic Battle of Jeddah.
Yeah.
Thank you all for watching. I have spoken.
Later. Be safe.
There we go. Saved it. All right. Despite the minor technical difficulty, we're for the most part actually ahead of schedule. We're for the most part ahead of our normal being behind schedule of airing live.
Usually we're a little late.
Yeah, usually we're a little late, but for once we're closer to time.
We were fucking ready today.
So there's some news.
Yep.
So we got a little bit of stuff from TV, video game, and book news.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as TV, Young Jedi Adventures. You remember talking about that a long time ago?
Yeah.
Back at Celebration? Yeah. Which we're already I think we're only a few weeks out from this year's Celebration.
Mm.
Like it's coming.
I didn't think they'd actually be able to do it. I don't know why I thought that.
I think a lot of people, though, who went to last time aren't going this time just because of how expensive it is.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, and plus how quickly they were selling the tickets, like, right after last time.
Mm-hmm.
Like Celebration Anaheim ended, and then, like, a week later they were selling London. And it's like, whoa. The people who went to Anaheim, they need a recovery time financially before they can...
Yeah.
But no. I know a lot of people, though, who are going that went to last time, but... Anyways, this isn't about that. This is about Young Jedi Adventures.
Yep.
So, much like Visions being announced for Star Wars Day, which we talked about last week, Young Jedi Adventures is also premiering Star Wars Day.
Mm-hmm.
Now, unlike Visions, Young Jedi Adventures is going to be a weekly thing, from my understanding. Whereas Visions is all at once because it's shorts. Young Jedi Adventures is more of a... It's more of a Disney Junior type show, the way it's like,
the way it looks,
and like, but it takes place during the High Republic, which is why I'm still kind of interested and probably going to check it out, Even if I'm not the demographic. It's our first
You can do that. I will not.
until I make you for the show.
No.
If I find something like that's important
That's
to the
relevant.
if it's relevant to the canon, I'll make you watch it. But
I was about to ask the very concerning question: who gave lightsabers to toddlers?
you forget that younglings get their lightsabers, don't you?
Yeah, I forgot that they get them when they're very young.
It's all part of their training, in
Yeah.
fact.
I forgot that they.
Gungi,
I forgot about
I mean,
the
they are
gathering.
younglings, but they're usually like at least hitting the apprentice level, and
Mm.
yeah. Like, remember, Gungi gets his lightsaber, and he's young for a Wookiee.
Yeah. As opposed to the other gathering, which is a lot more unfortunate.
Yeah, we talked about that last week, I think. So here's a little bit of synopses that we've gotten regarding the show. This is the official synopses. Set during the High Republic era, the animated series follows Jedi younglings as they study the ways of the Force, explore the galaxy, help citizens and creatures in need, and learn valuable skills needed to become Jedi along the way. And then this was said by James Waugh, the executive producer of the series and senior vice president of franchise content and strategy at Lucasfilm. Star Wars transcends generations. Fans of all ages deeply connect with its imaginative worlds, mythic stories, and unique characters. When developing Star Wars Young Jedi Adventures, the first Star Wars series created for preschoolers, so yeah, it's Disney Junior, but it's airing on Disney Plus. The creative team never stopped thinking about how this show may be a youngling's first step into a larger world and their first time experiencing the limitless potential of the Star Wars galaxy. The show's characters, tone, and the life lessons woven throughout each episode were written just for them, and our talented team was committed to honoring the cinematic legacy while staying true to the expectations of parents for the youngest of audiences. And then here's from the Disney Junior Senior Vice President of Development, Series, and Strategy, Alyssa Sapire, 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 so Sapire.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are my best guesses. Sorry if I butchered your name. Our collaboration with Lucasfilm on this series is an amazing opportunity to introduce this universally cherished franchise to a younger generation. As an early point into Star Wars, we have created a series with exciting news and familiar characters and storylines that highlight the values of compassion, teamwork, and friendship, which are important elements for all of our Disney Junior programming. So, I'm just reading. This is the first time I'm reading this article, so I'm just seeing what else Star Wars Newsnet said about it. Let's see. But go ahead and share your thoughts while I'm doing that.
I think so. There are some things that are always going to be like generational in terms of like television and such.
Because
Star Wars is one of those things where no matter how old you are, at some point in your life, you went and you watched something from Star Wars.
Yeah. Well, there are some people who have never seen Star Wars, but yeah, for the most part, like if you're a Star Wars fan, more than likely you've seen it at some like a young age. More than likely.
Yeah.
And
Even
also,
if you haven't, you know it.
And George has said that, like, while he's not in charge of the franchise anymore, he said that Star Wars is for kids, and so like, and he's it's a children's franchise that adults happen to be able to
Okay,
also
well-
enjoy. Am I wrong?
No, I was about to make a joke.
Go ahead.
No, it doesn't matter.
I think.
I'm dropping.
I think what makes it work though for the adults is that you're a kid at heart is what matters. Is that if you're still a kid at heart, you can recognize the flaws in the franchise, but also still love it. Because it's also why anybody that like the older generations, whenever we get into this argument of which trilogy is better, the argument is like, well, this trilogy isn't for you; it's for the next generation. And if they like it, which 90% of the time they do. I mean, I was the prequel. We were the prequel generation kids. I grew up with the prequels. I loved the prequels growing up. I like the originals too, but I grew up loving the prequels. And while now as an adult I can see the flaws in them, I still like them, and they still have an attachment.
Yeah.
And so I think, and so that's the same way with the sequel trilogy, and it's the same thing with this. This is
Yeah.
This is for the next generation of Star Wars fans.
They're just starting them a bit Younger.
I mean, preschool. I mean, yeah, it's younger than I started because I only got into it around second grade, but like not too far off.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
I mean, and it makes sense doing it. I'm surprised they didn't do a Star Wars Disney Junior show sooner. Honestly,
No, I'm not either. Now that I've thought about it.
like I'm surprised they didn't do one sooner. Like like Disney loves to do like junior versions of their stuff.
Fucking dude.
I mean, look at the Jake and the Neverland Pirates. They're Disney Junior Peter Pan. I mean, which you could have just done Peter Pan. But I get it, because Disney Junior is supposed to be more educational, because Disney Junior comes from the idea of educational children's programming, which is something that the FCC regulates and says, hey, you have to have a educational purpose if you're going to market to that young of a demographic.
Yep.
Which a lot of that doesn't apply as much nowadays, but for the most part, it's still kind of there as like just a traditional thing that channels do. Like, I remember hating that type of time hour. Like whenever I'd be home sick from school, because it's like I can't watch anything because I'm not the demographic for that stuff, and I just find like at that age I just found Disney Junior and channels and stuff like that boring. So like I would be stuck flipping through the kids channels hoping that something good would pop on, and it would be like, nope, it's Disney Junior hour. Okay, let me go to Nick. Nope, it's Nick Junior time. God,
dang it.
I think Cartoon Network was the only one that didn't have that type of hour. Like they didn't have that type of hours restriction.
They don't.
But surprisingly, I still like PBS, so I would switch to PBS too if something good was on. Even though they're very similar in that
Hope you like.
all of their programming is educational.
Hope you like Fetch with Ruff Ruffman.
No. See, for me, I like Zoom. I was a Zoom kid. You remember Zoom?
I don't.
Oh, so Zoom was basically like an arts and crafts type show. So they would show you like different arts and crafts shit that you could do, and that was cool. Now, as far as Disney Junior stuff, in a similar vein, I would watch Out of the Box for the same reason. I like that kind of stuff because I was that kind of kid. Even as I got older, I was like, oh, that's cool. So let's move on to books.
Yeah.
So Kira's getting a novel.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, considering everything going around in the comics, it was bound to happen.
We don't exactly see... We see snippets of, like... I'm going to assume this is pre-Crime Lord days.
So we're going to look into that. Because there is a synopsis now. When it was originally announced, there was no synopsis. All we had was the cover and the title. And that it was about Kira, because Kira was on the cover. And so, like, E.K. Johnson is writing it. She's written Ahsoka and the Queen's Trilogy.
Okay.
Now, while there are some very fair issues that people have with E.K. Johnson in terms of writing, and also other issues, which we can talk about off air. I think we've talked about him, though. Just how she writes certain characters and some arguably racist characters.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. And just the way that she also like how she wrote Padme, some people didn't like, and the way that Anakin is written as like this forgivable, like she gives Anakin a lot more. She's
a lot of leeway.
Yeah. I mean, in case you didn't tell from the Queen's books, Anakin has a lot more leeway in that book than in other stuff. I forget which character. Oh, she's. I have a friend who actually, and I'm not going to name names, but she's actually visibly witnessed E.K. Johnson like attack Reylo stands. So the Kylo Rey shippers.
Okay.
So it's just like, should you be doing that? But outside of that, I still find her books. I found the Queen's books still entertaining, while not the best Star Wars books out there. They were still entertaining, and so I'm interested to see her take on with Crimson Climb. is the name of the book. So it's obviously about the rise of Kira through Crimson Dawn. It's coming out in October, so we've got a few months.
All right.
Here's the synopses. Hold on. So the synopses is not an official release. It is from Reddit, Star Wars Leaks.
Oh boy.
So this may not be correct. Take this with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
But this is the reported.
Supposed.
Yeah, it's, according to Star Wars Newsnet, this is the synopses. Of course, once again, rumor from Star Wars Leaks. Take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Kira listened to the dreams and promises of a boy with a reckless smile, only to be torn away from him and returned to the White Worms gang, while Han made his way to freedom. Now, freedom seems like a luxury she can't afford, while she concentrates on survival and despairs of ever leaving Corellia. But her fortunes seem to turn when a representative of the crime syndicate, Crimson Dawn, plucks Kira from captivity and brings her to the syndicate's leader, the mysterious and mercurial Dryden Voss. Voss offers Kira an opportunity she's never had before, the chance to build something resembling a comfortable life if she can prove her worth to his organization. With failure meaning certain death, Kira knows she must immerse herself in the merciless, murderous world of Crimson Dawn. What she doesn't know is just who she will be if she survives. So, this is basically a prologue to Solo. Well, interlog, because because the thing with Solo is it has that beginning and then there's like there's that jump, like a year jump or something like that, and so like, so this is kind of filling that gap of that jump, of that time jump. I'm interested, but I'm not, if this is true. Because personally, I don't care about her rise with Dryden Voss.
All right.
I personally care more about how how her training with Maul is after Solo ends. That's the time period for Kira's rise with Crimson Dawn that I'm curious about, personally. Now, of course, it's fine that you're filling this gap. This is a gap in the timeline. Therefore, it makes sense that potentially some readers want to know about that. And then, of course, people... E.K. Johnson has not confirmed whether or not she is attending the Star Wars Celebration in April.
The quote is, "I'm not sure yet, but fingers crossed."
Which I think she's playing. I think she'll be there, personally, especially with the book announced. Because if a book is announced for this year and it's not out yet, more than likely they're going to want to talk more about it at Celebration. It's a logical PR move. I think have her at Celebration, obviously, to talk about the book that's coming out in a few months.
Yep.
Because it's not coming out till October, so they got plenty of time to advertise it. Although I think the next upcoming book is that Inquisitor book. But after that, let me double check though, because I do have a list of upcoming stuff.
All right.
Let me see. Actually, I think High Republic stuff might come before that. Yeah, so High Republic stuff will be out by then, because Cataclysm and Quest for Planet X will be out by then. Because they're on the 4th of April currently. And then Star Wars Celebration is on the 7th to 10th. So they'll both be out by then. So the books they'll be advertising at that point, because Battle Scars is also coming out. That's coming out next month, and so in a few weeks. Survivor will be... So they'll probably want to show Survivor again one more time, since it'll be out within the next couple weeks after that, after Celebration, because it's now been moved to the 28th of April. No, sorry. Yeah, it's been moved to the 28th of April.
All right.
Because it was supposed to be out next month, but now it's in April. So they'll probably push it at Celebration one more time. And then they're probably going to talk about what's coming up for the rest of High Republic phase 2, and then they're probably going to promote phase 3 a little bit. But phase 3 isn't going to start till next year, or the end of this year, because that was confirmed. So the phase 3 starts at the end of this year.
Right.
So they'll probably want to talk phase 3, because they're going to want to start at least dropping titles.
Yeah.
We probably won't have art for the covers yet, or at least not final cover art. We'll probably get like preview art, but we won't get the final cover art. We'll probably get the titles, and that's about it. They probably won't tell us much about what the books are about yet, because they'd be so far out. Because we're looking at November, December, like October, November, December, maybe September as the start. Around that time. Actually, no, it might be. Yeah. Because we still have. It could be sooner, because I think it might start in summer, actually. So we might get one book we might get Wave 1. We might get all of Wave 1 announced with the books and the final covers and stuff like that. Because now that I think about it, on my schedule for the High Republic Phase 2 stuff, I'm showing, like, in the terms of comics, I'm showing, like, the trade paperback release dates. So that notwithstanding, they might still start releasing stuff in, say, June. Because by then, the last piece of media should be out for Phase 2 by then, which is the Edge of Balance manga, because that comes out in May. They'll probably also talk about what's coming up for the main Star Wars comics, so we'll probably figure out what's going on with Volume 5 of Star Wars, because I think we're hitting Volume 6 of Star Wars. Sorry, Volume 5 will be done by then. Volume 6 of Star Wars, Volume 7 of Darth Vader, Volume whatever of the rest of them. Like, because we're hitting the end of those narratives, because we're hitting the end of that gap between 5 and 6. Crimson Reign is essentially the end of that.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do.
We're almost there, and plus it's a shorter time jump, because the 2015 run of the Star Wars comics, 2015-2016 run, because some comics started in 2016. 2015-2016 run of Star Wars comics filled in the gap of 4 and 5, which is a 3-year gap.
Yeah.
And they stopped Vader at issue 25, which then they had a 2017 run, but that took place after episode 3. And kind of filled in the gaps of, like, where Vader got his red lightsaber from, and showed us him bleeding a crystal and stuff like that. And then but the mainline Star Wars comic stopped at like 50, I want to say, and we're about to pass that, I think, for the 2020, if I'm remembering correctly. No, we're not quite there. We're at 35. We're in the 30s. Okay. So we still have a little bit of way to go, I guess, if they want to wait it out. Let me double check. But your thoughts on, like, the book, I guess, that's coming out. Are you interested in this Kiro story?
No.
Are you kind of like me, where you're more interested in, like...
I'm indifferent.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if people want to read it, go let them read it. I mean,
we're going to read it, obviously, but...
Yeah. But
it's not like the top of your list of, like, this is the Star Wars that I want. Like, it's the Star Wars that, okay, I'll accept it and I'll check it out, but it's not something that I'm clamoring for.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I mean, and sometimes the stuff that we're not clamoring for can be the best.
Sometimes it can be pretty good.
Yeah, sometimes it's the stuff that's like, oh, that was the best stuff we got. Sorry, I forgot Star Wars Comics made it all the way to 75.
Damn.
For the 2015 run. That's right. Because they went from 2015 all the way to 2019, and then 2020 was the start. So, So honestly, we could have one more year of, well, no, because that's my argument now, is that they made it all the way to 75, and that was a 3-year gap. This is a 1-year gap.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, that 3-year gap, they didn't fill in everything in that comic. I personally feel. I feel they rushed some of the timeline, and that they could have told some other like stuff. They could have ran a little longer, in my opinion. Personally, but of course, it was a. I think they could have made it to 100. In my opinion. But of course, I think. So let me double check. I think we're in the 30s for the 2020 run. So we're almost past the halfway point. No.
If they're on 35.
Yeah, if they're on 35, then they're almost at the halfway point.
Because 75 is not.
Yeah. Okay, we're on 30.
by
We're on
two.
33. We're on 33.
Okay.
But
yeah.
so we're almost past the halfway point, which means you've expanded a 1-year gap longer than you did a 3-year gap. Because really, it should be about a third if we're going to be realistic. But also at the same time, you can expand stories. You can do that. But I think at the same time, you can only expand a 1-year gap so much.
Yep.
It's the thing that people. It's the issue of why nobody wants any more Clone Wars era content, because that's a 3-year gap that's been expanded so much. We have Brotherhood. We have the Mace Windu comic. We have the 7 seasons of Clone Wars. Like we know what happened during the Clone Wars. But yeah, that's. But I mean, going back to Celebration talk, I guess there's a lot of stuff coming up that I'm excited to hear. Okay, so yes, the Inquisitor book will be the next novel, I think, after Celebration, because Inquisitor Rise of the Red Blade comes out in July. So with that coming out in July, and we know that the Crimson Rise comes out in October, so yeah. And I don't think we have any other major book releases announced yet that are going to fill in the gap between April and July. Which is kind of fine, because we're getting fed as Star Wars fans, honestly. We're in a really good time where you got a lot of good comics, you got a game coming out soon. We don't know what's happening with the other game that's supposed to come out this year, Star Wars Hunters. That the Overwatch looking game. We don't know what's going on with that. The free-to-play Overwatch game.
There's something going on.
It's been quiet though.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think it's not going to come out, personally, because it was supposed to already be out, and then it got delayed, and then just dead silent since then.
Yeah.
Like, it was at Celebration, and I heard mixed things. I heard it was fun, but I also heard it's not the best game ever, and it's only going to be on Switch and mobile, so like it's not going to get a wide audience either.
Yeah.
And it's the first, I think, it's the first big game that Zynga is making, which are known for their mobile games. Like they're known for the Facebook games. That they're the Farmville and the like. That's what they're known for. They're the one with the 3-headed dog or whatever, 2-headed. I think it's a 2-headed dog for Zynga, but yeah. They're known for that logo, and they're known for Farmville and stuff like that. That's their bread and butter. So it's interesting that they chose them to make a bigger game.
I don't know why the people making Farmville working on a Star Wars game is so amusing to me.
I mean, they're known for other mobile games, but like Farmville is their biggest, obviously.
Yeah.
Like it's the one that when you think of early mobile gaming, it's one of the biggest.
I like my tractor.
Yeah. And so, yeah.
Okay.
So, one last thing on news.
Oh, yeah?
Hold on.
What we're working with.
So, speaking of video games, I guess, kind of keeping on the same track, IGN dropped some gameplay footage. They dropped 9 minutes of gameplay.
All right.
So we're going to check it out together, because I haven't seen it. You haven't seen it.
No, I have not.
Some of y'all at home may have already seen it, but you're going to join us on this journey. Let me set her up. capture. There we go. So, right up there for y'all at home.
Yep.
Above Seth's head. Actually, in his face
Wait.
a little.
There we go.
Covering his eyes.
Now that I'm slightly decapitated.
All right. Look at our boy BD. Yeah.
Early in the game, after a secret mission he's involved with goes awry. Enjoy this look at 9 minutes of gameplay on Kobo, and be sure to check IGN all throughout the month of February for much more Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Okay, so they're gonna cover it some more. I wish we were big enough that we could get early copies of games. God, if I could play Jedi Survivor right now, I'd be so happy.
That is one big beast. We have our target. Now let's reach it.
But I got that thing on pre-order lock, so we're playing it day one for sure. Well, I'm playing it day one. Maybe you'll play it with me on day 2.
Last time I saw a Lucre Hulk was Braca.
Oh, nice. Separatist Lucre Hulk. Keeping the platforming styles. Yes, finally. I'm so glad that it's not a stupid usage of my force to dual wield. I hated that in the first game. Because in the first game, remember, you could only do the dual wield for a quick second, and it costs you your force points to do it. So it looks like we're getting battle droids. New type of enemy there. Look like, I don't think it's a bounty hunter, but it looked like in the first game similar to like the bounty hunters, but it's definitely probably not a bounty hunter. It's probably that connected to the faction that we're fighting in the new game. That's very much a me move to do as well. It's like, I'm not wasting time with you. Not even worth slicing. Let's see. Looks like you still got your sneak from above attacks. There's your double blade. It definitely looks cleaner. Like the UI looks cleaner. Oh, that's cool. Because you couldn't lift them up that way before. You could, not in that specific way. This is likely still really early on, though, because he only has 2 BD stems. That's a new monster. It's really cool watching this. Makes me want to play this right now. It really does. Like, I don't... Look, you know what, DICE? This is one of the few times where I don't care if there's still bugs in the game. Let me play it. Because that's why they delayed it, was to bug fix. Like, they said the game itself is done. They're just bug fixing. There's a new BD scan UI. I just noticed that. Did you see that? Hold on. I'll go back. See? New BD scan UI. Because before it was showing you what button you had to do to scan. Now it's just showing, hey, BD. And you can see there, that's the connecting BD button. So it's still down on the D-pad. But it looks like that the down on the D-pad can do other things too, because I saw for a second near the end of that fight, it showed something else. See? Did you see it showed a different symbol?
Yeah.
Oh! Oh, that's cool. Sneaking from under there. You couldn't do that in the first game. So that's cool. Because imagine doing, like in the first game, imagine doing that on Dathomir when the big creature looks over the cliff, and then you just go... You couldn't do that before. Another cool thing that could be similar is if you could force pull people off cliffs like that. That way you don't even have to jump over. That would be cool. But I do like what they added for the sneaking from under cliffs.
Yeah.
It looks like they're really trying to add new ways for you to encounter combats. And they switched the buttons of force powers. See, because the slowing down is now pressing in. It's the
Okay.
L3 and R3 connected. So that tells you that they're really trying to make room for a lot more force powers too. Because you're starting to run out of buttons. Because before it was L1, L2, R1, and R2 that were your force powers. But now they're going to have to start making room for more force powers, so they got to move buttons around. And it looks like we got some similar creatures to the Boglings. They were probably on the Mantis. Because we still got Pickle on the Mantis in the first game. The name that's the name that we've adopted for our Bogling on the ship that stowaways. Its name is Pickle. That's not the official name, but that's just what me and Matt call it. I think that became official from a Matt run, and we just... No, it might have been a Shaylee run. I can't remember. I think Shaylee helped come up with that name. I can't remember exactly the details of it, but I know it was during a Matt run of the game. But yeah. So we're... saw some of the same moves from the first game, so like the lightsaber spinning around you. I saw that earlier. Double blade lightsaber throw, that's cool. Or dual wielding lightsaber throw, rather. Looks like blocking and parrying is still heavy mechanic.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. A gorger. So indigenous to Kobo. All right. And of course, we still got our secret chests. Ooh, jackets. So in the first game, we had ponchos. Looks like this time we're getting jackets. Nice. Hope it's a combination of jackets and ponchos, because, like, I know the ponchos are silly in the first game, but I kind of like the poncho thing, personally. But maybe it could be, like, a combination of ponchos and jackets, and maybe robes if you really want to go the full Jedi route, you know? But I think based on, like, the way that Cal is going, he's going more into hiding, which means we're getting rid of robes.
Yeah.
Like, it's easier to hide if you're not, like, wearing full Jedi robes.
Yeah. You a Jedi? No.
Then why are you wearing a robe? Only Jedi wear that nowadays. But yeah. I'm really liking this little gameplay section. Like, it's a lot of it is still the same, but there you can tell the mechanic, like, where they put the effort into new mechanics and making it look good as well. The game looks good. Like, on a graphics and, like on a visible level. And so you start to understand why it's next-gen and PC only, because, like, there's no way the current-gen game... They couldn't run this. I don't... Like, because we're... Like, even the games that we're making backwards compatible for the, like, PS4 and Xbox One, even they're struggling to run, like, some of those games, like... God of War Ragnarok, like, I don't know why I do and don't know why they put the effort into making it backwards compatible. Like, they should have just went full on its next gen. Personally.
I get it. They're weird. I'd like to know what's in them too. But we don't have that kind of time or reason. So no. And please stop asking.
But yeah. Oh no, you're good. Yeah, we can take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll talk about
Like, I feel like if there was a time, then it would be now.
Yeah.
Like,
so
before we transition.
Yeah, because we're gonna transition. So we'll come back and we'll talk about our book review, audio drama review. So we'll see you guys in about 5-10 minutes.
Finally feeling free and it feels so right. Oh, time to do the things I like. Gonna see a princess, everything's alright. Oh, no job but I answer to. Ain't a fixture in the palace zoo. No, and since the carbon night's off me, I'm living life now that I'm free, yeah. Told me get myself together, now I got myself together. Now I made it through the weather, better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy, the carbon night is gone. I'm moving on, I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Shades of cover up my eyes, I'm jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm hot and solo, I'm hot and solo, I'm hot and solo, solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side, I'm jumping in my Falcon, Wookiee at my side. I'm solo, I'm hot and solo, I'm hot and solo, I'm hot and solo, solo. I'm hot and solo, I'm hot and solo, solo. Now I'm feeling how I should join the alliance, it feels so good. Oh, stop feeling misunderstood. Back in the game, who knew I would? Oh, so fly time I spread my wings. Loving myself makes me wanna sing. No, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Told me get my act together, now I got my act together. Yeah, now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy, the carbon night is gone. I'm moving on, I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Shades of cover up my eyes, I'm jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm hot and solo, I'm hot and solo, I'm hot and solo, solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side, I'm jumping in my Falcon, Wookiee at my side. I'm solo, I'm hot and solo, I'm hot and solo, I'm hot and solo, solo. Finally feeling free and it feels so right. Oh, time to do the things I like. Gonna see a princess, everything's alright. Oh, no job but I answer to. Ain't a fixture in the palace zoo. No, and since the carbon night's off me, I'm living life now that I'm free, yeah. Told me get myself together, now I got myself together. Now I made it through the weather, better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy, the carbon night is gone. I'm moving on, I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Shades of cover up my eyes, I'm jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm hot and solo, I'm hot and solo, I'm hot and solo, solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side, I'm jumping in my Falcon, Wookiee at my side. I'm solo, I'm hot and solo, I'm hot and solo, I'm hot and solo, solo. I'm hot and solo, I'm hot and solo, solo. Now I'm feeling how I should join the alliance, it feels so good. Oh, stop feeling misunderstood. Back in the game, who knew I would? Oh, so fly time I spread my wings. Loving myself makes me wanna sing. No, oh. yeah, 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 yeah. Told me get my act together, now I got my act together. Yeah, now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy, the common night is gone. I'm moving on, I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Around my eyes, I'm jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Picking up my plastic, putting it on my side. I'm jumping in my Falcon, Wookie at my side. I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Feeling like a star, you can't stop my shine. I'm up in Cloud City, my head's in the sky. I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. Finally feeling free and it feels so right. Oh, time to do the things I like. Gonna see a princess, everything's alright. Oh, no job but I answer to. Ain't a fixture in the palace zoo. No, and since the carbon night's off me, I'm living life now that I'm free. Yeah, told me get myself together. Now I got myself together. Yeah. Now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy, the common night is gone. I'm moving on, I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Around my eyes, I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side. I'm jumping in my Falcon, Wookie at my side. I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Now I'm feeling how I should join the alliance, it feels so good. Oh, stop feeling misunderstood. Back in the game, who knew I would? Oh, so fly, time I spread my wings. Loving myself makes me wanna sing. No, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Told me get my act together. Now I got my act together. Yeah, now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy, the common night is gone. I'm moving on, I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Around my eyes, I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side. I'm jumping in my Falcon, Wookie at my side. I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Tonight, finally feeling free and it feels so right. Oh, Time to do the things I like. Gonna see a princess, everything's alright. Oh, no job but I answer to. Ain't a fixture in the palace zoo. No, and since the carbon night's off me, I'm living life now that I'm free. Yeah, told me get myself together. Now I got myself together. Yeah. Now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy the carbon night is gone. I'm moving on. I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Shades of cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. Solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side. I'm jumping in my Falcon. Wookie on my side. I'm solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. Solo. I'm hot solo, I'm hot solo, solo. Now I'm feeling how I should join the alliance, it feels so good. Oh, stop feeling misunderstood. Back in the game, who knew I would? Oh, so fly time I spread my wings. Loving myself makes me wanna sing. No, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Told me get my act together. Now I got my act together. Yeah, now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy the carbon night is gone. I'm moving on. I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Shades of cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. Solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side. I'm jumping in my Falcon. Wookie on my side. I'm solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. Solo. Shine, I'm loving Glad City, my head's in the sky. I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight, finally feeling free and it feels so right. Oh, time to do the things I like. Gonna see a princess, everything's alright. Oh, no job but I answer to. Ain't a fixture in the palace zoo. No, and since the carbon night's off me, I'm living life now that I'm free. Yeah. Told me get myself together. Now I got myself together. Yeah. Now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy the carbon night is gone. I'm moving on. I'm so.
All right, welcome back. We're back from our break.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we got into a little bit of a discussion too.
Oh yeah.
But so you ready to
Now
discuss
we're going
Battle
to
of Jeddah?
discuss the Battle of Jeddah.
Spoiler warnings up ahead.
Yes.
I highly suggest either listening to the audio drama or reading the script, which the script is out now. I think it's out. I know one of our friends of the show got their copy. It might not be out yet. I'm checking now because wait, no, that's the release of the audio drama. Okay, it's not out yet.
I see.
It will be out in 3 days, though. So if you're not an audio drama fan and you're waiting for the script, it's coming out in 3 days. But I personally highly suggest the audio drama. But I'm an audio drama guy. I like audio dramas because I like getting into it's the closest thing to having it's closest thing to a TV show in the case of stuff like this.
Yeah.
Like it's the next closest thing to just having a show or a movie. And it's why I like audio dramas. Because I'm very much I'm a visual medium guy. I like movies and TV shows and video games. And I guess comics are technically a visual medium, but when you talk about visual mediums, you're traditionally talking TV and movies. And so like I like stuff like that, and it also kind of just takes me back. Like I used to listen to audio dramas all the time, like as a kid, like radio audio dramas and stuff. So I'm just like, it takes me back to that. And Star Wars used to do them more often, so it's nice getting them once in a while. But we've talked about that before. Let's talk about Battle of Jeddah and proper and what's going on.
All right.
So this is so we're gonna cover it a lot more lightly than normal.
Yeah.
Because we really want to like discuss because a lot happens in this. So in my opinion, this is the true convergence of the storyline. Because like literally almost everybody shows up in this.
Yeah.
That has played a part in the story so far. We don't get any of the Rose.
Yeah. Marta.
Oh yeah, Marta shows up. That's right. But no Yana.
No Yana.
No Yana.
Where she be?
But Marta shows up. That's right. Because she helps start some bad stuff.
She doesn't mean to, but it's what happens.
Marta's like, yeah, beasties don't deserve to be held in captivity because they're also they communicate with the Force, and they're not using the Force actively, therefore they're not wrong. And then the little kid's like, yeah, I'll free them.
Marta, wait, no, that's not what I meant. 'Cause it's also, I think it's the same kid that she gets onto for giving a flower to the Jedi.
Yes.
You told me about this. And at the time I was like, really? And you were like, yeah. I shouldn't be laughing at the...
I mean, it's not the first time that Marta was like, hey, a Jedi shouldn't have a flower.
Oh, no. It's just, I didn't...
You didn't know how serious it went.
How serious it was. Like, this kid is crying. I shouldn't be laughing at this.
Let's
But
kind
it's
of
so funny.
so we're jumping way ahead. Let's kind of back it up a bit. So in the story, we get this is a who's who of like
Yeah.
people who have appeared, and so off the bat,
Yep.
let's talk about Keth
Oh,
and how I have been praising Keth since we first saw
Yeah.
him.
well, you won't be praising him too much longer, will you?
But I've been praising like the short stories
Yeah,
for a
they're
long time.
Good.
And I think they shouldn't be dismissed just because they appear in Star Wars Insider magazine. Now, of course, that does make them harder to get access to, because most of the time, physically anyways, because it's a magazine, once the new issue comes out, most places stop selling the previous issue.
Yep.
It does become an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Pun not intended. Now there is a digital way that's easy to get. I personally recommend using there's an app I use that has a bunch of that you can get magazines from called Pocket Mags, and they sell a backlog of magazines. So I'd suggest them if you want to start getting into insider stuff and you're trying to like catch up. I would suggest them. But also, Titan has been the people who publish the magazine have been doing better at releasing like collections. They've done 3 collections of short stories so far. They did a collection of like their older stuff for 2 of the volumes, so stuff Legends and canon stuff that are older. But as far as the High Republic stuff, they did Starlight Stories all as one. So all the Starlight Stories stuff is in one book.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to do the same thing with this, which I think we're getting a couple more stories, which I'm curious about the first one because there are some consequences to this story
Yeah, there are.
that I'm interested to see. So the primary like stuff going on is that we are continuing with where Convergence left off.
Yep.
And that Irem and Arano are now getting ready to sign the
Yeah.
peace treaty.
They are. The table is being set.
And basically, Creighton's son is leading he's one of the people leading this merger. I guess he's the one like helping
This
put
peace
everything
summit.
together. Yeah, the peace summit together, and they're using the convocation of the Force. So all the other Force religions that are on Jeddah.
Yep.
They're using the temple of the Guardian of the Will, the temple of the Kyber, which belongs to the Guardian of the Wills, as like the location.
Yep.
And so, which is interesting because of stuff in the comics that you don't know about yet, because there's stuff in the comics that are happening side by side with this that really feed into like the bad stuff that happens later in this audio drama. And so, Keth works at the Temple of Kyber,
Yes.
obviously, as we've discussed before. And so his whole thing is that he has been assigned to the Santeca clan member who is like the actual rep.
Yeah.
Who's like, because basically they needed somebody that's not going to be pro one side or the other to like
Yeah.
be there.
They also need to be versed in matters of the Outer Rim.
Yes. And so while the Jedi could potentially be like not like they could very easily not pick a side.
Yeah.
The problem is they're viewed as one already having picked a side because we talked about that with the Catalyst. I mean with Convergence. Because in Convergence they talked about how they were working with Arano for a bit and then
Yeah.
so Irem would be a little bit sus of that if the Jedi were the ones handling the matter. And then but also like you said, they need somebody who can deal with the Outer Rim. And the Jedi, while having a lot of experience with the Outer Rim, are not they're viewed as like a higher class and better than like the general public think that Jedi view themselves as better than, but in reality they don't. But it'd be a PR disaster anyway.
Yeah.
So for good PR purposes, they pick Santeca. And so while Santeca is also viewed as a higher class, they're still of the people.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's a bombing
Yep.
in the Temple of Kyber.
The funny thing is, this is not the first time Creighton will be.
Oh yeah.
I think he gets damn near blown up 3 separate times.
Yeah, so everything is prepped essentially for this for this ceremony to happen, and everybody's getting ready to do it. And and Salandra is here as well.
Salandra is here as well.
And she's not really here specifically to help with this, but she is being asked to potentially help if needed.
Yeah, she
I think she's not right now. She's not involved at
she's
all.
not involved. She came back here as like a
Part of her because we talked about that at the end of Quest for the Hidden City. She came back here to meditate and kind of go on a pilgrimage.
Yeah.
Because the Jedi go here. A lot of Force groups go here as like a pilgrimage because Jeddah is the holy city.
Yeah.
Which I've made some TikToks curious about the history of Jeddah. But that's not for this video, I guess, today's podcast. But it is something that we can talk about. Because when I think of holy cities, I think of holy wars. And I do think of the fact that, a bunch of Force group religions who do not agree on things.
Yeah.
What could have happened in the history before the convocation was formed?
Yeah.
It's like we're never told that something like that happened, but there's the implication.
Mm-hmm.
And the implication matters. To quote Always Sunny, it's about the implication.
Mm.
But yeah, so Temple of Kyber's bomb. Luckily, Keth is not there.
Yeah.
Even though he's been assisting Santeca. Like, he was assigned to be, like, Santeca's, like, assistant. Santeca had asked him to get some water and something else. I forget what. Because it's something that Keth forgot to get. Like, Keth forgot to bring it because he was already late.
Mm-hmm.
And Santeca's like, hey, can you give me a glass of water and then come back? And so Keth left. No. he didn't forget anything. It was just a glass of water, but he was late, and that's why he wasn't there. Because he showed up late, Sen Tekka said, hey, get the glass of water, and then he left, and then the bombing goes off.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it was a droid.
Mm-hmm.
And Keth has a droid.
Yeah.
And normally the droid is not, like, wouldn't have been there. But Keth allowed him to be there to watch the event, because the droid was like, hey, I want to watch.
This is a momentous occasion.
Yeah, it's a
I would like to see it happen.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, Keth's droid has also gone missing since the bombing,
Which
makes him...
Which is a bad look.
Which makes his droid primary suspect.
Yeah.
So, Salandra is then assigned to secretly start investigating
Yes.
because nobody would suspect Salandra is involved because Salandra isn't even there to help to begin with. And so Creighton's like, hey, can you help me out?
Yeah.
You can privately do this. Just do it on your own time. And then whatever you happen to find, bring it back to me. Like, it's not a matter of you're assigned to this. It's more of this is a side quest for you.
I need you to look into something. Let me know what you find out.
Yeah. If you and you don't have to look, like, you don't have to look into this, but if you happen to find something, let me know. And so, and by this point, I think her and Keth have met.
Yeah.
And so, like,
I do.
which I like the friendship that evolves
Yeah.
out of this.
I remember when they first get around. Salandra, did she meet?
I don't think she met the droid yet.
Not the droid. On the shuttle transport to get.
Oh yeah, she met her fellow Jedi friend, didn't she?
Either that or
Because there was that old friend that was a Jedi that was also on Jeddah.
yeah, they're there, but I'm talking about before that on to Jeddah.
Oh.
Do they meet Mr. Graff, or is that Mr. Tekka?
Graf. She met Graf.
There we go. I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, she met Graf.
Yeah.
Who
It has to be them because he's talking
because he
about
has to
how-
already be there, for one, because of what happens.
Yeah. And he's talking like, oh yeah, I came here to go and do some stuff for my family so my family will love me.
Yeah, because he's kind of an outcast in the Graf
Yeah.
family, in the Graf family syndicate, whatever you want to call it.
And I had two thoughts, like by the time they're kind of at that point, I was like, fuck, it's a Graf.
Which is unfortunate because the Grafs, like, aren't always... Once again, it's that 50-50 of, like,
Yeah.
is the Graf going to be a good guy or a bad guy?
And
And in this case, it's kind of morally gray.
no, it's not.
I don't think the Graf is a bad guy.
I don't think they're a bad person, but it was a bad sign that they showed up.
Because I don't think that Graf is a bad guy. That's what I'm saying, though. Like, there are Grafs that are actually malicious.
Yeah.
I don't think he's one of those.
I don't think this is a case of you did something, but you didn't understand the consequences.
Well, and also, I think... Okay, let's get into the mother of it all.
Yeah.
Because the mother is obviously the Path is the
This-
one who bombed the Temple of
This
Kyber.
lady, again.
There is no evidence to link them because they are using it's not a Force technique,
No.
but it's related to a Force religion.
The Brothers of the Ninth Door use a Force ability.
Yeah, okay, so it is a Force ability.
Yes. And, like, I do like how Salandra and Creighton kind of detracted as, like, a little bit malicious, and I'm like, it is literally no different than your mind touch to me.
I think it's
As it allows
I think
the
it's
same thing.
So I think the difference between a mind touch / mind trick and this is intention and motivation and
To me, they do
And-
the same thing,
and
but
also
used
usage.
with different intentions.
and also usage. I think because when you do a mind trick, traditionally, if you're a Jedi, you're only pushing something that is already in their mind, except for in the case of Obi-Wan with the whole droids thing in episode 4. That's he's completely changing their mind on something but generally it's the way Emery, like with Emery, it's like I'm already pushing something that's in your mind that I'm just pushing it in a more positive direction.
Yeah.
Whereas I think what the Brotherhood of the Ninth Door are doing is more of a complete, like, I am fucking with your mind to make you...
Like, I know that you can regularly use the Force to, like, hide your presence and such. I don't think it's ever been as blatant.
Yeah. So, like, so we learn that one PZ survived.
Mm-hmm.
He was running off somewhere. I forget where he was hiding this whole time. But before that, Keth is, of course, questioned about it by Salandra.
Hey.
Because Salandra's like, I remember... No, they did meet the droid, because that's why Salandra clicked it. Because Salandra was immediately like, hey, Keth had a droid, and Keth no longer has a droid. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Because she had already gone to the bar.
Enlightenment?
Yeah, Enlightenment. She had already been to the Enlightenment because Keth had mentioned it to Kraden that he met a Jedi, and Kraden's like, hey, bring the Jedi over.
Bring them around.
Which I love Kraden.
Yeah.
Kraden and Creighton are some of the best characters.
This isn't going to get confusing at all. We'll have to be very clear when we enunciate those names.
Creighton.
Yeah.
Or we could just go Creighton's son and then Kraden.
Yeah. So, what was it?
But yeah, so like she makes connects the dot, but we learned that PZ's not involved. We learned that the Brothers of the Ninth Door were basically doing a mind trick thing that was tricking people into believing different other groups were walking through the front door because they were like, oh, it was a Jedi. Oh, it was a... But it was like, of course, it was obviously members of the Path.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, we're also getting a Marta story, which is like... And like, they run into Salandra, and we talked about this. This is where like the kid tries to give Salandra a flower, and Marta's like, no, that's a Jedi. Jedi are evil.
Once again, Marta, I understand faith is very empowering to some people, but what are you doing?
I think, but also, like, I think Marta is hurt still.
Yeah.
Because of what happened with the last Jedi she met.
Yeah.
And I think it's fair for her to be hurt, but unfortunately that hurt has been applied to a cult.
Yeah.
And that's what cults count on. And I think also Marta doesn't know the grand schemes of Mother.
She doesn't, because no one tells her anything.
Yeah,
because why would you?
Because Mother counts on Marta's innocence.
Yeah.
She counts on Marta being innocent and gullible, and not like the more information that Marta knows, like if Marta knew that the Mother was behind a bunch of stuff, she'd be out.
Yep.
Marta's not sticking around. She's not that faithful to the Path. There are others who are. Marta's not one of them.
Yep. Like,
I think it's the same reason why for a long time, like in Path of Deceit, we learned that, Marta's not allowed to move up to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, it's once again it's a cult, so there are levels. She's not allowed to move up to the Children of the Path level. And it's because the Children of the Path have to do some shady shit.
Yep.
And if Marta had to start doing some shady shit, she'd be like, wait a minute, why are we doing... Wait a minute.
What? Wait, hold on. What we doing here?
Like, and meanwhile, Yana and Ko and I forget his name.
They knew.
They knew. And they were fine with it. They now, of course, Yana and Kor were not true believer. Well, Kor was a true believer, but Yana wasn't a true believer.
Yep.
Yana was doing it because she was fine with it, but she's like also like I'm gonna get out of here as soon as I can with my girlfriend. Unfortunately, that's not how things went.
No.
Because Mother likes to play games and uses people. But unfortunately, the way things are being done, there's no proof that the Path is behind it.
Yeah.
The closest we get is, once again, the Brothers of the Ninth Door.
There's no...
And I think that's the furthest we get even at the end of, like...
Yeah.
because
There's no connecting evidence.
so of course eventually they have to find a new representative. So Mother manages to play her hand and be like, hey, I've got such and such blackmail shit on you and the rest of your family. Go do this to the Graf.
Yep.
And the Graf's like, fuck. Because they can't bring a senator in to do it.
Oh, no. Quick clarification on
Yeah.
that. While he wants to look good for his family, and yes, they both could blackmail each other,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Graf has given enforcer droids to both Irem and Arono.
Which is why he looks good as the neutral party. Because he also,
they put,
it's very war profiteering.
yes. They put forth the Herald, who has been, like, starting shit in the streets,
Yes.
to make him look even better.
Yes, because the Herald, because they bring up both the Graf.
She doesn't blackmail
Oh
him
yeah, that's
at
right.
all.
Yeah, you're right. But she puts
She makes him look like the best candidate by keeping.
yeah, because there's the Herald and the Graf who are both put forward as options.
Yeah.
Because the Herald puts himself up. He's like, hey, I could do this because, which I think one works to the Mother's advantage, but I also think is Herald trying to make a power move. Because we know the Herald is planning out his power move.
Yeah.
He's trying to, and we know that he's gonna finally pull, because we talked about the synopsis of the upcoming books last week, and we know that the Herald's gonna pull his move very soon. But he's also been inciting violence in the street. He hasn't quite gotten to full riot mode yet, but he's gotten close. By talking about how, like, the Convocation and the Jedi are all like a bunch of, liars, and that they're keeping secrets from the public, which ties into the comic, because we actually see that moment from the comic perspective, which shows us more of the Convocation's perspective of what's going on, and we actually see Yana is on Jeddah at the
Yeah.
time.
She has to be.
So in the comic, we do see Yana is
Because
on.
the Gaze Electric is on Jeddah.
Yeah. So we do,
And so is Marta.
and so is the Herald.
So, ergo,
More than likely,
Yana
Yana is
is on-
there. Sunshine's also probably somewhere there.
he's somewhere. I don't know where he is. Where the fuck is Sunshine Dobbs?
But yeah. And so,
Now, talking about power plays from the Herald, fucking kidnapping the Leveler is the highest. Because, like, halfway through, the Mother's like, where's my
pet?
anti-Jedi dog thing?
Yeah, because so let's go ahead and I guess jump ahead, because we're gonna go ahead
Yeah.
and talk about the riot,
Yes.
which we are introduced to this riot at the beginning, because they do the whole in medias
Yes.
res
In media res.
thing, where they just start with the action and they're like, here's a huge riot, Creighton's son's getting caught in explosions,
Again.
and then we jump back 3 days.
Yep.
Because they
Oh, that reminds me. Another thing where I was like, that's not going to fucking stay up by the end of this. The Statue of the Protector. They introduce and they're like, this is one of, if not the oldest statues on Jeddah. Blah, 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 blah. Here's its historical significance. I'm like, well, shit. You're not staying that way by the end of this story, are you?
Nope. But yeah, so like we finally eventually
Yeah.
get to this the riot,
Yes.
which is pushed by the Herald,
Yeah.
because the Herald essentially like
He's like, the
creates
Convocation
ano- yeah, he
just threw
crea-
me out.
which that's the part we see in the comic,
Yeah.
is because I'm gonna spoil the comic a little bit. I think it's issue 4.
All right.
So a little bit of spoilers. He goes into the Convocation and he's like trying to make his plea for why the path should be involved, and then he like says they eventually go, hey, that doesn't quite work, and he's talking about his view of the
Yeah.
path's view of the Force, and they're like,
And
based on
everyone
what we've-
else went, that's bullshit.
well, but not. They said it nicely. They were like, based on what we have seen, that is not how the Force works. With the whole like balancing in terms of like
Yeah.
killing people, like that saving lives does not cause the Force to kill people somewhere else. Like, there's thousands of years of the Force to disprove this theory.
We have the entire history book of evidence.
And they're like, yeah, but you don't see everywhere. And so it's just like, and so they and then the Herald is like, you know what? Let's put it to a test. We're going to do, what if we did a stop of the Force usage everywhere? And then we saw what happened afterwards. And and every Force religion was like, what the fuck? No.
We're not doing that. Why would we do that?
And then the Herald stormed, and basically after that, the Herald storms out and makes his speech about how he got kicked out. And it's just like, you fucker.
Yeah.
You fucker.
This is information that you have that I do not.
Like, sure, they disagreed with you and they didn't allow you to join the convocation because that was his one, like, term for joining the convocation. He's like, if I join the convocation, I want this. And they were like, no. Because why? Because how would that prove anything? That doesn't prove, like, if we stop using the Force and nothing happens, that doesn't prove anything.
Yeah.
Whereas if we're using the Force and stuff happens, that does prove your point.
Yep.
The opposite can't do that. But of course, the end goal is to stop Force usage, so it doesn't, like, obviously, it doesn't matter if it proves anything. The path just wants them to stop Force usage.
Yeah.
Although I think that's for a wider game of whatever the Mother's up to. Because once again, the Mother is using the Force.
What are you doing? Why?
What
do you want?
But yeah, so he goes outside, incites the riot
Yep.
against the convocation, which then incites a bigger riot towards where the treaty's happening and a bombing happens, and everything goes buck wild.
I forget which ambassador is it.
It's the Irem.
No, their name.
Oh, I forget.
There's Ada Forte and is it Farol?
Well,
Or am I thinking of somebody else?
You're thinking of somebody else. Neither of the prince and princess aren't there.
No, they're not. I know that because that's brought up.
It's a major story point because they're not there, but they have representatives there, and the representatives decide, fuck it, we're going back to war again because of all this.
One of them,
and Creighton's like, but your rulers said not to do this, and they're like, fuck what our rulers said.
like, oh yeah. So way at the beginning, the one for Irem is talking with Creighton, and she's like,
which she's
I
a general,
can't
which she's the key factor here is while she's a representative, she's not like she doesn't like, that's not her role in the government. She's actually a military official. She's like an admiral or something.
yeah, because I think they're all
Well, because we learned in Convergence, Irem is very militaristic.
and she's like, I hate this. I hate that I'm here. And I don't like any of this
Yeah.
because my family's dead and gone.
Why should we
not
stop
going
fighting? Yeah.
I'm not gonna forgive. Why the fuck would I do that? And even on Orono, there are people who are thinking the same thing, and Creighton's like, can we please just fucking try
Yeah,
a
because
little bit harder?
I mean, because at the end of the day, that type of thinking is how we just get the endless cycle of war.
Yeah.
Because if you just it's the
This is one.
it's the sunk cost fallacy, essentially. Except in this case, it's lives, which are I'm not trying to,
You have to be careful what you say.
I'm not trying to say like lives aren't worth a lot, but I'm saying in this case it's a sunk cost fallacy because they're going, why should I stop this war because we've lost already so many lives. The only way we can get that cost back is by killing more of them to equal it out. But that kind of thinking is how you just get more lives lost. It's like, I mean, usually sunk cost fallacy is connected to gambling, but like this is the same kind of situation, just with with a heavier cost.
I think a more succinct way of putting it is the saying, an eye for an eye will make the whole world
Yeah.
blind.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to put it on like a logical, like, because it is the sunk cost
We're
fallacy.
going with ethos, pathos, and logos.
Yeah,
over
yeah,
here.
yeah. But it is the sunk cost fallacy. But you are also right that that's also a good way to put it too. And so, like,
This is one where I'm with Creighton, where I'm like,
yeah,
ironically coming from me siding with a Jedi.
I think at the end of the day, you do side with Jedi a lot of the time. It's just it's depending on the era and how they present their.
Yeah, and it's like
I think you believe with the philosophy as a whole. It's just how the arguments are presented.
yeah, it's like you could. This is one where I'm like definitely like. Also understanding like from Iram and Arono, I understand.
It's very much a Hatfields and McCoy situation where you just keep fighting and
Like, I
and even
understand.
by the time of Convergence, they discuss they don't know why they're fighting anymore. They're just fighting because they've been fighting for generations.
This is just what they do.
And then like it gets even worse by the time we get to like, because obviously we know the
Yeah.
war has to keep going, so obviously this had to happen. Like we brought that up during Convergence. We know this has to, like, we knew that the peace wouldn't last because we get all the way 200 years later to, well, maybe 150 years, like
Yeah, because Comac and
Comac and Orla have to deal
are the
with
ones that,
and
handle
that's when
it.
it officially ends.
and this is one where I'm like, I really, with knowledge, if I did not know what I know, I would be like, this is a case where just the violent side of people's nature won out.
Yeah. And then, but I think it also had it needed to be nudged.
Yeah,
Because they were gonna
They-
were gonna sign. They were like seconds away
Yep.
from signing, and then the riots happen, which is the mother's little push,
her doing
her little influence,
things in the background again.
and so there was just enough of that nudge to set everybody off because Jeddah was essentially a powder keg.
Yeah, let's face it. You
Yeah.
can't have.
I think you can
You
get a,
can,
but
it's rather unlikely.
you can. I think everything can work out, but everybody has to agree.
Yeah,
And it takes
People
a
did
lot.
not agree.
It takes a lot of work to get that to work, and I think they were putting in the work. But unfortunately, there are certain elements, the path and the mother, who are working against that,
Yep.
and they provided just enough of a push to point out the differences and start.
like I don't know how bad things were on Jeddah before,
yeah,
but it's not gonna be a good place after the events of all this.
yeah, and so obviously, and of course, I mean, this just makes it to where when do we ever see any of the other Force religions after this?
You don't,
The only Force religions that exist
or like,
are
the-
the only Force religion that still exists after the High Republic era is the Night Sisters, and besides,
it's so minuscule at that point.
and the Night Sisters aren't even part of the convocation because they already don't. They're already the type that are like, we're insular, we do not explore the galaxy, fuck everybody else. Like, we don't see Sorcerers of Tund anywhere; they're gone. We don't see the Mudakai, which I love the Mudakai. They're gone. The Falanisi, they're gone. A lot of these are groups that they brought back from Legends that are now canon. But like all of these religions that they brought into the High Republic era and showed us, hey, on Jeddah, because it's the holy planet, holy city, they were all brought together to have friendly debates
Yeah,
about how the
this-
Force works. And
I sure am glad that. I was going to say the Nihil attacked Switzerland.
but in this case, it's the path because the Nihil
Yeah.
don't exist yet.
Yeah, that's essentially what they did.
Yeah, and so now the powder keg that was just sitting there because we have all these different Force religions who disagree, along with the people who don't understand, that don't understand what happens behind closed doors. And then on top of that, you have the path who are outright saying nobody should use the Force. And the path just managed to convince the people that the convocation was wrong.
Yep.
Because they had better speakers like the Herald, who could just come out and be like, hey, the convocation kicked me out because they didn't like what I was saying. And, which he's not 100% wrong, but
That is why they kicked him out. That's not how.
But that's not the true argument because once again, but also in the audio drama, you don't see the conversation. It's in the comic.
Yeah.
You see the conversation, which is the Herald goes, hey, the Path wants to join this convocation, but as part of the agreement, everybody has to stop using the Force so that way we can test our theory, which once again, that's not how you would test that theory. You can't test the theory of using the Force kills life by not using the Force anymore.
Like, also, the Path's goal won't work, even in the long run.
Well, it depends what the mother's actual goal is, because once again, we do not know what the mother is
Well,
up to.
the public one.
The public one of saving lives by not using the Force, yes, because we've talked about how the Force. I mean, I've definitely talked about it with Knights of the Republic too. I think.
No, I mean, like, their stop using the Force as a whole thing is destined to fail.
I mean, even beyond that, if you do stop using the Force will naturally just do its thing. Because it lives. It's its own thing. It's living. It doesn't just sit there and do nothing if nobody's using it.
And there are those who can use the Force at an instinctive level. To some people, it's as easy as breathing.
Well, it's okay. So that actually goes into the creatures that we see in the Battle of Jeddah, because the creatures that Marta and this girl run into, where Marta goes, yes, these creatures instinctively use the Force to hunt, but they're not. But that is their nature. They are not using it actively the way Jedi do, which is why we're right about Jedi not being allowed to use the Force, but it's okay that these animals do. Because the girl was questioning that. She's like, why are these animals allowed to use it? And she's like, no, it's instinctive versus... But Jedi use it instinctively too. I mean, look at The Mandalorian. I would argue Grogu is counting on instincts most 90% of the time. He's not actively using the Force 90% of the time. Book of Boba Fett being the exception. He is actively in that case. But I would say 90% of the time, it's instinctive for him because he's still young for his species, and he's still learning. That's my argument. I'm looking to the side because Scotty's here, so I'm curious. I'm looking at facial expressions to see if my argument is wrong or not in his opinion.
Hello.
I'm sneaking in.
Yeah.
It's your office.
It's my studio. I get to do this. All right, so this is all we've mentioned this before, but this is clearly dictated in episode 4.
Yeah.
How the Force works. Obi-Wan has a great understanding how the Force works. He tells Luke it obeys his commands. It also runs through him, and that's all the Force. So all these religions, that's all it's doing.
Yep.
The Force is in charge, whatever it does. And sometimes it says, "Yeah, I'll like your suggestion." Other times, like in Rey's case, "Oh crap, she's in trouble. Let me help her out."
Yeah.
And so that's how it works. So in Grogu's case, same way. I think Grogu's like, that monster is going to eat the Mandalorian. The Force is like, "Hey, we remember to do this. We'll just pick him up."
Yeah.
It saves his day, and it's like the Force is the ultimate plot armor. That's
So my theory's not out there.
your theory's not wrong at all. It's just to clarify, it is not. It's just plot armor. It's whatever the writer needs it to do at the moment.
I mean, it's the Freddie Prinze Jr. discussion.
Word.
But so like that's why the path is wrong. It's why the path is absolutely wrong. And it's why the mother's... I mean, once again, the mother does not believe this bullshit.
No, she doesn't.
She's leading a cult. She is literally going, hey, this is a nice message that I think some people can get behind. And I think also she kills people to her advantage to convince people of it.
Yeah.
Just like... So, I mean, this whole riot on Jeddah
God,
gets blamed on the Jedi.
Yeah.
Because they say...
So what it is they're like, oh, the Jedi have been investigating the bombings, but they haven't been doing anything else.
Yeah,
and I'm like, that's
all they can do.
That's what they're supposed to do.
There's literally nothing else they could do about this situation.
And they're like, and everyone else is like,
it's not good enough.
You should have done more.
Yeah.
And it's like, I wouldn't fucking have to.
And it's even worse because one of the most innocent victims comes out of this, in my opinion.
Mm.
I think Keth was such a sweet, innocent soul.
Oh yeah, I'm mad as hell at that.
Because he dies because of all this bullshit.
Yeah. He's like, I want to do something with my life, and I'm like,
That's
first time
when
I
you know,
heard that,
that's when you know
I
he's
was
dead.
like, damn,
He's gonna
damn,
die.
kid, you want to make that flag any redder?
That's the I'm this close to retirement sort of talk.
I'm like,
God.
why?
Because
Why did you test that?
Because it's worse. Because he's inspired by Salandra. That's
Yeah.
why he does this. He's like, I'm inspired by what this Jedi is telling me to go out and do more. Like, I'm already doing a lot because while I'm a minor part of it, I am working at the Temple of Kyber for the Guardian of the Wills,
Yeah.
and I'm working with them, but I'm also not really doing anything with my life. And so like Keth's like, I'm gonna do something with my life, and then he dies because he believed in. And it's even sadder because Salandra promised Creighton that she would take care of him, and Salandra did everything she
She
could.
tried. She did what she could.
Ah! But yeah, and it's all voice acted so well that it's really
Yeah.
sad when it happens. And so like, yeah, and so the Jedi get blamed for it, which is all part of the Mother's grand
Yeah.
scheme, which is like get the Jedi to be blamed for this event because they were interfering and using the Force when they shouldn't have been, and therefore that's why all this went bad and why
Yeah.
so many lives were lost, and why the treaty stopped happening, and why Iram and Arano are going back to war,
Yep.
which is also part of the Mother's scheme. And
We also got the mother's name in this.
I think we've known her name, but it wasn't ever. I think it was said in Path of Deceit, Alencia,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's one of those two.
And we have her last name, and we know she's related. We know that she shares the last name with a character from the comic book. We don't know if it's by relation, but they look like they look like family, and they share a last name. I don't think it's a coincidence.
Mm.
And this Jedi happens to be on Jeddah. Coincidence? I think not. And I think somebody in one of my TikToks actually pointed out that the mother actually mentions that she has family on Jeddah too in Path of Deceit, which I think we missed that in our reading of it.
I think it was that she didn't want to.
Let me find that comment.
I know that there's one place that she's like, I don't want to return there yet.
Yeah.
Although I don't remember when that is.
But yeah, and so like part of the riots also that happen is so this little girl lets the monsters that hunt through the Force out because she feels bad for them. She's the first victim to go.
Yeah.
She gets eaten by these creatures, which Marta immediately feels guilt over.
That happens before the riot.
Yeah, it happens before the riot. But it's a leading factor into why the riots
Yeah.
happen.
And the Path of the Open Hand, of course.
Take
swoops
advantage
in
of
and
it, yeah.
Makes themselves look good again.
Because they save everybody afterwards.
Yeah.
But by then, the little girl who freed the creatures is dead,
Yep.
which Marta feels so much guilt for, and I think is going to start to lead Marta on a path where she doesn't trust
Yeah.
the path.
Oh, how
Ironic.
the Force must be free, huh?
God, this must have been a few days ago. Okay, found it. In Path of Deceit, Sunshine tells the mother something about her cousin on Jeddah, is what somebody commented on my TikTok. So, because I made a video about the other character, and somebody commented that, because I led my theory of I think there's a relation.
Also,
But yeah, then the Nameless show up on top of that
yeah, and it's like, not again.
and start really killing people.
Yeah, like at the end of it, the Herald, the mother's like, I don't know where the Nameless is. The Herald is in jail. And
But he's gonna
This
get
is
out.
like an-
But he's gonna get out
he
because
will.
there's no evidence to link the path to any of this.
there's also like the after action report where it's like, yeah, like 2-3 people over the course of this week were turned to ash.
Yeah,
And, it's
and
like-
they don't know what happened
and they're like,
because nobody knows about the Nameless yet. Because that's the other key factor is this is a prequel to Phase 1. This is Phase 2.
Yep.
Phase 2 cannot have the Jedi ever learn about the Nameless It's a Darth Bane situation with the Bane trilogy. I don't know if you're in the Bane books, one of the big things that they have to do in the books is explain how the Jedi, one, know about Bane, but two, how they think the Jedi died. I mean, the Sith died after Bane because they can't believe that the Sith ever exists until the Phantom Menace.
It's called frustrating, is what it is.
And so, in the Bane books, Jedi find out about Bane. He kills all the Jedi that were there that confront him, but also I think he has to fake his death afterwards.
Yeah.
And so I think he leaves one survivor so that way he can fake his death, and therefore that leads the Jedi to believe, okay, we killed the last of the Sith, we're good. But throughout that whole time, one of the Jedi is wondering if they truly did kill the last of the Sith in the Bane trilogy, and he dies. I don't know if we'll get into Legends content on this show, but besides SWTOR, but
I'm thinking, right, that if you are a Jedi,
but we obviously know that there has to be enough evidence and a witness of the Nameless that by the start of Phase 3, because Yoda is talking to, we do have a witness. Because Yoda is already talking to them because he's already friends with them. Well, allied with them. The leader of the path in Phase 1.
Tromak. Yeah.
Elder Tromak. Because Yoda is hanging out with Elder Tromak. Because Tromak is still alive.
He's still alive.
As far as we know. Because I don't think we know that Yoda and Tromak crash a ship, but we don't know what happened with Tromak. Because then we get that call from Yoda going, "Hey, I know what's going on with the Nameless, and in order to find out our future of what we do to fight the Nihil, we have to look at our past." Yep. And that's why Phase 2 is a prequel.
Tromak knows he's a kid.
Because he's a kid in Path of Deceit,
right now.
and also in Path of Deceit, he appears in Path of Deceit.
Yeah.
Because he's a youngling. Because I guess Gran live a long time, and
Yep.
I never knew the lifespan of a Gran until now. It's over 200 years at least.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, but yeah, all that goes down, and so basically we end with the war back on.
War's back on.
The path basically getting away with
The path
mass murder.
got away scot-free.
All Force religions are no longer trusted on Jeddah.
Yep.
Of all places, which sucks because it's supposed to be the Force religion holy city.
Keth is dead.
Keth is dead. Our sweet short story baby boy.
Oh, like the latter half of this is me like
And but I think also that the Jedi are finally on the right track
yes.
because they're finally questioning the path.
Yeah.
Because they're finally going, there's something up with this. We don't know what, but we know something suspicious is going on here. Because their hands are in everything, but somehow they're not getting caught with the cookie jar.
Yeah. Salandra and the mother briefly talk, and like not once but twice. Once as Salandra's investigating things, as investigating the bombings, and then again during the riot, like as their things are
Starting to
cooling
cool,
down.
yeah.
And they discuss like their beliefs, and Salandra is like, no,
Yeah.
none of what you said makes things any better.
Nope. But yeah, so
So-
that's. Is there anything else you want to
Yes.
add before we?
This is once I'm like Iroh and Arono, and they're talking to the Jedi during the like not ceasefire, but before everyone starts shooting.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that is a beautiful speech, Creighton. However, I understand both sides who are pointing the weapons right now.
Yeah, because to their view,
As much of a Jedi as you are, and as nice as that sentiment is, our enemy is right behind you, so if you would kindly get the fuck out of the way.
yeah,
I'm like, this is one where I'm like, please just listen.
yeah, because
I'm hoping against hope, and I know better.
But the problem, once again, the problem is we know that this war
Yeah.
goes on for at least another 200 years.
Yeah. I'm like, The second thing where I'm like,
I mean, there's a reason it's called the Forever War.
yeah. Salandra going and talking to like the priest in the church
Yeah.
of the forest.
Oh yeah.
That is, I'm like, that's also a nice sentiment. However, that's a nice sentiment, but that's cold comfort at the end of the day.
Yep.
They're still dead. They are gone now. Being one with the force, that's a sweet thought. Until you look at the reality of the situation, if you're anyone else.
Yeah, it's a comforting thing, and
Well-
I think it comes from a good place. But unfortunately, this was just a bunch of mass murder that happened, and
Yeah.
we you can only be so comforted about something like that.
Great.
Yeah.
Those are kind words.
Now this is basically the halfway point of phase 2.
Yeah.
So let's kind of wrap up with the question of how does the path become the Nihil from here?
Yeah. That's a good question because
Because that's one of the questions this is the phase 2 is supposed to answer.
how? Why?
I think it definitely heavily involves Marta
Yes.
because it has to, because we know that Marta is a ancestor of Markion.
Yeah.
And it has to be Marta because it can't be Yana because she's gay.
Mm.
So she ain't having children.
No.
And she's not gonna have biological children anyways. And her one girlfriend is dead.
Yep.
Marta, on the other hand, I'm curious who she's gonna relate to, and I don't think Marta has.
Yeah.
I don't think Marta fully hates the Jedi yet either.
I don't think so. She
So,
doesn't like them because painful things happen in her life when they show up.
including
as a
her
lot of other people.
including her falling in love with one of them, only for them to die.
Yeah.
And then she takes his lightsaber, which I'm still convinced that's the lightsaber that Markion has by the time of phase 1. I think that's the lightsaber.
I mean, there's a possibility.
There's a possibility there's another lightsaber,
There's
but
150 years between here and then, so 200.
yeah, 200 years.
Sorry.
And so, like, I think somehow Marta's gonna hate the Jedi, like, come to actually truly
Yeah.
hate the Jedi, because that has to be because the Rowe family hate the Jedi, with like unreasonably so, like an extra level,
Like everyone
like
else.
worse than the Sith. I could argue. I can make an argument for that.
I would say that the Sith see the Jedi as like rivals.
No, well, depending on the Sith, Palpatine
Depending-
does not see them as rivals. He because he sees himself above. Rivals are usually equal.
However, and like the rest of the galaxy might dislike the Jedi severely. Not quite to the extent that the Rowe family does.
Yeah, no, Markion goes out of his way to show how much he hates the Jedi and the Republic.
Out of spite.
Man, I mean, the end of phase 1 was him setting up space mines. So that way, as soon as you left hyperspace going into Outer Rim territory, your ships blew up. That's how much he hates the Jedi and the Republic. He's like, you are not allowed in the Outer Rim anymore. This is my territory.
God damn.
Which is also sucks because that means now hyperspace miners have to find new ways around
Yeah.
because like hyperspace, it's like traveling on the interstate. There's only one exit
Yep.
to get to certain places, but you can find like the next exit, maybe. But then you have to go the long way afterwards.
Yeah. All right.
Anyways, that's my thoughts on where things are gonna head. I think Marta's gotta like go hardcore. Like
Yeah.
something's gotta drop because we still haven't seen like the worst that she can handle.
Yep.
And also the path kind of has to split. There has to be a split in the path
Yeah.
because because the Nihil and the paths exist at the same time. And while Tromac is leading his own thing, he still kind of works with the Nihil. So we got to get there somehow.
Yeah, there has to be a bit of a schism at that point.
Yeah. But there's still so much left. We still have the final adult book, Cataclysm,
Yeah.
and then we've got the final young adult book. What was it called? Path of Vengeance, which is going to focus on Marta. And then we've got Quest for Planet X for the junior novel, which is supposed to finally show us more of the homeworld of the Nameless, which we've seen bits and pieces. We saw it in the Eye comic, but now we're gonna really get a look at it. And then we still have the manga that's coming out,
Edge
Edge of Balance, Precedent, and then we're getting Arkoff, Master Arkoff, Wookiee Jedi, and then we're getting, which is also going to be the return of that Jedi who found the dead bodies in Path of Deceit as well. Him and Master Arkoff are going to work together on something. And then we've got the main comic still going.
Yep.
Adventures comic still going. Which I love the Adventures comic so far because it's got Maz Kanata, Dexter Jettster as pirates, and what's her name? The Jedi. You know what I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking about, and I remember the last time we talked about.
You were like, I don't like her as much. She's a good Jedi, but you didn't like her as much as
Yeah.
I do. And then we also have another miniseries comic coming up too, the Nameless High Republic Adventures: The Nameless Terror.
Oh boy.
Which, yeah, we're getting the Nameless obviously from the title. Oh, and the Blade is still going. Which something bad has to happen there because we're gonna learn why the Baresh Vow exists. Also, where's Plo Koon still? We still don't know where Plo is.
He's somewhere.
The man lives long enough that he can be in the High Republic era. He's the only long-lived species Jedi that we still haven't seen in the High Republic era.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
But anyways, I definitely, as a lover of audio dramas, I definitely recommend it. Obviously, if you're not into it, the script comes out 3 days, so you can read it. If you're more of a reader, but I highly recommend it. These audio dramas are events to me, so like they're big, like, well, mainly because they only make them every so often because they're expensive.
yeah.
Like I've talked to Mark Thompson about it. He's like, yeah, we love doing them. They're just expensive, which is it's fair. You're getting a bunch of actors together. You're adding like music and sound and all that, and by the time, and that's before the editing. Yeah, and I said that earlier. It's a movie for your ears. It's why I love them. But I mean, not everybody's into them, and I get it. I mean, not everybody's into audiobooks either. You're not an audiobook guy, from what I understand.
It's mostly just like given between the choice of reading and listening. To me, it's no. Actually, they're about the same to me.
Oh, okay. I know you're not as, you think audiobooks though and books are better than audio dramas for you because you get lost on some context sometimes.
Yeah.
Because we talked about that with Tempest Runner, where you're like, I don't know the context of what's going on because there's no narrator telling me.
Yeah, it's like, who are you? Why are you here?
But yeah, so I recommend it. I definitely give the story at least an 8.5 out of 10.
All right. It may come as a shock to you as I was internally debating this a moment ago.
Yeah.
I was like, it's somewhere between 7 and 9. And I was like, I could give it a 7, but it's better than that. So I'm going to, for as big as a tragedy as the events of this audio drama are, I'm gonna give it a 9.
I mean, but you're not saying that the things in it are good. You're just saying that the way the story was told is good.
Yes.
Is what I mean. That's really what these ratings are. It's not. It's not you going, yes, look at all this death. It's. I felt the emotions that the story was trying to convey, and
You would think that I am a heartless bastard. I'm not, but it seems like it sometimes.
yeah. But yeah,
It was good. I enjoyed it.
I definitely recommend it if you're a High Republic fan, and if you really want to know, like, definitely to keep up with what's going on because we're about to. I mean, like I said, we're heading into the end of phase 2. Because I'd say this is the halfway point. All right, next week, comic book next week.
Oh boy.
We're gonna read Tales from the Rancor Pit.
Mm.
Oh, have you already read that? It's a continuation. So Tales from the Rancor Pit is the Dark Horse version of the Tales from Vader's Castle series of comics. So it's their Halloween special thing, but they released it in November, and then physical copies I don't think were available until January. So something like that. It was a weird stretch of release. No. Okay, comic book shops got it in November, and then everywhere else got it in January. That's what it was.
Okay.
And so, like, what
That
a
makes
weird.
more sense.
But that's still like
it's
a
still
weird. Yeah, especially since this is your Halloween special.
Yeah.
But I'm glad they did it. And so basically, it's people telling stories while they're hanging over a Rancor pit in Jabba's palace. So this is like, I think it's supposed to be like during the events of Episode 6, but before everything goes down.
Yeah.
And then we've got one more thing in this month after that. I can't believe we're already halfway through the month. Because we got Tales from Rancor Pit, and then we're going to do Bounty Hunter Volume 5. And then the week after... And we're kind of out of, like, High Republic titled stuff for a minute soon. But I'll reveal the March schedule
Yeah.
in a couple weeks. But it also depends on when other things come out, because obviously this week we learned about a new book, so obviously new things could come out before then.
Yep.
That could throw off my schedule, as it always does. New thing comes out.
We try.
Fuck my schedule.
We try.
I need to double check if the short stories... I think the short story for this month is probably already out, so we might have to move some stuff around to fit that. We might change Bounty Hunters to that if it's out, because we got to keep up with short stories.
Yep.
But that'll be it for this week. Thank you all for watching.
Yeah.
Shout out. Let's do our little shout outs to everybody. Obviously, we want to thank Mobcast Network.
Yeah.
As they allow us to use this studio, this fine studio. And you can find them on any podcasting app as well as YouTube. For YouTube, it's youtube.com/Mobcast Network. And you can find them in any podcasting app. And if you can't find them on your choice of podcasting app, let us know. Or let them know, rather. Don't let us know. We can't do anything about it. And you can let's see, what shows coming out this week? Which episode? Okay, yeah. So we're doing our cult meeting. Yeah, and then the movie is Legend of Billie Jean. Yep. So up next is a cult meeting for them, which is us just hanging around talking to them.
Just has some fun stories about
Yeah, there's some. Yeah, there's the cult meeting was good. I'm on that show as well, so if you like seeing my pretty face, I'm there as a producer and co-host. And then we also have Tuesdays with Scotty coming up because we're going to be recording some more episodes. Yeah, so March, and we've got some episode ideas in the pipeline for that. Yeah, and that's basically just Scotty talking about whatever he feels like for that week. Have some guests on because it's his show. And then is My Star Wars Life coming back anytime? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, it's just, scheduling. Okay, well then that's the 2 shows to keep an eye out on. And then we also want to thank Gamers and Geeks and Engage Gaming, who own the actual property of where the studio is shared from. And they provide us the space. And Gamers and Geeks is our local gaming shop, so if you like any card games, board games, anything really that's gaming related, got an arcade in the back even. Oh yeah, and then Scotty's Toy Store is in there as well. All that good stuff is there. So if you're ever in Mobile, right off of Moffett and House Ferry, I did it correctly this time. and Engage Gaming is really cool too. I haven't made use of their stuff yet, though. I keep saying I want to. And basically, they provide consoles. I did not realize until I walked by it this past Sunday
Yeah.
everything they offered. Because I knew they had at least PS4s and Xbox Ones. Did not realize they had some PS5s there now. Because I saw some PS5s there. And so, if you are struggling to find that next gen console and you want to play a video game that's out, you pay a little bit of an hourly fee. It's really cheap, the hourly rate too. I was looking at it. I can't remember the exact dollar amount, but it's reasonable. And then so you pay an hourly rate, and then you can pay per hour of gameplay. They also have VR and PC, so if you're more of a PC gamer or you want to try out VR, they got that as well. And then, of course, they offer a monthly membership fee that you can do where it reduces the hourly rate. You can also pay the hourly rate in bulk, and that also reduces it. And they do birthday parties, too. I saw that as well. They offer a lot. There's a lot of options there. But yeah, and then, of course, going back to Gamers and Geeks with the arcade, you pay $10 for a wristband, and it's free play machines. You don't have to have coins or quarters or all that. You just hit the button, play the game. Easy. Also want to shout out to our patrons on Patreon. Shout out to Jennifer Brantley, who, as always, ever supports us. And usually is always watching our content, too, because she always has comments about stuff.
Yep.
So gotta love the fans. Speaking of fans, well, for Patreon, if you want to support us that way, you can find us at patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. If you're watching on YouTube, it's also linked down below in the video description. It's also on the homepage, which is youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. If you're watching on Twitch, it's on the homepage for the Twitch channel as well, which is twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. Speaking of Twitch, shout out to our Twitch subscriber, Matt, as always, ever supports. Love Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Matt's great. I'm excited for when Matt starts streaming again, because like we were talking about it earlier when we were talking Jedi Fallen Order. I think he's going to start streaming Survivor. I know he's working on he's trying to prep himself for a no stims run of Jedi Fallen Order.
Oh, boy.
No stims, no hit run, I think, is what he's working towards. Ugh. I could not. I did my Grandmaster run. I'm done. I'm retiring. I did it. I platinumed and I did a Grandmaster run. I'm good. But yeah, shout out to him. So another way to support us is subscribing on Twitch. That's another way to financially support us, and all that money goes back to what we do here. Could potentially pay me full time or pay you full time. Maybe pay some artists to give us a new logo. That's something in the pipe.
Yeah.
All that stuff helps.
Yep. Thank you for your support.
Yeah, is there anything I'm missing? I think I hit it all.
I think that's everything.
All right. Well, once again, thank you all for watching. We'll see you guys next time with Tales from the Rancor Pit, and I have spoken.
Later. Keep yourself safe.
Welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host, Caleb.
Hi, I'm Seth. I've put my hands on the table. I talk Star Wars with this man every week.
So, I lied last week when I said we talk about Tales from the Rancor Pit.
Yeah, you did.
Today, we're talking about Tales of Enlightenment, the Unusual Suspect short story by George Mann. But before we get into that, let's talk about some Star Wars news. First off, we got a new clip from The Mandalorian Season 3, where we get to see Din and Grogu return to Navarro, and we get a scene of Din talking to Grief Karga, who we saw take control of the planet after they ran the Empire off.
All right.
So we're going to go ahead and take a look at that clip together. Let me get it all ready.
Is this one... Should we
show our new... Okay. Hold on. I figured out what the issue was.
Oh,
Yeah.
what would it be?
I accidentally unplugged the USB.
Ah,
There we go. We're back.
that'll do it.
Technical difficulty. Okay, I gotta move my computer here so that way you can watch the clip with me.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna make sure the window capture is getting the right thing.
Oh.
And then we'll, just in case you don't want to be spoiled for the show, in case you're waiting to watch Mando completely, like
Yeah.
like nothing, we're gonna go ahead and put a spoiler warning for you until it's done.
Yep, there you go. You've been warned.
Oh, let me resize that because you got to see us. Plus, what good's a spoiler warning on that if they can see it? You know.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, ready?
Yep.
Now, as I was saying, there's a beautiful parcel available right down here by the flats. I appreciate the offer, but I have some matters to look after. I'm confused. I thought you had completed your mission, but you're still running around here with the same little critter. It's complicated. I completed my quest. He returned to me. I removed my helmet, and now I'm in apostate. Which is all the more reason for you to stay here with us. Where you're from, you may be an apostate, but here, you'll be landed gentry.
So there you go.
Mhm.
And it's coming out March 1st. Like we're almost there. It's almost Mando time.
Mm.
So it's not you don't get a lot out of it,
No.
but you get just enough to kind of get where this is probably early on in the
Yeah.
show in the season, and so we'll there's stuff to definitely talk about in regards with that. With more than likely we're gonna see plenty of people try to make offers to Din to kind of be like, hey, you don't have to go back to that cult,
Then I want to go back to the cult. I also love this scene of just Grogu in that scene, just Grogu using the Force to spin around in the chair.
and then grab a snack.
Yeah, I'm like, that is something that a child with Force powers would do.
Right, it brings you back to like when you're a kid and you go like with your dad to the office.
Yeah.
And like there's just that spinning chair, and so you just sit in it. And what else are you gonna do while they're talking business? You don't care about business, so wee.
Yeah. And I do love that Grief Cargo points out, like, hey, you don't have to go.
You don't owe them anything.
You don't owe them anything. You could stay here. You're very well liked in this area.
Yeah, you'd live a life of luxury, in fact, compared to like if you went back.
Yeah. Amando's like, I have to go take a bath. You don't understand.
This armor really chafes. I've been in this armor so long. I really need my bath. Oh, I can take the spoiler warning
Yeah.
off. I really need that bath.
Oh god, so many people are gonna be angry that I have reduced.
I mean, it's a funny joke.
Yeah.
If they can't take a joke, who cares? Look, you know what? No. Should I rant about... Well, it's not really a rant.
No.
It's me making fun of these people. But should I talk about my TikTok/YouTube short
I mean,
today?
you can.
So I did it's a trend currently on TikTok to do the character brackets thing.
Mhm.
There's like a ton of different brackets. There's movie brackets, video game brackets, like where you just pick your favorite, right?
Yeah.
So I decided to get, because it's mostly Star Wars content, I decided to get in on the Star Wars character bracket today. And I'm like, you know what? I'll just make a quick little video of me doing a bracket. So I pick Leia over Vader, which is where the controversy begins.
Mm-hmm.
There are, at this moment, like 5 comments on the YouTube side.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I think this shows the difference between YouTube and TikTok
Mm-hmm.
in terms of fandom. I don't think the TikTok fandom is as bad. There's definitely some bad people on the TikTok fandom for Star Wars there,
Mhm.
because I've seen some comments. It's still bad, but I think YouTube will straight up just Well, also YouTube Shorts, there is no like. I think the algorithm just throws it to anybody.
Yeah.
Despite what other people have tried to convince me of, there's no way that there's a specific algorithm for how these get thrown on YouTube. But I've some of my favorites. Well, no, I'll just read them all because there's only 1, 2, 3, 4. What is this Earth? Vader is the best. To which I respond, a fair opinion, just not mine. How the fuck does Vader lose to Leia? I just like her character better. Pretty simple. Bro, I respect everyone's opinion, but what the fuck? Vader would destroy Leia in all ways possible. This isn't a fight. And me doing the LMAO emoji. Okay, but what are you basing this on? Character development, likability, popularity, etc., etc.? Personal preference? Please, I need to know. Personal preference, just like anyone else who does this. And then LMAO emoji. Because at this point, it's a joke to me. Because, like, why are you so pressed? I mean, I don't mind that you're commenting because you're feeding the algorithm. Because while I don't believe that there's an algorithm that specifically feeds to specific, like, I don't think that if you watch Star Wars YouTube Shorts, you're going to get more Star Wars YouTube Shorts. I think you get just whatever YouTube Shorts are that YouTube wants to push.
Yeah.
But I do think the algorithm will push highly interacted with videos out. So the more you interact with my YouTube Short, the more it's going to get views, which currently it has over 1,000 views already. And it's only been up since 9 or 10.
Today?
Yeah.
All right.
So you know, not long comparatively, like, for my content. I mean, for 3 hours. So yeah, so 10.
All right.
So, you know, and that's better. Actually, it's not better than my character guesser, which was me doing another non-Star Wars video. But that's because I've been not feeling well, so I didn't feel like making a video yesterday.
Yeah.
So I just popped one that was in my drafts.
Yeah, when you're sick, you go.
Yeah, and so that one has 1,800 views right now. Meanwhile, my Star Wars video, my last Star Wars video, which was two days ago, was the Bounty Hunters one.
Yeah.
And that's done 500 views on YouTube. So, like, it's done half the work, and I'm just like, why is the one that I put more effort into doing less? Because for that one, I had to read the comic, write down a review, add some music, give some little bit of, like, I actually edited that. You know, I put a spoiler warning. The ones that I do the most work on get the least amount of views, while the ones that I kind of just do in TikTok with the TikTok filter are the ones that get the views, even on YouTube.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's definitely a broken system.
Says something about the world we live in, doesn't it?
Let's compare that to how it's doing on TikTok. That bracket is actually doing terribly on TikTok today. It's only got 10 views on TikTok.
Damn.
Compared to the 1,000 views on YouTube. Which once again proves my theory that YouTube Shorts is broken. But that's good for us because, you know, the more, honestly, little secret for how we get so many subscribers. I just do a YouTube Short every day. Because YouTube Shorts get a ton of views. Whereas even my daily content does not always get the same number of views. Like, my Let's Plays don't get a lot of views comparatively to a YouTube Short.
Yep.
Because YouTube, regular videos, you do have to have, like, the algorithm does recommend based on what you watch.
Yeah.
Whereas YouTube Shorts, it doesn't care. It just throws whatever to the wall. It's like, here, you're gonna watch this. Whereas regular YouTube video, they're like, oh, you like this type of video? Here you go. And so, unless I spend advertisement money on a regular video, then it will get some views. Let's get rid of that.
Mm-mm.
Yep. Come on. Think we got him.
Oof.
I can check on the YouTube side, but
Ugh.
yeah, we don't
Mm.
play with hate like that around here. We are all about making everybody feel welcome here. Yep. Okay, they've been dealt with.
All right.
So where was I? But yeah, so that kind of just proves my theory on how the YouTube algorithm works. So, moving on.
Yeah. What else we got?
Well, a new excerpt from Jedi Battle Scars has been released this week,
All right.
and as usual, we're going to go ahead and read it for you
Yeah.
guys. Spoiler warning for anyone who wishes to wait for the book to be released, and I'll put the little spoiler warning up until we're done reading the excerpt.
Yep.
Reaching out through the Force was second nature to Seer at this point in her life. It was as much one of her senses as sight or smell, a constant input and output from her energetic body that pulsed into the world around her, flowed through her mind, seeped out of her pores. She let her mind roll out through her palm, across the rapidly closing space between herself and the onrushing Inquisitor, into his lightsaber, and all at once slowed. Her nerves felt electrified as she rushed down each side of the sword, its blazing atoms searing her brain, and she willed it just enough, not too much to get her into trouble, to hold. She knew what Cal would see from where he was getting back on his feet. He would see the Inquisitor slow like he was hitting a wall of water, his feet betraying his own orders to continue their forward motion. He would see the red lightsaber and its circular threat halt, frozen mid-spin, returning to its less dangerous form. He would watch the Inquisitor sweat as he tried to push back through the Force to regain control over himself and over his lightsaber, and he would see the dawning fear on the Inquisitor's face as he realized he was outmatched. Seer had faced down Darth Vader himself and lived. She had come the closest any living soul ever had to ending the Sith's reign of terror over the galaxy. She was possibly the most powerful remaining Jedi in existence, and she wasn't going to let this punk forget it. She felt the pushback through the Force, the Inquisitor's attempt at ruining her control, and bit down on her bottom lip. There was a way to end him through the Force, just like this, and it would be so easy. It would be an assured victory. To flow up from his lightsaber over his arms, to spill over his shoulders and creep around his neck before he even became suspicious, before he was even able to notice. All she'd have to do was curl her fingers into a claw as she squeezed the Force around his neck. She would watch the light drain from his eyes, and she would know that the Mantis crew would be safe, that the future of the Jedi Order would be one step closer to assured. Connecting to that energy, to the dark side. That was how she'd held out for so long against Vader. She knew it, and Vader had too. But that was a slippery slope to nowhere good, and Seer didn't have to go there ever again. Not against someone else. Not against someone who pulsed back at her through the Force with raw emotion, all rage and spite and lack of control. And of course, one of the ways the dark side lied to you was trying to convince you it was the only way. For in truth, it was Seer connecting to the light again that had allowed her to defeat Vader in that moment after all. She could feel that the fifth brother was getting ready to break, but she would use the light to break him first. With a yell, Seer dropped her hand and the control over the Inquisitor's lightsaber in movement and flung herself toward him, launching herself forward with her blue blade. It took him too long to realize he'd been freed. He wasn't ready for her when she came at him in a flurry of swipes that put him on the defensive. With each clash of their weapons, Seer hit again and again, matching his style almost exactly, knowing that it would disconcert him and keep him off balance to see his own technique mimicked back at him and more effectively. Want to finish this? Cal was beside her, lightsaber out, up and ready, and the Inquisitor's eyes were wide at the challenge of two Jedi at once, both bearing down on him with the ferocity he clearly hadn't been expecting when he showed up to take down Cal on his own. So, thoughts?
I liked it, although that's a bit of embellishment on your part, Seer. That is some extreme overconfidence. I'm going to assume that's the dark side talking to you.
I mean, yes.
Because
I think this excerpt makes it clear that she's not
I think
her struggle with the dark side continues as
Yeah.
ever because the
it
dark
doesn't go away.
No, your struggle with the dark side never ends. That's something that's consistent in Star Wars, is especially if you've already dipped into it. If you've dipped into it, it's going to be even worse at continuously
Yep.
coming for you.
Yeah. She's like, I came the closest to killing Vader. I'm like, aren't you the
To
same?
be fair, as far as she knew,
As far as she knows. However, I remember how that last little bit of that game starts, and that interaction starts as
where
well.
he flings
where he
her
just
over.
flings her out of the way.
But that's before she dips into the dark side,
Yeah, that's true.
and that's what this scene is kind of talking about. Is when she went into
She's
the
like,
dark
okay,
side.
that didn't work. The power of the
The power of the dark side compels you. Was that where you were about to go with it, but you stopped yourself?
No, that's not where I was. I like the power of the dark side is very much like
Well, we know it's like a drug.
yeah, it's like adrenaline fueled anger for the most part.
Yeah.
It's going to help you, like maybe once or twice in that moment, but it's not a long term thing.
No, it's
It
not
isn't sustainable.
No, it's not the end all be all. And it shouldn't be. It's something in your back pocket. But
Yeah,
honestly,
and honestly,
you shouldn't even
then,
reach
it's
then for it.
questionable.
yeah.
That's like a in case you are completely screwed.
And even then,
And even then, that's like that is a fucking this better work and you're going to have problems later.
yeah.
It's like
Honestly, there is no reason to touch it
I was going to say
because I don't think our analogies are really working to explain the dark side because you really shouldn't ever touch it.
I'm someone who does not
Yeah.
as a person who comes at things and has calmed down from a lot of anger in the past.
yeah, but so
You
we're
learn later on that it's like that wasn't fucking necessary at all.
yeah, but I think we're
But in this moment,
I think
like,
in this universe
it's
that doesn't
always-
always work.
it is tempting to return to that.
Yeah. But yeah,
But I like it.
I mean, I like that we're really delving into these characters,
Yeah.
and I'm glad that's what this book is doing. I've already started to listen to the book because I got my arc.
Heard some in the
I
car.
got my arc last night, so I started listening to it. I'm enjoying it. I'm not too far into it because the first excerpt I'm not gonna say anything. I don't want to spoil anything, but
Although this does imply that Seer eventually got around to reconstructing a lightsaber.
yeah, and I figured
this
I
excerpt,
figured
it's
that
like-
makes sense.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I'm like, what? She's just gonna use an Inquisitor lightsaber forever?
because we do learn. Yeah, I'm surprised they hadn't delved into the idea of purifying a crystal since they had an Inquisitor lightsaber.
I feel like they're going to cover that in the book. I don't.
And if they
know.
don't,
If they
in
don't, they
Survivor,
don't.
maybe we have the option to have a silver crystal through purifying.
Maybe.
Because what happened? Did Seer just toss out the Inquisitor saber? So no, that's a powerful weapon to kind of just throw out and hope nobody in the galaxy
I
finds.
could understand why she would do it.
Yeah, but it's also
However-
the weapon of her apprentice that she
Yeah.
failed, and I would see a more emotional story in the idea of her purifying it.
Mm.
If Cal doesn't.
Yeah.
But it sounds like, at least so far, wherever this excerpt takes place, she hasn't. Because they say a blue,
Mhm.
they say it's a blue lightsaber that she has.
I do like the idea that this Inquisitor rocked up to fight Cal and got jumped by Seer.
Yeah, because so this is
That's
fifth brother.
what
So
it-
this is fifth brother. We've seen him before. Yeah, he's in Rebels, and he's
Yeah.
on the cover of this book. He's also in He's also in the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. He's the big,
Okay.
bulky guy. That's fifth
Yeah.
brother. The big football player looking guy, like he could be a linebacker. Am I wrong?
No, it's just I've never.
He looks like he could be a linebacker.
Oh my god.
But yeah, Fifth Brother rocks up, and it sounds like he was kicking Cal's ass.
Yeah,
and then Seer,
pretty hard.
because Cal was apparently in water, like, and he had to wake up. Because Seer was like, "I'll just distract long enough for Cal to get back up." But yeah, so I guess Seer jumps in, saves him, and then Cal's like, "All right, I'm ready to go. You ready for 2-on-1?"
Yeah.
And Fifth Brother's like,
Fuck this, I'm out. I'm gonna leave. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right.
And honestly, smart Inquisitor. It's very rare that the villains are this smart, where they're like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't do this 2-on-1 fight. Maybe I shouldn't get cocky about it. I'm gonna go. It's very rare.
To be honest, well, I don't think most of the Inquisitors I've seen, they seem to work in pairs.
Yeah, because you know, at least so in Rebels, Grand Inquisitor's on his own, but that's because he's the boss
He's
man.
The boss.
But then we get after he dies. Spoilers for Rebels.
Yeah.
We get introduced to Seventh Sister and Fifth Brother, and they're working in pairs. And then we get introduced on I just dropped the name of the planet, Malachor.
All right.
Malachor, we get introduced to, I forget what number, but it's a brother, and he's on there by himself. But that's because he's on like more of a stealth recon mission, because he's trying to figure out what Maul is up to and what he's looking for at the Sith Temple there on Malachor. And then that's it for Inquisitors, because after that we don't really deal with Inquisitors for the rest of the series.
The thing is, I don't know how long the Inquisitors are around for, but they tend to operate in like pairs,
Unless they're like,
unless they've been sent off on like a
or more of a,
stealth mission.
yeah, unless it's if they are facing off Jedi, it's usually in pairs. I've
Yeah.
noticed too.
Because-
Reva's an exception, because Reva
Yeah.
goes after Obi-Wan, but she's technically ordered to work with Fifth Brother and what I think it's Third Sister.
Yeah.
The one that we don't really, the one that doesn't talk in Obi-Wan. That's there when they get to the Milk Planet.
Yeah.
the drug world.
They're there doing their actual job, but Reva's like, I have to play the role.
Reva decides to go rogue.
Yeah.
Because Reva's still doing her thing of, I have to look like I'm angry enough and I'm on the Empire side when I'm not.
Yeah.
Spoilers for Obi-Wan.
And I'm like, I know these guys operate in pairs, so unless this guy leaves and I know why, because most of the time, I think Fifth Brother was operating under the assumption that Cal was going to be alone.
Yes.
Because most Jedi are.
Well, yeah, because at this time, most Jedi are hiding by themselves, because the bigger in pairs they are, the more likely that the Force, that you can feel them through the Force, because bigger little like Force gathering.
Yeah.
It's very Knights of the Old Republic 2,
Oh boy.
but we're not going to go into
Not
that.
gonna get into that.
But you know what I'm talking about.
Like, of course they're gonna be able to feel you through the Force. There are 3 of you in the same room.
Yeah. And while the Force is on your side, the Force, it's going to call you out a
Yeah.
little bit because you exist.
Yep. So, I think standard operating procedure is for 2 Inquisitors to jump 1 Jedi.
Just because, you know. But at this point, we're also, I think, if I remember correctly, I want to say this is like after Obi-Wan's happened.
I think so.
Let me look up the official timeline
Because
again.
I remember that Fallen Order happens before.
Because the whole joke of like everybody was commenting on the whole Obi-Wan breaking into Fortress Inquisitoris, and they were like, "This is the first time somebody's did it." No, everybody was like, "No, Cal did."
This is the second time this has happened.
It's just nobody knew because you didn't learn. Like obviously the path didn't, the good path, not the not the path of the open hand, but the good path that's in Obi-Wan. The undercover, the Jedi Railroad, they didn't know about Cal at the time. It's very confusing that there are two paths in Star Wars now. Because now I have to specify. Am I talking about?
One gives gifts freely given, and the other one doesn't.
I'm either talking about during the Empire time, or I'm talking about the path of the open hand. If I'm talking Obi-Wan and Cal Kestis and that era, I'm talking about the good guy's path.
Oh.
Just to clarify. Oh, hey, Dr. Mad Studio. Yeah, Force Unleashed novel is pretty good, yeah. I've been playing the video game lately, so that's probably why they're commenting on that. Because I have been playing the video game lately to prep up for Jedi Survivor, since I beat Fallen Order on the hardest difficulty. I figured I'll go back and play some other games that are semi-connected.
All right.
I've gave my spiel on why I don't think The Force Unleashed is as connected to the Jedi series as some people do, because a lot of people say that The Force Unleashed inspired the Jedi games. I'd say the Jedi Knight, Dark Forces games are more the inspiration, and apparently so would the actor who plays Cal Kestis, because he thinks of Cal as very similar to Kyle Katarn. I don't see the similarities there, but hey, if you are watching this video, I would love to have that conversation with you in person, because I think you're a really great actor. And I love your Cal Kestis.
What was up with the 2000s and like everything got real dark and gritty for some reason?
Well,
Never
no.
mind. I actually mentally made an answer for that.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, so I mean, yeah, we're currently talking about the Jedi Survivor book that's coming out soon, Battle Scars. But but yeah,
I want to see some more of this.
So I'm looking at the timeline right now. So Jedi Battle Scars, from the look of it, takes place around 12 or 11 BBY, which is after Kenobi, I believe. No. It's before Kenobi. Hold on. Double checking. Yeah, it's before the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. Because it's before Solo, which takes place before Obi-Wan.
All right.
Because Obi-Wan is 9 BBY. Because Luke is already 10.
Yeah.
And so is Leia. So, yeah. So this book takes place before Obi-Wan, but the game Survivor is going to be after Obi-Wan.
All right.
But this is only taking place a few years after Fallen Order, because Fallen Order is 14 BBY, I believe. Yeah. So it's about, I think it's like 3 years is what it's supposed to take place. So I think it's supposed to be 11. So that's my guess.
Okay.
If I remember correctly from what I remember hearing. And that makes sense with where they've placed it here on Wikipedia. Yeah,
All right.
they say somewhere between 12 and 11. And that would give enough time to give us a little bit of that traditional Star Wars year gap.
Yeah.
Where you have a few years between something. And then that way you can have characters... The characters can have, like, move forward a little bit.
Yeah.
And then they
Different
can...
dynamics.
Yeah, have that different dynamic.
So...
But yeah.
Yeah, I want to see more of that.
Yeah, I'm excited to dig into the book more. Like I said, I've been able to start listening to it, because I got the audio book, and so I'm ready to really dig into it, and then I guess share my opinion when the book comes out, because I can't share. I mean, I can share that I'm enjoying it, but I can't like
Share anything about it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Until it's
like,
released to
there's
the
no.
public.
Yeah, like there's no official contracts or anything, but it's more of a
professional courtesy.
Yeah, it's a professional courtesy that you don't share anything until the book
Yep.
is out, and on top of that, you don't really. I mean, even then, I do a non-spoiler review when the book comes out because I'm like, hey, I want you guys to read it. Usually,
Mhm.
usually that's why I'm doing it. Is I'm like, hey, I'm not going to share anything, but I'm going to share my opinions on it and any like similarities to other things in Star Wars that might convince you to check it out. That's usually how I review things.
All right. So, yeah, I guess that's it for that one.
Yeah, that's it for that
Moving on.
segment. But also so I know we're still in the new year, but we're already getting ready for Halloween. As Dark Horse has announced that on September 5th, Tales from the Death Star will be released.
All right.
So they've already made an announcement for Tales from the Death Star. No cover yet because
Okay.
it's so far out. It will be similar to Tales from the Rancor Pit, which is what we were going to read this week, but now we're reading next week. In that it will be a single graphic novel. So look out for that on September 5th. They did give a little synopsis. That's no moon. Even scattered and destroyed, the ruins of the Death Star are a sinister place. From the destruction of Alderaan to the shadow of the Forest Moon, alien creatures, phantom starships, deadly artifacts, and vengeful spirits all stalk the halls of the infamous space station. As writer Cavan Scott, known for Tales from the Rancor Pit and Star Wars The High Republic, and an all-star team of artists, Eric Powell, Sue Lee, Vincenzo Riccardi, Ingo Rumling, and Juan Samu, hopefully I didn't butcher any of those names, revealed the hidden evils that lurked within charred remains of the ultimate firepower in the universe.
Well, there would have to be some evil stuff in there. Did you see how big it was?
But yeah, so we're getting that. Obviously, makes sense that they're announcing it. I figured they would announce it probably closer to, so we'll probably get a cover
Yeah.
preview at Celebration. But
More than likely.
but yeah, so it looks like we'll probably get that like. Hopefully, we'll get that actually in time.
Yeah.
Unlike Tales from the Rancor Pit. Tales from the Rancor Pit, had that weird release. I hope we don't get that this time. Like, that's my only complaint with how Tales from the Rancor Pit was. Other than that, I like the idea of continuing that tradition of having a Halloween thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because for a long time, IDW was doing the Tales from Vader's Castle series where we would, or Escape from Vader's Castle, or Return to Vader's Tag. It was very, what's the name? Tales from the Camp, no. It was like Tales from the Crypt, or like, what's the name of the campfire one?
I was going to say Fear Street, but that's not it.
Although that is similar, but I'm thinking like Tales from the Crypt in that it's very anthology, and that you have like different stories.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember the name.
Hold on.
Like, they meet up around the campfire. And,
Yeah.
here's some
Well,
ghost
like,
stories.
Are You Afraid of the Dark is very similar to what I'm thinking. Goosebumps.
I think it is Are You Afraid of the Dark?
No, but there's the whatever club.
I keep wanting to think it's like the Midnight Club, but that's. I don't think that's the right one.
See, I haven't finished my coffee, so that's what's.
Mm.
Yeah, I won't be. I mean, you're closer to Celebration than we are, but yeah, I mean, like you said, it's still too far for you, and the call. Yeah, we're not going to Celebration this year.
No.
I'm hoping for next year though, because I'm guessing, based on the rotation that they've done in the past, that next year's going to be Orlando.
Mm.
Because based on the rotation, it's usually London, Orlando, Chicago, Anaheim, and then they do the rotation again. That's what they've done so far under Disney's way of doing it. And so before that, they used to also do Germany, and they used to have other.
Yeah.
They would just do Europe in general. Like they had different ones, but now it's just those 4 key locations. Yeah, Fox Kids. That's a throwback.
Is it? It's not Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, is it?
No. I think you're right. It's not the Midnight Club. It's not the Midnight Club. God, I'm gonna feel so dumb when
We'll
somebody
figure it out at
Yeah.
another point
Yeah,
in
we'll
time.
figure it
this
out.
is a Star Wars
Yeah.
podcast.
But anyways, it's very similar to those type of things
Yeah.
where you get like an anthology story of like, here's some scary story that you know,
Yeah.
like one of them was like Dooku as a vampire, and it's like,
I could see how you would like. You're a kid in the Star Wars universe.
and also it's a great throwback to the actor, because if you know about Christopher Lee's career as an actor, it makes it so much better because Christopher Lee was Dracula. he was the Hammer version of Dracula.
Oh my god.
But, so I mean, it's even funnier having him be a vampire because you're like, oh, that's a great, like, if you're a fan of Christopher Lee and his works and you're a fan of Star Wars, then you get that reference and you're just like, that I love it. And plus, like, the cape and everything, it's very,
Yeah.
like, his outfit is very, like, classical vampire. So, like, I love it, personally.
Yeah.
I think it's a great little, you know. And so I like having these things like where we get like these little weird like stories that are like
Yeah.
obviously not canon, but like they're told from the canon perspective, like the because there's the interconnecting story of like in the case of Return to Vader's Castle or the Tales from Vader's Castle, it's about an adult version of one of the descendants of the family we don't like in the High Republic era.
Is it the graphs?
Yeah, the Graphs, which they're good guys at this time. Cause
Yeah.
the Graphs are because during the Empire time there was a set of books. Feeling a sneeze coming on. There's a set of books. Hopefully, I don't sneeze in the middle of this.
Mhm.
There's a set of books that are called Adventures in Hyperspace
Mhm.
that are canon, and it's about these Graph kids running away from the Empire.
Ah.
And they're like junior novels, but it's like a set of books. And they're from Cavan Scott, which is why it makes sense that Cavan Scott introduced the Graphs into the High
Yeah.
Republic. Although it's weird, Cavan, why'd you introduce them as bad guys?
Look, the evil is somewhat out of.
I mean, I don't think all the Graphs are bad, even during the
No.
High Republic era. Like we've had this conversation when talking High Republic.
Yeah.
There's the good and the bad of good Graphs, but yeah. So in the Tales from Vader's Castle and all those, it's about like the descendants of those Graphs, who are adults now because they were kids in the hyperspace books, but they're adults now that are like after the events of the movies, before the sequel films. It's like in between. Them going to Vader's castle and dealing with Vinay, Vader's creepy assistant who lives at Vader's castle. Yeah, you forgot about Vinay, didn't you?
Yeah, that was like, you're not important.
Vinay's weird, man.
I know he doesn't go anywhere.
And he lives all the way until if you take the Lego stuff as canon, he lives all the way until after the sequel trilogy, because Poe goes there in the Lego Halloween special, where Vinay is there.
I've been waiting for a new person.
But
That's not what he sounds like. I don't.
You're not that far off.
It wouldn't surprise me.
You're not that far off, man. But yeah, so I like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So like, I haven't finished the Tales from the Rancor Pit. We'll discuss that next week though, because that's next week's topic.
All right.
But we're gonna get a little taste of some of what they're talking about releasing with a Death Star version now, because we've done Vader's Castle, and after IDW lost the license and it went to Dark Horse took over from it and was like, and they even kept Cavan Scott in on it, and they were like, hey, we like your writing, because Cavan Scott's a good writer. I don't blame Dark Horse for keeping him. I mean, that's a smart choice. And they let him do the Tales from the Rancor Pit, which I thought was interesting, changing the scenery. And now we're going to get a Death Star one. And I think that's going to be interesting if they change the scenery every year, and rather than keep it at one location, because then you can
'cause
tell
one
different
location
types of
can
stories.
There are only so many things that can happen in one location.
Yeah, thanks for joining in, Dr. Mad Studios. Thanks for popping in for a second. Have a good one. Um,
Have a good one.
I'm gonna go ahead and Kevin Scott, if you are watching, I'm gonna pitch you an idea for next year. Since you've already done this year's, because that's why they're like you've already written it. Obviously, the art and stuff that's gonna take a little longer, so it's not till September 5th. But the writing is probably done for this one, so can't make changes. But I'm gonna go ahead and pitch you next year's Tales from the Wampa Cave. Do some stuff like The Thing. You could tell some creepy stories about being stuck on this Arctic planet with this Yeti-like beast with the Wampas. You could tell a Thing-like
boy.
story because you're stuck in isolation
yeah.
on this ice planet. There's so much you could do with Hoth.
Yeah.
Tales from the Wampa Cave. That's my pitch to you, Kevin Scott. And you can have it. Just have it for free. All I ask is, like, you shout us out or give us a follow. Become our friend. That's all I ask.
All right.
Nothing big. I don't need money.
Okay.
You know it's a good pitch, though.
I mean, it is.
Am I going to have to clip this for TikTok?
You can.
I feel like this is a TikTok clip.
Just the idea of
Being friends with Kevin Scott? I think it's great.
No, it's the fact that you ended that with, and I quote, "I don't need money."
I mean, I do, but
Not from
I don't.
this.
Yeah. This is a me being, this is me making good public relations with Star Wars and content creators, because we love our writers here.
Yeah, we do. Claudia Gray,
Kevin.
Justina Ireland, Kevin
Kevin
Scott. There's another one.
Daniel Jose Older.
Yeah.
DJO. Yeah, we love DJO. Mostly High Republic authors
Yeah.
are listed here, but we like other authors
we do
too.
like other authors. We just tend to focus on the High Republic.
Because that's just where we are right now.
Yeah.
I mean, one of my favorite authors hasn't touched the High Republic, and I would love for him to do a High Republic novel, and that's John Jackson Miller. He's known for the Legends Kenobi novel. He did the Knights of the Republic comic book, which is why I love him. He did. He's done a lot of books for. Oh, he did Lost Tribe of the Sith.
All right.
Which are a collection of short stories that are pretty good. I would love to see his take on the High Republic because he's done a lot of Old Republic era, like I said,
Yeah.
Knights of the Republic, Lost Tribe of the Sith. He did Knight Errant, which I haven't finished, but I find intriguing. It's very separated from the rest of Star Wars comparatively. Like when you can, there's connections to the rest of the galaxy, but it's like set in a
Way.
it's set in a weird place where it's like in between the Knights of the Republic, Old Republic era, and Darth Bane. Like it's between those
Somewhere
eras.
in that area.
And it's just like not connected to the main Galactic Republic. It's like off in an outer rim that's not connected to them, and it's got like feudal Sith lords the way it works because it's like there's Sith lords that are in charge of their own little regions, but they're always
Yeah.
fighting each other. Very, very feudal lord system.
Not surprising when the title of the book is Knight Errant.
Yeah. And so,
Reminds me of another book we've covered on this channel.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
Ronan.
But yeah.
But yeah, so it's that type of stuff, and I would like to see his take on the High Republic. I think he would have a really good take on High Republic.
All right.
But we're not done talking. Speaking of High Republic, we're not done talking comics.
Oh.
We're actually going to talk a little manga, actually.
Yeah.
So
Lily is
well,
still
we're not there
I know
yet.
we're not there because we went back.
We went backwards. We're with Master Arkoff, Lily's master. Because remember, Lily's master was Master Arkoff, the Wookiee.
Hey.
Edge of Balance Precedent has a final cover,
Oh yeah.
and we have a new synopsis for it. Let me go ahead and pop the cover up though for our viewers at home.
It's a cover. I don't think it needs a spoiler warning.
Yeah, it's just a cover. I'll full screen it just so that way they can enjoy it a little more.
Here you go.
There we go. Edge of Balance Precedent. And Master Arkoff right there. front and center. He is pissed.
He is in a proper rage.
And then we got I forget the name of the alien race, but it's those spider people that are in like the general that's in the Clone Wars. That you know which one I'm talking about. The one that Anakin blows the fuck up by crashing the Venator into. You remember what I'm talking about? But it's one of those.
Markov is
And speaking of
rather upset.
and speaking of Daniel Jose Older, he's writing this.
I like the edge of balance things where it's like sometimes when bad people show up,
bad things happen. But yeah, so I think it looks good. I think it's a really nice cover. I'm curious what the story like.
yeah.
So here's a little bit of the synopses that we got.
All right.
150 years before Starlight Beacon shone its light into the outer rim, the galaxy was filled with new threats and nameless unknowns. They capitalized nameless on purpose in that. Banshee is still unexplored when the young Wookiee Jedi Arkoff journeys to Dalna to aid his fellow Jedi in the fight against the secretive faction, the Path of the Open Hand. Along with his former master Ravna and her droid Zizi, Arkoff joins the fight at the Battle of Dalna, and during the struggle, a terrifying threat emerges. Arkoff's longtime friend, Jedi Knight Aslan Rael, who we met at the end of Path of Deceit,
Another crime Jedi.
falls victim to an unseen force whose effect on the Jedi is unlike anything previously encountered. Will Arkoff's past come back to haunt him, or will it be the key to tilting the balance in their fight against the Nihil over a century later? So,
I would love
I
it.
think we know what's going to happen to Aslan.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything. Well, at this point, it's just speculation.
Yeah, this is all speculation. I think it's going to have to do with the Nameless, because
Yeah.
obviously he's the only one so far who knows really about this threat.
Yeah. And what it kind of does.
He doesn't know what it is, though, or how
He
it
doesn't
happened.
know how it happened. He knows what it does. He doesn't know how it happened.
Because all he knows is that, two Jedi turned into, like, dust things, essentially.
What the fuck happened here?
Yeah, because, he found our two Jedi from Path of
He
Deceit.
found Kevmo
Yeah, Kevmo Zink.
and Solandra's alive
Yeah.
because Rupert is alive, and
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna kill off Solandra.
Not that it would matter who else dies during
Ooh.
Zala Makri,
Oh yeah.
Master Zala. But yeah, so he found their bodies,
Yeah.
which I thought he was on his way to Jeddah, but I guess I was wrong. He was on his way to Dalna. I forgot that
Yeah.
that's what they said in the book. And
And
so,
if the
which
battle
of course I am vindicated on my prediction more and more as Phase 2 occurs.
What's up?
Because remember, I predicted at the end of us reading the final book for the junior novels
Yeah.
in Phase 1. I said that we'd get to see the Battle of Dalna.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the big whoopsie that ruined diplomatic relations for years.
Yeah, because Dalnans don't trust Jedi
Yeah.
because of this.
Like, they're not like
They're not like the Path.
the path level. Like,
They're just like, we would rather not work with you.
they're like, we don't want to do that. Like, whereas the path are very open, and so are the Nihil. Dalna is like a very professional. We just don't want to.
Yeah, it's very much like we would rather not. Don't tread on our land, and we won't bother you.
Yeah, you stay over there. We'll stay over here. We're not here to fight anyone.
Yeah,
But a lot of bad shit happened about 100 years ago. So leave us be.
and then of course when we heard how long ago the gap was for Phase 1 and Phase 2,
Yeah.
I immediately made that connection.
I forget what it's called. Like, the Dalnans have a specific name for that event.
Let's see if the internet can help. They just say it. Excuse me. They just say it was a massacre. Let's see.
Like, what is?
I'm looking for it. Don't worry.
I might have it confused with another big like.
Yeah, I can't find the name for it right now.
Yeah.
But I mean, it so far my theory is proving more and
Yeah.
more correct each day.
Well, on the upside, we know Arkhov is gonna be okay.
Yeah.
'Cause he has to.
Because he has to live until the Edge of Balance
Yeah.
stuff. And he's still alive at the end of Phase 1.
Yeah.
So can't say the same for Lily's Apprentice.
No.
But I'm excited to see more Arkoff, and I think Edge of Balance has been great.
Yes.
I think Edge of Balance is very much slept on because it's a manga, and so nobody thinks to go check it out because
Oh.
it's not as promoted as say the comics and the novels are.
Yeah.
So everybody I talk to who has read it has thought the same as us, that these are slept on and need to be read. Like, I have not talked to anybody that's been disappointed after reading it.
Mm-hmm.
Because Pep likes it too. Like, I think I threw it Pep and Brandon's way, and I was like, hey, you guys should read that.
Yeah.
And they agreed that this is not to be slept on.
Yeah. Edge of Balance is one of. It's probably.
I wouldn't say it's the most crucial in the storytelling.
No, it isn't. But in terms of tone and like portrayal, I think it's definitely up there with. This is definitely a Star Wars story. through
Yeah, and
through.
it definitely fits the world building of the High Republic era
Yeah.
too. So like it's not going to continue the main storylines completely. Although I think this one definitely is. I think this one is crucial.
Yeah.
But the first two volumes weren't as crucial reading.
No.
But
They had like.
they had parts that were there that like they had interconnected
Yeah.
weaving.
But they weren't necessary or involved in like the greater plot.
But I still recommended them because they're just good world building.
Yeah. They're a story in isolation that explains a lot of like what the High Republic is very good about explaining like in the Outer Rim, like on Jedi outposts, the problems that can happen.
And this is a showing of that.
Yeah.
Because we hear about it, but
But
Edge of Balance shows us it
Yeah.
from the perspective of these outposts. And also you get Sav Maligan.
that's the name.
We couldn't think of it a couple weeks ago. But
Yeah.
Now we did.
I don't dislike them, but they're also not someone I care about.
Yeah. Well, I think you'll enjoy them more as you read
Yeah.
the new High
'Cause
Republic Adventures, which you haven't read yet.
I've seen her show up like a couple of times.
Yeah, because she was in the first set of Adventures
Yeah.
comics, and then she was in Edge of Balance. But that's about it.
Yeah.
But now she's the main character in her own Adventures comic, where she's going on pirate adventures with Dexter Jetster and Maz Kanata,
Yeah.
which is great. So, which once again, that's another thing we predicted. Like, well, no, we didn't predict that.
We didn't predict that.
But we put the pieces together once they announced that Adventures
yeah.
Volume 2 was going to be about her.
All right.
So,
Well,
I think that's it for news. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and then we'll come back and do our review.
All right. See you in a few minutes.
Feeling like a star, you can't stop my shine. I'm up in Cloud City, my head's in the sky. I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. Finally feeling free and it feels so right. Oh, time to do the things I like. Gonna see a princess, everything's alright. Oh, no job but I answer to. Ain't a fixture in the palace zoo. No. And since the carbon nights off me, I'm living life now that I'm free, yeah. Told me get myself together, now I got myself together. Now I made it through the weather, better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy, the carbon night is gone. I'm moving on, I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Shades of cover up my eyes, I'm jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm hot solo, I'm hot solo, I'm hot solo, solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side, I'm jumping in my Falcon, Wookiee at my side. I'm solo, I'm hot solo, I'm hot solo, I'm hot solo, solo. I'm hot solo, I'm hot solo, solo. Now I'm feeling how I should join the alliance, it feels so good. Oh, stop feeling misunderstood. Back in the game, who knew I would? Oh, so fly time I spread my wings. Loving myself makes me wanna sing. No, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Told me get my act together, now I got my act together. Yeah, now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy, the carbon night is gone. I'm moving on, I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Shades of cover up my eyes, I'm jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm hot solo, I'm hot solo, I'm hot solo, solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side, I'm jumping in my Falcon, Wookiee at my side. I'm solo, I'm hot solo, I'm hot solo, I'm hot solo, solo. Tonight, finally feeling free and it feels alright. Oh, time to do the things I like. Gonna see a princess, everything's alright. Oh, no job but I answer to. Ain't a fixture in the palace zoo. No, and since the carbon nights off me, I'm living life now that I'm free. Yeah, told me get myself together. Now I got myself together. Now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy, the carbon night is gone. I'm moving on, I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Shades of cover up my eyes, I'm jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm hot solo, I'm hot solo, I'm hot solo, solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side, I'm jumping in my Falcon, Wookiee at my side. I'm solo.
All right, everybody, we're back.
Yeah.
And we're ready to talk.
The
Tales of
Unusual
Enlightenment.
Suspect.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and flash our spoiler warning.
Yeah. You're getting spoiled. I don't know why I said it like that. That was so. What did I? That's not what I meant.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, y'all are gonna. So this is a spoiler warning for Tales of Enlightenment: The Unusual Suspects.
Oh, you can make it blink. I didn't know you could do that. Oh,
Yeah.
you're pressing.
Yeah, I just press it over and over.
All right.
Use my-
Here's your spoiler warning.
Yeah, for real though. Yeah, here you go. And then
For a
yeah.
short story.
yeah, short story. How do we want to go about this? I feel like we're gonna do a new thing where we don't just
Let's just talk.
let's just
I'm
talk
not
about
even-
it. I don't because One, we're running on time because
Yeah.
I do
You have things to do.
I'm
today.
going to a movie today.
Yep.
I've got to go to see the
You'll
new
never
Ant-Man.
guess which one.
Yeah, new Ant-Man, yeah. Because I'm a nerd. Next week, though, I want to see Cocaine Bear.
Mm.
We'll have to talk about what... Because I have a feeling you have no idea what that's about.
I know it's about a bear doing cocaine
Yeah, and it's
from a
based,
drug drop going wrong.
based
in
on
the
a true story,
80s,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah, based on a true
Because
story.
everyone was on cocaine in the 80s, including bears, apparently.
Well, it's more of that the bear attacked the... You know, the drop went wrong. And then this movie is... The Cocaine Bear movie is more of just a idea of what could have happened in between them finding... in between the bear taking the cocaine and them finding the dead bear filled with cocaine in its system. Obviously, they don't know what actually happened in between those hours, but
I wouldn't if you were.
so this is just an imaginative.
I know,
Yeah,
I know. But if you came to me and like,
told you that a bear was on cocaine.
if you came to me as like any form of law enforcement, right? And we're like, so we found a bunch of cocaine. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
okay. Did we make an arrest? No,
no. Why? Why not?
because it was inside a bear.
It was inside a bear.
Yes, sir.
Are you fucking with me right now?
No, there was. I forget how much it was. It was a lot of cocaine.
Fucking brick.
Like it was. From what I remember
I wish-
hearing, it was like measured in pounds of how much this bear took. Now I'm looking.
Yeah.
75 pounds of
God.
cocaine, valued at $2 million.
Ooh, someone wasn't happy.
Yeah.
Uh,
Anyways, to actual topic
yeah.
today though, because like
So
I
what do
said,
you
we're gonna
wanna
go see a
talk
movie.
first about Unusual Suspect.
It takes place during the Battle of Jeddah,
Yeah, it does.
which is why I was like, oh, we should probably talk about this.
Yeah.
Because we just talked about the Battle of Jeddah last week, so
Yeah.
I was like, we should continue with that era of Star Wars for a little bit, and then we can jump forward and talk Tales from Rancor Pit.
Mhm.
And it's obviously at the Enlightenment because that's where most of these stories take place. But it focuses on Muna and Parali,
Yeah.
Keth's friends, and them waiting on Keth because he's busy doing his official work.
With that Santuka guy.
Santuka. What is he? Is he a Tuca cat?
No, I think Creighton doesn't give a shit.
It was I think it was Parali that said it that way. No,
Yeah.
it was Muna. Muna said it that way, and Pirelli corrected them. That's right. That Santuka guy.
They're all.
He's a Tuca cat. Now I'm just thinking of
Ugh.
a Tuca cat with like a Santeca uniform on and like the little robes, like we see in Force Awakens. Because we got Santeca in Force Awakens until he dies at the hands of Kylo within the first 5 minutes. Because Kylo's like, stop reminding me that I'm a Solo.
Shut up.
Also, you won't tell me where the map is.
Fine, then. Guess I don't need you.
But yeah, so Keth is busy helping out
and there-
Santeca. So this tells us where in the story this
Yeah.
is. This is before the bombing.
This happens before the first bombing. Because there are like 3 of them that happen in the Battle of Jeddah.
Well, yeah, because there's the one that's in the comics. Then there's the one that happens that kills Santeca.
Mhm.
And then there's the one that starts the riot. Or no, after
No.
the riot. That happens because of the riot. Sorry.
No, there's one where it's Creighton's son, and it's one of the like ambassadors, and she's like trying to flirt with him,
Oh yeah.
and
yeah,
Creighton turns her down and has to yank her back out of her apartment because someone blew that up.
yeah.
And then
So then there's 4.
there's a lot of them.
God. Too many explosions to keep track of.
Yeah. But
But anyways, the main point of this story is
Yeah.
that they're just talking and
Muna
speculating.
and Parali are like,
And the reason that they want Keth around is because Pirali in particular. Well, no. Pirali's trying to figure out in particular what's up with this guy in the back corner, and
this guy is
Muna's like, oh, I could tell you that they're a member of the Brotherhood of
the Brotherhood of the Ninth Door.
Brotherhood of the Ninth Door.
And she's like, well, stop looking at him.
Yeah, because Pirali's like staring, and Muna's like, don't do that.
And she's like, aren't they the Dark Siders?
Yeah, yes.
Which is true. And she's like, does it really matter? It's enlightenment.
We don't care.
We don't care. That's none of our business.
It is creepy, though.
It's a little bit creepy, but they're not doing anything. They're just hanging out there.
And, of course, they start talking to Kraden about it, and he's just like,
I fucking care.
But then somebody starts some trouble.
Yep. So
yeah, I'll let you.
thing that should help inform people. Kraden occasionally will give people information for the right price.
Like any good
Bless you.
bartender. You know.
Yep.
Bartender on the side while being an information broker.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, great. What happened this time? And the people there are like, hey, are any of you Kraden? By the way, we took care of your bodyguards.
The Twinkle Sisters.
Yeah.
Which shows how tough these people are, because the Twinkle Sisters are not to be fucked with.
Yeah, you don't mess about with that.
But yeah, basically this explosion occurs that, like...
They shot up Kraden's bar.
Yeah.
Shot up the Enlightenment.
Which is... What a bunch of balls on these guys.
That is not something you do lightly.
No. Because the Enlightenment... I mean, when we were introduced to the Enlightenment, the whole idea is that the Enlightenment is in a way holy ground.
The Enlightenment is neutral territory.
Yeah, it's in a way its own holy ground in that everybody comes here and everybody agrees, no fighting.
You can't fight on holy ground.
No fighting on holy ground, Highlander.
It's like, but I want to. No.
And so, during this time, they were kind of starting to... No, they hadn't started talking to the Brotherhood of the Ninth Door member yet.
They had.
But then the Brotherhood of the Ninth Door member starts to help them
Yeah.
get out of this situation.
And so they both, the Brotherhood of the Ninth Door is like, kind of slipped past, has kind of slipped into the back.
As a Brotherhood of the Ninth Door member does.
Yeah. And so they go, and he's like, hey, so everyone's kind of like taking cover and hidden a little bit after, the bar got shot up.
Yeah.
And he's like motioning to Muna and Pirali. He's like, hey, come here.
Come here, I can get y'all out of here.
I have a plan.
Yeah.
And so they go, they're like, okay. They're like, why are you helping us?
Because it's the right thing to do.
And Muna is like, I'm not.
They're not convinced.
They're
They
not
think
convinced.
because they think Pirali in particular thinks that it's a give and take situation.
Yeah. And it's
But at the end of the day, no.
no.
It's very much just this was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how you guys are going to judge me because y'all know what I am.
Yeah. So there's no point in me trying to be like da 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 da.
And so he uses his little trickery abilities of being able to appear like other things to people to work things out.
Yeah. This is another moment where I'm like, man, these wannabe gangsters got off pretty easy, all things considered.
Yeah, because all he really did is knock him out, essentially. Like,
I'm like, you got like so lucky that you didn't get set on fire from this.
yeah. And Kraden, of course, is just happy that
It's
things,
like, yay.
that Enlightenment is still standing.
Yep.
But yeah, so they knock him out, and then once again they're like, "So what do you want from this?" He's like, "Nothing. That's all. I just wanted to
like,
do the right thing.
But if you think I wanted to get something out of it, sure, whatever.
But anyways,
Uh,
and like they realize they're like, how'd you do that, by the way? And they're like, because the rumors of what we can do are not untrue.
yeah.
We do.
I just show people what they want to see.
And then he's like, all right, see ya. And they're like, they start to think on that. They're like, was he doing that to us the whole time?
Yeah.
But before we can even get an answer to that, he's already gone.
It's like, doesn't matter.
Yeah. And so, Mendoku, that was his name.
Yeah.
Mendoku's already gone.
Yep.
And so,
Like, goodbye.
yeah. And then, of course, they're like, well, shit, now what? And Kraden's like, you can help clean up, that's what.
You know, clean up, and someone has to pay for that like barrel of expensive ale you guys used to do this.
Yeah, because basically, in order to knock him out, they essentially blew up this, like, ale that's, like, super expensive.
Yeah, it's from Coruscant. I don't know how you would even make ale on Coruscant, so that's probably why.
Yeah, just like Teresian ale. It's pretty expensive.
Yeah.
Because it's like a city world.
And it's like, don't worry, you won't have to pay it off all at once now.
Yeah, because Kraden's reasonable.
Yeah.
Kraden's like, he'll be on your tab for a minute.
And then a building explodes at the end of that story.
Yeah, and that's when they're like, oh,
Yeah.
we're not done here. Because it's the second spire, which is where the treaty was.
Yeah. This is the first time.
Yeah, this is this is the one that kills Santeca.
Yeah.
And of course they immediately are like, wait a minute, wasn't Keth supposed to be there?
Yeah, and they're worried about their friend. And Kraden's got a weird relationship with Keth.
Because he likes him, but but also Keth has a huge tab, sort of
Yeah.
like it's an ongoing tab thing.
It's like if your uncle owed a bar and you just never paid off what you owe.
Yeah, but like you joke that you're gonna eventually pay it
Yeah.
off. But
That's
you just
the relationship that Kraden and Keth had.
yeah. We
Slight
have to
spoilers.
say had because
Slight spoilers, Keth isn't around anymore.
I mean he's still alive during the events
At
of this
this
short
moment,
story.
he is.
But by the end of Battle Jeddah, no.
No.
But yeah, so
He's
that's
a good kid.
that's Tales from
Shame
Enlightenment.
what happened to him.
That's Tales from Enlightenment, Unusual Suspects.
Yeah.
Um,
So we know that there are people in the Brotherhood of the Ninth Door that aren't.
and I think because that's kind of what the Tales of
I think
that's what
there's-
Tales of Enlightenment is kind of all about. Each
Yeah.
short story, it's about showing us a perspective of different Force-using cultures
Yeah.
and showing us that the perspective of these cultures is based on how we already view them from the get-go.
Mhm.
So, like, obviously, looking at the Path of the Open, say last month's, looking
Yeah.
at the Path of the Open Hand, we already had our judgments going in
Yeah, because we've seen what the Path of the Open Hand does.
but
But to
Because-
the people,
within the group, it's a completely different experience, and we get that from that character that's introduced in that short, and what
Yeah.
his idea is, and it becomes a more reasonable ideology when you listen to that.
yeah,
But unfortunately, we have other information that tells us it's not.
yeah,
And it's why Keth was even like, hey, these guys aren't completely unreasonable. I don't think they're correct, but they're not unreasonable.
yeah. Oof.
Which is why, like, in the Battle of Jeddah, when he's talking to Salandra about them, he's like, I don't think they're bad guys, but they're definitely up
Yeah.
to something.
Oof.
Which is what adds them to the suspect list eventually. I mean, because Keth's already had a run-in with one, because that short story takes place before the Battle of Jeddah.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, the story before that was the Jedi one, because I think we didn't have one in...
Yeah, the previous Tale of Enlightenment is Keth listening to this
Yeah, it's a
hyperspace
two-parter. It's the two-parter.
prospector dealing with another Jedi
Yeah.
and how they like helped save her.
Which goes into the idea of how the public view Jedi,
Yeah.
and how like even during this time, Jedi are just such a grand thing that like
Like meeting a Jedi is a sign that you either got really lucky and one was there,
or you got unlucky.
or you got really, really unlucky and you happen to be where a Jedi was.
yeah, and
Like,
but they're
Jedi
also,
are good to. I'm
Yeah.
gonna go on.
yeah.
Jedi are good to have around. However, they are also an
Almo-
indication of how completely fucked
They're
you
almost
might
a
be.
harbinger.
Yeah,
Um,
that's why I think in a lot of places people kind of not quite panic a little bit when a Jedi shows up.
they
but
get
it's like-
wary,
Yeah, they're like, oh shit, the Jedi are here.
and why some people don't even trust the Jedi. Like
Yeah.
some people are like, "Oh, trouble shows up whenever these guys shows up." It's very much like in a comic book story
Yeah.
where it's the question of is the superhero the problem or the savior?
Yeah,
Are these supervillains being caused because the superhero's around, or or is the superhero? It's
the way that I view it is like it's an indication rather than an indictment.
but it can be used as an
Yeah.
indictment depending on your view.
Yeah.
And I think I think the Tales of Enlightenment short stories are a great like way of looking at things because none of these are from the perspective of these force using
No,
traditions either.
they're like
they're
these are
from
regular
outsiders.
people.
Because they're all either from Ket's perspective or his friends
Yeah,
at this bar that are just telling stories or meeting people that come from these traditions.
yeah.
And so now we got the Brotherhood of the Ninth Door, which is a new to canon and even I think new to Legends group. So like very new group.
I want to see let's see where this Ninth Door Brotherhood
Because
takes us.
I'm now curious if the Ninth Door are even involved at all with what happened on Jeddah. Because like
I remember that there are at least 2 of them involved. I don't know if they're involved
I don't
any
know if
more
the
than
whole-
that,
yeah.
or if that was a rogue element within them.
exactly because this member does not. He doesn't.
I remember that out of the 2 that were connected, one does kill the other.
Yeah. And they are members of the Brotherhood of the Ninth Door. But the question is, are they truly members of the Brotherhood of the Ninth Door, or are they using that religion to justify
Yeah.
working with the Path? Because the Path, it's weird that the Path would work with the Force-using tradition.
I feel like this is the mother went and talked to some people in private, because that's the only way I can think that it would happen.
Because what the Path's public image of belief is does not meet what the Brotherhood of the Ninth Door do.
Yeah.
Because the Path is straight up no Force usage.
And if I remember correctly, they went, it's the fucking crafts. God damn it. I remember important detail from my brain.
Yeah.
Mr. Graff is the one that hires those 2.
Mm-hmm. Because obviously the mother can't do it outright.
Yeah.
Because you can't connect it to the mother.
Mm-hmm.
Because the mother is playing 5D chess. She is the Palpatine of this.
Yeah.
I've seen a really good. I can't remember who said it, but if Phase 1 is the original trilogy,
Yeah.
this is the prequel trilogy,
Yeah.
and we're seeing that rise to power very similar with how like the mother's in the background, very much like Palpatine weaving things,
Yeah.
and and not ever actually getting their hands dirty, but always like right there in the background pushing somebody else to get their hands
Yep.
dirty and do something for them, and always playing against themselves.
Yep.
Because if you're not playing against yourself, then you're playing against your enemy, and then they can win if you're playing against your enemy. But if
Yep.
you're playing against yourself, you never lose.
Damn you.
But yeah. So
That's Tales of Enlightenment, Unusual Suspect.
I give it a 8.
I agree.
It's a good. It's a
I'm
good,
not arguing.
it's not. It's
It's a good one.
It's a good short story. Another George Mann hitting it out of the park. Like
Consistency.
consistency, man.
Yeah.
George Mann, if anything, you are consistent. I'm glad that he's been getting more chances to write High Republic stuff because he's been really good.
Yeah.
Next week, this time for sure, Tales from the Rancor Pit.
Watch another short story be released.
No.
They're not going to.
It would be that was the one for this month.
Alright.
We don't get one until next month, till March. And then what else is coming up? Is there anything I need to announce? The week after that, we'll have a guest.
Mm.
If they remember, which I'll do my usual. Hey,
Like a week before.
yeah, week before. Hey, you still good? So we're gonna be leaving the High Republic for 2 weeks.
Mhm.
Because next week and the week after. And then next week is the last one for February.
Oh?
Because February's over after next week.
Huh.
Because it's already we're already past the halfway point of the month.
Damn.
It's the 18th, and February ends on the 28th.
10 days.
Yeah. And next week's the 25th, so yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah. But so next week we'll announce our March calendar. And then I need to figure out if we'll have a guest for our Bad Batch episode.
Mhm.
Because I think we will, but the person who signed up for it they're pretty busy right now.
Oh, yeah.
So I do not know if they will still be busy by the time Bad Batch finishes. So I will probably be talking to them
Yeah.
more consistently
Make
again.
sure.
Yeah, because we haven't been talking as much. Usually we talked a lot more, but we haven't been as much lately. So I need to check in with them and then be like, "Hey, how you doing?"
Yeah.
Be a good friend and be
Yeah.
like, "How you doing?
You good?
You good?" Because they signed up for Bad Batch
Way.
way back, like when Bad Batch season 2 was announced. We were like, "Hey, we doing this?" Because they're a big Bad Batch fan. So, and then I don't know if anything else needs to be added to the calendar at the moment. Nope, because I don't have to add the September 5th thing of Tales from the Death Star yet, because
So it's
season, yeah, because that's September, and currently our calendar for the rest of season 1 will end in August.
Cool.
Yeah, it will hopefully end in August, if nothing else is added. Because
Can't believe you convinced me to do. Where are we on, like 60 now?
almost today was 58.
I can't believe you convinced me to do 58 episodes.
Hey, I'm convincing you to do a second
Yeah.
podcast with me.
I know. I don't know how I got suckered into this, but I'm glad I did.
All right, well, so I'll let you do your little promo first.
I get to go first.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you got something to promote this week.
Which is rare. So, for those of you who don't know, a friend of ours has recently decided to start up a campaign.
Yeah, I think in the past he's thought about live streaming them, but
He has, but this is the first time where we've genuinely gotten concerned and started going through the motions, making sure everything's all right.
yeah.
So, every Sunday from 5 to 7, you can catch. I'm not good at this,
It's
but
okay.
I'm trying.
I can pull it up. Let's see.
Every Sunday from 5 to 7, you can catch me and a couple of friends of ours over on Trials at the Trials of Naboo, which is the name of the game, over on the Steam Dungeon.
Yeah, the
Is
Steam Dungeon. Yeah, that's the YouTube channel. Yep.
We are going through a 5th edition D&D campaign, and it has been pretty interesting so far.
Oh yeah, it's one.
On-
It's all one word, right?
Yeah. You can catch us 5 to 7 on Twitch in the Steam Dungeon.
Yeah, so it'll be twitch.tv/Steam the
I
Steam
bel-
Dungeon.
Yes.
Let me make sure I've got it. And I'll go ahead and for the YouTube, I'll go ahead and link it down below after.
All right.
That way you guys can find
Yeah.
it easily. Oh,
Is it not?
is it not the Steam Dungeon? Am I spelling something wrong? Okay, it's just okay. Steam underscore dungeon with Steam all
With
caps.
Steam in all caps. But yeah,
But once again, I'll link it below for you guys to find easily on if you're watching on YouTube.
Yeah.
It says it's
So with that-
live right.
I don't. Shouldn't be. It
Oh,
might
it
be-
was just showing me the last stream.
Yeah.
There we go.
But yeah, you can catch us there tomorrow.
Can you give us a little preview of what the campaign's going to be about,
At the moment,
or is
We
it
have-
too early?
a lot of our characters have returned to the city of Goldport after a little bit of a misadventure involving a hurricane. Some are searching for purpose, some lost artifacts, some just for something to cook.
Cool. I just needed that elevator pitch. That way we can give y'all a little taste of what the adventure's going to be about.
Yeah.
Because you got to give that elevator pitch.
Mostly, it's a bit of a dungeon crawl
Okay.
with some light
Which fits
characters.
the name of the channel.
So with that, I guess we should go and talk about the Mopcast Network
Yeah,
and
let's
how
go
they've
ahead.
been really nice to us.
So let's go ahead and shout out to Mopcast Network, who provide this space. You can, they're another podcasting group,
Yeah.
and you can find them on youtube.com/Mopcast Network, or on any other podcasting app that you use. They're on Apple, they're on Spotify, all that good stuff. If you can't find them, then you can reach out to them and let them know, hey, you're not on Bleep Bloop, whatever podcasting app you like to listen to. And so let them know, and they'll find a way to get on there. They have shows such as Cult Movie Cantina, which you can kind of see the
Yeah, it's
poster of. It's hidden by Batman and Riddler.
Yeah.
And on there, we talk about little cult movies.
Mhm.
The Legend of Billie Jean is one of them that's coming up.
Yeah.
And then we also, in between each movie, we do a little cult meeting where we just talk about our week and whatever else, and tell y'all what we're gonna watch next time. And then we also have Tuesdays with Scotty,
Mhm.
which are in the work. He was here last week to promote.
Yeah.
We are bringing it back, baby. And that's just basically talking about whatever Scotty feels like, because it's his show.
Tuesday.
Yeah, it's his show. We'll talk about whatever. We usually get guests and we'll interview them, and then we also just talk about whatever else happens to be like on Scotty's mind that might have been in the news, or a creepy story, and mysteries that are unsolved, fun stuff. And then that's it for that stuff at the moment, because he said everything else is on hiatus at the moment. There's other stuff that we want to bring back, but we're in the works of, so it's too early to say. But you can find my pretty face there as well, because I'm a co-host and co-producer on those shows. So
Yeah.
you can see me as I can put my face on the screen whenever I want, because I run the board.
I do not understand how you have the free time. Not the free time. How you have so much time in your week.
Oh, I don't know either, because I make a video, a
You're a
YouTube,
busy man.
because I release a YouTube video every day in
Yeah.
the morning, and then I have to record and release a TikTok that also goes onto my YouTube shorts and my Instagram,
Mhm.
and then I also have to make a new YouTube video for that day that goes to the Patreons, so that way they can watch it a week before it's uploaded, before it's released publicly to the YouTube. It's uploaded to YouTube, but it's not released publicly. It's hidden for the Patreons to watch. Which, speaking of, we want to shout out to our Patreon sponsors. Shout out to Jennifer Brantley for supporting us every month.
Thank you.
And you can find us on patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. If you're watching on Twitch, that's twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. Be sure to follow or subscribe. And shout out to Matt Miak for subscribing to us every month. You're a good friend. I mean, he helps us out a lot.
Yeah.
He's there for me when I'm struggling through Jedi Fallen Order, that's for sure. I mean, he's the one that helped me with the arena. I shared that story back when I was dealing with that. He helped me through the arena. And then, of course, is there anything else before I hit G&G? And I think that's it for Mopcast stuff.
I think so.
Yeah, so we want to go ahead and give a shout out to Gamers and Geeks and Engage Gaming, who share the actual public space that owns this little studio that Mopcast rents out. Gamers and Geeks is our local gaming shop found on Moffett and Howells Ferry. They're like right on that corner in that little shopping center. So if you're ever in Mobile, Alabama, there they are. They have card games and all that good stuff. There's an arcade in the back where if you pay $10 for the day, get a little wristband and free to play machines. No quarters, no coins, no nothing. You just hit the button and play. Engage Gaming and lets you play on consoles and basically is like a rent a console essentially, but within like you don't take it home or anything. You stay in the shop and they have the console set up with the TVs and you can play PS5, you can play the current Xbox Series X. You can play the best of PCs because they got really good PCs here. They got VR machines, and they also started selling video games now. So if you want like older games, they sell some games now because they did offer also you using the games that they have whenever you do the rental thing. But now you can also buy games from them. I've seen some older games that gave me some throwbacks to back in the day that I was like, I kind of want that game because it's been a minute. And they offer them pretty fair prices. And so, but yeah, if you join their membership, the hourly rate for the rental is lessened. So they have like an hourly rate for how long you play each console that you use. It's across the board. So it's like I think VR is more expensive, but everything else is like across the board, same price, which makes sense. And then the rental, if you pay the monthly membership fee, it's reduced by a percentage because you're a member.
Yeah.
I think that's everything.
Yep.
I don't think I missed anything. So I guess we'll see you guys next week where we're going to talk Tales from the Rancor Pit for real this time.
Yeah.
I just had to talk about this short story because I was like, it's out. We should probably talk about it.
It's out. It's correlated to the last thing. It's the most recent.
Yeah, we should just talk about it real quick.
Yeah.
And yeah, you know. All right. So see you guys next week. I have spoken.
Later. Be safe. Hi, I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
All right. We are back to talk, it's Halloween in February for us.
Yeah. I remember you explained to me what the concept behind the Tales of
Yeah, I
series
forgot that they
with Star
don't
Wars
I
was.
forgot that they don't take place specifically in like the location, that it's very much we just tell stories that are scary.
Yeah.
And they just
I was told that this would be tales about how scary the Rancor Pit was.
But no, it's tales of just
I was lied to.
it's just tales around a Rancor Pit
Yeah,
that they're still scary.
they are.
So besides that though, we got some Star Wars news.
Yeah, we have a little bit. Just
Sorry,
a little
I'm
bit.
multitasking a lot.
Oh, yeah?
Because I forgot to do the thing where I share that we're live.
Oh.
Yeah. But
Well.
that's fine. Let's talk. Speaking of comics, though,
Mm-hmm.
we got a comics crossover coming up.
Doing.
Well, we got one that's going on right now, but we got another one that's been announced for summer.
Mm.
And it's apparently what we were told about in Revelation.
Oh, the first it comes for the metal, then it comes for the muddle, then it comes for the mind.
Yeah.
Where,
That droid is coming back.
Yeah.
That
and Ascendant Tech.
yeah, and Ascendant Tech and all that scary all the scary shiz.
Yeah.
Um,
All the things that I am a little bit concerned about
yeah. So
because of.
I forgot that that was where this was going.
Oh yeah.
Because I was thinking, okay, the big thing. I was thinking the big finale of the comics was gonna be the the Hidden Empire storyline that's going on right now, and that that was just gonna be a thing that happens during the Hidden Empire run, and that was
Yeah.
gonna be connected. No,
No?
this is its own crossover event.
Oh boy.
Because it's not happening till the summer,
Oh.
and we're already halfway through with Hidden Empire, because issue 3 is already out.
Hmm.
So I forgot.
So everyone's meeting up again.
Yeah. And it's like,
because the Hidden Empire one. So I will say Crimson Reign, which we read Crimson Reign already.
Yeah.
And Hidden Empire have been kind of disconnected a little bit more than say, but War of the Bounty Hunters was.
Yeah.
Because War of the Bounty Hunters was definitely like, okay, where it was one where you definitely had to read all of the stuff that was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Crimson Reign definitely wasn't, especially on the Afra end.
Yeah.
The Afra end, if you were reading Afra, you didn't have to care what was going on with Crimson Reign.
No, you didn't.
And Bounty Hunters was probably the most connected. Star Wars was also connected. The like mainline Star Wars comic was also connected because they had Kira appear.
Yeah.
But Darth Vader and Afra were kind of just there.
They're doing something.
Like they were doing stuff that was connected, but it wasn't like directly connected the same
Yeah.
way as Bounty Hunters and Star Wars was. Because Bounty Hunters was directly connected with Kira, kidnapping Kadira. Yeah, Kadira is the name of the girl?
Is it Cadelia?
Cadelia.
Hmm.
That's the name of the girl. So, like, that's directly connected.
That's right, Valence. I stole your kid.
And I'm also going to teach her to be just like me. A badass, girl boss. We're going to gaslight, gatekeep, and girl boss. Honestly, though, that is Kira's mantra.
That might as well be.
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. That, if anybody in the Star Wars universe has that mantra, it's
I
Kira.
like how everyone is like, we want to trust Kira,
but we also
know
don't.
we can't.
And what's great is, like, in the case of the Star Wars comic, they at least have two people who know her who can be like, yeah, don't trust her. Because you have Lando and Chewbacca.
Yeah.
In the case of the rest of the comics, there's really nobody that would know her.
Yeah.
I could see Sana maybe knowing her.
Yeah, I could believe that.
It's weird that they haven't met. Because in the Afra comic, I think they finally meet recently.
Yeah.
And, like, it's weird that they haven't met because they have the same circle of, like, people they've run.
Is
that
it a
they've worked
case
with.
of like,
I've heard of you, but I don't.
but I've never met them?
Yeah.
Like, it's like every time
I mean,
they come into the office, they're never there.
I mean, that happened with Han and Afra.
Yeah.
Like, because they both dated the same person. They both dated Sana at some point.
Yeah.
So, like, they heard of each other, but they didn't, like, they never,
They
like,
never met.
yeah. Until they met, like, in the 2015 comics during the Vader Down crossover. Because there was a even in 2015 they were trying to do the crossover events, but back then you only had the
Okay.
Star Wars comic and Vader comic. So you didn't have to work as hard to do a crossover there. Now you got like 4 different comics that you can cross over. And hell, I think they're doing a great job of doing some High Republic crossover with the Star Wars comic. Because currently they're in no space
Oh boy.
in the Star Wars comic, and they're trapped in no space because
Oh no.
you can only get out with one of
Yeah.
the special Nihil. You
Need a path engine.
you need a path engine. So,
and a path.
and you need to know that you need a path engine as well. You also need to know that you need it, which is the other issue. They don't know that. They have one. They don't know that's how you get out. I mean, but thankfully there's a whole society that's been stuck there for 200 years. That's been like,
Just hanging out.
yeah, like there's enough of a society there that they can work it out. Yeah. But yeah, so this droid is definitely going to be the big bad of this.
Well, yeah.
What's his name? Sigma or something?
Oh, the one that's
Ajax
like.
Sigma. Yeah.
Oh, the one that's like, man, I sure do love
killing
killing
Jedi. Yeah. Ajax Sigma is going to be the big
Yeah.
bad for this, and I think he's gonna, because Afra's building up to it. I think
Yeah.
he's gonna connect with
Yeah, that's what I would expect to happen.
I was just reading Afra. What's it called?
The Spark Eternal?
Yeah, the Spark Eternal. Thank you. I think Ajax and Spark are gonna. No, like combine.
Oh,
Like they're gonna butt heads and
I
combine.
was going to say fight.
I mean, they could probably fight because they probably both I think their goals are similar, but in a way that's gonna cause like confrontation. But we know at the very least Luke and Ajax are fighting
Oh yeah,
because we saw that in Revelations.
yeah. He's
Um,
like Luke showed up and was like, "Hey man, why'd you kill all these people?" And Ajax is like, "I felt like it."
What's weird about this? They're only promoting this as a 4-series crossover. This could easily fit as a 5-series crossover because they say it's Dr. Aphra, Vader, Bounty Hunters, and then the mainline Star Wars.
Yeah.
This could easily lean into a High Republic crossover as well because you could show what happened in the High Republic era with Ajax.
You could.
And while yes, it wouldn't be a direct crossover, it's a crossover in like that way of where you're telling the same story that's connected.
Yeah.
You could easily make this one of the most ambitious crossovers ever if they wanted.
I think
And I think it would work.
I can see why they wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, but also right now, I think the High Republic comic is busy trying to explain the Battle of Jeddah more.
Yeah, the High Republic is like,
We've got our own problems.
we have our fucking problems. I don't know if you know about these assholes that aren't going to be around in a couple 100 years.
Another thing, though, that it is a crossover with,
Hmm.
and I'm going to spoil something for you here.
Oh, yeah?
It's a crossover with the Han Solo and Chewbacca comic.
Oh.
And actually,
Well, it would
Revelations
have to
already revealed
It
it.
would have to be because that's...
You don't know why.
Well, no, because they have the little orb thingy. His memory core.
Oh, yeah, because
Because
Revelations.
they're the ones that buried it.
So, spoilers, I guess, for Han Solo and Chewbacca.
I don't...
So, you know that thing where they keep saying we're getting these ashes?
Yeah.
It's not ashes.
Oh.
That's the memory core of Ajax that they're all fighting over.
Oh. Okay. But why would Jabba want that?
Ain't that the big question? That's the question Han Solo and Chewbacca comic has not answered yet. They're like, why would... Then again, he's also a crime lord, so like...
Yeah. But more
maybe he
specifically...
maybe he thinks Killjoy good.
But more specifically, why?
I mean, he has Killdroids that work for him already, so why not add another one to that list?
Yeah.
I mean, because he's already got IG-88.
Hey, IG-88.
I'm looking for your replacement right now.
Yeah.
Now for IG-88 to go into another self-existential crisis.
It's like, damn. Got my ass whooped.
I lost to Vader. Now I'm being replaced. Existentialism at its finest.
Yep.
Poor War of the Bounty Hunters IG-88.
Yeah,
we
he
will
got
never
it
let that go.
bad. Vader's like, I don't know why everyone thought they could pull up on Vader at that moment.
Yeah. But yeah, so I'm excited.
Actually, never mind. I forgot the man's in a walking ICU.
I kind of like that we're getting more and more of these nice little
Yeah.
crossover events. Like, I think we can slow them down a bit because they do feel frequent.
Mhm.
Like, even for Marvel comics, this is frequent for crossovers.
Yeah.
Like, Marvel loves their crossover events. Like, even in non-Star Wars properties. But then, we're not even done with Hidden Empire. And we're already announcing the next one. And I feel like by the time we're done with Hidden... Let's see, next... I'm looking at Star Wars News Net right now.
Mm-hmm.
Next Han Solo and Chewbacca comic is in March 1st. So next within less than a week.
Mm.
Because we're near the end of February. We're that freaking close.
All right.
I mean, it's gonna be the Wednesday of this week, upcoming week. Which we're also getting Mando
Mm-hmm.
that day. Mando starts back up, and Bad Batch
Yeah.
episode 11.
The series that... Man, Bad Batch,
Yeah, we've been watching Bad Batch, so that way we're ready when it's time to
Yeah.
do the review. And Bad Batch has been interesting, but also depressing, man.
yeah. I guess it's like... It's one of those things where it's like, now that the kids are all grown up, having watched, like, the Clone Wars, we can hit them with stuff like Rebels and the Bad Batch. Where it's like...
And while I think both are still age appropriate. It's like if you're an adult, you are like, oh,
Wow. Jesus.
like there's stuff that you as a kid might miss, but on a
Yeah.
rewatch as an adult, you're like, I think Clone Wars also had that.
Yeah, it definitely has some like very much adult moments of like, now that I sit here and look at this, that was kind of messed up.
Yeah. I'm looking right now at the release order for things before we jump to our next.
Yeah.
Because once we jump to it, we're done with comic talk until the review. So I just want to kind of double check when Hidden Empire is supposed to end. Oh yeah, and then we're getting Darth Vader Black, White, and Red soon, which is another Vader comic. Which apparently people are already selling eBay copies that they don't have yet, where they've like they pre-ordered issue 1, but then they're upselling them on eBay.
Oh, of course.
And it's like, bro, that's an issue 1. Realistically, yeah. Realistically, issue 1s of comics. Here's a little factoid for you comic collectors that try to try to flip comics real quick. Issue 1s are not worth as much as you think they are. Because everybody buys issue 1s thinking that they are worth what you think they are. And you know what that does? That devalues it.
The power. Oh.
I'll look into it. Ammo.
Okay.
Most people don't do the free sounds though on Twitch, so usually they cost bits. Where was I? Yeah. But yeah. So let's see. When does Hidden Empire end?
Oh, we're looking at the timeline.
Well, I'm looking at release. I put it into the release order though.
Okay.
So January, March, and April.
Okay. Yeah.
That makes sense
'Cause if you're going to
that makes
do
sense
your-
because if 3 came out this month, then we get 4 next month, and then
Yeah.
5. So that crossover ends in April. So that gives you maybe a month break of no crossover event. That feels fast to go to another crossover event to me.
Yeah. Could be.
What? I don't know what that. I don't know what that one means, but I have the PC because I'm running the show from here.
Nah, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
The reason why is because he is more technically proficient than I am.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, and I'm also the producer as well as the co-host.
Yep.
So somebody's got to produce, and we don't have a third guy producing behind the screen, so it's going to be me.
That's it. That's why.
Yeah.
To answer that question.
But yeah, so that's comic talk.
Yeah.
Unless you had some other things you wanted to talk about.
No, not really. Apart from the fact that I'm going in for season 3 on The Mandalorian.
Oh yeah. You're going in for season 3 with no context of seasons 1 and 2, but you got Book of Boba Fett context. So you got some context.
Yeah.
You at least know how Grogu got back with Dad.
Yes. And that he
He left school.
Yep.
Played hooky to join up with Dad.
Yep.
The oldest / youngest dropout ever of school. Because he's 50, but he's also like a kid for
Yeah.
his species. So he's the oldest / youngest dropout ever. Because he's like a toddler still, but he's also not.
Yeah. Oh, all right.
And last piece of news.
Yeah.
Obviously, there was another piece of news that we could have talked about, but we kind of were like, that's still a rumor.
Yeah, we'll wait and see.
I'll say that the rumor does involve Book of Boba Fett, though.
Mhm.
But it's still rumor, so I didn't want to spread it yet. In terms of actual news, though, that we got confirmed, Lucasfilm confirmed. Well, Star Wars Celebration confirmed that they are not doing Celebration next year. They are skipping a year, which it's been a minute since they've skipped a year. They've done it before because usually they try to save celebrations for like big years. But ever since Disney's had control of Celebration, it has been consistently every year. But they're skipping a year so that way they can hit the anniversary of Revenge of the Sith.
Yep.
Because next year there's nothing major in terms of coinciding years.
Yeah.
Like there's obviously you could there's no major movie coming out, so there's no as far as we know yet. So no reason to push for a Celebration. And honestly, the only things that are coming out consistently are like stuff that are part of the Mando and Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni projects, Bad Batch, stuff that we know are coming out anyways, and we're gonna get trailers for anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's
So it's
stuff.
like we're just gonna skip this year.
Yeah, which that makes sense. They don't need to worry about
Yeah.
It'd be different if they were like concerned about oh no but yeah.
All right.
So yeah, next it'll be not next year, but the year after.
Yep.
And I am still predicting Orlando as the location.
Watch them be like.
Watch them go to Chicago and skip Orlando.
Watch them go to somewhere outside of America.
No, it's gonna be Orlando or Chicago, but because they do the rotation.
Yeah.
And I've seen the rotation that they do. It's Orlando, Chicago, Anaheim, Europe, and usually London for Europe.
All right.
And so Europe is this year, so it's time for Orlando. And I haven't gone to a Celebration since the last Orlando one.
Mm.
So do Orlando so I can go to Celebration. And I can see my friends that are on the internet. Because I want to see my internet friends. I want to see my fellow content creators in person. Because, Celebration is really where the content, that's where the Star Wars content creators meet and greet and hang out. Because they're like, hey, we've only talked to each other on, TikTok and YouTube and Discord.
Yeah. Can we talk about something real quick?
Yeah.
About how...
I went gangster for a second. Is that what you were going to bring up?
No, I was going to say how, it is weird in that I never talk to people on any of, the channels that we visit.
Yeah.
But every once in a blue moon, I'll say a sentence or two,
yeah.
but then it's done.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't even join us for movie nights, you
No.
jerk.
I joined once, and then I was like, all right, I'm out.
Yeah, last night was good. We watched Cars 3,
Oh, yeah?
which caused such mayhem in Cal's Twitch stream.
Oh, yeah?
Because, Matt, he's our top boy here on the Twitch side.
Yeah.
Because he's our subscriber. He's a good buddy of mine from the Cal server.
Mm-hmm.
And he likes Cars, and the Cars films. I don't know if it's the meme of the Lightning McQueen stuff, or if it's legitimately he likes the films. It's probably a combination of the two.
Yeah.
And I like the Cars films. I think 2 gets a bad rap. It's still a good film, but it's not a good Cars. It doesn't hold up to the Pixar standard
Okay.
in the same way that other Pixar films do. But I think it's a fun film. Because we're doing a Pixar marathon in Sawyer server.
All right.
And we've made it up to Cars 3. We're doing release order.
Okay.
So we're almost done. So we've watched Cars 2 already, so that's why my opinion has kind of gotten better on Cars 2, because I've watched it recently, and I'm like, it's a funny film. It's not the best Cars film, though. It's still the worst Cars film, but it's a funny film. Cars 3, I think, is the best Cars film.
Okay.
I think it has the most heart to it, and it's also the closest to getting the point of a race car film. Anyways, so we watched Cars 3. Matt is both watching Cars 3 with his Discord VC mic muted while playing Phasmophobia on Cal's stream with Cal and Zach, our friend Clown Baby on YouTube.
You have to multitask so hard.
And what's even better, what makes it greater is that we weren't sure if it would work because Matt's internet sucks.
Oh, yeah?
especially when he's off at college, which he is right now.
All right.
He managed to do both. And I wasn't watching Cal's stream at the time, but I didn't know that I had created so much chaos with this because they started talking about like how much. So Cal hasn't watched any of the Cars films.
Oh yeah.
So with no context whatsoever to like the events of the movies, like Matt and Zach are talking about like I'm gonna have to. This is where the show gets a little bit 18 plus.
All right.
I mean we have no filter on the show usually anyways.
We usually don't. So if you're a child watching this, go watch something else.
I'll put the little spoiler warning thing up.
Oh yeah, spoiler warning.
I'll put that up for now.
Okay.
When this is gone, if you're a parent and you have kids around, for now, no kids. But once that's gone, then you can let the kids back out.
All right.
They were talking about creating like some Cars fan fiction
Oh yeah.
of Matt, Lightning McQueen, and the ghost from Phasmophobia.
That sounds like a fever dream. What you just described.
And like this entire like and the rest of the night, even after the stream was done, like we are questioning Matt's sanity. We were like, because Matt just turned 21,
Oh yeah.
so of course everybody's like, "Are you drunk? Are you high?" Because it sounds like he's like drunk or
Little bit.
high, and he's like, "No, I'm not." But he says things that are so outlandish that he could be, and it's just like, and of course the joke is like, "No, he's just high on Lightning McQueen." He's just high on life. And of course, the joke is that this is my fault because I let him watch Cars 3.
How is this your fault?
Because I host the movie nights.
That doesn't mean you're obligated to watch. I would know that you're not obligated to watch.
But Matt watches every night. Like he
Ah.
watches every movie night. He's a loyal customer.
Yeah.
Matt's a good friend. You're not. God, I need to not dig this hole. You're a
on.
good friend.
Oh.
Matt's a good friend for different reasons.
Oh. Okay.
There we go. Okay, I can drop the spoiler warning because we're done with adult talk.
All right.
Only for me to have to put it back up again because wait, no, we haven't talked about. No, we did talk about Star Wars Celebration. That's how we got here.
Yeah, that's how we got here.
Okay. Anyways, that's it for news. So yeah, I'm gonna have to put the spoiler warning back up again
Yep.
because spoilers.
We'll
for,
be discussing Tales of the Rancor Pit
yeah,
with our favorite author.
Kevin Scott.
Yeah.
He's one of our many
One of
favorite
our
artists.
favorites.
Like there are
Sorry.
we have so
That was
many,
a bold claim I just made
Yeah,
right there.
Yeah, you said one of our favorites. We have many favorites. We do not. In fact, we don't actually play favorites. We just
Yeah.
love like our authors.
Yeah, High Republic team.
Um.
They're awesome.
So this. How do we want to talk about this?
Let's just fucking talk. Let's talk about not necessarily each story, but like details.
So let's talk about the premise first.
yeah,
So Jabba has this guy tied up
Yeah.
above the Rancor pit,
I-
and it's basically so he's doing this because this guy supposedly betrayed him to another family,
Yeah.
to like another like gang, and this guy is like, "No, I didn't do that. You gotta believe me." And Jabba's like, "No, I don't." And this guy's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa! I know you like really cool stories. Let me tell you some stories." And that's basically where this goes.
yeah.
And that's the premise. And that's how we get to the stories. So, do we want to go like our favorite? Let's go back to like episode 1 of this show
Oh,
and
yeah?
do it like where we talk about our favorites.
Okay.
So, top. So, obviously, we'll talk about least favorite to most favorite.
Mhm.
It's kind of that's usually how we used to do these
I
anthologies.
have some unfortunate news. I don't remember what happens in the first story.
The first story is the Clone Wars one. That's about the separatist general with the ghost robots.
Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah. That I was like, I don't fucking remember.
And then
what
it turned-
happened in that one.
Yeah, so in that one, it's the ghost robot. So I'm gonna guess that's your least favorite since you don't even remember what happened.
I read these like yesterday. I
Let's-
should remember.
I read them yesterday too. Yeah, so this is the one that I felt like most connected to you.
Oh yeah. How so?
droids and having souls and, you know, how we treat our droids.
Oh, my journey into, I guess, droids are, in fact, people.
Yeah. I felt like this connected to you the most. And then you're like, I don't even remember this.
Just, oh no, Seth's on his anti-droid thing again. Like, so here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Although I have in the past shared some sentiments about droids that I don't believe in anymore,
Mm-hmm.
this guy is a dick about
Yeah,
it.
no.
Like, this guy deserves it.
He's like, I'm
like-
leading these droids into war, and then
like-
I'm going to run away and also not call a retreat. I
Yeah.
don't care.
That is the thing that pissed me off. I'm like, why? Why are you like this,
Like,
man?
that's not even a droid thing. That's just a terrible general thing.
Yeah.
Like, how are you a general in this war doing that?
Yeah. I also like how it's like, oh, by the way, I built my palace on this, like, really evil planet.
Well, no, he didn't even build it. He just took over this palace.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
not
like-
even his.
Why did you test this? A thing that everyone else in the Separatists was like, hey, don't hang around here.
Yeah.
This guy really did himself in, if you ask me.
I mean, and he basically set his death mark by
Yeah.
with his droid hate, though, because, like, it's a droid. We learned that it's a droid that's his comeuppance, which
Yeah.
is very much good horror storytelling.
Yeah, it's like, fair enough.
It's always about the, what's the word I'm looking? The karma,
Hmm.
and it should always be related to the thing
Yeah.
that, like your karma should always be related to something that wrong that you did. And in this case, the karma is a droid is his comeuppance because of his droid hate.
Yeah.
Because this droid's like, because it turns out there is no ghost.
No, they've
It's-
just been.
He's just been gassed.
Yeah.
He's been drugged by a medical droid who's like, I've been watching you, and I've
for
seen how
like years.
and I've seen how you hate droids, and so I decided fuck you, and I drugged you, and now we're gonna kill you.
Yep.
That's basically
That's what happens in
the-
that story.
That's the TLDR version of this story. We get a cameo from Mace Windu, by the way.
Yeah. Mace Windu's like just outside,
Slashing droids and kicking
cutting
butt.
through.
It starts off like grim though, with that clone that's like in acid, like just
Yeah.
burning in his armor.
And it's like, oh, God.
I think this has to be early in the Clone Wars because
Yeah.
we also get a Depa Billaba cameo.
Yep. It would have to be.
Because this is when she's probably still Mace Windu's like Padawan. Because the lineage is Mace, Depa, Kanan, Ezra.
Yep.
That's the family lineage there.
Yep.
So, shout out to Depa Billaba, by the way, for being in this comic.
Yay.
So, I mean, for me, my least favorite, because I like the droid one.
Mhm.
I felt like so there's only 3,
Yeah.
which is weird. It's really short. I forgot how short these Tales from comics are. I forgot they do like 3 stories and then that's it.
Yep.
I think I'm not as big of a fan of the Wampa one, even though I called for a Hoth story.
Yeah.
Like the Wampa one seemed like it's fine, but it's
It-
not like if we're going for scare factor, it's the weakest.
Yeah.
If we're going for a decent story in the Star Wars universe, it's fine.
Yep.
And
I can believe this.
And
wasn't
honestly, this is one of the out of the 3, this is the one. That's not true. The Ty York one I could believe happened as well, but this is the
Yeah.
one that I believe the most could happen. Like I could believe this is canon. Like that.
Yeah.
Like that's one that actually happened, where it's like, yeah, because nobody dies or anything. There's no like horror thing at the end. Well, there's the spider, but like
Yeah.
they could have killed that easily.
Yeah.
But it's the one that entertains Jabba the most because
Yeah.
fuck Han.
Because he fucking hates that guy so much.
Also, Boba Fett cameo
Yeah, he's just
at the end
hanging
of that
out.
one. Yeah. These are things I did not notice on my first read, but as I'm flipping through the comic, I'm like, oh,
It was
there's
like,
a
I'm
Boba
just
Fett.
hanging out. I don't have any jobs to do right now, so I'm just gonna.
So
hang
I
out
will
here.
say that that's the cool thing to go back to and read this and look for like little cameos.
Yeah, minor details.
Yeah.
I do like in the Hawthorne that they're like, maybe we should go get Luke because this is some weird, creepy thing.
Also, like, yeah, because like, who knows if it's a Force thing or not? Let's go get the guy that deals with magic stuff.
And they go,
Nah,
nah, we don't need to do that.
we don't need Magic Boy.
And they're right, they didn't need him.
Yeah, they took down the Wampa.
Yeah,
Well,
They
turned
didn't
out,
take-
well, they took down the snake.
yeah.
Because so in the Hawthorne, it turns out
Let's call those what they are. Those are dragons.
they can't fly.
Counterpoint, they can breathe fire.
Yeah. Well, at least one of them can.
They live
did
in
the
a
other one
cave.
breathe fire? Because there were two.
There are two. When the second one showed up, I thought, you know, it's a good thing that you survived this.
Yeah. We don't see the other one breathe fire, but we see the one Han takes on. Calls it a slug too. So, which, I mean,
I think he just dislikes slugs.
this was an opportune moment, I think,
Mhm.
for them to do a little indie wink and nudge. Why did it have to be snakes?
They could have done that.
Kevin, you missed your opportunity. I love you, but you missed that opportunity.
Yeah.
That would have been a good little wink and nudge, especially since it's not a like the outside story is canon. The guy telling the stories to Jabba, that's canon.
Yeah.
But the stories themselves are not. They are left to your
Mhm.
interpretation of did they happen or are these just ghost stories?
Yeah.
And I like that little like type of playfulness in these
Yeah.
comics. That's what I like about this is that these are like they could have happened. I mean, that's the fun thing about a lot of the short story anthologies that we have done, like
Could have happened.
like the Tales of Jedi and Sith.
Yeah.
That's in the similar vein. Although I argue Tales of Jedi and Sith is more like these are directly canon
Yeah.
stories. But we've had other anthology books, the ones that George Mann has written, because
Mhm.
George Mann has written a couple that are like these are straight up just legends stuff, like within the universe of Star Wars. These are bedtime stories that you would tell
Yeah.
your kids or spooky stories at a campfire. You know,
Tales of Jedi and Sith has
yeah, that one's the
a
most like
great moment of Yoda showing up to Sidious to trash talk it.
which is great that that's canon. I love that that's canon. Whereas these are more like they could have happened, but we're stretching the details.
Yeah.
Like, was there one snake or two?
Well, there's
I
in
mean,
that short story,
and-
there's two.
But I mean, like, and did the storyteller add an extra snake to make
Yeah.
it more interesting, or did that's the things that we can play with in this in this comic, and I like that. I like that idea. And that I guess I like all three of these stories.
Yeah.
It's just I think the Hoth one is the weaker of the
Okay.
three.
Well, at least you're better than me, forgetting that one of them happened.
Even though it relates to you the most,
Yeah.
which is hilarious. Like, it's the one that I thought was like, okay, this is the one that relates to him a lot. I remember reading, though, your comment for the Hoth one. You were like, Han deserved this, or something like that.
No, it's not Han deserved this. It's like, Han's luck saved him.
Oh, yeah,
here.
Han's luck saved him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody deserves something, though. I feel like you were salty about somebody recently. Oh, yeah, you said Han luck saved him in that one. And then, of course, for the Ty York one, you had, she's back, baby.
Yeah.
This is why you need to join the Discord, by the way.
Love that Jedi.
This is why you
Love that not a Jedi.
love
She's
that
very insistent on that.
love that Force user.
Yeah.
That Geralt of Star Wars. except no like magic that like she didn't have to take a potion that nearly kills her to become what she is.
Nope. Speaking of,
Which it's like, are we talking about Dragon Age or are we talking about The Witcher when it comes to that? Because don't forget, the Grey Wardens also have to take a potion that almost kills them to become what they are, to also fight monsters.
Yeah.
Except the Grey Wardens have to drink the blood of the monsters that they have to kill. Whereas the Witcher, it's just some magic potion that we don't even know
We put coffee,
we don't know the ingredients of.
5-hour energy,
Yeah,
and a Coke in here.
and we're not talking about Coca-Cola. But yeah, so the short story of the Hoth one was they heard a strange noise, went to investigate, found out that baby Wampas are crying because their mom is missing, and 2 snakes show up because it turns out one of them was fighting Mama Wampa. Han saves the day, along with
Some
Leia and Chewie
Leia and
making
Chewie
some
making-
scary noises to scare the dragon snakes away
yeah.
with part of the Millennium Falcon that they were pulling out of it
Yeah,
anyways.
because Chewie was like, we should take this out so we can fix it better.
Yeah, they were like, we don't want this anyway, so let's use it to scare the monsters
Yeah.
off. And then they're like, all right, we killed it, or we scared it away. Wampa Mama's happy. Mama Wampa
Let's
didn't.
get out of here before Wampa Mama is no longer happy.
Yeah, because Han at first thought, oh, she's gonna eat me, and she's like, no, I'm just here to. I'm happy to be with my kids again. And he's like, oh, sweet.
Sweet. Think up. Let's leave now.
And then of
Because
course,
we know Wampas eat people.
yeah. And then of course for the
And the kids might be hungry.
yeah.
Get out of there.
And then of course for the sake of scare factor, as a good storyteller, there's a little cliffhanger with the spider. The Jedi Fallen Order spider.
We'll never know what happened.
Yeah.
Because
All right, and then of course the number one story for both of us,
yeah.
KL and Ty York get hired for a job
Mm-hmm.
by somebody that Ty screwed over by leaving in the past
Yeah.
because she was a
She used
she
to
was like a bodyguard,
essentially worked as an enforcer,
Yeah,
and she got tired of it.
another Syrian to hate.
Yeah.
Like, I've only met one Syrian in canon that's good. Because fuck Kiadi Mundi. Me and the homies hate him.
Oh,
Me and the
boy.
homies hate Kiadi Mundi. It's not.
He got a bad in Order 66.
He had it coming.
Hmm.
But yeah, because the only good one so far has been the one that was in High Republic. Because there's the one that's friends with Creighton's son in
Oh, yeah.
Convergence.
Yeah.
That's the only good one so far. But yeah. Also, I noticed a misprint in the comic here because
Oh, yeah?
they reference that the person that Ty works for, they say he and she on 2 different occasions.
Oh.
And I think it's supposed to be she because the way I think they say she the first time and then they switch it and then they go back to it later in the comic. I think it's just a minor misprint
Yeah.
because they say she at first, and then when Ty runs into the other person that used to work for this person, because it turns out that
Yeah.
2 people were hired for this job to take out these monsters.
Yep.
And the other person that's hired is also a former co-worker of Ty's as a mercenary
Yeah. It's
who
like-
tries to screw Ty over.
Yep.
But then in the process gets Dronal Prue. That's the name of the Syrian that they used to work for.
Yeah.
In that same frame, it goes her from the coworker, and then Ty says he, and
Yeah.
then goes back to she's. So I think there was just a minor misprint there.
Yeah. I do like their discussion of it, of this particular creature. And this one is a terrifying one.
This is a classic
And I'm
horror
like-
story.
Yes or no? Do you think I could believe that Ty York would do something like she does at the end of this? However, I don't think she's dumb enough to do that.
I don't think end of phase 1 Ty would.
Yeah.
I think end of phase 1 Ty, no. Ty during after Temple of Monster Peak, pre Rising Storm, yes.
Yeah. mostly because I'm like,
Because she has a lot of character development
yeah,
from
she does.
However,
However-
because Ty is very like this Ty feels very much like
back
for
just
Rising Storm.
yeah,
Because I think Rising Storm changed her.
yeah,
I do like that this is post Rising Storm though, because there's a reference to no, sorry. This could still be pre Rising Storm.
yeah,
Because there's no reference of when this takes place.
yeah. There's no point of reference.
Sorry, I was thinking of a different comic where there's a reference.
Oh, and I realized something interesting about Ty. She addresses the smaller droid by like a nickname,
Thanks for the sub, by the way, Sonny.
but KLO3, it's always called KLO3.
Yeah, which is weird.
And I think it's because she and KLO3 get in so many arguments.
Yeah, so it's like just we're using your full government
Yeah.
name.
I don't think it's out of a place of like,
Well, I think it's a playful
yeah,
dislike for each other, but they're like they're coworkers.
they're like, this is the job.
Because KL, Chloe, as I
Yeah.
was calling her earlier, KL is very much, this is a job, we need the money.
Yeah,
And Ty's like, I don't know if I want to do this job, though, because I don't feel good about it.
yep.
And KL's like,
Back when
"I'll-"
she's using her stones.
Yeah. And KL's like, look, we need the fuel.
And she's like, fine.
It very much reminds me,
Go on.
in Legends, it reminds me of the Shadows of the Empire character, Dash Rendar and his droid.
Mhm.
They very much have the same dynamic of Dash being like, I don't want to take this job, and his droid's like, we need the fuel.
We need the money. We
Like,
have to pay our rent, Ty.
Yeah, this ship is our home. Like, we can sit in a ship that's not going anywhere, but we need it to go places.
Yeah.
Also, you need food.
And it's like, fine. Fine, I'll do it.
Yeah.
So, the ending. How do you feel about the Zunji, the monster that's introduced in this
I
one?
like it because it's
I
very
like it.
it's very classic horror movie monster. It's a werewolf in a way, like it, because some werewolves do the claw thing.
Yeah.
It's very much a werewolf story,
Yeah.
just without the ability to go back.
Yeah.
I guess a zombie story.
Yeah, that's more akin to the one I was thinking.
Like, it's a mix of a werewolf zombie story.
Yeah. For me, I'm like, this is one of the ones where in Star Wars where I'm like, I can't. They're like, oh, Ty goes, oh, I thought this species was like endangered.
In
And
this
I'm like,
case,
I understand why this one is that way.
it's not even that, though. She says, like, it's not even that it's endangered. She goes, no, this is about to die for good reasons. And
Yeah, I'm like, this one has to go.
and also,
We can't keep this one around.
which is another reason why I don't think she did what the
Yeah,
storyteller said she
and,
did at
like,
the end.
Plus, Jabba,
Jabba
even
says, like, yeah.
hey, that's not how that story ends.
Yeah, because Jabba's like, look, I've got that Syrian on my wall over there, right there.
Yeah.
So I think, because we see that,
He's like,
yeah, we see her on the wall
Yeah.
in Carbonite. So I think,
this is one where I'm like, I think she had to take this one out
yeah,
because of the danger that it poses.
the danger it poses. Like, I bet her rocks did say, hey, I bet she did do the sun moon thing, but
Yeah.
then she went against them
Yeah,
because
because
she knew that the
like,
consequences would be too big.
too severe.
So I think in this case, she definitely took the creature out.
Yeah,
Um,
she doesn't do that for like just no reason.
No, because she does make a point that she says in the comic that she tries not to kill creatures
and
unless necessary.
We've seen that with the Gretel-axe.
I mean, that's the whole. Yeah, that was the whole point
Monster
of
of
Temple
Temple Peak.
Monster of Temple Peak. We saw that she was like, "Oh, there's something bigger going on here. This monster is not a monster. In fact, the people are the monster."
Yeah,
because you guys are trying to kill this peaceful creature and take its land.
I was just minding its own business.
And yeah. Whereas in this case, this is an actual threat to people.
Yeah.
And is even a threat to itself
Yeah.
to a degree. I mean, and there's in the process of like talking about like, because it's really not our place to say this creature doesn't deserve to live. I think that's the point of Ty's like whole thing.
I think it's a
Whereas
case of.
this is a case of it doesn't, because we talk like
Well, I wish it
there is no
could live.
biological.
Comparison.
Yeah, on top of that, there's nothing that's like, because for the most part, when we talk about like real world biology, all creatures have a purpose.
Yeah. This one, I'm struggling with this one.
Yeah, like what's its purpose within its, even if we figure out what homeworld it's on, what's its purpose of on that homeworld, to where like how does it impact the ecology
Yeah.
of that world, and
This one is like the ultimate invasive species.
yeah,
so it's
because
like-
it literally turns other creatures into it.
Yeah. So it's like, I wish we could have you around, but the danger you pose is too high.
Yeah. But those are the 3 stories.
Yep.
And they do not impress Jabba enough to let this
No,
Hysterian
they
live.
don't.
The storyteller gets knocked into the pit, and Jabba's like, because the
Can we
Hysterian's
talk
like,
about how he's like been strung up by his ankle?
yeah, he's been like this man, and he told 3 stories. That's impressive. This man has like all the blood flowing to his head at this point, because it's a 58-page comic.
Yeah.
Well, 56 if you take out the covers. I mean, we assume a minute per page.
Yeah. Like an hour.
He's been up there for almost an hour. This man's like, I don't know how Hysterian biology works, but I would assume since he's a humanoid, all the blood going to his head. That's not good. I guess it doesn't matter though, because
It doesn't matter now.
he's like, hey Jabba, so did I earn my place as like the palace storyteller? And Jabba's like, well, I like you, and I think it's impressive what you did. I like my own I like to create my own entertainment. Button. And drops him down into the pit, which we see like this really cool image of all the monsters from the stories, like trying to eat him, even though in reality it's just a Rancor.
Yeah.
So that's Tales from the Rancor pit. That's the end of Halloween in
Halloween
in
in
February.
All right.
So what'd you think?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'd give it.
Even though I forgot one of the stories.
I definitely give it an 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
It's a good little like fun. If you like scary, like little, if you want a little bit of a scary story, good little
Yeah.
quick scary stories. It takes like 30 minutes to read.
Yeah.
It's an easy read. I suggest it to anybody. I mean, plus it's Kevin Scott on top of that. Next week we got a guest.
Oh, yeah, we do, don't we?
Yes. So next week we are talking Master and Apprentice with Farrell Remy. So we'll be talking Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
We're pushing through. So this is the end of February. This is the last February episode.
Yeah.
We're hitting March. We're going through this year pretty quick already. It doesn't feel like we should be hitting March yet. But here's the schedule for March. So we're doing Master and Apprentice next week.
Okay.
And then we're going to be doing the High Republic Adventures Quest of the Jedi one-shot comic that's coming out.
All right.
And then we're going to be doing Jedi Battle Scars, which I've been listening to already.
Yeah.
I've been enjoying it. So I think that's going to be a fun read for you. Cuz you like the Jedi characters from that game.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're doing Bounty Hunters Volume 5, Raid on the Vermilion, as the last of the March stuff. So we'll be wrapping up March with Bounty Hunters comic. So that's the schedule for March at the moment, unless things go sideways, because I might have to fit a Star Wars Insider somewhere, depending when Star Wars Insider comes out, and if it's a part 1 or if it's just a standalone story. It depends on if it's a 2-parter or if it's a standalone next month.
Mm-hmm.
And if that happens, it'll probably take the place of either It'll probably move bounty hunters, if anything, because right now we don't have a guest for that. So we'll probably move bounty hunters. We probably won't move Jedi battle scars,
All right.
so it'll probably end up moving bounty hunters, and probably it'll probably move both High Republic Adventures, Quest of the Jedi, and bounty hunters, because I'll probably make it the episode after Master and Apprentice, depending when it comes out. It really depends when that Star Wars Insider comes out, because Star Wars Insider never comes out like in the first of the month. It takes a couple weeks. But that's the schedule. So let's go ahead and do our wrap up then.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and talk about Sundays.
Sunday. Oh, yeah.
Let's promote that again.
So, you can catch me and a few of our friends of the channel over on the Steam Dungeon on Twitch.
Yeah, so
where
it's twitch.tv/ all capital Steam _. Dungeon with capital D, I think.
I believe so. Yeah.
I'll put it in the link below.
Yeah.
On the YouTube page.
Where we are playing D&D 5e game.
Yes,
Currently
speak in the mic so that
Oh,
they can really
yeah.
hear you.
D&D 5e game called The Trials of Nebu.
Yes.
I play Simon, the Path of the Ancestral Guardian,
Yeah.
Barbarian. We have returned to the city of Goldport, and we're going to deal with its internmentship program.
Anything like big happened last week? Because I know last week was the first episode
Last week,
for public.
so last week we went and a lot of us escaped from a tomb we were imprisoned in for a year.
Whew.
On the upside, we're all level 5 now.
I'm guessing it was a start at level 3 situation.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. That fits.
It was you start at the level that your subclass comes online.
Yeah, which is 3.
Which is 3 for most classes, 2 for some, and if you're really unlucky, 1.
I don't know any. I don't know any class. Most classes
I think
start
sorcerer and warlock start
Okay.
at 1.
Interesting.
Yeah. Wizards are like at 2, and then everyone else is at 3.
I think everybody should just be 3 because
You would think, right?
Yeah.
Fortunately, none of us died.
I mean, even if you start at 1, though, that's just more levels to really. I think that's more levels to work with in
Yeah.
a way. I don't know. You're still getting all your levels, so I don't know.
But yeah, you can check us out over on Steam_Dungeon.
At twitch.tv.
Twitch.tv from 5 to 7 in the afternoon, depending on whether or not we have some technical difficulties.
5 to 7 Central.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Time zones are a
Yeah.
thing. I should probably
5
remember that.
5 to 7 Central on Sundays.
Yes.
All right.
Now, let's shout out the Mobcast Network.
Yeah,
the people who let us come here. And
yeah,
talk
the people who
about
let us
Star Wars.
the people who let us just, kind of use the studio. They kind of they gave me a key and they just let me come in here whenever. They were like, "Here's a key." So let's shout out to Mobcast Network. They are a fellow podcasting group who have a couple shows. You can find them, though, at youtube.com/Mobcast Network and on any podcasting app at Mobcast Network. And if they're not on your podcasting app, just reach out to them. There's ways to do that. I don't know it off the top of my head, but if you look up, if you watch one of their shows, I'm pretty sure we say it. I should know this stuff because I'm a co-producer on the show.
Work on those shows?
Yeah, I'm a co-producer and co-host. To be fair, it's been a couple weeks, and this weekend we are not filming anything because they're at Scotty and Stephanie are at Pensacon.
I see.
Because we're not so normally we go there on an official capacity, which means normally we wouldn't have an episode today. But of our show even,
Yeah.
Because if I was at Pensacon,
You couldn't do that.
I couldn't do this. But this year we decided we're not going to be there at an official capacity.
Yep.
They're just there to because they moderate some of the panels.
I see.
So they're there as moderators. So no filming of this weekend. But we did just have the episode where we talk about the Legend of Billie Jean, which has Christian Slater in it. A baby face, like baby Christian Slater. Like, I think like think he's like one of the younger cast members in that
Alright.
film.
So what's up
Um,
with the Legend of Billie Jean?
Oh, so it's a cult movie, which is the whole premise of one of the shows that we do on
Yeah.
Mobcast Network, which is Cult Movie Cantina, where we talk about cult movies, films that, you might not have seen that have started to grow a little cult popularity. But it's got Helen Slater and Christian Slater, no relation. And the premise is kind of a Robin Hood mixed with like a Joan of Arc type story. It's really weird.
Okay.
There's a reason it's a cult movie. But you might know Helen Slater from when she was Supergirl back in the 80s. The failed Supergirl movie. She was
Okay.
Supergirl, which she
Alright.
did before she did Legend of Billie Jean.
Okay.
But I suggest watching it. It's a good episode. It was a fun episode. But yeah, we talk about movies like that.
Alright.
And we also have like a cult meeting in between where we just talk about
Yeah.
our week. So we'll do like a movie and then we'll do a cult meeting and then another movie.
Hmm.
And then we also have Tuesdays with Scotty that we're working on, which
Yeah.
is just a podcast that Scotty's like, I want to talk about whatever because it's his show. So we talk about whatever. We have guests on that we think are interesting and talk to them about stuff that they're doing. We've had local comic artists. We've had local filmmakers, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then that's the shows for them. That's Mobcast. That's youtube.com/Mobcast Network, and on any podcasting app at Mobcast Network.
Mhm.
And then the people who give Mobcast Network the studio, because this is not their studio,
Yeah.
they pay rent here, but it's like a small space within a larger building,
Yes.
and that larger building is Gamers and Geeks
Mhm.
and Engage Gaming, which Gamers and Geeks is our local gaming shop here in Mobile, Alabama, right off of House Ferry and Moffett. And they are, they got whatever you want that's, gaming, think Magic, think Dungeons and Dragons, think. They also got an arcade in the back.
Yep.
Pay $10 for the day up front, and you get a little wristband, and then you can play on the machines with no coins or
Yeah.
or nickels or quarters or whatever. You just
Yep. You pay 10 up front.
you just pay the 10 up front, and the machines are free play. And then Engage Gaming it's connected in the same building, and what they do is they're like a rental
You
service.
rent a console.
Rent a console, but you don't take it.
You don't get to take it with you.
You play
use it here.
Yeah, you use it here. It's like a arcade rent a console
Yeah.
situation, where you pay an hourly fee. And you can play on PS5s, Xbox
Mm-hmm.
X, Series X. Man, they've got that next gen.
They
over
got
there.
a few of them over there, you know.
They also got VR if
Mhm.
you want to play some VR for PC VR. I think they got the Oculus, that good.
Ooh.
They got that good
I
shit.
see.
And then they've got PC as well. So if you're more of a PC gamer, they got that too. But outside of that, if you really like using their stuff, that you can also become a member. You pay a monthly membership fee, and then they reduce the hourly rate. And you can also pay like a bunch of hours at once. They do birthday events. I saw they do a little bit of everything. And so I still haven't tried them out. I should, but I haven't.
Yeah.
And that
I think that's everything.
yeah, I think that's everything. Oh, we got to promote our own stuff.
Yeah.
We got our own stuff to promote. Speaking of, Moobot decides to run an ad break now. So we've got a.
Oh, important thing.
Oh, before
You
I
have a hardcover, don't you?
I forgot to bring the soft covers of it. But yes, so Super World's my first novel that I made in 2017. Now has a hardcover copy. I released it this week, and because Amazon finally was like, "Hey, we're gonna allow people that publish," because I do self-publishing through Amazon. They finally are like, "Hey, there's a beta version of the hardcovers." So I decided, you know what, I'm gonna get in on this because I've always wanted to hardcover my books. Because it's something that I felt like it's weird that they didn't do, but I know it's expensive, so I guess
Yeah.
that makes sense, especially since Amazon does print on demand. So there is now hardcover edition of my novel, Super Worlds, and the soft covers are linked below. For some reason, the soft cover and the way that Amazon did it is weird. They didn't put my hardcover on the same listing with the soft cover, and and Kindle ebook version.
Huh.
It's weird. I'm gonna have to put the hardcover link below as well. But that is now out. It's a little bit more expensive than the soft cover because it's a hardcover. Because basically they give us a minimum price that we have to put for when we sell a book, based on like how expensive it is for them to print and make it fair for us to get a decent royalty out of it. And so, because I get 60% royalty.
Okay.
And so the way that exists is that it's $15 for the hardcover. But the minimum was like $13, and I tried to do like the 5s because it's easier, like it gets attention,
Mhm.
and that's just so it's 15.
Yeah.
It was like $13 and something cents was the minimum that they required. I honestly would have sold it for 10 if they let me, and made it the same price as the paperback, but
No.
they didn't let me. So, what else am I missing?
You're gonna sell these at $13 and you're gonna like it.
Yeah. So
I guess we should
Uh,
shout out to our patron.
yeah. So I was gonna say easiest way to find it, because for some reason if you look up Super Worlds on Amazon, it hides me under like a bunch of more popular things. Because I'm a self-published author now, and even though I put Super Worlds in my keywords, it's not you don't see it right away. I've learned if you look up Super Worlds and then Caleb Lockwood, my name, you'll find it. It'll be the first listing at that point when you do it that way.
Mhm.
And then so that's my book. The best way to sell it to y'all is that it's if Star Wars and the Marvel universe had a baby.
Yeah, that fits.
Yeah, you've read it.
As a guy who has both played and
Yeah,
read,
you've read it and played in a tabletop game in that universe. So yeah, it's if Star Wars and Marvel had a baby.
it very much is. I don't know how else. That's the best way to describe it.
Which it fits my personality because I write what I would read.
Yeah.
I like
Oh,
Star Wars. I like Star Wars. I like Marvel.
Oh man,
I
I don't like what that implies about how I write.
mean, not everybody does that, but I mean, you do write what you read though, because
Yeah.
you write as well, and you write like existential horror with like.
How do you feel about your place in the universe? I don't know, man.
But you also like reading that stuff because you're definitely a Lovecraftian guy, like. So that fits. It fits, and I like that stuff too. I just don't feel I can write that stuff. Like it's.
Oh yeah.
I've thought about it, but I don't feel I could write that stuff. I should practice though, because really that's all it takes is practicing. Just work towards it. I know, but yeah. Other stuff. Patreon.
Yeah.
Speaking of ways that you can get that book, actually, if you support our Patreon at the $20 tier, you get a free copy of all 3 of my novels that I currently have out.
Mhm.
But they're the paperback versions, although I think we can set something up where I do the hardback for soup, because
Yeah.
we can set one up. We can set a tier up where you get the hardback.
Yep.
Maybe make that the 25 tier, because y'all, I mean, honestly, I might just put it at the $20 tier, because y'all are already supporting at this point, because y'all are already buying $20 worth every month.
Mhm.
You deserve, like, if you're paying $20 a month, you deserve that.
Shout out to our patron,
Yeah,
Jennifer
shout out-
Brantley. Thank you for
Speaking
supporting
of
us.
people that, yeah,
Yeah.
she supported us almost a year now.
Yeah. It's awesome.
So you have been great. Other things you can get if you want to be on the cheaper end, which is fair. The very first tier.
understand.
Yeah, we understand. This
Life's
is,
hard, so are economics.
yeah, this is a world where I understand you might have to save up. So we still provide a dollar tier, I think,
Yeah, I think we do.
which at least gets you access to. Let me double check. Hold on.
Yeah, make sure.
Because I don't want to lie to y'all. I don't want to lie to my audience.
Yeah. And while you're looking that up, shout out to Matt, our Twitch subscriber.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matt.
That's another way to show support to us. If you watch us on Twitch, that goes a long way as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we do have a dollar
tier still. That currently gives you a role in the Discord server, the Antonio role, the Antonio tier from our the Antonio saga short films here on the YouTube page. And it also gives you access to the Super Universe Tabletop RPG. Speaking of, it gives you access to the playtest, which is I think it's a fun. I wrote it, so I don't think that's fair for me to say, but I think it's a fun system. It's been fun. We played it. We've ran it. I think it's fun when I think it was fun watching you guys wreck shit.
Yeah. Oh god, it was fun. It was also the most chaotic thing.
Oh my gosh, you and Josh butting heads is some of the greatest shit going on.
The thing is,
but it's like you aren't actively butting heads. It's just you're like, I'm just doing my bounty hunter thing, and he's like, I'm
gonna black bag this man.
He's like, I'm doing corrupt politician things because Josh likes to he likes to play political drama. So he's like, I'm gonna do corrupt political.
I'm like, I'm gonna go find this man for his wife.
And because of that stuff, y'all just accidentally started butting heads.
I'm like,
and then Jared, oh my god, Bartimus doing his shit.
Jared, like,
I love Bartimus. I miss him.
Oh, me too, man.
But yeah,
he's like, I'm going to go and do a bunch of like shady business deals.
Yeah, but the $1 tier gives you access to that. The $5 tier lets you watch our YouTube content a week before it's uploaded to publicly made available to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And then the $10 tier gives you PDF copies of scripts for when we start making
for when we
original
start
content.
Doing that.
And that's like when we start doing original content again, which is in the works. I swear to. I'm working on multiple things. I'm working on the sequel to Super Worlds. I want to do more original content that's not just Star Wars content and Let's Plays. I want to do all that. And when we start doing that, we'll have it to where at the $10 tier, you can get early access to our PDF copies of the scripts for whatever we're making in that month. So, like, if we're about to film something, we'll be like, hey, here's the script for what we're filming this month. Give you a good idea of what's up ahead. And, of course, scripts can change, but, like, that gives you, like, a little bit of, like, for people that like that stuff. Because there's people that like that little behind the scenes and reading the scripts. And because I like reading scripts. And so there's other stuff, too. We got that the $10 is the Toki tier. $5 the Jimmy Tai tier, which is a show I want to bring back. That's one of the things of original content I want to bring back. And then, of course, we got Sildenafil tier at the 15, which will, once we start making more original content again, I do want to go back to, like, Wednesdays. We have meetings, because we used to have those where we had, like, company meetings, essentially, and we're like, here's what we're doing this week. What do we need to do? What scripts need to be done? That'll let you gain access to listening to that stuff. You'll be able to listen in and hang out with us at the Sildenafil tier, which is another character from another short I want to bring back, which that's the one that I'm actually working on some scripts for still. Yeah. Because I'm working on I want to write the entire first season first. Because before I start filming it.
Yep.
Because I've already figured out some recasting, and I'm working out on all that. There's the $20 tier, which gives you access to the B9 tier.
Oh, yeah.
Which you get all, like, each of these tiers, you get all the stuff that's previously mentioned. But the B9 tier also gives you access to, once a month, I want to do a community, like, one-shot event.
Oh, yeah.
But, of course, we need people in the B9 tier to do that.
Do that.
So, get in the B9 tier. So I lied about which tier gets you free books. The B9 tier, though, gives you access to one-shots every month. Community one-shots. So get in the B9 tier. I really want to do these community one-shots. And they'd be Star Wars, of course. But we might switch them out if we get, like... Because I also like Grim Hollow. I like D&D.
Yeah.
So, like, I'll switch them out if we have, like... Because we can talk to the community and see what type of game they're interested in every month. We could go... All right, do we want to keep doing a Star Wars game? Do we want to do a D&D game? Do we don't want to do Pathfinder? Because I know all the systems for those three anyways. I also know other Star Wars systems other than Fantasy Flight. So we can play around with what we do for the community one-shot. It doesn't have to be strictly Star Wars.
It's just Star Wars is our bread and butter
Yeah.
for tabletop. So, yeah, join the B9 tier because that's something I've really wanted to do for community.
Mhm.
I wanted to do community one shots for a while. And then the last tier, Sylvester tier,
Yep.
$25 a month. That gets you the 3 books, and you get them every month that you're subscribed to that tier. So you just get free copies over and over every month. So maybe you just subscribe to that once, or you like my books and you want to get some for your friends. So you just keep subscribing and give your friends free books, and that's basically you got $5 off on these books because they're worth $10 each on the regular market. But guess what? I'm still making my money because when you do it through this way, I order an author copy, which costs less for me to order than it does for you, because I just pay whatever the print cost is, and basically I just get no royalties from it because I bought it at a print cost value.
Mm-hmm.
And then you guys are supporting me, and you're getting it for cheaper.
Yay.
So everybody wins. I might bump it a little bit.
Hmm?
Actually, depending how much the print cost of a hardcover is, I could leave it at 25.
Hmm.
I'm gonna look right now
All right.
because we still got a little bit. We're ahead. We're ahead of time.
Yeah.
This was a short episode today. Like we've only hit the hour mark like 13 minutes ago.
Okay.
Usually we're an hour and a half show anyways.
Yeah.
So we got time for me to look.
God, Sylvester Wessex. What a pompous name. Why did I pick that one?
Oh, I should drop it, by the way. It should be $14.99. It shouldn't be $15 on the mark.
Oh.
Because the other ones are $9.99. I can change that. So hold on, I gotta do math.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna change that, by the way, while I'm doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Order author copies. Yeah, there we go. Now it's $14.99.
All right.
Let's see.
You guys can't.
Yeah,
Hear
so
it.
yeah, no, so I still, yeah, I could leave this at 25 and still. So honestly, yeah, hardcover copies at the $25 tier.
Mm.
Why not? Because I still profit. You guys, and honestly, you guys save a ton of money because y'all just saved. Once again, math.
As for why I'm dancing a little bit, you guys
Yeah, we
can't
got
hear this, but
music
there is
in the
a
arcade.
music from the arcade.
Oh yeah, y'all save almost $10.
Yeah.
So, do it. Join the $25 tier. Get all that good shit.
Yeah.
But that's everything, I think.
Yeah, that's everything.
Once again, though, shout out to our current supporters, Matt and Jennifer Brantley. Y'all are great. Love y'all.
Appreciate you both.
Yeah. I mean, Matt, you already know I love you because I say it whenever
Yep.
we're done hanging out. But I love y'all, both of y'all. I think your mom's actually I think Jennifer's about to buy a copy of my book
Oh yeah.
because she saw my Facebook post of it too,
yeah.
and she was like, "Hey, can you sign a copy next time we hang out?"
Yeah.
Dude, save some money. Get the $25 tier.
Just trying to say.
I'm upselling your Patreon. I'm upselling your Patreon tier, but I'm saving you some money on the books. I'm being
You only have to do it once.
yeah. You only have to do it once, and then you can go back to the $10 tier because that's where she's at.
Yeah.
But do the $25 tier for 1 month. Go back to $10 tier, and then the responsibility is on me to then use because I then use that $25 to then buy the books that. Because the way it's got to go is I'll then buy them. And honestly, I can give them to you in person then at that point and sign them because you already wanted them signed. And
Yep.
then you have all 3 of my books.
Yeah.
And for cheaper.
So I'm going.
And I honestly, I will get more money out of you doing it this way than I do if you order it through Amazon.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
So the names of your books.
yes.
To make sure I remember them.
Oh, you're gonna guess them first. Okay.
Your most recent one is Time Ninja.
Which is part of the Time Controllers book series that I'm working on.
The one before that is The Coat Wars.
Which is the first of short stories collections that I want to do between
Yeah.
big release, like between Super Worlds releases.
All right. Technically, the playtest
That is not published.
is not published, so it doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
So that would just be Super Universe.
Super Worlds.
Super Worlds,
Yes.
not Super Universe.
Super Universe is the RPG. Super Worlds is the book.
Yep.
Because I wanted to differentiate, because I didn't want to confuse, because you don't want to confuse the market.
Yeah.
Um,
So that's my fault. I got confused.
I already confused the market. I messed up.
Oh.
Yeah. But yeah,
but
so in release order, it's Super Worlds, and then it's the Coat Wars, a Super Universe short story collection. So, because the Super
Yeah.
Universe is the brand of that universe,
Mhm.
kind of like how the MCU is the brand for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Mine is the Super Universe. So is that I guess that's the SU,
Yeah.
not to be confused with the SSU, which is the Sony Spider-Man universe for Sony's Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
So it's just the SU, and then you have Time Ninja, which is the first book in the Time Controllers book series that I want to do.
All right.
And then of course there's other stories I want to do. I want to write a
Yeah.
book. I want to write a book version of the Antonio saga because
Okay.
there's stuff
Yeah.
there's stuff I want to fill in. There's stuff I want to retcon
Yeah.
because like
Because
it's
there's some confusing things.
because they're shorts because they were short films that I made for college, and there's stuff I want to fill in.
Yep.
But yeah, so that's the
That's
series.
everything,
Yeah, that's
right?
everything. Yeah.
All right.
We filled in everything that we needed to.
Yep.
So once again, we'll see you guys next week. We'll be with our friend Farrell Remy talking about Master and Apprentice, and oh boy, you have not met Farrell Remy yet.
No, I have not.
I have, and oh
Are
boy,
they feral and a rat?
no, but they are feral. They are feral for clones. They are feral for Obi-Wan. We are in for a fun episode.
Okay.
We'll see you guys next week. Y'all have a good one, and as always, I have spoken.
I'll talk to you later, I guess.